I had everything: an ideal job, a loving wife, and two beautiful daughters. But in the blink of an eye, it all crumbled. My wife, the woman I trusted with my life, shattered my world with one deceitful act. The betrayal wasn't just a stab in the back, it was a relentless twist of the knife, bleeding me dry. I lost my career, my dignity, and nearly my sanity. But that wasn't the end. It was just the beginning of a descent into a hell I never saw coming. I love my girls. We just finished singing along to AC/DC's Dirty Deeds. They really enjoy the high voltage part. Okay, what do you want to hear next? Queen, Meatloaf, or the Beatles? Dad, when are you going to get some new music? You only like old songs and old movies, said my oldest, Megan, with a tired voice. Old movies have style and charm. They're not like the movies made today. Nowadays, they just focus on special effects. Soon, that's all movies will be. Special effects, even the actors. Yeah, Dad, we've heard this before. Your favorite movie is The African Queen. Your favorite actor is James Cagney. Your favorite actress is... Wait, are you talking about queens? Like, are you thinking of Rock Hudson? My youngest, Robin, jumped in. Rock Hudson wasn't gay, I said, trying to explain. Dad! My two girls sang out together, laughing. Everyone knows. I'm not hearing this la 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 la. I put my right hand over my right ear because I needed my other hand to drive. He sounds like a Teletubby now, Megan said. Isn't one of them gay too? Robin asked. I could tell she had one of her big happy smiles from the sound of her voice. That's it. You're both out of my will. I'm leaving my big fortune to the Save the Chipmunks Foundation. This led to a lively talk between Megan and Robin about which chipmunk might be gay. I love my girls. Sure, I sometimes feel like pulling my hair out with them, but I would do it with love. Finally, they calmed down, and I asked them again about music. I want the Moody Blues, loud and powerful, like a million butterfly sneezes, sang my youngest, Robin. You're back in the will, Robin. Megan, you're still outside? No dessert for you tonight. Then no more hugs for you, Daddy. Oh no, hugs from girls can give you cooties. But fine, you're back in my good books too. I love my girls. My 12-year marriage was built on lies. The kind of love and connection I wanted, she gave to other people. I lost at least $2 million. I was known as someone who couldn't stand up for himself. But it was all worth it because I got my girls out of the deal. We started singing Nights in White Satin. 2.5 years ago, I learned the truth about my wife. She had been unfaithful to me for at least 3 years with many different men. I've never been very good at noticing what people are really doing. Honestly, it takes a lot for me to realize that someone might not be truthful with me. I'm a decent programmer, but when it comes to understanding people, I'm not great at all. I trust people easily and believe what they say, until I get hit with a hard reality check a few times. When I talked to my wife about her cheating, her response was, well, duh. We had never agreed to an open marriage, and she had been lying to me. She knew I was not very quick to catch on to things, but still, she said, well, duh. There were no apologies, no asking to fix things, no promises to be faithful, nothing at all. I doubt any of that would have changed much, but it would have made me feel better if she had at least tried. She acted like she didn't care at all. So I decided to file for divorce because of her cheating. My lawyer told me it wouldn't change how we divided our things, but I wanted to do it for my own reasons. I wanted to make it clear that I hadn't agreed to be in this situation. Then, I made a big mistake with our money. I tried to be completely honest and clear about our money, hoping my wife would do the same. We had almost $8 million in investments that I had worked hard on over the years. Even though my wife was in banking and I was a programmer, I took care of our long-term investments. My wife reviewed how I managed our finances compared to others, and it was clear I was doing better. The amount of research I did before making any choice was extensive. I always had plans ready for different changes in the market concerning our money. Honestly, I just cared more about our finances than others did. I put in a lot of effort. What I should have done was quickly change all our investments into cash and put them into savings accounts. $3 million was invested in safer options, while $5 million was in riskier ones. I thought everything was fine. I knew when to sell our stocks, and I believed we could make another $500,000 before I sold everything. However, my wife's lawyer asked the judge to freeze all our money and property. The court agreed, and our broker was informed. At that moment, I began to worry. I talked with my wife, Barbara, to explain that we should sell those stocks in the next couple of months. She listened, but didn't seem to care. So I went to my lawyer and shared my concerns. He tried to lift the freeze, but the judge said no. I began to feel desperate. I argued with the judge and almost got into trouble for it. The judge then brought in an expert. It turned out he worked for the same bank where my wife was employed. This man testified, saying our investments were solid and that selling now would cost us almost $2 million in lost gains. Just 4 months after I filed for divorce, we lost $3 million, and it gets even more complicated. There was about $5 million left, along with the house and a few smaller items. I had already agreed that my wife could keep the house. After I found out how many other men had been there, I promised myself I would never go back again. Of course, that was only after I took all my things out. The house was worth over $600,000. So, how did the judge decide to split our money? She gave my wife $3.2 million and I received $2.2 million. The judge said it was because there was some reason to believe I might have hidden some money, so she gave my wife $1 million more than me. No one had ever accused me of hiding money, and there was no proof of it. I kept careful records of all our income and investments, so everything was accounted for. I still don't understand what happened. First, my wife and I lost $3 million, and then she got another $500,000 from my share. My lawyer told me it would be best not to fight this decision. He told me, "You've been wronged. You can choose to be angry and fight back. You could spend a lot of money and maybe 2 years on a long process. You might get stressed and lose sleep, or you could let it go. Instead of wasting 2 years looking back, spend that time building your future. You know you're a good person no matter what that foolish judge says." But that wasn't the end. Barb's lawyer questioned the reason for our divorce, saying it was because of cheating. He claimed that I must have known my wife was unfaithful because so many people in my life, like family and friends, were aware of it. In fact, my wife had been involved with several of my coworkers and friends. This news led to 4 more divorces among them. They brought in witness after witness, including my 2 older twin sisters. They admitted they knew about my wife's affairs too. Most of the witnesses thought I knew as well. Can you believe that? They even painted me as a weak man. Wow, this is what I get for being nice and polite. Even my daughters, who are only 9 and 11, had some doubts about what was happening. I was really angry when my wife and her lawyer brought them to court and the judge allowed it. They even brought in a therapist from the Children's Welfare Department who said it wouldn't hurt my girls. She said it would help them feel involved. But a year after my divorce, I found out that therapist was fired and had to move to another state for a new job. Megan and Robin later told me they didn't fully understand everything and were just trying to keep our family together. They said their mom told them she wanted to stay with me. Barbara wanted me to admit everything publicly and come back to her, but I couldn't believe that. In the end, I did gain something important. I got shared custody of my girls. That is what matters most to me. I have an apartment in the same school area. In fact, I own the whole building, which is quite small. I live 2 miles from my old house and 1 mile from the school. My daughters might stay at my place one night and at their mom Barb's the next. I can't stand Barb for all her lies and cheating, but I always keep in touch for the girls' sake. Both Barb and I know exactly where they are, thanks to our smartphones with GPS. I don't trust Barb at all, but I also know I couldn't get full custody of the girls, so I never tried. Barb knows that I would do anything for either Megan or Robin. The divorce caused a lot of problems. I told my old friends to leave me alone, and I was really harsh with my older twin sisters, too. They still try to reach me. I guess they miss having someone who could help them out with money and repairs. Also, I should say that I have a problem with tools. I can't help myself. Some women love shoes, and I'm the kind of guy who loves tools. I quit my job without warning. It turned out that my boss and 2 of my coworkers were involved with my wife. I couldn't take any legal action against my employer because the judge said I must have known about my wife's actions and, in a way, accepted them. At my old job, we were working on a new version of our main retail software product. This was our biggest moneymaker. We were writing all new code from scratch. If you know anything about programmers, many of us do extra work at home. It's not the smartest idea since we don't get paid for that extra work, but we do it anyway. I had been developing some extra features on my own time. These features were things our sales team was really excited about. I kept my work separate because I was hoping to earn some extra money for the additional efforts I was putting in. I planned to ask for some extra money when my boss wanted the new code. I would remind them that I hadn't written any code during work hours or with company tools. This new code wasn't even in the original project plan. Marketing had wanted it, but the CEO and president had said it was not possible. Now that I was close to finishing, they were very excited. Oh, and just so you know, the company president had a close relationship with my wife. Marketing had started a big advertising campaign about the new features my code would bring. Then I discovered that my employer had betrayed me for a long time by having an affair with my wife. I was really upset. The day after my divorce, I packed up my things, gave my boss a gesture, and walked out. They tried to get that new code from me. At first, they demanded it. Then they made threats about legal action. They even went to the police. But I had everything written down and saved. There was no proof that I had ever worked on that program during work hours or on company devices. Sure, I couldn't sell it to anyone else, but I didn't have to give it to them. They asked me how much I would sell it for. I offered them two options. The first option was to fire everyone who had been unfair to me in my personal life. I wanted them gone without any extra benefits since they broke company rules. If they did that, I would sell it to them for $500,000. The new program was set to launch in 2 months, and they even had the new packaging ready. The second option was to pay me $2 million. They chose neither. I heard the CEO regrets that decision. 1 year later, their attempt to recreate my code was still poor. 2 years later, their share of the market was so small it barely existed. So I left my job, where I earned $80,000 a year. I gave up the $2 million. I cut off all connections with my family and old friends. But I had my girls, and it felt good to be a winner. I made Megan and Robin promise something important. My personal life was my own, and I didn't want anyone talking about it, especially not with their mom or their aunts. Everyone had kept me in the dark about her. Now that we were divorced, they had no right to know anything about my life. I also told them I didn't want to hear anything about their mother. I tried to say it nicely, but it still sounded pretty harsh, especially for kids who were 9 and 11. I didn't mean to put that on them, but I was really upset about how everyone had kept quiet about Barb. Then, they all acted like I should have known, which was frustrating. Oh, the CD is starting to play I'm Just a Singer in a Rock and Roll Band. The girls really enjoy singing along to that one. I have the girls for another weekend, which is nice because I usually have them every weekend. Their mom takes them on some great trips, like to Europe and other fun places. I worry a little about how much money Barb is spending. She stopped working after the divorce, and instead of saving her part of the money, she is using it all up. The trips she has taken with the girls have been very fancy. And her new car? It costs around $160,000. If she keeps spending like this, I am always ready to take care of the girls full time. We are going to a small cabin in the mountains. In the winter, it's full of people who come to ski. But when the season is over, they cut back a lot. They have some horses and a small 9-hole golf course that isn't very good. Both Megan and Robin love to ride horses. I, on the other hand, enjoy just sitting and looking at the beautiful fall colors in the mountains, smelling the pine trees, and reading a good book. I was hoping to get to the cabin before the rainstorm hit. I really love sitting by a fire and watching a storm from the windows. The storm was meant to go a bit north of us, but then it turned and came south. My SUV is a good one. It isn't new, but it works really well. With the muddy roads and strong winds, I'm glad it has all-wheel drive. I'm driving slowly because of the weather and how hard it is to see. I notice a flicker of light out of the corner of my eye, but I'm too focused on the road ahead to think much about it. "Dad, there's a car in the ditch back there," Robin yelled. "What?" I slowly brought the car to a stop. "What did you say, honey?" I saw the lights of a car in a ditch back there. I looked in my mirrors, but I didn't see anything behind me. Megan and Robin were both looking out the back and side windows. "Are you sure?" I asked. "Absolutely, Daddy." I thought it over. A car in a ditch wasn't unusual, but the ditches on both sides of the road were especially wide and deep. The hole was really deep, at least 10 feet, and I knew someone could get hurt if they fell in. Plus, the cell phone signal was terrible out here. I started to back up the car, but quickly realized that wasn't smart. I couldn't see well enough to know if I was going in a straight line, and I didn't want to risk turning around in these bad conditions. So I parked by the side of the road and turned on my hazard lights. "Robin, can you get my rain suit from on top of my toolbox, please?" I thought of my rain suit and my work clothes as just another kind of tool. I really love tools. I had a hard time putting on the rain suit while sitting in the front seat. "Could you also grab the big flashlight? It's by my toolbox in the back," I asked. Robin worked hard to pull out my heavy battery-powered flashlight. It must weigh about 15 pounds. That's when someone called me easygoing. Hey, look at all the big tools I have, I thought to myself, feeling proud. I paused for a moment and took in what was happening. I was parked on the side of the road, leaving my two dear girls behind. The visibility was low, and there are always reckless drivers out there. Any sensible person would drive carefully in these conditions, but there always seems to be someone who doesn't. I remembered a friend who had a car break down in a similar spot. When he came back after an hour, he found his car had been hit from behind and rolled off a cliff. But then again, someone might need help back there, and I couldn't find a safer place to stop. Then it hit me. I remembered some tools I had bought years ago and never used. I felt justified. I hadn't wasted my money. I had carried them around for years along with my jumper cables, and they thought I was silly for doing so. "Robin, there's a bag in the back that holds my jumper cables. Could you please look for it?" With a lot of effort, she pulled the bag out from under everything else in the back. It was good that she was strong. She handed me the bag. I took out 2 road flares and a yellow light with a magnetic base from the bag. "Robin, I'm going to put this light on the roof. You can roll down the back window just a bit and I'll pass the cord to you. Just plug it into the rear power outlet, okay?" "Got it, Dad." "Megan, I'm going to check things out. We haven't seen any other cars on this road for half an hour. I'll just be back there, about 100 feet or so. If you have any trouble, just honk the horn. Now, I'm off to face the rain." I looked out at the heavy wind and rain, then turned back to Megan and smiled. I wish I had brought my diving gear. We did pack our swimsuits for the sauna and the hot tubs. Why don't we ask Robin to change and send her, since she saw the light? I really don't want to go out there. While we were joking around, I pushed the car door open against the strong wind. When I got out, I realized I had forgotten to switch my hiking boots for my mud boots. Oh well, these boots could handle it too. I put the flasher on top of the car, and Robin plugged it in. It was so bright that it almost hurt my eyes. Good! I walked back about 25 feet and dropped my first flare. Then I kept walking down the road, shining my light into the ditch now and then. About 100 feet behind our SUV, I spotted a car in the ditch. It didn't have any lights on and looked like it was stuck in the mud. I pointed my light at the driver's side window. Maria was eager to get back home, the place where she felt safe. She owned a small apartment in the city, but her true escape was her house in the mountains. She and her husband had found it together and bought it long ago. Over time, she made it feel like home by fixing it up just the way she wanted. After their divorce, it was clear to both of them that she would keep the house as part of their agreement. Their split had been friendly. Maria still somewhat worked with her ex-husband, Richard. Richard was a smart young man with a talent for finance, but he didn't have much money when they started. Maria, the daughter of Brazilian immigrants, had found success as a dancer and model and had some money of her own to use. Richard used Maria's money wisely and grew it into a fortune of nearly $200 million. After the divorce, Maria chose to take $40 million and invest it carefully. The rest she left with Richard, trusting him to manage it. He loved making money and was good at it. Although he had a fondness for younger women, he had never been unfaithful to Maria. He had stopped feeling love for her, and Maria wasn't sure if she had ever truly loved Richard either. He was charming, smart, and faithful, but there was no real warmth between them. They spent time together and were good friends, but they never felt like a family. Even though they weren't in love anymore, they remained close friends. However, Richard had one flaw. He always wanted the newest and shiniest toys. At 32, Maria felt like she had lost some of her sparkle. But after her divorce 2 years ago, many men still noticed her, and she smiled at the thought. She had even received more than 2 marriage proposals, but each one reminded her too much of Richard. She thought the last proposal could be the one for her, but oh, what a mistake that would have been. She was glad to find out the truth early, even though it hurt. Maria had met Robert, a lawyer who had moved to town from the East Coast. He was becoming well known in his field. He was tall, blond, and handsome. He seemed very honest and kind. He had never been married before. Maria and he talked about getting engaged. They were going to travel back to Boston to meet his whole family and get engaged officially. Maria was even thinking about moving from the West Coast to the East Coast, although she would really miss her home. Then, suddenly, his parents decided to visit Seattle to meet Maria. She was excited to show them around her town. When they got off the plane, Maria met John, Robert's father. He was friendly and polite, but his mother, Caroline, was not nice at all. The moment she saw Maria, her face showed she didn't like her. Maria tried her hardest to make a good impression. She booked them rooms in the best hotel. She introduced them to her closest friends. She even took them on a long boat ride around the city. She wanted to show them her best side, but nothing seemed to make a difference. Today, she took Robert and his mother to her favorite restaurant for an early dinner. At the restaurant, she discovered something surprising about Robert. As she was coming back from the restroom, she turned a corner and overheard Robert talking with his mother. "Robert, she seems like a nice girl, but don't you think she is a little too dark?" Maria was stunned. What kind of person thought like that? She had faced prejudice before, but she could never understand how some people could be so ignorant. "Well, Mom, you know I care about you, but—" Maria thought, "Here it comes. Robert is going to tell his mom that he loves me and wants to marry me, even though she might not agree. Well, Mom, you know I care about you, but if you look honestly at the facts, you will see this is a great chance for me. Maria comes from a well-off family. I doubt we will have any children. Children of different backgrounds shouldn't be a problem. If we ever do get divorced, I could receive a good amount of money. That would help me create a nice home for a new wife and family. Robert, that sounds like a good plan, but I worry about my future grandchildren being—" While they talked, Robert's father stared at both of them in shock. "I can't believe this! I'm so upset with both of you. You lack morals and kindness. This meal is done. I'll pay for dinner. After the way Maria has treated us, it would be wrong for her to pay for such behavior from you two," John said angrily. John stood up from the table and walked quickly to Maria. She was surprised and hadn't noticed he was watching her. He took her hands gently in his and looked softly into her eyes. "Maria, I feel so ashamed. I must not have raised Robert well. Please forgive me. You would have been a wonderful daughter-in-law. But he isn't good enough for you. I just wish I were 25 years younger. I would ask you out right away. Again, I'm truly sorry. I hope you have a great life. It was nice to meet you." He turned back to Caroline and Robert, who looked surprised with their mouths open. "I'm going back to the hotel. You can figure out how to get back on your own. I might get a separate room and probably return to Boston alone." "John, I didn't mean to," Caroline said urgently. "I understand what you are, and I've ignored it for too long. After this shocking scene, I need some time to think. Goodbye, Caroline. Robert, be a good son and make sure your mother gets back to the hotel safely. Goodbye, Maria. Take care." John walked away to talk to the manager about the bill. Maria nodded in reply to John, then turned back to the table. She picked up her purse with one hand and slapped Robert across the face with the other. "Scum," she said simply, and walked away. It was still late afternoon, and she had time to pack her car and drive home to the mountains. She didn't even stop to change her clothes. Less than an hour later, her car was loaded with everything she needed. She had a cooler filled with ice cream, 2 chocolate cakes, and a bag full of DVDs of her favorite movies. On the long drive, she listened to classical music to calm herself and thought about the trouble she had just escaped and the hurt it caused her. Am I going to be alone forever? Why do I keep attracting shallow people? What do I really want? I know what I want. I want a true hero to come and sweep me off my feet, a man who supports me, both with his words and actions, a man who is loyal and won't let me down, a man who will grow old with me and stay by my side even when I have a few more lines on my face. "I want a home full of kids," she cried, tears streaming down her face. Maria should have been paying more attention to the road, especially with the bad weather. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and a deer jumped in front of her car. She quickly turned the steering wheel to the right, but the car veered off the road. Maria felt the car tilt downward, and then there was a loud crash as the airbag went off in her face. For a few moments, the car slid around and almost rolled over. Once everything stopped moving, Maria began to push the airbag away. She felt scared and a bit frantic. Her banging on the airbag stirred up dust that made her cough and caused her eyes to water. The engine was still running, and she thought about turning it off. A moment later, with a loud groan, the engine died. She looked around to see what had happened. The road was to her left, and it was at least 10 feet above the roof of her car. To her right, the wall of the trench was about 6 or 7 feet high, with her car sitting at the bottom. Maria checked her cell phone, but, as she had expected, there was no signal. She wondered what to do next. Should she stay in the car? Suddenly, she noticed lights moving over her car. Did a car just go by on the road above? She thought. Should I try to get out and reach the road? I'm in a dress, and it's cold, wet, and muddy outside. I don't even have a proper coat for this weather. Just then, the lights in her car went out. Panic started to set in. She realized she didn't have a flashlight in the car. The storm was strong, and she felt very alone. Calm down, calm down. Think about what to do, she told herself. Then she saw bright flashes of light coming from the ditch in front of her. Someone was shining a light down from the road above into the ditch. Maybe someone saw my car crash and is looking for me? She wondered. Out of nowhere, a bright light flooded into her car. She squinted at the light. Then, just as quickly, the light turned away. It looked like someone was rushing back up the road. Where are they going? Come back. Don't leave me here alone. Maybe they went to find help. Don saw a face looking at him through the driver's side window. The side of the car was covered with mud and debris, and the other side was stuck against the hill. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Don lit his second flare and then ran back to his car. What a fool, he thought. All my tools but no tow rope. What was I thinking? If you had one, you could move the car to help the driver get out. You have a shovel and a crowbar. Maybe the power windows still work? If not, I can break them. Don ran back to his car and opened the back door. Meg and Robin, can you try your cell phones? See if you can call 911. There's someone back there. Do you need our help, Dad? No, I think it will be okay, but try to reach 911 just in case. As he spoke, Don grabbed his folding shovel, the crowbar, and a small blue tarp. He wasn't going to let his daughters out in this storm to do anything risky. He closed the gate hard and started running back the way he came. Maria felt relieved when she saw the light coming toward her. The man, wearing a yellow rain suit, carefully made his way down the hill. He slipped and slid down the muddy slope. His left arm held onto some long tools. He held a very bright flashlight in his right hand. As Don looked at the woman, he wondered if she understood how much trouble she was in. The ditch was filling up quickly with rainwater, and her doors seemed stuck with mud and debris. He didn't even try to open the doors. His boots were filled with cold, muddy water, which felt icy and painful. He did his best to ignore it. "Are your windows working?" he shouted to her. "No," she shouted back, shaking her head. Don set down his tools and placed the flashlight on the ground so its beam lit up the car. He took out his shovel and began to clear the mud, blocking her car door. He was sweating from all the hard work, but his feet and ankles were freezing. A few times he had to pause and move a log or a rock with either the crowbar or his hands. Don started to think that maybe he should just break the window, but he had never broken a car window on purpose before. He worried that the flying glass might hurt the woman inside. He decided to focus on clearing the door first. If the water rose to his knees before he finished, he would break the glass. Maria felt her feet getting cold and wet. She looked down and saw water covering the floor of her car. She quickly pulled her legs up onto the seat. "There's water in here!" she yelled in panic to the man outside. "I know, just give me a minute or two, I think I'm almost done," he said, breathing heavily as he worked quickly. The water was already a couple of inches deep on the floor and was rising fast. Maria realized how serious the situation could have been if the man had not come to help. Don kept working until he cleared away all the big pieces near the driver's door. He made sure there was enough space to swing the door open. There was little point in just opening the door a bit. Don was almost ready to do it when he glanced at the driver again. It was hard to see in the rain and dim light, but she didn't seem to be dressed for the cold. She wasn't even wearing a coat. I'm going to open the door. You need to put on something warm first. It's really chilly out here. I don't have a coat, she replied. Don put his shovel down and grabbed the tarp. He shook it fiercely to get rid of the mud on it and grumbled to himself. Typical. Not ready for anything. Never have the right things. Always needing help from a guy. Did you say something? Maria shouted. I've got a tarp here. It's a bit wet, but it's better than nothing. I'll open the door and give it to you. You can wrap it around yourself. Got it? How will I move? She asked. You won't have to walk. I'll carry you. It looks like you don't have good shoes. The water is cold and getting deep. Maria looked down at her shoes. She only had a pair of high heels. But we don't have time. Let's go. Don pulled open the door and handed the tarp to Maria. She felt the cold for the first time and quickly wrapped the tarp around herself. The man easily lifted her into his arms. The rain was pouring, so Maria held a corner of the tarp over her face. Slowly, the man climbed up the slope to the road. Maria was scared they might slip and fall, but he moved carefully and steadily. His arms felt strong, like he could carry her all day without getting tired. At last, they reached the flat part of the road, and Maria let out a sigh of relief. A few moments later, with all the flashing lights, Maria realized they had arrived at his car. She heard a door open. "Are they okay?" shouted a young girl. "No, they just didn't have a coat or warm shoes," answered the man. "The woman I was holding wasn't heavy, but my feet were very cold. Robin had opened the door for me from inside, and I gently placed the woman in the back seat." "Megan, turn up the heat as high as it goes." "Okay, Dad." I still had my arms around the woman. I was about to pull my arms out from under her when I looked down at her face for the first time in good light, and she looked just like a beautiful movie star, maybe with slightly darker skin, but it didn't matter. I felt like running around the car, excited and happy. Instead, I decided to pick her up in my arms and run to the top of the nearest mountain. As I walked, I thought about getting a stick. I would use the stick to keep the other men away from my girl. She would be sitting on the ground with her legs stretched out. She would be holding onto my leg. I would shout at the men trying to climb our mountain. I would swing my stick at them. "Get away! She's mine! All mine! Dad! Dad! Daddy!" "Huh, what?" I snapped back to reality and looked up confused. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Megan asked. I took a deep breath. "Oh yeah, my girls, my dear girls, no mountain for me. Oh no, I'm sorry, sweetie, I'm just a bit tired and cold." I glanced down at the girl again and steadied myself. She looked so beautiful. She was staring at me with big eyes. No mountain, no mountain. "Remember Megan and Robin?" "Hello, I'm sorry if I zoned out for a moment. My name is Don Hendricks, and these two lovely girls are my daughters. The person in the front seat is Megan, and sitting next to you is Robin. Robin is the one who saw your car. If she hadn't noticed it, you could have been in a little trouble. Right now I need to get my tools before that ditch fills up with water. Do you need anything from the car? I think it will be underwater by morning, so if I don't get it now, it might be damaged. My name is Maria Wilson. Thank you for helping me. I just need my purse. There are some things in the trunk, but you don't have to get them. It might be too much trouble after everything you've done." It's better to get them now. You know what they say, waste not, want not. Are the keys still in the ignition? Yes, but you really don't have to. It's no trouble. I took the tarp from her and went on my way. Maria was gently placed in the back seat of the SUV. She pulled the tarp away from her face and looked up at him. His face showed complete surprise, and then he wrapped his arms around her tightly. It felt a bit scary. Then, a look of longing appeared on his face that touched her deeply. He seemed like someone who wanted to take her away into the night. Thankfully, the girls in the car interrupted him from whatever daydream he was having. He took back his tarp and walked back and forth from her car, carrying things. He made 3 trips in total. At one point, he suddenly opened Robin's door and dropped a tarp-covered bundle onto her lap. The tarp was wet, so she let out a little scream. Inside were Maria's chocolate cakes and some DVDs. The girls exclaimed how delicious they looked, and Maria promised to give one of the cakes to them. While Don was busy, the girls had a chance to chat. Megan spoke up. "Can we call you Maria, or should we say Miss Wilson?" "Oh, Maria is just fine. Maria, I noticed how Daddy looked at you. It felt a bit strange. He's never done anything like that before. He's the kindest, most honest, and loyal man I know. I'm not just saying this because he's my father, so you don't have to worry. I think it just surprised him to see how lovely you are, but if we tell him what he did, he will feel really embarrassed and might feel bad for making you uncomfortable. I think he's just lonely. He only has Robin and me now. Some very difficult things happened to him, and he has trouble trusting people. Robin and I have also hurt him, so please don't be too upset with him, okay? Megan's eyes looked so hopeful that even if Maria wanted to be upset, which she didn't, she couldn't be mad. Don't worry, Megan. I'm not upset. With the accident and everything, I'm just a little stressed. I'm sure your dad is a great person. He must be, to have two wonderful daughters like you. Thanks, Maria, Robin said. He's the best dad in the world. They hurt him a lot during the divorce and before. Everyone was dishonest and he lost a lot of money. We just want him to be safe and happy again, but there's nothing we can do to fix it. Robin started to cry. Robin, please don't cry. Daddy will be back soon. You know how much he cares about us. He always says that no matter what happens, he feels like a winner because he has us. Please try to calm down. Megan leaned over from the back seat to comfort Robin. Okay. Robin did her best to stop sniffling. Maria took a few deep breaths, thinking that maybe Don has been through a lot of tough times, and his daughters are having a hard time too, she thought. So, he looked at me like a hungry wolf. It's happened before, though maybe not as strongly, but oh, forget it. He helped me. I will be friendly with him until I see that look again. It took 3 trips down into the ditch to get everything out. Maria had her purse, a cooler, 2 big boxes of baked goods, a bag full of DVDs, and my tools. I had to tie the cooler to the roof of my SUV because there was no space left inside. I was happy to be finished. The water in the ditch had been above my knees at the end. My feet hurt so much from the cold, and walking was difficult. I stumbled over to the driver's door to get in. My boots and legs were covered in mud, but I didn't care. I just needed to get warm. I opened the door and dropped into the seat. I was shivering and shaking from the cold. I couldn't believe how chilly it felt, so I looked at the dashboard to check the outside temperature. It showed 40 degrees, but then it dropped to 39. That thermometer usually read a bit higher than the actual temperature because of the engine's heat. I swear there were at least 50 cars when Robin first saw Maria's car. Dad, are you okay? Megan asked, sounding worried. I just need to warm up a bit. It's colder than I thought, and I wore the wrong boots. My teeth were chattering as I spoke. I tried to smile at my daughter to make her feel better, but that seemed to make her even more worried. I'm fine, really, now that I'm in the car and warming up. Maria, where do you want to go? We're heading to the Elk Mountain Ski Lodge, but we can take a different route to drop you off. I live just 5 miles from the lodge entrance. If you could drop me off, that would be great. Sure, just give me directions. My turn is off this road, about 20 miles down and 5 miles before the lodge. Sounds good. I put the SUV in gear and began to drive slowly down the road. I couldn't control the gas and brake pedals very well because my feet were still a little numb. It took us 40 minutes to get to Maria's driveway. Maria had learned that my daughters loved horses, and they had been talking happily about them. I was feeling too down to notice anything except the road. My feet were starting to feel better, but still hurt a bit. Also, water had soaked through my pant legs, so my legs were wet except for my chest area. My hands looked a bit swollen, too. I hadn't been careful when I tried to help Maria. I had at least 3 pairs of heavy leather work gloves in the back, but I hadn't thought to grab any. That was pretty foolish of me. Just ahead on the left is the driveway. Can you see the reflectors? Red and yellow ones? Yes, I see them. There's a gate about 30 feet from the road. You need to stop right before we get there so I can enter my code. Got it. I followed her instructions and parked next to the security box a little before a big black gate. I stopped the car so Maria's window lined up with the box. The gate was one of those large, fancy ones that you see in movies, with solid stone columns on each side. Maria searched through her purse for a moment and then lowered her window. I looked in the side mirror as she opened the box's door. She slid a key card through a reader and typed in her code. It looked like a pretty high-tech system, probably cost a lot. The gates began to slowly open. I was curious about what she would do if snow piled up and blocked the gates, so I asked, "What happens if there's a lot of snow that stops the gate from opening?" "The motors for the gate are very strong, so they can push through a lot. Plus, I have a local guy who makes sure my driveway is clear. I've only had a few problems before, but I had to put in a gate. There were too many tourists driving up and bothering me. Some were even a bit drunk, thinking my house was part of the lodge. We drove up the road. I checked the odometer, and it showed 4/10 of a mile. The road was all paved. It was clear she had money. Automatic lights turned on as we got closer. I could see why people thought her house was the main building at the lodge. But her house was bigger. It was made of stone and logs, and it had a nice 4-door garage. If you can pull up to the left door of the garage, I can get out and enter the code. Then you can come in and we can unload there, she said. That makes sense, but you're not dressed for this weather. If you can trust me with the code for now, I can enter it. You can change it later. I turned on the dome light and glanced at her in the rearview mirror, which I had been avoiding for most of the ride. Wow, she was really beautiful. That dress she wore was too light for this weather. It was almost like she was wearing nothing at all. No, don't think about that. I focused on keeping my face calm and looked into her eyes in the rearview mirror, hoping she could see mine. I wanted her to know that I was in control and she didn't have to worry. I looked in the mirror and shouted, "Barbara, you've betrayed everyone. You don't deserve to be happy." I needed to let it out. It felt safe to do it now that Megan and Robin were away. I took one of my lipsticks and wrote all over my reflection. Then I sank down onto the floor, shaking with anger. At least this time I didn't get sick. My life was in a total mess and it was my doing. But Dawn's sisters had helped a little, which made me feel guilty. I knew I needed help from a therapist, but I kept putting it off. I was scared of what they might say. I even stopped taking my daughters to their therapy when their therapist asked too many questions. You're such a great mom, Barbara. About 6 years ago, Dawn and I were having problems. What I did only made things worse. Well, I guess I should say I had the problems. Dawn was perfect, as always. I took him for granted. He was my support, my comfort, and my whole life. He was everything I needed to feel safe and secure. He was the meaning of home. And I realized I had been completely taking him for granted. Maybe it was because I earned 5 times more than he did. Or maybe it was because he was always so kind and calm. He spoke to me gently, no matter how upset I got, even when I was being difficult. But he wasn't the type to use harsh words. I knew he was strong and determined, but he wasn't a man who let anger take over. I loved him with all my heart, but our marriage was struggling. So I went to my best friends, his sisters, for advice. I first met Diane and Michelle in college. They were a year older than me. For some reason, we just clicked and became close friends right away. They often talked about their little brother, Don. When their father died, Don was just 12. He tried to be the man of the house for his family. He took on all the hard chores and learned to fix things around the house. When he realized some of those tasks were too tough for him, he started working out a lot so he could handle the heavy jobs that men usually do. Don also went to the library and borrowed books about fixing things so he could learn how to do them. He even found jobs, like mowing lawns and washing windows, and gave most of his money to his mom. This wasn't just a one-time thing. He was still doing it when he was a senior in high school. That summer after my first year in high school, I visited Michelle and Diane for a couple of weeks. The first thing I noticed about Don was that he seemed very capable. He looked like he could handle anything, even though he still looked pretty young. Don's mom was kind, but he was always there, ready to help her out. He was like a quiet strength behind her. One evening, Michelle, Diane, and I had dates with our boyfriends. We were going to a nice dinner and dance place for a fun night. At the last minute, my boyfriend had to cancel due to issues with his student visa and had to rush home. I told Michelle and Diane to go without me, but they wouldn't hear of it. Diane had a great idea. She thought we should have Don come with us. He could drive us home, too. They said Don could sit with us and that maybe I would meet someone at the club. I felt that this was not really right for Don, but they and his mother convinced him to join us. At the club, I danced a few songs with Don. Then I met some other people and spent most of the night with them at their table. When it was time to leave, both groups headed out together and Don went to get the car. That's when I saw the true side of my new friends. I told them clearly that I was going home with Michelle and Diane, but they wanted me to go with them instead. There was no way I was going to get into a car with 3 strange men. Dancing and joking with them was one thing, but going home with them was not happening. Things got tense. Michelle's and Diane's boyfriends tried to help. However, my new ex-friends were much bigger and stronger. Michelle and Diane were both yelling for Don, and I was thinking, what can one 18-year-old do against these guys? I had already been pushed into the back seat and was being held by one of my new boyfriends when Don showed up. When Don arrived, it felt like the two guys outside the car suddenly flew back against the wall of the club. Don reached into the car and grabbed my soon-to-be ex-boyfriend by his collar and belt. He pulled him out of the car while the guy yelled loudly like a scared child. Don lifted him high and slammed him down onto the car's roof. I was really scared because I was still inside the car. The police came and charges were made. My 3 ex-boyfriends ended up with 2 years of probation. After that, I started to see Don in a whole new light. Let me tell you, there is something very real when a man fights for you. It took me 4 years to finally win his heart, and then I messed it up, 8 years later, but his sisters helped me out. Don wanted to add some fun to our relationship. He had books with ideas for different ways couples could connect. I think he would have been happy if I just returned to being more affectionate with him. He had done a lot for me, and I still loved him deeply, but I wasn't feeling the same spark anymore. I didn't even want to give it a try. I was not open to new ideas. I avoided romantic dates, whether at home or out. I turned down the idea of seeing a counselor, and I definitely said no to talking to a therapist. There I was complaining to my sisters-in-law about how I felt like a bad wife. I should have just gotten up, set aside my pride, and talked to a therapist for help. My 2 best friends, who are also sisters to Don, shared something with me. They told me that when their own marriages felt boring, they went out and had short affairs. These affairs didn't last long, and they only happened once a year. They said that when they returned home, it made them value their husbands more, and they were more enthusiastic in their relationships. They encouraged me to try it, and foolishly, I went along with it. I've always been attracted to men with accents. They really made me feel different. While I was in college, I dated several men from other countries. However, I never wanted to marry any of them. To me, the cultural differences were just too great, making it tough for me to relax into a serious relationship. But having a short affair with one was a different idea altogether for my troubled mind. At that time, I held a master's degree and worked in international finance. I managed big loans and investments both in the U.S. and in other countries. I also helped bring a lot of money from abroad into the U.S. His name was Philippe, and he came from France. He was here for a project we were working on together. Every time he got close and talked to me, I felt my face get hot. We went out on 2 dates before I let things get more serious. I even got ready for it. I read the books that Don had bought for us. I read them, but they were really for Philippe. I was not nice. I did things for Philippe that I had stopped doing for Don. I did things for Philippe that I never did for Don. When things ended with Philippe, I didn't go back to Don. No way. Don was my cozy comfort. He would always be there for me. But he didn't give me any thrill. But Sean from Scotland, just his voice made me excited. So I kept having one affair after another. I even had a brief fling with the president of Don's company. He was from England, and that really caused me trouble. During almost 4 years of my secret life, I faced many ups and downs. My sisters-in-law were getting angrier with me, but I always reminded them that they were the ones who encouraged me to start all of this, and they were not innocent either. I believed they enjoyed hearing about my adventures. I was spending time with interesting and different men, and Michelle and Diane always wanted to know everything about my outings. When our friends found out about my adventures, I tricked them with help from Diane and Michelle. I told them that Don felt embarrassed, but secretly liked that I was seeing other men. I said it helped him feel more confident in our relationship. I made Don seem like someone who enjoyed these situations, and they believed me. They promised not to talk to Don about my actions and make him feel bad. Michelle and Diane kept adding to the story, saying that Don grew up without a father figure, which was very sad. The only role models he had were 3 strong women, which seemed pretty silly. At Don's company, the vice president had noticed some things about me from the president. That heavy-set man hired a private investigator to follow me. After 3 weeks, he started to threaten me. I found it truly awful when he touched me. The second time was even worse. I felt I had to drink to let him get close, and I think he might have put something in my drink. That time, he brought along 2 of Don's co-workers. I found myself in a very uncomfortable situation. The next day, I called that man. Speaking calmly, I warned him to stay away from me and not to tell my husband, or else. But I felt powerless against Don's co-workers. Don overheard them talking about me. He didn't want to believe it, but it was enough for him to hire his own investigator. That man found out almost everything. How I had been seeing other people for over 3 years and had a secret place. Some evenings, when I came home late, I could say it was because of work, but too many late nights made Don suspicious. He wasn't the sharpest, but he was nice. So, I started pretending to be a frequent traveler. I did take many work trips, but only half of them were real. On the trips I made up, I would still go to my job, but my evenings were all about my friends at my secret place. The place was also good for quick showers and changing clothes. I had some pretty dresses and fancy outfits that Don had never seen. My friends would take me to some of the nicest events in town. Money can get you into many good places, and we had money. I felt bad about how I was treating Don, but I couldn't stop. Many women enjoy romance novels. Well, I was living my own romance stories, that is, until Don found out. I came home after being away for 2 days at my secret place. When he confronted me, I tried to give him a kiss on the cheek. "Barbara, please sit down at the table. We need to talk." "Honey, I'm really tired from my long trip. Can we talk later?" "I'm sure you're tired from being with Sergei. Sit down," he shouted. I was shocked. Don never yells. His words hit me hard, and I fainted. I woke up to a bucket of ice-cold water splashed on my face. Don then picked me up and set me down in a chair. I had never seen him act like this before. He usually stays calm and tidy, but there he was, pouring water everywhere. I knew he would be upset if he found out about my other relationships. In a hidden part of my mind, I feared this could ruin our marriage, but I never thought he would be this mad. He slammed some papers on the dining room table in front of me. It was a report from a detective about my other relationships. "I thought about talking to you at your place, but I was scared I might lose control. Just so you know, Megan and Robin are at Diane's house right now." "What do you have to say for yourself, Barbara?" I didn't say anything. I didn't even cry. I just stared at the papers in front of me and avoided looking up. For at least 30 minutes, neither of us said a word. "Barbara, the hurt you have caused me is terrible, and we might end up getting divorced. But if you want any chance to save our marriage, you need to speak up in the next 15 minutes or I'm leaving." I could see my wristwatch on the table without looking up. I started counting down in my mind like I was waiting for a timer. 14 minutes until my marriage is over. 13 minutes. As promised, Don walked out. He had his SUV loaded and ready to go. At first, he stayed with Diane until he learned about his sister's actions. There was one terrible meeting I had with my lawyer, Don, and his lawyer. I couldn't believe all the evidence they had gathered about my past mistakes. Don yelled, "You've been unfaithful to me for years." I think I lost my mind then. I replied in a sarcastic way, looking at him with a smirk. "Well, of course." Don got so upset that he picked up one of the heavy chairs at the table and threw it against the wall. The wall broke, and he stormed out of the room. Luckily, we were at his lawyer's office. Then the divorce process started. My lawyer was tough and very competitive. He wasn't focused on what was fair, he just wanted to win. I was still in shock and feeling really bad, so I let my lawyer make all the decisions. First, I embarrassed Don in front of our friends, and then they talked about Don's issues in court. When our friends found out that Don's issues were lies that I made up with his sisters, they were surprised. My lawyer asked them if Don must have known about my wrong actions because they were so obvious. They even brought up some pictures of me in the local newspaper as proof, as if Don would ever read the society page. I had Don's complete trust, and I broke it completely. Then, our money got frozen for no good reason. Instead of trusting Don, I ended up trusting my foolish lawyer, a clueless financial expert at my bank, and the judge. We lost $3 million. After that, the judge gave me $1 million more than Don. At first, I thought I really deserved it. Then the financial advisor came to me trying to be friendly and told me that the judge was his second cousin. He mentioned that he had talked with her privately and convinced her that Don was hiding some money. The truth was, I had put some money away in the Cayman Islands. Over the years, my relationships had helped my career, and my bonuses had nearly doubled. I had separate checks made, and the money was sent to the Caymans. In my last year at work, I started to receive some nice gifts from clients, which could have been seen as bribes. I also put that money in the Caymans. I did try to give some of the money back to Don, but he refused, saying he didn't want anything from me and claimed that any money in my hands was tainted. When the divorce was finished, the annoying person from Don's office called me again. He asked if I wanted to go out with him. When I told him, no way, he just laughed at me. He explained how everything had gone according to his plan. He revealed that he had overheard the CEO talking about firing him and giving Don the vice president job. Oh no, Don was finally going to be recognized for all his hard work, and I messed it up. The awful man had used me to make Don look bad in front of the CEO so Don would never get the promotion. He also thought that Don might quit because of it. So Don went from earning $80,000 a year as a programmer to only $36,000 as a lead support person. I heard he also works as a maintenance man at an apartment building, but at least he gets a free place to live. I am such a loving and supportive wife. I deserve to be punished. Not long after the divorce was done, I was told to leave my job. I found out I had not made the best choices with the investments I had approved over the past year. People and businesses in need of money had discovered my weaknesses. For over a year, I had been meeting attractive and interesting men. They were indeed professionals, but not the kind you would expect. They were professional charmers, skilled at leading me into making really foolish choices. I stood up and looked at myself in the mirror again. This time, I took my lipstick and wrote on my face, yelling, "You stupid cheater!" Don's eyes met mine in the mirror. The eager look he used to have was gone, replaced by sadness and fatigue. I couldn't bring myself to doubt him, especially since the weather outside was so gloomy. "You will need my keycard. Just swipe it and enter my birthday, February 26th, 75. After that, it will ask you which door to unlock. Press the button for the left door and thank you," he said. "Sure thing, Maria," he replied. He got out of the car slowly and wobbled a bit, but caught himself on the side. He walked to the box and entered the code. The door began to open, and he made his way back to the car. I started to worry about how he was walking. Earlier, when he carried me, he seemed fine. A thought crossed my mind. It might not be a good idea, but I owed them a lot, maybe even my life. It would be very ungrateful if I didn't help them now. We drove into the garage, and I jumped out to press the close button. I felt very cold. The chilly wind was cutting through me. I opened the door to the house and stepped inside for a moment. There was a thermostat by the door, so I turned up the heat from 50 degrees to 70. The thermostat gave me two choices: warm up the house slowly or quickly. My handyman, Carl, calls it turbo mode. I didn't care about the cost. I was cold, and they might be feeling it too. I went out to the garage. Don was taking my cooler chest off the roof of the SUV. Megan came over to me. "Maria, can we use your bathroom? It will only take a minute." "Of course." Don walked over with the cooler chest. "Where should I put this, Maria? I'll step outside for a minute, and I'll be back." I looked at him, confused. Why was he going outside? He was shaking and looked really bad. Then it hit me. He needed to go to the bathroom. He was covered in mud and dripping with water. He didn't want to mess up my house by bringing mud inside. I noticed his hands holding the cooler. They had cuts all over them, and they were bruised and swollen. How ungrateful and thoughtless had I been not to see this. I remembered how he was clearing out the mess that was hiding my car. He tossed big branches and rocks that were as heavy as exercise balls using just his hands. He looked at me in a way that made me feel grateful. He really saved me that day. I should do something nice for him if he ever needs it. "Girls, we need to warm your dad up and get him dry. Don, you can't move. Don't go outside. We will be back soon. Just hold it if you need to. You're already wet. It won't matter. Meg and Robin, come with me." Don stood there looking a bit lost as I headed back into the house. The girls followed me in. "The bathroom is the door on the left. I will be right back." I rushed down the hall, through the big room, and up the stairs to my bedroom. There were closer things, but I knew exactly where everything was in my own room. I grabbed a big stack of bath towels and 2 soft blankets. Then I hurried back down to the garage. The girls were already inside, helping their father take off his rain suit. I put down the blankets and spread 2 towels on the hard floor, right in front of the entrance to the house. "Come over here, Don. Sit on the cooler and let's get your boots off." He stumbled over, too tired to argue or think about his pride. His boots were covered in mud, so it took me a few minutes to untie the laces. I pulled the boots off and took off his socks. His feet were pale and wrinkly. They also looked like they were starting to swell now that his boots were off. "Stand on these towels, Don." He stood up and I began to guide the girls into the house. But then I noticed his hands. They were puffy and looked too stiff to be useful. Without looking at his face, I undid all the buttons on his shirt. I then reached to unbuckle his belt. He started to protest. Maybe you better—" "Don, your hands are all swollen. I'm just going to help you with your belt and the top button of your pants. After that, you can take care of the rest. There's a full bathroom with a shower just behind that door. You can get changed, wrap one of these blankets around yourself, and then take a hot shower to warm up. I have plenty of hot water. While you're doing that, Megan and Robin will find some dry clothes from your luggage. Okay?" "Okay, that sounds like a good plan. Thank you very much. Megan, Robin, let's step inside for a moment to give your dad some privacy." "But I wanted to take pictures," said Robin with a smile. I slowly took off my clothes. Even though it felt awkward having Maria help me with my buttons, especially on my pants, I was thankful she was there. As she helped, I noticed we were almost the same height. I always liked women who were about my height. It made it easier for dancing close or sharing a kiss. But I needed to focus on something else. I was standing in a big garage. I could see a couple of snowmobiles and a medium-sized tractor with a front bucket and backhoe. What am I doing? I was standing here wrapped in just a blanket. I had to warm up. I quickly covered myself better and stepped into the main area. Suddenly, there was a bright flash of light. My 2 smiling daughters were there, and my youngest was taking my picture. Behind them stood Maria, looking a bit worried. "What took you so long, Daddy? Were you checking out all the tools in the garage? You really need help. I'm going to sign you up for Craftsman's Anonymous." "I'm Dawn, and I haven't bought a new tool in a week," Megan said seriously, raising her hand like she was making a promise. I knew I should have joked around with them, but I was just too tired. I sighed and walked to the bathroom. Why was Dawn taking so long? Should I go check on him? Robin had a small camera in her hands, the kind that could fit in your pocket. "Ooh, I'm going to take some great pictures and share them online. Maybe we can help Daddy find a friend." Why did I feel a bit jealous? It was silly. Finally, Don came through the door. He looked really tired. I noticed his feet were swollen. Robin took a few pictures while he slowly moved down the hall, not paying much attention to how he held the blanket. At one point, he stepped on a corner of it, and it slipped down a bit, showing part of his back. He quickly pulled the blanket back up and kept walking to the bathroom. He went inside and closed the door. "Wow, I got some really good ones," Robin said with excitement. "We can put these online and find Daddy a girlfriend for sure. I'll call them funny baby pictures," Robin giggled as she looked at the camera screen. Let me see," Megan replied, reaching for the camera. I leaned over to see the little photos on the screen. "Oh no, what are they doing? They're his daughters." I quickly took the camera from Megan. "I'm really sorry, girls. I know you don't know me well, but I don't think this is the right thing for young kids to be part of. Your dad is really tired and might not have noticed. It's important for me to be the grown-up now since he's out of it. There's no one else here. I hope you understand. I'll give your camera back later." Megan and Robin said aw but didn't argue. "Now let's finish unloading your car. I'll talk to your father and see if I can convince him to stay the night. His feet are so swollen that I don't think he can put his shoes back on. There's enough space here, and it would be nice to have some company. Honestly, I wanted to be alone this weekend because of my breakup, but I also wanted the girls to feel comfortable. Oh man, the hot water felt amazing, even better than I remembered. It's been so long since I felt close to anyone that I'm not sure what it was really like. When I did, it wasn't very often, and it wasn't that great. But she was with a lot of people. Stop that thought. It's all in the past. Don't think about her anymore. You have a new life, and your true family is your friends. You've got a new home and a couple of new jobs. The past is gone. I took a deep breath and tried to focus on the present. I'm really glad Maria insisted I shower here. After driving to the lodge and checking in, it would probably take an hour or maybe even 2 for me to warm up there. I looked down at my feet, and they were so swollen that they didn't seem like they would fit in my usual shoes. But I saw I had a pair of loose rubber boots. I could wear them if I needed to. Still, I didn't want to drive out in such bad weather and then stand around waiting to check in. I just wanted to lie down and rest my sore back. I felt a bit hungry, too. The cabin we were supposed to rent had a small kitchen. I had promised the girls we would have spaghetti, Italian sausage, and garlic bread for dinner, but I was too tired to cook, and the lodge's restaurant wasn't great during the off-season, even if it was open. Suddenly, I realized that I had been standing in the shower for a long time just zoning out. I quickly washed up and stepped out. On the bathroom floor was my overnight bag. I didn't even notice when someone came in. I got dressed, put on some thick socks, and stepped out of the bathroom. I could smell sausage and spaghetti sauce. I followed the delicious aroma. "If we unpack everything and put it away, your father is less likely to complain," said someone. So I asked the girls to take their bags to one of the guest rooms. I wished I could have moved Don's bag to a room, but he needed his things in the bathroom. Then, with Megan on one side and me on the other, we carried their heavy cooler to the kitchen. Robin walked behind us, holding a grocery bag full of food. I opened the cooler and felt my mouth water. I was really hungry. Inside, there were eggs, milk, bacon, packages wrapped in paper, orange juice, and other tasty treats. Here I am, a wealthy person, and what do I have? A cooler full of ice cream and 2 chocolate cakes. Well, 1 chocolate cake because I promised one to the girls. I do have a freezer with some food, but it's just a couple of frozen dinners and some meat. It would take a while to thaw and cook. Carl's wife, Lucille, usually made sure my pantry was full, but she had been in a car accident and was still in the hospital. Carl was staying with her in town until she could come home. They were good friends, and I was paying for Carl's hotel. I listed both of them as full-time workers with health benefits. Carl had lost a lot of his pension when his old job closed down. When Carl started working for me, his honest ways and great sense of humor really made me feel good. Lucille was also amazing. She had a fun sense of humor. I would often sit in the kitchen while she cooked, and Carl worked outside. We would talk about all sorts of topics. Some of the things she said would probably surprise Carl. They were lucky to have each other. They became my friends, and I had more money than I needed, so I gave them a little extra, but that wasn't a big deal. The important thing was the health and dental insurance. Carl was a bit wary, but I made up a story about my accountant needing it for a tax break. Robin sighed. "I'm really hungry," Megan added. "Me too. Maria, can we use your kitchen? Daddy packed a lot of food. He promised us spaghetti and sausage for dinner. He always brings too much food because he says you never know when you might have visitors or be really hungry, so there will be plenty for you, too." I felt so hungry that I wanted to shout, "Let's cook!" But I had to stay composed. "I'm a bit hungry myself. If you're sure your dad wouldn't mind, I would love to join you for dinner." Megan looked a bit embarrassed. "There's just one problem. We don't really know how to cook very well." I chuckled. "That's no problem. I'm sure the 3 of us can figure it out together." Megan began to take packages out from the chest and bag. There was one big bag with a simple salad inside. I guessed that Dawn, like many guys, didn't care much for salads. As she showed each package, she talked about her father's homemade spaghetti sauce and his special Italian sausage, which tasted great because he cut the meat by hand instead of using a machine. She also had homemade French bread that they would turn into garlic bread. There was a large bag of mushrooms, too, meant to be cooked in butter, which her dad loved as a side dish. Lastly, she revealed a delicious-looking pecan pie, all made by hand. Wow, the man could really cook and helps people in need. Maybe I should think about him differently. Maybe he isn't just a tough guy, but someone who cares. Then I remembered Robin's camera in my pocket. Perhaps I should look at those pictures more closely, too. I could feel a small, mischievous smile starting to form on my face. Following the pleasant smell, I entered a large and beautiful kitchen. I stood at the doorway, amazed by what I saw. The kitchen was huge, at least 600 square feet, with 6 ovens. There were built-in refrigerators and freezers, 4 big sinks, and a center island with a grill and a hood for smoke. I had seen many restaurants with less equipment. The wooden cabinets, marble floor, and granite countertops made it look fancy. And of course, all the appliances were shiny stainless steel. I guessed that the kitchen might cost around $120,000, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was $250,000 or more. Maria and my daughters were at the other end of the kitchen, happily cooking. I walked slowly toward them because my feet were hurting. When I finally spoke, I was just 10 feet away from them, and they looked surprised. "That smells good." They all jumped a little. "Daddy," shouted my youngest, "you almost made me spill the sauce." She ran over and playfully punched me in the arm. I'm sorry, sweetie. I didn't mean to scare you. What's going on? Maria is cooking the sausage and mushrooms, Megan is making the noodles and garlic bread, and I'm making the sauce, and I set the table too, look! She pointed to a cozy spot with a big bay window. Inside was a large, round oak table. Maria said, I hope you don't mind that we started cooking and used some of your food. Why would I mind? This is great. You all seem to be doing a fantastic job. I can just relax and sit at the table if that's okay with you. Of course. I think we'll be ready in about 10 minutes. Dad, are you feeling better? Megan asked. Much better. I'm dry and warm. Just then, a strong wind blew, making the windows shake. I took a deep breath. I really didn't want to leave this cozy house, even for the short trip to the lodge. I should call them to let them know we would arrive late. I pulled out my cell phone and looked, but there was no signal. Maria, I can't get a signal on my phone. Can I use your house phone? I need to call the lodge and tell them we'll be late. Daddy, Maria wants us to stay the night. It's so late and the weather is terrible outside. She showed us our bedroom and it looks really nice. Please, can we stay just one night? She looked at me with big, sad eyes. Robin came back to my side, took my hand, and looked up at me with hopeful eyes. Please, Father, it would mean a lot to us if you let us stay the night. She spoke with a pretend English accent. I couldn't tell if she copied it from a movie like Mary Poppins or Oliver Twist. You two think you can charm me, don't you? From Robin. Yep. From Megan. Pretty much. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Maria, are you okay with us staying? I don't want to be a bother. Don, I would be happy for you to stay over. Your girls are great. They are fun to be with, and I really enjoy having them around. This storm is so bad that I would appreciate some company. I'm glad you said that. I really didn't want to go back out in that storm either. Thank you. Can I still use your phone? I need to tell the lodge that our plans have changed. Of course, it's on the wall by the refrigerators. I made my call and let the desk clerk know about the new plans. He understood, no problem. Did you bring the small cooler from the car? No, Dad, we forgot, Megan said. I thought about it. I didn't have any shoes to wear, and I was tired and achy. Megan, could you run to the car and get the small cooler? And while you're at it, could you bring in my rubber boots and put them just inside the door? I might need them tomorrow. Sure, Dad. Let me pour the noodles into the colander first, and if you could pull out the garlic bread, it looks ready. I walked, maybe limped, over to check on the bread. Megan was right. It was ready. I found an oven mitt and took out the tray. Robin began to explain to Maria. We have a cooler full of root beer. It's great and made by Dad. Maria answered in a cheerful way. Of course. In just 5 minutes, Megan returned with the cooler. There were only 12 bottles on the table and just a little ice, so I knew she could handle it. The table was ready and the drinks were poured. We were set for dinner. Cooking was going well, and the smell of the food made my mouth water. The girls shared stories about their everyday life and talked about how great their dad was. I was using a cooktop right next to 2 ovens, one on top of the other. The top oven was very handy when I had guests. The glass door of that oven acted like a mirror, letting me see the doorway behind me. I kept an eye on that mirrored surface, waiting for Don. He finally appeared in the doorway. At first, he seemed okay, but then he looked around for a moment and leaned against the doorframe. He stayed there for a few minutes, then started to walk slowly towards us. It took me a moment to understand what was happening. Since we had our backs to him, he thought he could sneak up on us without us knowing. He was just a few feet away when he gathered himself, put on a smile, and said, "It smells good." The girls jumped a little, and I pretended to be surprised, too. Robin shouted, "Daddy, you almost made me spill the sauce." Then she ran over to give him a light punch on the arm. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to startle you. What's going on?" Maria is cooking sausage and mushrooms, Megan is making noodles and garlic bread, and I'm making the sauce and I set the table, Robin said, pointing to the table in the kitchen. I added, "I hope you don't mind that we started cooking with your food." "Why would I mind? This is great. You all are doing a wonderful job. I can sit down at the table and relax if that's okay with you." "Go right ahead." "I think everything will be done in about 10 minutes, I thought, watching him wobble. "Please sit down before you fall over." "Dad, are you feeling better?" Megan asked. "Much better. I'm dry and warm now. Maria, my cell phone doesn't have any signal. Can I use your house phone? I need to call the lodge and let them know we're checking in late. Daddy, Maria wants us to spend the night. It's really late and the weather is terrible. She showed us our bedroom and it's beautiful. Can we please stay just one night? She looked up at her dad with big, hopeful eyes, just like a little actress. Robin rushed back to her dad and took his hand. Please, Father. It would mean so much to us if we could stay the night. She spoke sweetly, like a character from a movie. You girls think you can charm me, don't you? Asked Dawn. From Robin. Yep, from Megan. Pretty much. Okay, I just want to be sure. Maria, are you really okay with us staying? I don't want to trouble you in any way. Dawn, I'd love for you to stay here. Your daughters are great. They're really fun to be around, and I'm enjoying their company. It's such a bad night that I'd really appreciate having someone else in the house. I'd also feel terrible if you had to leave. I'm glad you invited me. I really didn't want to go back out in the storm, so thank you. Can I use your phone? I need to call the lodge to let them know about the change in plans. Of course, it's on the wall by the fridge. He made a quick call and then hung up. From what I heard, everything seemed okay. Did you bring the small cooler from the SUV? No, Dad, we forgot, Megan replied. Megan, can you run to the car and get the small cooler? And while you're at it, please bring my rubber boots and set them just inside the door. I might need to wear them tomorrow. Sure, Dad. Just let me pour the noodles into the colander, and if you could take out the garlic bread, it looks done. He walked over to the oven and took out the tray. Robin then told me, we have a cooler full of root beer. It's great, and Daddy made it. Of course, I thought. Daddy can do anything. He can fix stuff with just a pocket knife and some chewing gum while baking bread, too. Megan came back a few minutes later. The cooler didn't look heavy, and she carried it easily. We sat down to eat, and the girls were right. The food was great, except for the salad. The girls and I started talking about horses again. I told them I had 4 horses at the lodge. I love to ride, but I let someone else take care of them. The Italian sausage was the best I had ever tasted. I'm not really a big meat eater, but it was delicious. The girls even got me to try the root beer. I've had root beer before, but I didn't think much about it. This time, though, it was completely different. It was like comparing a tasty bottle of wine to a cheap can of beer. Drinking 1 bottle a day with lunch wouldn't be too bad. Don was quiet during the whole meal. He had a big smile on his face from all the fun we were having, but he didn't join in much. There was a little sadness in his eyes. He laughed out loud when, after I drank the root beer, I competed with Robin to see who could burp the loudest. I won. Even though this evening came from some bad luck, I was having one of the best nights ever. It felt like being with family, which made me a bit sad at first. Then I started to think about Don, but I told myself to be careful, especially after what happened with Robert. Don and I didn't seem to click in that way. I admired him, but I didn't feel any strong attraction. I've noticed that all the people I've felt an instant attraction to have not been great choices. Maybe I should keep an eye on Don and check out those pictures. He might start to grow on me. After we finished dinner, Don insisted on cleaning up since we had done all the cooking. I told him he should rest his hands, which still looked pretty sore. He said they were better, and that warm water and some movement would help. He shooed us off so we could relax. Maybe he was starting to grow on me. When Don finished cleaning, he found us in the movie room. He looked tired, so I showed him to his bedroom, which was next to the girls' room. The girls and I watched a DVD and enjoyed a big slice of pecan pie, which might even be better than chocolate cake. Then, we decided to call it a night, too. The bedroom I had given the girls was on the other side of the house from mine and down the hall. I had decorated it to be a bit of a dream room. The room had 2 big canopy beds with pink curtains. I always thought my friends would come over with their daughters to visit, but almost all my friends don't have kids yet, just like me. So the room has never been used. That night, I had some mixed feelings as I got ready for bed. It had been one of the best nights of my life, but also one of the saddest. While I was cleaning the kitchen, Maria and my girls started to watch a movie. It didn't take me long to finish, but I was yawning by the time I put the last dish in the rack to dry. I followed the sounds of the movie and the girls chatting to the entertainment room. There was a huge TV, speakers everywhere, and really cozy-looking couches and chairs. Maria saw me come in and paused the movie. You look like you're having fun. We're having a great time, Daddy. Have you seen how big this television is? I didn't know they made them that big, Megan said. Robin had a mouthful of pecan pie, so she couldn't respond right away. How's the pie? Megan asked. It's yummy, Daddy, Robin finally said with a smile. It's really good, the best pecan pie I've ever tasted, Maria added. I hate to spoil the fun, but I'm feeling pretty tired. Maria, could you show me a place to rest for a bit? Of course. I'll be right back, girls. Follow me, Dawn. Good night, Daddy. Good night, Dad. Good night, my sweet girls, my treasures from above, their father said. Please, Dad, they said together, rolling their eyes. You all lack a little romance, he joked. I turned to follow Maria as we left the great room. We climbed the stairs and entered a long hallway, passing one room after another. Maria, if you don't mind me asking, how many bedrooms does this house have? I inquired. 12 bedrooms. It's not quite a hotel, but it's perfect when I have guests, especially in ski season. How do you keep everything so clean? It has to be a big job for one person or maybe two. I have my handyman Carl and his wife Lucille. I think I told you about them. They're in town right now. They don't work full-time, but it's almost like it. I also have a cleaning team that comes in 3 times a week. I'm not really comfortable having someone live here full-time. Carl and Lucille live just down the road. If I need them, they're quick to come over. If not, they still get paid. Carl handles repairs inside and some work outside. Lucille helps with the kitchen and does some light cleaning. The cleaning team takes care of all the big cleaning jobs. It's a large team, and they usually finish in under 4 hours. This way, I have more privacy. If at night I want to go downstairs to the kitchen, I can do that without any worries. She said this with a smile. Stay calm, Dawn. Don't think about Maria in any revealing way. Oh, man, I just want to focus on her smile. Take a deep breath, Dawn. Pause, turn, and look at the picture on the wall. Don't let her see your face, so she won't know how hard you're trying to stay calm. Oh, you like Kincaid too? I think his paintings are so happy. They always lift my spirits, Maria said. Who is Kincaid? I wondered. After I gathered myself, we walked down the hall. We almost reached the end when Maria pointed to an open door on the right. That's your room. Your daughter's room is just down the hall on the right. There are extra blankets in the chest at the foot of the bed. Make yourself at home. Thank you for being so kind, Maria. Good night. Thank you for helping me. Good night, Dawn. I stepped into the room as Maria turned to walk back down the hallway. I quickly peeked my head out to watch her walk away. Once she was out of sight, I pulled my head back inside. I then noticed that the room had its own bathroom. I was really hoping there was some lotion in there. I needed it to help me relax and get to sleep. Without it, I knew I would be uncomfortable. Seeing someone as beautiful as Maria and not being able to do anything about it was frustrating. Now was not the right time for those thoughts, though. Maria had kindly welcomed us into her home. I was a stranger, and we were far from anywhere. It wouldn't be good if I made her feel uncomfortable. She could easily ask us to leave. I had to manage my feelings because Megan and Robin were enjoying themselves, and I didn't want to ruin Maria's peace. But I really liked her. I'm going to cover her with whipped cream and chocolate syrup and taste it gently from her skin. Oh, no. I hope there's some hand lotion in that bathroom. I said goodnight to the girls and told them I needed to go to my home office for a little while before heading to bed. They went upstairs and I went to my cozy room. Thankfully, Robin didn't ask any questions about her camera. I turned on my computer and put the memory card from the camera into my PC. Robin had taken more pictures than I expected. And Don was not very careful with that blanket either. He must have been really tired because I didn't think he would act that way. Wow, not too bad at all. A little bigger than usual, which is fine. We should remember that he was quite cold at the time, so things might look a bit different. The torso looked a bit messy, but not too much. I felt a little mischievous looking at the pictures. You're a naughty woman, Maria. You took his daughter's camera to check out her dad. I turned around to make sure my office door was still shut. Now it was time to look at his back and backside. Wow, we have a winner. It reminded me of Arnold's physique from the first Terminator movie. Earlier, I had wished for a hero in shining armor. Maybe I had one, but his armor just needed some cleaning. Another way to say it is that I had turned this old lodge into a beautiful home that many of my rich friends envied. Perhaps all he needed was a little update. I would definitely have to think about it. I moved all the pictures to my computer, making sure the memory card was free of any unwanted photos. I wanted to protect his daughter's innocence. I was being a bit naughty. I almost printed out a copy of the pictures to keep by my bed. Maybe what happened after Robert and my car crash would turn out to be a good thing. I went to bed and fell asleep, even though a big storm was shaking the house. I was a bit worried about losing power, but I had a generator for emergencies. My sleep was broken by a loud crash in my room that made the whole house shake. I jumped up screaming. A rush of cold, wet air hit me. There was a large, dark shape in front of me, and I screamed again. "What's happening? What's going on?" I was breathless from fear. I never handle being woken up suddenly very well. This was about as sudden as it gets. I was making small whimpering sounds, feeling confused and cold. Where am I? I didn't know what to do. I was still in my bed, but I didn't want to get out because it was so cold and I was scared. Where's the light switch? Should I call for help? Then suddenly my door swung open and I jumped again. Someone was there and they turned on the light. "Maria, are you okay?" he asked. "What was his name?" "He helped me after the car crash. He has 2 daughters. Dawn, that's it." He was only wearing his pants. I looked away from him, and at where my big window used to be, a tree was sticking into my room. I made some strange sounds. "Maria, are you okay?" I didn't answer him. "Maria, don't be scared. I'm going to lift you up and take you to my daughter's room. I promise I won't hurt you." He wrapped blankets around me, picked me up, and held me close. Don carried me out of my bedroom. At first, I felt very nervous in his arms, but he kept saying nice things. "I'm just taking you to my daughter's room. You'll be safe there. Then I'll clean up the mess in your room, so don't worry. I'm good at fixing things like that. Megan and Robin are probably scared with this big storm. You can stay together for company." I felt safe in his arms. Just when I was getting comfortable, we reached the end of the hall and stopped at his daughter's room. I heard Megan's voice. "Daddy, what's wrong? Why are you carrying Maria? Is everything okay?" She sounded worried, and I felt worried too. "Don't worry, sweetheart. Maria just got scared." A tree branch crashed through her window. She was probably sleeping soundly, and that can be very confusing. "It's really bad outside tonight. I think you and Maria should have a sleepover. Is that all right with you, Maria?" No, it's fine." I wasn't really sure what I was agreeing to, but it sounded nice. If Don kept holding me, that was nice too. "Megan, if you get in bed with Robin, I'll get Maria settled in the other bed." Don gently set me down on the bed, but I found it hard to let go of his neck. He didn't pull my arms away. Instead, he softly spoke to me until I calmed down enough to let go myself. "Don, thank you. I feel so silly." There's no reason to feel silly. That is a crazy way to be woken up. You were sleeping hard, then you had a rough day with your accident. Now a tree crashes through your window. Anyone would be scared. I know this is your home and your rules, but with such a bad storm outside, I think it would be a good idea for you 3 to stay here tonight. I'll tidy up your bedroom a little and then go back to bed myself. I might not be as good as your handyman Carl, but I can manage. Is that okay? Okay, Don. Thank you. Just don't overdo it. I have enough money and insurance. I can easily pay to get everything fixed. Just a little cleaning. Doing some now can save you a lot later. I really dislike seeing things wasted, no matter how much money you have." He stood up from where he had been kneeling beside me. I wasn't sure what he could do with a tree in my bedroom, but he mentioned it would just take a little effort. I decided to trust that he knew more than I did. "All right, Don, thank you for helping me again." When I agreed, he looked thoughtful, as if he was making a plan. His next words surprised me, but his tone and body language told me he wasn't really focused on what he was saying. "I'm happy to help. Tonight I've carried the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Now, I'll get to work. Good night." He left the room, and I stood there, stunned. I turned to Megan and Robin, who were both gazing at each other with wide eyes, unable to speak. Megan noticed my face and quickly closed her mouth. "It's a creepy, stormy night. Let's tell ghost stories," she said suddenly. I thought her idea was smart and a nice way to change the subject. It was a good plan. Spending a night telling spooky stories with 2 girls who could be my own daughters made me think about how much I wanted kids of my own. I shared the tale of the gray ghost from Witching Tower. Just before the next story, Robin said she was hungry and hinted that she wanted a piece of chocolate cake. Everyone agreed it was a great idea. I told the girls to stay in the room while I hurried down to the kitchen in my pajamas. As I walked by my bedroom, I opened the door to peek inside. It seemed like Don had given up. I couldn't blame him. The tree branch sticking through the window was really big. I didn't see how anyone could do anything tonight, especially with the storm outside. I shrugged and closed the door. Well, that's what insurance is meant for. I went back to the kitchen and put a whole cake, plates, napkins, a knife, forks, and 3 glasses of milk on a tray. Then I hurried back to the room. The next story was about the green ghost of Petticoat Lane. After I dropped Maria off, I went back to my room to get dressed properly. I was already starting to doubt my choice. I loved solving problems like this. If something is broken, I just have to try and fix it. Most of the time, I can make things better. But sometimes I mess up and make things worse. This could be one of those times. But I can't help it. It's like having an itch. I just need to scratch it. Once I was dressed, I checked Maria's bedroom. Wow, I wasn't sure if it was a big branch or the top of a tree, but it was huge. I needed to hurry outside and check how much pressure was on the house. I ran to the garage, put on my muddy boots and rain gear, grabbed my flashlight, and headed out. I had to walk all the way around the house to get to the back and see what was happening. Maria's house had a basement that you could walk out of at the back. The broken window was nearly 40 feet up. A big oak tree had fallen against the house, and the top part of the tree had crashed through the window. Was I really ready for this? Of course. I'm a strong guy, even if some people call me weak. But could I do it without causing more damage to Maria's house? I didn't want to look foolish in front of her. I may be a bit foolish, but I didn't want her to know that. Anyway, I had to check what tools Carl had. Without the right tools, I might as well give up. Carl had a good variety of chains, ropes, and straps for towing. He also had a sturdy chainsaw with a 24-inch blade. He had 2 come-alongs that could lift up to 4 tons each. I just hoped they would be strong enough for what I needed. There was also a tractor in the garage, but the engine was taken apart, so that wasn't an option. I had the tools for the job, but did I have what I needed to fix the window? There was a rack full of 2x4s, but I couldn't find any plywood. I saw some tarps, but they were either heavy canvas or the cheap blue kind. Luckily, I had a strong, heavy-duty 12x12 tarp in the back of my SUV that I kept for emergencies. I could build a frame with the 2x4s, cover it with my tarp, and fit it into the window frame from inside the house. It probably wasn't the best idea, but I wasn't going to climb 40 feet up a ladder on the outside of the house, even if the weather was calm. So, I had the tools, check. I had the materials, check. I felt a bit foolish, but I had to check again. I couldn't measure the window upstairs for the repair because the tree was blocking my view. So I'd need to take the tree down first, then measure. But this meant that Maria's room would be open to the full storm. I just hoped it wouldn't get too wet in there. I went back upstairs to hook a chain onto the top of the tree. I took some big cutting tools and a small saw with me. A power saw would have been quicker, but I didn't want to scare the girls with the loud noise. Honestly, I didn't want Maria running down the hall asking me, "What are you doing?" She might try to stop me. Getting that chain on was tough and took me almost 45 minutes. Man, that chain was heavy. I left enough wood bits and sawdust in her bedroom to fill a small garden. I really was making myself look silly. Time to wrap up my little misadventure. I wonder if Maria has insurance to protect her from accidents. I went outside again, pushing a wheelbarrow filled with chains, straps, ropes, tools, and a chainsaw. I got ready to cut down the tree. I used the chainsaw to make a wedge shape at the base of the tree. This way, when I pulled the tree away from the house, it would fall in the right direction. Next, I attached 2 tools to the bases of 2 big trees nearby. They were on a slope, not far from the house. I hooked more chain onto the part of the tree that was still standing and connected that chain to the tool I was using. Then, I had to wait for a moment when the wind calmed down. It took about half an hour for the wind to stop blowing so hard. While I waited, I kept myself busy by singing "I'm a Lumberjack and I'm Okay" from Monty Python at the top of my lungs. It felt right to be working on the task at hand, even though the weather was strange and I was acting a bit silly. I couldn't help but laugh a lot, thinking about how embarrassed the girls would be if they saw or heard me. Megan and Robin would pretend they didn't know me, and Maria might even call for help. After a while, I got back to using the first tool to pull the tree. It took some time, but little by little, the tree started to move. Just as I got it almost straight up, I reached the limit of that tool. I had been worried this would happen. Now, I needed to attach the second tool to finish pulling the tree over. I had to do it quickly because I didn't want the tree to fall sideways and hit the house. Luckily, everything went just as I hoped. I didn't even have to run too fast or far when the tree began to fall. It was a struggle to pull out the chain and the tools stuck in the tree branches, but I knew it would be tough. "Paul Bunyan, watch out! I'm tough too," I joked to myself. "I chop down trees and wear stylish shoes." I quickly went back inside the house to measure the size of the bedroom window. It was a perfect square, 6 feet by 6 feet, which made my job a bit easier. I made sure to measure it twice. In the garage, I got the frame ready and attached a tarp using some washers and screws. Then, I carried the whole thing upstairs. I first added some spare wood to the outside edge of the window frame. This would help hold my patch in place so it wouldn't fall out before I secured it. After that, I used some sturdy screws to attach my frame to the wood and the old window frame. Wow, I was feeling proud of my work. Just then, the lights went out. Everything had gone surprisingly well with my crazy plan, but it seemed that losing power was just part of the ride. Life can only give you so much good luck. While I was outside, I saw a generator for the whole house, so I waited for it to turn on, but nothing happened. In the garage, there was a shop vacuum, and I had hoped to use it to clean up. When I bent down to check the carpet, I felt it was really wet. I figured I should find out what was wrong with the generator. Next to Carl's workbench was a file cabinet. He had organized everything neatly, and sure enough, there was a manual for the generator inside. The first thing I thought when an engine won't start is that the battery might be dead. I put together a simple 12-volt tester using a light from a tractor and some wire. It turned out that the generator's battery was dead. I followed the instructions in the manual for that situation. I switched the battery from the old tractor and got the generator running in less than 20 minutes. When I finished, I looked over my shoulder to make sure no one saw me. It was time to celebrate a little. I cleaned up the tools and tidied up Maria's room before heading to bed. It only took me about 5 hours, which I thought was pretty good. As a treat, before I left Maria's room, I took one of her pillows and hugged it close, enjoying its nice smell. Everyone deserves to have a sweet dream now and then. We ate too much cake and then all piled into one bed to share spooky stories. I was surprised that Robin knew the scariest tales. After about 2 hours, we all fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, the clock on the bedside table was blinking. I guess we lost power during the night. Listening closely, I could hear the generator running. Usually, when the power goes out, it takes at least 3 days to get it back. I needed to check the propane tanks. That was usually Carl's job. If the tanks were low, I'd have to call the gas company. I sat up slowly in bed. It was a bit tricky because someone else had their leg draped over me. I looked down at Robin, who was sleeping peacefully. She seemed like she could sleep for a long time. Megan was right on the edge of the bed and looked like she might fall off. I gently moved Robin's leg and got out of bed. I quickly went to Megan and rolled her away from the edge. Wow, these girls really knew how to sleep. I smiled as I looked around the room. This was a great way to start this new space. I felt so happy. I left the room quietly and headed back to my own bedroom. It was time to see what I had to deal with in the morning light and change my clothes. When I opened the door, I was surprised. The tree was gone. The room was neat. There was a big silver sheet where the window used to be. Bright sunlight came in from the nearby windows. The silver sheet fluttered a little in the wind, but it looked strong enough. I walked slowly across the carpet. When I got near the window, my bare feet felt a little wet. All the broken glass was cleaned up. How long had Dawn been working? I moved to another window to look outside. I had thought the branch would come from the tree next to my bedroom. But I never thought the whole tree would be down. Carl had warned me about that old oak, but it had looked healthy, so I didn't let him cut it down. From the broken parts of the trunk, I could tell that tree had fallen on the house and broken my window. I also saw saw cuts. I thought I heard a chainsaw last night, but it was just for a short time, and I thought it was just noise from the storm. I was briefly woken by some loud noise, but I just brushed it off. There was no way someone would be vacuuming at 4 in the morning. I went to Don's room to find out what was going on. I knocked on his door, but there was no answer. I carefully opened the door and peeked inside. He was lying on the bed in just his boxer shorts. His hands and feet looked puffy again. He turned over and let out a groan. I quietly closed the door and left. I returned to my room to tidy up and change. After that, I needed some coffee to clear my mind. As I sipped my second cup, I thought about my situation. 2 unfamiliar girls were sleeping at my house, along with 1 tired man. I had fun with Megan and Robin, but they were still almost strangers to me. I wanted to know them better. I think I was looking for a way to express my caring side. The only issue was that they were with their father. I wasn't sure what to think about him. Did I like him? Could I like him, or was he just someone I didn't care about? It felt a bit rude of him to do so much work without asking me first. I knew he worked hard and it was nice, but this is my home. Nothing should happen here without my okay. Still, when he left, I felt pretty upset. Maybe he had to do it for the safety of my house. I want to be clear. It's great to have the cleanup done, so I don't have to worry. But he should have asked me before taking on a job this big. I decided to put my thoughts about the repairs on hold until I had more information. Megan and Robin came to visit so we could go horseback riding. I felt like I owed them for helping me. I knew that Don would probably be tired and sore for the rest of the day. I had 4 horses at the lodge, and even though I didn't do well in calculus, this kind of math was easy for me. It was time to see if the girls were awake. Robin was snoring softly with her feet resting on Megan's chest. It looked adorable. "Megan, Robin, it's time to get up if you want to go riding." No response. "Good morning, you 2. I might have been a bit too loud. Robin did a funny flip off the bed and landed on her feet, but then plopped down on her bottom. Megan rolled off the bed, barely missing the nightstand, and hit the floor with a loud thud. I even heard a surprised shout from Don's room. Groans filled the room, and I think I heard some from next door, too. Megan sat up on the floor, rubbing her eyes. Robin jumped up and ran to me to give me a nice morning hug. Ooh, that felt good. "Morning, Maria." It was a nice hug, but oh, her breath. I should have made them brush their teeth after the chocolate cake last night. "Good morning, Maria." Megan stood up slowly, looking at me while scratching her back. She was definitely not a morning person. "I thought I would use some of your dad's food to make us breakfast." "What do you want to eat?" "We always have pancakes with sausage or French toast with sausage on Saturdays with Daddy," Robin answered. "Okay, let's go with pancakes and sausage. Don't forget to use Daddy's special syrup." I felt a little uncomfortable with that comment. I wasn't even sure how I felt about him. "Let me guess, it's homemade?" I asked as Megan walked off to the bathroom. "No, Daddy just mixes regular syrup and real maple syrup together. It makes it taste really good." I heard some groans from the bathroom. Megan was definitely not a morning person. But there were also sounds of discomfort from the next room. "Robin, your daddy is making some strange noises. Let's go see if he's all right." "Okay," Robin said as she led us out of the room. She didn't knock but went straight inside. "Daddy, are you okay?" He was lying flat on his back and he was covered up. Before Robin opened the door, I could hear him making some groaning sounds. Once we were in the room, he became quiet. "Good morning, sweetheart." "I'm feeling a bit sore," he said, glancing at me. "Good morning, Maria." "Good morning, Don. I'm sorry for barging in, but I heard you last night. You worked really hard. You must be feeling quite sore." He seemed a bit shy about my words. "Robin, can you grab me a couple of pain relievers and a glass of water from the bathroom, please? After that, I'll show you how to apologize when you make a mistake." "Of course, Daddy." "Did you make a mistake?" "You can count on it, dear." "Maria, I'm sorry I didn't explain how much work I was going to do. This is your home, and I should never have taken such big steps without checking with you. I really regret it. Things could have ended badly. I shouldn't have acted without your full agreement." I was surprised. I thought he was going to act tough with me. You know, like someone who thinks they know better because they're older. I've never let anyone treat me that way. Maybe I was a little flustered last night, but if he had taken a moment, we could have talked it out. But he realized he messed up and was truly sorry. "I have a problem, Maria. When something is broken, I feel like I have to fix it. It's just how I am." He looked at me with sad eyes. "I always carry tools with me just in case. I couldn't sleep last night because I kept thinking about that huge tree leaning against your house." Huge tree? Was it really that big? I started to feel uneasy about what had happened last night. The wind was making it move by your window. I worried it might cause damage or that the tree could fall, breaking your wall. I'm really sorry. I should have shared my worries with you. I didn't want to bother you last night, but anyone who doesn't wake the homeowner for a job like that is just silly. Boy, he really knew how to say sorry. "Dad always has to fix things, and he's good at it too," Robin said, looking at me with a sad face. I thought about Don's apology. He knew he had messed up by not talking to me. I also remembered his reason for acting that way. Maybe this need he had is what made him check the drainage ditch on a dark, stormy night. Maybe it even saved my life. I decided it was time to be kind. "Don, thank you for your help and your apology. You didn't wait for me to mention it, which means it's more sincere. If you do any more work here, please check with me first, okay?" He started to look quite embarrassed. Oh, no. "Well, I'm sorry, Maria, but last night when I was almost finished, the electricity went out." I gave him a sharp look. "Yeah, and I have a backup generator that turns on by itself." "Well, it didn't start. I took a quick look and found that the battery was dead. It was easy to fix. I just changed the battery from your tractor and it worked right away. I'm sorry." He said it all really fast. "I thought about the lights, the heat, and the water pump. They wouldn't have worked if he hadn't fixed it. There are times to stick to your beliefs, and times when it's just better to accept help. I didn't like admitting it, but it felt good to be cared for." "Well, Robin, what do you think we should do about him?" She seemed to think for a moment. "I would say no breakfast, but he looks really hungry. How about this? I won't give him any hugs for 2 days. Is that enough?" "That sounds fair." "Okay, Don, you're forgiven this time. Just don't do it again." "Yes, ma'am, I promise I won't do it again." "Why don't I believe that? You really can't stop fixing things, can you?" "Yes, ma'am." "I'm sorry, ma'am." "You need to talk to someone about your feelings, but we can do that after breakfast. The girls want pancakes and sausage. I'll have it ready in about 40 minutes. You just need to get out of bed and come down, all right?" "Okay, and thanks for accepting my apology." "You're welcome, Don, and thank you for fixing my house." I turned and left the room. As I was walking away, I heard Don say, "No hugs for 2 days. 2 whole days. You're a tough woman, Robin." "Oh no, I forgot to mention taking the girls riding. I'll bring it up at breakfast." I felt relieved that Maria accepted my apology and wasn't too upset with me. Maybe I should have said it in private so she could have really expressed how she felt. But I want my kids to see how I handle my mistakes. They can learn from it too. Robin helped me get out of bed and then urged me toward the bathroom. She told me I smelled and needed to take a shower. Then she went back to her room to get ready. I showered, got dressed, and walked slowly down the stairs. I could smell the sausage cooking. It was amazing. Another meal I didn't have to make. I think I'm a pretty good cook. I had to be, especially since I find most restaurant food too expensive and not very tasty. But the truth is, I dislike cooking, even though I enjoy eating good food. I don't mind baking. It's just everyday cooking that I don't like. I stepped into the kitchen. "It smells great. Is there any coffee?" "It should smell good since it is your homemade breakfast sausage." Maria really stressed the word homemade. "Yep, I've got a small farm where I raise some pigs. That meat comes from Emily. She even won me a prize at the county fair. That should be really good to eat." Maria turned to look at me, glanced at the frying pan, and silently said the name Emily. Megan and Robin couldn't help but laugh. "Are you serious?" Maria asked. I grinned widely and nodded my head, yes. "Robin, remember this? No kisses for your daddy for 3 days, okay?" "Okay, Maria. Daddy, you're in trouble." I looked down, pretending to be sad, and walked over to the coffee pot to pour myself a cup. Then I went to the table and sat down with Megan. She was sipping her own cup of coffee. Megan wasn't a morning person at all. It got so bad that starting when she was 12, my ex-wife and I would either give her a cup of hot chocolate or coffee loaded with cream and sugar to help her wake up in the morning. On school days, we had to wake her up half an hour earlier than Robin so she could get ready for her day. "Good morning, sunshine." She groaned into her coffee cup. "Good morning, Megan." She looked up, gave me a weak smile, mumbled, "Morning," and then went back to staring into her cup. "Were you out late again? How many times have I told you?" "Daddy?" "Yes, dear." "Please stop talking or I won't give you any kisses." "Okay, okay." I turned to Maria, who was watching us with a big smile on her face. "Don, I was thinking, I have 4 horses at the lodge. The girls told me you don't ride. How about I take the girls riding today? You look a bit stiff and sore. That way you can stay here and relax. Does that sound good to you?" "That sounds great, Maria. But we've already stayed one night. Don't you want us to leave?" "Oh no, I'm having a lot of fun. I really enjoy your company. Please stay another night. My car is stuck in a ditch and might be under some water, so I can't get anywhere. If it's okay with you, could you give me a ride back to town when you leave tomorrow?" "Sure, I can give you a ride," said Megan with a smile. Robin was smiling too, and even Miss Grouchy looked happy. "And since Megan and Robin are on board, I'd gladly accept your kind offer for one more night. If I stay here during the day, I can cut the tree into pieces for your fireplace." "Dawn." "What is it, Maria?" "No." "But Maria?" "No, and please don't make me say it again. I appreciate your offer, but I have a handyman I pay. He'll handle it when he comes back. You're still sore, so no working, okay?" "I promise." "No building an extra room on my house or digging a pool, got it?" "Got it, Maria." "Can I use your kitchen when you're not here?" "Sure, but why do you need it?" "I promised the girls I would make chocolate chip cookies for this weekend. I can bake them and have dinner ready when you get back." "Dawn, not many women would say no to fresh-baked cookies, and I'm definitely not one of them. How do you make yours?" There was a strong focus on how homemade they are. Nothing special, just double chocolate chips and maybe a little extra vanilla. We finished breakfast, and I cleaned up while the girls got ready to go horseback riding. Of course, I had to lend Maria my SUV, and then they headed out for the day. I was going to make sandwiches for them, but Maria said they would just buy lunch at the lodge. Once they left, I spent an hour or two looking around Maria's house. Wow, the place was huge. The house had many rooms, a kitchen, a family room, a big room for everyone, bathrooms, bedrooms, a space for entertainment, a game room, a room with growing plants, a basement gym with a swimming pool, a den, and maybe even more rooms that I missed. After looking around, I spent an hour or two reading. Then I made myself lunch and started baking cookies. I planned to set up for dinner after I finished baking. When I arrived at the stables, I chatted with Nancy, the head teacher and manager of the stables. She also co-owned the lodge. I asked her about the girls' riding skills. She thought my horses were too lively for what the girls could handle. Because of a storm, many people had canceled their weekend plans, so the girls got to choose their favorite available horses. We rode for 2 hours and then took a lunch break. We walked a bit to loosen up our muscles since riding uses different ones. After that, we went on another ride with different horses. Most of our talks today were about me teaching the girls. I liked showing them some special places that weekend visitors don't usually see. With tired legs, we headed home. When we arrived, the house smelled of fresh cookies. I could get used to this. We all felt a bit messy, but we stopped in the kitchen for a few cookies and a glass of milk. "What's for dinner, Dad?" asked Robin. "Turkey and dumplings, and I'm making cornbread too," he replied. "I thought you were going to make hamburgers and fries," said Megan. "Maybe tomorrow for lunch before we go home. I want you to eat something a bit healthier, but your fries are so tasty. Enough talking, you're making Maria's kitchen smell. Go take a shower." "Don, can I invite your girls to a little movie party tonight? We have pecan pie, chocolate cake, lots of ice cream, and now your cookies. The 3 of us can stay up late and be a little naughty, then we can nap in the car while you drive us home." I gave him my biggest smile. He took a deep breath. "All right, but don't let them eat too many sweets or they'll feel bad. Feeling bad is part of the fun." The girls and I went upstairs to freshen up. After we showered, I put on some perfume and shared a little with them, too. This was just to tease their dad. He pulled my chair out for me as I sat down and seemed to take a few deep breaths. I felt happy inside. "Daddy, do we smell nice now?" asked Robin. "You all smell like lovely flowers." We enjoyed a nice dinner together. The girls and I talked about the movies I had brought and decided in which order we would watch them. Megan, Robin, and I helped clean up the kitchen. I insisted on it since Dawn cooked this time. Megan and Robin suggested that a homemade pizza would be great for our party tonight, but Don said he didn't have the ingredients. Was there no limit to this man's skills? Don went to his room to unwind and watch TV. Every bedroom had satellite TV. Megan, Robin, and I had a lovely evening. As we talked and ate, we began to share more about ourselves. I shared my story about Robert, and they opened up about their father's divorce. What they told me surprised me, and I found it hard to believe. They shared many things their father didn't know. They were ready to tell him, but he didn't want any more information. He said he had been hurt enough already. Learning more would only cause more pain and anger. The past was gone, and it was better to leave it behind. I really liked the girls, and I was somewhat interested in Don. But could that story possibly be true? If it was true, then I needed to talk to Don about the girls. He didn't have any adult friends to talk to anymore. I had a big chest in the movie room filled with blankets and pillows. The girls fell asleep on the couches, and I covered them with the blankets. I really wanted to have my own kids one day. I turned off the TV and fell asleep in a comfy chair. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of Don in the kitchen. When I went in, I saw he was making coffee. I was still in my pajamas and robe, but I felt relaxed. He offered me a cup of coffee. "Don, I know we don't know each other very well, but I need to talk to you about something. It's about your daughters." He looked at me seriously. I shared with him how I had told the girls about my recent breakup with Robert. I even mentioned a few things that happened. He responded, "What a complete idiot," and that made me feel a little better. Then I told him what the girls had said about his own divorce. He had a careful look on his face. "Don, I'm really sorry for going into your personal space, but the girls needed to share a lot. They haven't had an adult to talk to about their feelings. I understand why you don't want to get hurt again. They think their mother and your sisters caused the troubles for you both. They need someone to help them. It might be good for them to see a counselor. After my divorce, my ex-wife and I took them to see a counselor, but Barb, my ex, said everything was fine and that they didn't need to go anymore." "Don, your ex-wife chose the counselor, right? And then she decided it was done, right? Given everything that happened between you and Barbara, according to the girls, you still believe her and trust her decisions?" I gave him a surprised look. He looked really angry for a moment. I felt scared at first. I'm such a fool, aren't I? He covered his face with his hands and took a few deep breaths. I wanted to get up and hug him, but I didn't want him to think we were too close. I still recalled the look of a hungry wolf. He finally looked up at me, and I saw tears in his eyes. I felt bad for not offering him some comfort, especially after he had saved my life. "I've been a bad father. I can't talk to my kids about the divorce. Whenever I think about what happened, I feel so much anger it scares me. I can't let my girls see how upset I am. But how did I not notice they needed help? The girls say you're a great dad. You give them all your love. You just don't notice what they need. If you'd like, I know some good people. I can help you find a good therapist for the girls. You just have to keep it a secret from your ex-wife." I doubt she will like the idea of going back to therapy or meeting a therapist who wasn't chosen by her. She kept a lot of things hidden from me, so I feel okay hiding this from her. I do worry a bit that asking the girls to keep it a secret might stress them out. But right now, I don't see any other way. Thank you for your advice about the girls and for your support. What I saw in front of me was a truly caring dad, and I found myself blaming Robert for making me cautious about future relationships. "Don, have you thought about talking to a therapist?" I asked, feeling a bit uneasy. "Thought? I've been to a therapist before and still see her once a month. I can't even speak with her without getting upset. She says my anger about everything is normal and that I need time to recover. Since I still have to communicate with Barbara often about the kids, I'm always reminded of the hurt. Every month I go to my therapist to talk about my feelings. We try to see if I can share what happened without getting too angry. She tells me I need some new good things in my life to help with the hurt I feel. I have a lot of joy with my girls, I tell her, but she says that's not enough. She believes that a lot of the happiness I once had is gone. This includes my role as a caring wife, my loyal friends and family, and my job success. I'm still working on getting my finances in order, but I think I'll never have a good job as a programmer again since my old boss is trying to ruin my chances. "Have you thought about dating?" she asks. I didn't want her to say that. "Maria, I'm a mess," I reply. "I like being a good person, but there's so much anger inside me." I shake my head. I don't want to put myself in a relationship. It wouldn't be fair or kind to anyone. I can't help but think there's something wrong with me. My wife cheated and everyone seems to support her. It just makes me feel worse about myself. Maria, thank you for listening to me. You've helped me a lot. But like you said, we don't know each other very well. From what I do know, I really like you. Still, I don't want to talk about my problems. I don't want to burden you with my past. You shouldn't have to take that on. But I would be very thankful for any help you can give to Megan and Robin. He looked at me with sincere eyes, showing how desperately he needed support. What he shared was surprising. I expected this after my talk with the girls last night, but it still caught me off guard. My first thought was to walk away from all this trouble, and I didn't need that in my life. But I really did like Megan and Robin. They needed an adult to talk to, someone besides a therapist. This situation wasn't their fault, and it wasn't Don's either. I felt like I could be stuck in a car filled with muddy water. It was time to do something serious. I would look into Don's divorce and see if their story was true. I wanted to be a friend they could trust. Plus, Don bakes cookies. Don, we should swap phone numbers so we can discuss the therapist. Also, next weekend will be the last chance to go riding at the lodge. After that, they'll close the stable for the ski season. I can't promise anything yet because I'm not sure of my plans. I was doubtful about your story, I thought. But if I can make it work, how about you and the girls come back here for that weekend? A few of my friends will probably be here too. I think it would be nice for Megan and Robin. We can have another movie party like before. I'll call you on Wednesday if I can. Does that work for you? I feel like I'm asking too much of you, but the girls would really enjoy it. Let's keep it a secret until you're sure. I don't want to let them down. Sounds good, but you know you'll have to bake more cookies, I said with a smile. If you'd like, I can cook and bake all weekend, and even help clean your house, he replied earnestly. In my mind, I pictured Don like a knight whose armor was a bit rusty and needed some shine. He also seemed like a knight who had fallen and needed some care, maybe even a new horse. Just then I heard Megan and Robin coming down the hallway towards the kitchen. They walked in, with Robin playfully pushing a sleepy Megan. We need a lot of coffee, with sugar and cream right now, yelled Robin with a big smile. Megan just groaned. Should I make French toast and bacon for breakfast? Don asked. I looked at him in surprise. Robin put her hand over her mouth and said what I was thinking. No more sweets. We ate a whole cake, a gallon of ice cream, I don't know how many cookies, and we finished the pecan pie. I don't want any more sweets for at least a week or I'll feel sick. Well, how about I make an early lunch at 11? We can have hamburgers and French fries. Your homemade French fries, Daddy? She loved his cooking. Of course. While they talked, Robin left Megan wobbling on her feet all by herself. I quickly got up and guided her to a chair at the table. Then I made her a strong cup of coffee right away. We sat at the table, chatting for an hour. It felt really nice. I hoped Don's story was true. After that, the girls and I went upstairs to get cleaned up and dressed. Don asked me if I wanted him to take the sheets off the bed and wash them. The man does laundry, too. I reminded him that I hired a cleaning crew to take care of that. I took out a PlayStation that I bought for visitors. Robin picked a fighting game to play. Megan taught me how to play. After 2 hours, the scores were in. Megan won against Robin, Robin beat me, and I managed to win against Don. He clenched his teeth and made fierce faces while playing, but I kept my cool and played nicely. Lunch started a bit late. We ate in the garage, and it was really nice. Don didn't want to cook inside because it can get greasy. He decided to grill just outside the garage and then bring the food into the kitchen. We all went outside to watch him and give him extra advice. Eventually, we ended up having our meal in the garage. He made delicious hamburgers on a small grill. But the best part was the French fries. They were nothing like the bland fries you get at some restaurants. Don made them from raw potatoes using a small electric fryer, and they tasted amazing. He must have made at least 5 batches. He kept the skin on the potatoes and cut them into nice, even pieces. Once they were fried, he would toss them in a brown paper bag and shake in different seasonings for each batch. I really need to eat healthier, and if he comes back next weekend, he'll have to make French fries again, along with cookies. After lunch, we spent a relaxed few hours packing and having fun. Don tried to clean up a bit, but I reminded him about the cleaning crew. We hopped into his SUV and headed out. When we reached my car, I asked Don to stop so I could check it out. The water level was low, but it was clear that the car had been completely underwater. There was even a big log sticking through the front window. I hadn't been able to reach my insurance company because the phone lines were down from the storm. I decided to wait until we were closer to town to try my cell phone. Don had a travel-sized version of the Yahtzee game. I got back at Megan and Robin by beating them in 3 games. After that, they helped me with how to properly say high voltage when singing along to AC/DC. It was a nice trip, but it felt too short by the time Don dropped me off at my condo. When they left, I gave both Megan and Robin a kiss on the cheek. Don jokingly came up to me, showing his right cheek. I thought, why not? So I kissed him too. It surprised him, but he looked happy. The next morning, I called my insurance company about the car. After that, I called my ex-husband, Richard. I shared everything about my weekend with him. I told him about the trouble with Robert, my car accident, and about Don and his kids. I made sure to tell him all the things the girls had said about their dad. I asked him for the name of a private detective who could look into the story because it sounded unlikely. Richard set up a call with a detective he trusted. I shared the details of the story, and the detective promised to send me a quick report by early Wednesday. However, she warned me that without permission from the person involved, she couldn't go too far. Also, asking too many questions to Don's friends might let him know that someone was investigating. Carl and Lucille were still in town. Lucille needed some physical therapy before she could go home. I went to visit them at the hospital on Monday afternoon. I told them everything that had happened. They were relieved that I was safe. Carl felt bad that he hadn't been able to check the damage to the house himself. He told me, "I told you so," about the fallen tree. He didn't like someone else using his tools without asking, but he understood. I told him that Don had cleaned up after himself. From the hospital, Carl made some calls for me. He contacted some people he had worked with before who fix and remodel homes. They said they would come on Tuesday to check the damage and give me a price. I told them that price didn't matter. I trusted them and wanted the repairs done quickly. I even offered a 35% bonus if they could finish the work by Friday morning. Since the broken window was a standard size, they said finding a replacement would be easy. I also set things up with the cleaning crew so the repair workers could get into my home. Carl then called some retired loggers he knew who were looking for some extra money. They promised they would come finish cutting up the fallen tree. I didn't want Don to come back to my home and see that it was still unfinished. He often slipped out at night to finish his work, even if he had promised not to. On Tuesday, I called a few close friends who I trusted and who owed me some help. As a former model, I had a number of friends who ended up marrying wealthy men. Some were not as lucky as I was with Richard. Many of them married successful men who had unfair agreements or who preferred younger women. Others ended up with men who wasted their hard-earned money. Since I was doing well financially, I thought it was right to help them. I had helped some go back to school and others start their own businesses. Now it was time to ask for some favors in return. I shared with Vanessa, Cathy, and Freddie what happened over the weekend. I explained that if Don's story was true, I planned to invite him and his daughters to my mountain home. I said I would appreciate their thoughts and advice about the family. I shared with my friends how I had a great weekend with Don and his daughters. I felt grateful to them for helping me when I really needed it. Instead of being supportive, they joked around saying things like, "Oh, Maria has a new boyfriend." But they still offered to help, which was nice in a way. On Wednesday morning, I received the detective's first report. She still needed to confirm a few details, but there was nothing that challenged what Megan and Robin had told me. The private investigator said that everything seemed to match up, and that there was a lot of evidence showing Don had been treated badly, even more than what Megan and Robin had mentioned. Hearing this made me really upset for Don. That afternoon, I called Don to invite him and his daughters to spend the weekend with me. I also suggested a good therapist I thought he might like. He said he needed to check with Megan and Robin first and would call me back soon about the weekend plans. He called back in 20 minutes and said the girls were really happy and excited. I reminded him that there would be other guests, so he needed to be ready to cook. I heard back from my insurance company about my beloved Mercedes SL 600. They said it was a total loss. I bought a Lexus GX 470 because an SUV was better for my trips in the mountains, but I still missed my convertible. When my friends found out I bought an SUV, they teased me a lot. They said it looked like I was getting ready for a family. especially since I also bought a big car. At least with the big car, we wouldn't need to take several cars for the trip. I could fit all my friends in my SUV, and Don could drive separately with his daughters. Still, I would miss playing Yahtzee with them. I really had to convince Vanessa, Cathy, and Freddie to leave early that Friday. I wanted to get the house ready and start cooking dinner so it would be finished when Don, Megan, and Robin arrived. We had used all the food Don brought last time, and I wanted to show that I could plan and make a nice meal, too. My friends teased me again, which really showed they were being mean. When we arrived at my house, I spoke briefly with someone from the construction company that did the repairs. There had been some damage to the roof and wall above the window, and there was serious damage below it, too. They had to call a stone mason to fix some parts. He had everything written down for my insurance. I asked him what he thought about how Don reacted to the fallen tree and his quick fix. He said there was no way to know for sure, but he would never let a tree that big stay against his house for more than a few hours without getting it removed. A storm made it harder to remove things, but it also made repairs more important. He thought the patch was pretty well done, especially since it was done from inside the house. I guess I had less to complain about with Don, but I had to be less grumpy. Cathy, Vanessa, and Freddie were being really annoying to me. I had to stay close to one of the house security panels to let Don inside the front gate. They kept making jokes like, "Did I just hear a buzz?" Or, "Maybe the speaker is broken, you should wait by the gate." So rude. Finally, Don, Megan, and Robin arrived, and they were a little early. I went out to let them into the garage and help them unload. No, I didn't run. Don had 2 big cooler chests on the roof of his SUV. Megan and Robin jumped out and ran to me, shouting, "Maria!" Maybe I ran to them, too. We all shared a big hug, and it felt nice to be together. Don came walking up with a bag in each hand. "Maria, thank you for your kind invitation. Megan and Robin had such a great time last weekend that they couldn't stop talking about it. They were really worried you might cancel," he said. "Oh, I would never do that. I'm excited to see them too," I replied, still enjoying a cheerful hug with Megan and Robin. I glanced at Don over their shoulders. "I'm also glad to see you again. You better be ready to make more French fries." Don chuckled. "I brought lots of food and I'm ready to cook." "Well, you don't have to cook just yet. I've got everything set up to make shrimp scampi, so I hope you're hungry." "I'm starving." Megan and Robin were so eager to get here that they didn't let me stop for food. "Great, let's eat then." We unloaded the bags, and Maria introduced us to the other guests. Vanessa had dark brown hair. Cathy was a redhead, and Freddie was blonde. I had never seen so many beautiful women in one place. But to me, Maria was still the most lovely. Freddie asked me, "Nice to meet you, Don. Do you ride horses too?" I haven't ridden in years, and even then I wasn't very good at it. While my friends were busy chatting with Maria, Freddie looked me up and down slowly, from my shoes to my head. "Maybe all you need is some good lessons and a better horse." She held my gaze, and I felt my face get warm. Cathy laughed and said, "Look at him blush. Oh, Don, we are going to have such fun with you. I should take the girls' things up to their room. Please excuse me." As I left the room, I could hear their laughter behind me. It wasn't bad, but it made me feel uneasy. "Robin, Megan, why don't you help your dad carry your things upstairs? It will be easier for him that way. You'll have the same rooms as before." "Okay, Maria." "Sure, Maria." They quickly ran after their father. Then I turned to my friends. "What are you all thinking? I told you about his past. He hasn't been with anyone in over 2 years. Even when he was married, he wasn't around the kind of women you 3 are." "Relax, Maria. It's good for him. From what you told us, his ex-wife didn't think he was attractive at all. We all talked and thought it would be nice to boost his confidence. He seems like a good guy and isn't hard to look at either. If he has had a tough time like you said, he deserves a little fun. I'm ready to have some fun." With that, Cathy raised her eyebrows playfully at me. "You always want to have a good time." "I like being close with someone. I can't help it, but I choose carefully. This guy is really nice and strong. He's going through a tough time, so it feels good to help out. Plus, it'll keep me on Santa's nice list. By the way, when are you going to show us those pictures?" I felt my face turn red. I shouldn't have mentioned the pictures. "Oh, look, she's blushing," Vanessa teased. "What a bunch of troublemakers." Don and the girls came back down, and we all gathered around the table to eat. We might have used the dining room, but I always liked eating in the kitchen more. Maria, I have some exciting news. Dad made 2 of the special pies. I swear I could hear a drumbeat right before Robin said, the special pies. Oh, what is so amazing or scary about these special pies? Asked Vanessa, and I could swear I heard another drumbeat. They are the best pies in the world. He usually only makes 1 because he thinks we can't handle it. He believes the special pies make us too excited and a little wild. But since it's a special weekend and there are other people here, he decided to make 2. They are... There was that drumbeat again. Maybe some trumpets, too. Chocolate cappuccino pies. Did I just hear a lion roar? Honestly, Robin's showmanship was a bit too much, so I turned to ask Megan about the pies. Her eyes looked dreamy and she was drooling. They couldn't be that good, could they? Don finally spoke up. They're really good, but you have to be careful with them. If you eat too much, it's hard to fall asleep. Maria, if you don't mind, please decide how much pie Megan and Robin can have tonight. I usually let them have 2 pieces, sometimes 3, but never 4. Don't worry, Don, I've got it covered. I also brought stuff to make pizza. Megan and Robin asked for it last time. If you'd like, I can whip up a couple of pizzas tonight. All right, here's the plan. We ladies will watch movies and maybe play some video games. Don, your job is to take care of us until you get too tired. Then we will let you go rest, I said, waving my hand playfully, and everyone laughed. Thank you, Your Highness. I will do my best to serve you and your friends, Don replied with a grin. Did he just call us crones? Cathy said with a pretend angry face. Well, I was going to give you a goodnight kiss, but now you've lost that chance. Megan jumped in quickly. No, no, no! Let's not upset him before we get the pie. I did it once, and he only gave me 1 piece. Now I still have bad dreams about it. You were not very good, but if it makes you feel better, besides cookies, I am going to make the cake tomorrow. Again, the drums were beating. I glanced at Megan and Robin. They both looked kind of dazed. Megan was whispering to herself. I leaned closer to hear. The cake, the pie in 1 weekend. The pie, the cake in 1 weekend. This has never happened before. This has never happened before. Is the world ending? They were funny kids, but I was starting to regret this weekend. Megan and Robin like to make everything seem so dramatic. I just bake a triple-layer chocolate buttercream cake, and they want to call it the cake. I didn't get what was so special about the pie, but a homemade triple-layer chocolate buttercream cake made sense to me. I felt my eyes starting to glaze over. I turned to look at Cathy and Freddie. They were both chocolate lovers. They were pretending to be like Megan and Robin. Their eyes looked distant, and they were drooling a little. Don spoke again, curious about what he would say next. About the pizzas I'm making tonight. Is anyone vegetarian? I have onions, banana peppers, sausage, pepperoni, green peppers, mushrooms, black olives, pineapple, and ham. What do you want? Freddie felt happy that Don asked about vegetarians. We decided to order 1 all-vegetable pizza and 1 with everything but green peppers and olives. I was ready to bring out dessert. I had a lot of ice cream left from last weekend, but Don surprised us by bringing out a delicious cherry blueberry pie. The girls went to the movie room while Don cleaned the kitchen. We were too full to play games, so we sat down to watch our first movie. Near the end, Don came in with the pie. The first piece I tried was okay, but I didn't see what was so special about it. I said this to Megan and Robin, and they just laughed at me. I decided to have a second piece of pie. Luckily, Don was already bringing it in. By the time I finished that piece, I wanted more. I even licked the plate to get every bit. Vanessa, who didn't really like chocolate, spoke up. Can we get a 3rd piece of pie, please? I'm not sure that's a good idea, Vanessa. Maybe we should wait a bit before having another piece. Cathy and Freddie just grumbled. Vanessa pulled Don close and whispered in his ear. He turned red, then pale. I'll be right back with more pie, he said. Don returned with more pie. He stayed as far away from Vanessa as he could. She looked pleased and gave him a sly smile. The pie made us really lively. We decided to play on the PlayStation, but it only had space for 2 players. So we went to the game room instead. After several games of ping pong and air hockey, we started to calm down. At that moment, Don arrived with pizzas. I started to wonder if Don liked women with a few extra pounds. The pizzas were delicious, and we even enjoyed some of his homemade root beer with them. My 3 friends began to watch Don with a bit more interest. Maybe inviting them wasn't my best idea. We went back to the movie room to finish our night. Don said goodnight and went to his room. During the third movie, with Megan and Robin asleep, I realized that Cathy and Freddie were gone. Vanessa and I found them on the stairs. They were arguing quietly but intensely. "After all Don has done, I'm going to check on him," Cathy said. "No, don't worry about it. You were really into that movie." "I'll check on Don," Freddie replied. "You only want to see him because of the pizza," Cathy accused. "No, it's not just about that. I think he's a good guy who has been through a lot. He deserves some kindness," Freddie said. "You heard Maria say that he hasn't had a date in over 2 years. "Just keep Megan and Robin downstairs and I'll handle things with him," I said. Ahem. Why was I so tense and why were my hands tight? "Oh, Maria, Vanessa, we didn't see you there." They were focused on Vanessa behind me. Their eyes got wide. I noticed Vanessa moving her hands wildly behind my back. But when I turned, she had her hands behind her back and looked innocent. Cathy and Freddie came down the stairs together, looking like best friends. We all went back to the movie room and fell asleep before the movie ended. I woke up before everyone else. I put on my bathrobe and hurried to the kitchen because I had an idea. While getting a clean dish, I noticed 2 pie plates in the sink. 2! There was only supposed to be half of one pie left. Maybe Don put it on a different plate in one of the fridges. Nothing. One or more of those people got up while I was sleeping and finished off the pie. I shouldn't have invited them. Grumbling, I started to make coffee. Don walked into the kitchen, freshly showered and all dressed. There I was in my bathrobe and comfy slippers, with my hair a total mess. I didn't want to face the day. The pie was gone. I felt so let down. "Good morning, Maria." I grumbled something back to him. I'm not sure what it was. I just kept focusing on the coffee. "Is everything okay?" I looked at him with big, teary eyes. "The pie is all gone. Someone ate it last night." "You know what he did?" He started to laugh. Not just a little chuckle. He let out a big, hearty laugh that seemed to go on forever. Every time I thought he'd finally stop, he would look at my face and burst into laughter again. If he wasn't the only one who had also enjoyed the pie, I might have lost my cool with him right then. Finally, he stopped laughing by looking away from me. What a jerk. "I'm really glad you liked the pie, but today I'll be making cookies and a cake. I hope you like those too. Should I make breakfast?" "No, I'm going to my room to sleep for a few more hours. I think everyone else will do the same or just stay in the movie room," I mumbled. I felt annoyed at my friends for eating all the good food, and at guys who didn't understand how much women love chocolate. I walked up the stairs. Don could have the coffee. I didn't think he noticed because he was still laughing, but I had put 3 big spoonfuls of black pepper and 1 of cayenne pepper into the coffee maker before I started it. That would teach him to laugh at me. Almost 3 hours later, I went back down to the kitchen. I could hear voices before I walked in. When I entered, I was surprised. My 3 close friends, who had been wearing warm flannel pajamas and thick bathrobes last night, were there too. They were all dressed in nice nightgowns and light bathrobes. Their hair looked tidy, and they even had a bit of makeup on. They looked great. I expected this from Cathy and maybe Freddie, but Vanessa was joining in too. When I walked in, everyone looked up at me. I had on jeans, ready for a day of horseback riding. They were all sitting at the table, and I took my usual seat. Don looked a little embarrassed, and Megan was hiding her face in her coffee cup. I really hoped Don had brewed a fresh pot. But if he hadn't, it might just help Megan wake up. Robin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked back and forth between my friends and her dad. She had a big smile on her face. Her chair was right next to mine, and she leaned over to give me a cheerful morning hug. It was nice to be back. I returned the gesture and kissed the top of her head. "Good morning, Maria." "Good morning, Pumpkin." The others in the room also said hello. Don looked at me with a bit of worry. I noticed what my friends were wearing and had an idea. "Don, you're still planning to make hamburgers and fries for lunch, right?" "Yes, just like last weekend." "Why don't we eat outside again? It was fun. It's warmer today than it was last Sunday." He looked at my friends' outfits. I guessed what he was thinking. "Oh, they won't mind changing. They have to anyway since we are all going riding today." His face relaxed when he heard me. "Okay, Maria. It's getting late. How about lunch in 40 minutes? That will give everyone time to change, especially Megan." Megan just groaned and everyone laughed. "That sounds good, Don." I encouraged everyone to get up. Vanessa helped Megan out of her chair. My good friends, Cathy and Freddie, lightly touched Don's shoulders as they walked past his chair. He took a big breath and turned even redder. When they got closer to my chair, I shot them a really angry look, but they just ignored me. I could smell their perfume, too. Even though it was morning, they smelled very strong. It was like they had just put it on. "Oh, Freddie," Don suddenly said. Freddie turned around, looking surprised and a little excited. "Yes, Don? Since you don't eat meat, I was thinking of making you a grilled cheese sandwich or some shrimp on the grill. Which would you like, or maybe both?" "A grilled cheese sandwich would be amazing," she said happily. I couldn't believe she was so excited over a simple sandwich. "Perfect. I have some homemade sourdough bread, Swiss cheese, and maybe a little onion, and of course I can make a cup of tomato soup." Does that sound good? That sounded like it could be better than one of Don's hamburgers. "Don, that is great. Thank you for thinking about me." She was really happy. Cathy and Vanessa both wanted to try a grilled cheese sandwich. Don said he would make some extra so we could each have half a sandwich if we wanted. My friends turned back towards the kitchen. I followed them to the big room. I wanted to make sure they wouldn't go back and surprise Don until they were fully dressed. Vanessa was having a hard time helping Megan. She finally asked Cathy to hold Megan's feet, and the two of them carried Megan up the stairs and down the hall. I swear that girl fell asleep as soon as they picked her up. Being her mother was going to be a lot of work. Wait a minute. Why did I just think that? Feeling a bit flustered, I headed back to Don. I needed to have a conversation with him, and I could help prepare for lunch. We discussed the therapist I found for the girls. She agreed to meet with Megan and Robin on Wednesday nights. Since the girls usually spent that time with Don, it would be easier to keep this from Barbara if they saw the therapist then. Don thanked me for my help. He seemed a bit shy when he asked for another favor. "Maria, the girls really like you, even though they've only known you a little while," he said. "I was wondering if, for the first meeting, you could come with us to see the therapist. You could talk to the girls and help them feel better about it. Afterward, if you don't mind, you could chat with them about what happened in their session. I don't think I'm the best person to do that." "Could you please help me?" I felt a surge of happiness inside when he asked. I wanted to join them, but I thought it might be wrong to intrude on their personal time. I tried to keep my excitement out of my voice. "Don, I would be glad to help. I really like your girls, too. If you give me your address later, I can meet you an hour before the session." "Thanks, Maria. That means a lot to me." For some reason, our conversation made things feel a bit awkward, and we struggled to talk for a moment. Finally, Don spoke up, probably to ease the silence. "I have some good news from this week. It might not be big, but it could be something nice," he said, sounding unsure that anything good would really happen. "Oh, what's the news?" I asked, trying to sound very interested. After my last job, I felt like I was out of the loop in the programming field around here. I have never gotten a reply to any of my resumes for programming jobs. Last week, I received a call from a recruiter who works in the field. He told me he had a couple of job options for me. Both jobs are private and can't be shared. One company makes financial software and the other works with the Department of Defense. I needed to sign a paper to allow them to check my background. "Like I said, probably nothing will come of it, but it would be nice," he said with a hint of hope. I felt Richard's presence, my ex. I knew he wanted to look out for me, but I didn't want to raise Don's hopes too much. I planned to call Richard later to catch up on things. "Oh, I hope you get it. You deserve some good luck, Don," he said quietly while preparing lunch. I don't think he meant for me to hear him. He was talking to himself without knowing it. "I think I've had a lot of good luck since your accident and since I met you." I felt my cheeks get warm and my mouth fell open in surprise. Thankfully, he wasn't facing me. I quickly left the kitchen, holding some plates to take outside. Sure enough, Don's lunch was a hit. Everyone was enjoying it a lot. In fact, it seemed like they were enjoying it maybe a bit too much. Most of my friends were really focused on Don. After we finished eating, Robin said, "I think there is still some pie left. We could each have a piece. That would give us lots of energy to ride." She looked around, hoping everyone would like her idea. I glanced at my three friends. They were busy looking everywhere else but at me and Robin, those pie-stealing troublemakers. "Robin, I'm really sorry, but I checked this morning and it was all gone." "All gone!" cried Megan and Robin. They got up from their chairs and I hurried over to comfort them. I thought I did a good job. Yes, some pie-stealing troublemakers have taken away your sweet dreams. I'm so sorry, my dear ones. My girlfriends turned away, hoping to find something else to talk about. Don't worry, I'm making an amazing cake. You can all have a really big piece, Don said, sounding a bit bored, like my acting was too much. Critics. See, my sweet ones, your father has saved the day. I think it's only fair that just the three of us get to enjoy the cake. My girlfriend started to argue. Robin said, No, Maria, that would be too nice. We should give them one small piece of the cake and not any more. That way, they will know what they are missing, and it will bother them even more. Robin had used her pretend English accent again. Everyone clapped, and some even made funny noises. Don told us to stop joking around. You're wasting time. I'll clean up here. You should head out if you want to enjoy a ride this afternoon. I stuck my tongue out at him, teasing back. While Don stayed home to bake, the rest of us got into my new SUV to drive to the lodge. Cathy kept teasing me, saying it was nice that I bought such a big family car so we could all fit together. We drove for the afternoon, and I said goodbye to my horses. I barely got to see them during the winter months. They were going to be moved to a stable in a warmer place for the winter. Winter was my time to go skiing. During our ride, I learned that both Megan and Robin could ski a little, but their dad could not ski at all. I knew I had to do something about that. He couldn't just stay home all the time. I also needed to get Megan and Robin their own ski gear. Even if the rental equipment was in good shape, I worried it could cause an accident. Don might complain about the high cost of the gifts, but I couldn't let my girls take such a risk. Next year, I should probably think about getting them their own saddles too, I thought. Just like last time, we came back to a house filled with delicious smells. On the table sat a big chocolate cake. Dad, you've never made one this big before, Megan said in surprise. I usually make a smaller round cake, but since you all love chocolate so much, I decided to make a big rectangular one. But it's for after dinner, he reminded us. Don, the strict one, only let us have 3 cookies each before telling us to go shower. I grabbed a handful of cookies on my way out of the kitchen and shared them with everyone. Don laughed and said, You're dropping crumbs on the floor. He worried too much. That needed to change. We went back down for dinner. Don served us shrimp cocktail, pasta with garlic and olive oil, fresh bread from the oven, sautéed mushrooms, and Italian sausage. I thought he was trying to fill us up too much. We waddled to the movie room to get some exercise, but instead, we all ended up dozing off for the next hour. Vanessa, who runs a big day spa with a gym, was complaining about getting fat. Cathy and Freddie joked that they wanted to have Don's baby. They said this while Megan and Robin were out of the room. We watched movies, enjoyed the cake, cookies, and ice cream. We talked about how to make Don work for us forever so he could keep cooking. Then we fell asleep during the movies. It was the best party. The next morning, we were surprised to see a thick layer of snow on the ground. We hadn't been following the weather reports. Looking at the weather report, we saw that the snow would last for at least 2 days before it started to melt. The tractor wasn't working, but Don had spotted a big snowblower in the garage. He was eager to use it. I think he just wanted to try out the new tool. He had been so helpful that I let him go ahead. Vanessa and I decided to watch him for a bit to see if he needed any help. The snowblower was stuck because the broken tractor was in the way, so Don couldn't just roll it out. He went over to it, bent down, and lifted it without much trouble. After setting it down, he walked to his SUV to get some warmer clothes. Vanessa went to the snowblower and lifted one corner. She came back and whispered to me that it must weigh at least 300 pounds. She was really impressed by Don's strength. In just a little over an hour, Don cleared the entire driveway. He came back inside with a big smile on his face. The man enjoyed using power tools, especially the powerful ones. After finishing his work, he made us a late brunch. There was French toast, sausage, bacon, and for Freddie, a plate of scrambled eggs with onions and Swiss cheese. From the way Freddie looked at him, I thought she was really starting to like him, and it seemed less like a joke. That made me a bit nervous. We packed everything up, sharing hugs and goodbyes. Freddie and Cathy surprised Don by giving him a quick kiss on the lips. I noticed Cathy even tried to get a little too close. I felt a rush of anger. I told Don's daughters that I would invite them to come back for the ski season. We all got into our cars and started driving home. Since we were taking almost the same route and Don's car was in front, Megan and Robin waved at me now and then. I muttered a comment that my friends heard, saying how I wished I could ride with Megan and Robin. Cathy and Freddie told me to call Don on his phone. They thought we could switch who was riding with us for a bit. They said they would enjoy spending time with Don, but I wasn't sure I could trust them alone with him. As we drove, our paths finally split on the highway. I waved goodbye to Megan and Robin as I began to rebuild from the ashes of my shattered life. A new presence entered, Maria. But was she a savior, or just another storm in my already tumultuous life? Subscribe now and follow me as I navigate this treacherous path in the next chapter of my story. They say time heals all wounds, but what if time only deepens them? After the dust settled, I thought I could start over, build a new life with my daughters. Then Maria came along, a beacon of hope, or so I thought. But every smile, every touch only reminded me of the scars I tried to forget. The more I opened up, the more I feared. Was I ready to let someone in again, or was I setting myself up for another devastating fall? We gathered our things and everyone shared hugs and goodbyes. Freddie and Cathy surprised Don by giving him a quick peck on the lips. It seemed like Cathy went a bit too far and I felt very annoyed. I told Don's daughters that I would invite them back for the ski season. We each got into our cars and began the drive home. As we followed Don's car to the highway, Megan and Robin were able to wave at me every now and then. I muttered a thought that my friends caught about wanting to ride with Megan and Robin. Cathy and Freddie excitedly said I should call Don on his phone so we could swap passengers for a bit. They claimed they would take care of Don. Yeah, right. I didn't trust them alone with him. Finally, our paths split on the highway, and I waved goodbye to Megan and Robin. The weekend had been great. Megan and Robin chatted excitedly about how much fun they had. The only thing that brought them down was knowing they wouldn't see Maria for some time. This made me think about our plan to go to therapy together. I felt unsure about bringing it up at that moment. I thought it would be better to wait. When I did tell them, I would say that Maria was coming with us. I hoped that would make it easier for everyone. Wow, I really had a great time. The past 2 days had been some of the best I've had in years. Those women who were nice to me really boosted my confidence. They didn't seem to be serious, but it felt good to be treated that way. Now, I couldn't help but think about dating again. But I knew I had to take a moment to sort out my feelings first. I planned to call my therapist on Monday to set up an appointment right away. I need to learn how to manage my anger, and for the first time, I feel ready to do it. Yet that thought made me feel a little guilty. I loved my daughters very much, but I found myself distracted by 4 beautiful women. I felt pretty awful about that. When we got back to my apartment, I cooked dinner for the girls. I made a dish I created myself. It's like lasagna, but I added big slices of Italian sausage and a lot of cheese. My girls enjoy anything cheesy. While we ate, I talked with them about my worries and Maria's worries about how they were feeling. I told them that Maria and I thought it might be a good idea for all of us to see a therapist together. I wanted them to understand that Maria was part of this because they cared about her. I explained how much Maria liked them and how she suggested a therapist for us to see. I also mentioned that Maria was ready to come with us to the therapy session. Before that moment, they seemed a bit scared and not well, but when they heard Maria was coming, their faces lit up. They quickly began asking me a lot of questions. Is Maria going to stay for dinner? I told them yes, even though I wasn't certain. I would do anything to make that happen. Can we have a movie night? I said we could, but only if Maria had time, and we could only watch one movie. They needed to finish their homework before we went to see the therapist if they wanted to hang out with Maria. When I saw their disappointed faces, I found out they still had homework due for tomorrow. Those little troublemakers. They had promised me everything was done before we left. I wasn't sure if they were telling the truth, but they insisted it was true and even promised me on a Hershey bar. In my house, that promise means a lot. So I had to get them focused and start working. I knew why they did it. and I didn't like being the bad guy because they had so much fun. But at least they still had this evening to finish their work, and they were going to finish it or they wouldn't get any desserts or video games for a week. I guess I can be a tough teacher, haha. The next morning, I got them to school on time. They were going straight to Barb's house after school, and I wouldn't see them again until Wednesday. I called my therapist, Dr. Huff, and she was really happy that I wanted to work on my anger problems. She was so eager to help that she wanted to meet me that same evening. She's a really smart lady and always goes out of her way to help her patients. After I called her, I had some time while driving to the next customer to call Maria. I wanted to see if I could convince her to join us for some therapy. Hi, Maria. It's Don. Do you have a moment to chat now? Just a sec, Don. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm ready. What's going on? I spoke with Megan and Robin about the therapist you recommended. They were really worried at first, but I told them you were going too. The thing is, I listened in on them last night while they were talking in their room. I know I shouldn't have done that, but I felt I needed to. The kids were really worried about going to see the therapist. They thought you might think they were strange and that you wouldn't want to be their friend anymore. They like you a lot, Maria. Oh no, those poor kids. Why would they think that? I really like them too. I already miss them. I have a small favor to ask. They would really love for you to join us for dinner after we see the therapist. I'll prepare a little snack before we go so we don't get too hungry. You're still coming with us, right? You haven't changed your mind, have you? No, I said I would go, and I will. Don't worry. Great! Then maybe you could hang out with them for a bit afterward? We could even have a little movie night, I said quickly, my words tumbling out. I was also thinking that it might be really late for you to drive all the way home on the other side of town. I have a spare room, and I know my girls would be really excited if you stayed the night. It would make them so happy. Please, Maria, I'll make your favorite dinner. I'm really hoping you'll say yes. Making my daughters happy is my main reason for living. During tough times, it was the only thing keeping me going. This would be such a nice surprise for them if Maria would just say yes. Don, I can surely spend the evening with Megan and Robin. I'm not sure about staying over tonight. I'll let you know soon. Just to be clear, this isn't a no. I may have other plans that could stop me from staying the whole night. I'll keep you updated. Thank you, Maria. That really means a lot to me. Also, think about what you'd like for dinner. Bye, and thanks again, Maria. Bye, Don. Take care. Well, I got most of what I asked for, which is better than nothing. Later that day, I got an automatic email about a stock update. This made me remember all the money troubles I faced after my divorce. During that sad time, I found it really hard to get a job. I was a bit tired of programming, and I couldn't imagine starting my own business as a freelance programmer. My reputation had taken a hit, and I wasn't sure I could find any work. On top of that, I needed a place to stay. For a long time, I had heard that to really earn money from a small apartment building, you should work as the maintenance person or manager of the place. This idea made sense to me, so I began searching for an apartment building to purchase. I was fortunate to come across a condo project that was struggling, and it was in the same school district as my kids. The first phase of the building wasn't even finished, and they had gone bankrupt. While talking with the local leaders, I found out that they would be okay with me turning the project into apartments instead of condos. I placed a bid on the first part of the project that wasn't finished yet. This part had one big building where only the outside was built. Some work had been done on the inside, but nothing else was completed. The Phase 1 land came with enough space for me to build another building if I ever thought it would make sense financially. In short, I won the bid. At first, I had to pay for everything myself, which was nearly $1 million. This money covered the purchase, extra building expenses, and my own pay. Later, I found a way to get a loan and was able to pay myself back half of what I spent. I had to hire some help for the building work, but I did a lot of it myself. By choosing good materials and looking for great deals, I saved a lot of money. After a year and a half, I had an apartment building that looked expensive and was fully rented out. That's when I got a job offer for a tech support role. I would help businesses with their daily computer and network issues. The job was much easier than what I used to do, and it paid only half of what I earned before. However, the work hours were short, and I felt no stress at all. My new bosses knew they were lucky to have me, so they worked hard to make sure I was satisfied. Meanwhile, my old company, Meg Rob Inc., was paying for my apartment with the money it made. I was taking home just under $50,000 a year, along with some bonuses and health benefits. Meg Rob also gave me a nice apartment for free. I also had unlimited access to the company cars, my SUV, and an old pickup truck. I was careful about picking my tenants. I wanted nice people who knew how to fix small problems, like using a plunger and understanding a circuit breaker. I made a website where they could report issues to me. If there was an emergency and they couldn't get in touch with me, I gave them a phone number for a local handyman I trusted. I started trading stocks again. At times, I had up to $1 million invested. I wasn't a day trader. I focused on longer time frames. Out of my $700,000 in savings, I had most of it in safe accounts. I was prepared to take a chance with some of my money and had begun watching a few interesting stocks whose prices were dropping. I just got an email alert about one of the stocks I was following. The stock price had fallen to less than $3.50 per share, and I couldn't figure out why. The company had always done well and was known for being steady. The managers made smart decisions, even if they were a bit cautious. I looked over all the information I had about the company. The management team was still the same and didn't seem likely to change. Their products had always gotten positive feedback. They were about to launch some new and exciting products, and most importantly, they had a good amount of money saved up. This would help them handle any financial problems that might come up. I couldn't believe that this company would fail. The only reason for the low stock price seemed to be fear. I chose to take a risk and use $200,000 of my savings to buy shares. I felt that in a few years their stock price would rise to around $28 to $32 each. If that happened, I would make 10 times what I spent. If I made a mistake, it wouldn't ruin me financially. That evening, I went to see Dr. Huff. We began to talk about my anger problems. The main reason for my anger was how deeply hurt I really felt. My ex-wife and sisters had betrayed me in a painful way. For the first time in 2.5 years, I started to express everything I had kept inside. I didn't feel very strong or tough for almost 3 hours. Dr. Huff promised to keep our conversation private. I shared that I felt bad about wanting to deal with my anger because of 4 lovely women instead of my daughters. She said that was not true. Megan and Robin have been your reason to keep going for almost 3 years. Don't see these other 4 women as the only reason you're looking for help. Think of them as the extra reason that pushed you to ask for help. On Tuesday evening, I got a nice phone call from Maria. She told me she could stay over for the night. For dinner, she asked me to surprise her. I really needed to do something special for her. On Wednesday after school, Megan and Robin came into my apartment. When I got home, they were busy working on their homework. They were such good kids. Maria would arrive in about 30 minutes, giving us some time to snack before heading to the therapist. I cooked coconut fried chicken wings and cut up some vegetables for us to munch on. When Megan and Robin caught the delicious smell, they asked for some early. I had to remind them to wait for Maria first. I wanted everyone to come together and share a meal. I didn't want Maria to arrive and see that we had already started eating. I feared it might make her feel awkward, as if she was late and we were in a hurry because of her. Maria got here about 10 minutes early. Wow, she is really beautiful. I reminded myself that she is beyond my reach. Megan and Robin ran to her and she hugged them tightly like they were her own kids she hadn't seen in a long time. It was so touching that I felt tears in my eyes and I had to look away. It also felt really hard. She wasn't their real mom and someday she would leave. That day would break my girls' hearts and mine too. I told myself to focus on happy things now, forget about the future, and just enjoy the moment. I kept myself busy in the kitchen instead of greeting Maria properly, but I just couldn't face her right now. My eyes were too watery. I could hear them talking in the living room. At last, I took the food to the dining room because my kitchen table was too small for all 4 of us to sit comfortably. They rushed to the table like hungry animals. It seemed like they were trying to see who could eat the most chicken wings. Not one of them even tried the vegetable plate. I thought girls usually liked healthy snacks. I ended up munching on the carrot and celery sticks while they just smiled at me. But seeing my kids happy made it all worth it. For that, I would gladly eat dog food. When we drove to the counselor, the kids talked excitedly like happy birds, which was nice. I met the counselor. She looked like someone who helps people. But what do I really know? She had no scary features, and Maria said she was good. At first, the kids went in alone. Then the counselor came out to get Maria. I was relieved to stay out. I had my own worries to sort out. Being in that room wouldn't help my kids or me. Their time together lasted nearly an hour, and when they came out of the room, they looked happy and full of energy. Life felt great. On the way back, they wanted to sing. This time, they chose the Beatles, which was a great choice. Shake it, baby, now. As some of the songs played, Maria and the girls moved in their seats, swaying their hips and shaking their heads, making their hair dance around. I enjoyed watching Maria do that for part of the ride home. Wow, I really needed a long, cold shower after that. When we got home, I began making dinner. I prepared a simpler version of a Korean dish I had tried years ago. I set the table with all the little dishes: cooked spinach with garlic, spicy bean sprouts, sliced garlic, sliced onion, sliced cucumbers, and rice. I took some thin pieces of pork, like bacon but not smoked, and cooked them with salt and pepper. I have a special grill just for this recipe that I bought for a good price at a market. It uses butane cartridges. This grill has special holes that let the grease drip into a bowl so it doesn't make a mess in the pan. I was cooking pork, mushrooms, garlic, and onions together, and the grease was making a big mess in the kitchen. Usually, when I made this meal, I cooked outside, but tonight it was too wet and cold. This meal was great to eat and easy to prepare, but hard on the person cooking it. I felt like I was covered in grease, and I knew I'd have to clean the kitchen floor afterward. Megan and Robin were helping Maria learn how to eat it the right way. You take a leaf of lettuce, put a piece of pork on it, and then add anything you like from the side dishes. For the pork, I placed small bowls of sesame oil and soy sauce next to each plate. I really enjoyed adding grilled mushrooms, grilled onions, and rice. When you finish, you roll it into a ball and put it in your mouth. The best part about this meal is that each ball can be a bit different. The secret is to keep the balls small. If they are too big, it becomes messy, and you might even choke. This was one of Megan's and Robin's favorite dishes, but they didn't have to make it or clean up after eating. Maria seemed to like it too. I'm not sure how they did it, but they managed to eat almost 3 pounds of pork, along with all the side dishes. I could picture the news headline, "3 women eat a lot in Seattle." I shared my joke, and they actually gave me a grumpy look. Women just can't seem to take a joke these days. After dinner, before they got all settled in, Maria went outside to get her overnight bag from her car. When Megan and Robin realized she was staying for the night, they went crazy with excitement. They quickly took her to the guest room. I had put a lot of time and money into making it special for tonight. I felt really proud of it. The bedroom had the first pieces of furniture I ever built, besides a few cabinets. I built a queen-size bed, a dresser, and a nightstand. I finished the oak furniture just 4 weeks ago. If I may say, even though the designs were simple, I thought they looked really nice. For the rest of the apartment, I didn't have much time, so I had to buy ready-made furniture from the store. But for the guest room, I never thought I'd have a visitor, so I decided to try making my own furniture for it. I had everything I needed, I was patient, and it was enjoyable. Last Tuesday evening, after Maria called, I went out to get new bedding for the room. I wanted something like what she had in her mountain bedroom. It cost a bit, but I found a comforter set that looked similar. I also picked up some curtains, pillows, and sheets. While I was shopping, I came across a picture by that Kincaid artist that Maria likes, so I decided to buy that as well. Maybe I was curious about the new things, so you can blame me for that. I thought Maria might feel a bit bored in a simple room, so I bought a new LCD TV and a DVD player for it too. When I set it up, I made sure to connect it to the cable service. Megan and Robin were surprised to see the blankets and the TV. "Daddy, when did you get the new blankets and TV for the guest room?" asked Robin. I told a little fib. "Oh, I got the TV a few weeks ago. I just got some new blankets and sheets a few days ago. They were on sale." I figured it was best to tell a piece of the truth. There was no way they wouldn't notice the new blankets and sheets. Everyone seemed to believe my story, but Maria gave me a curious look. Maybe getting the Kincaid print and comforter set that matched her bedroom was too much. We went back to the living room. They settled in to watch a movie while I tidied up the kitchen. Once I finished cleaning the kitchen, I took everyone a slice of lemon meringue pie. They were all snuggled up in their pajamas and wrapped in warm blankets. It looked so sweet, like a picture from a Norman Rockwell painting. I had to close my eyes because it made my stomach hurt. I realized that this nice moment was just a quick dream, something that wouldn't stay. I took a deep breath after dropping off the pie and headed to take a shower. Once I was clean, I noticed Maria looking at me, so she came into the kitchen to chat. Megan and Robin look really happy. You can choose what we do tonight, Maria. They haven't had many fun moments lately, so if you want to watch another movie with them or do something else, that's perfectly fine with me. If it helps, I can pretend to be sick for them tomorrow. Sure, Dawn. I'm not sure about another movie. I think they're already tired, but if they want to have some fun tonight, I'm happy to join them, Maria said, smiling widely. That sounds great. I'm going to head to bed now. Good night, Maria. Good night, Dawn. Maybe the girls and I will all sleep in my new room, Maria replied with a small smile. I didn't like how she emphasized my, but I was too tired to talk, so I went to my room. I said goodnight to Megan and Robin as I passed by. I was surprised that Megan and Robin wanted me to be in the room with the therapist. It turned into a group session where they just shared everything. Wow, I heard some really awful things. So bad that I questioned if any of it was real. Dr. Ward and I kept encouraging them to share their thoughts and feelings. Every so often we would tell them they hadn't done anything wrong. Mr. Perfect Father really messed up by not noticing sooner how much they needed to share their feelings. And of course, Barbara played an even bigger role in this. Don made another amazing meal. At first, it looked pretty easy compared to what he had made before. But wow, it was so good. I ended up eating a lot more than I expected. When I told the girls about my surprise sleepover, they were so happy. It made me very happy to see how much I meant to them. But it also made me a bit sad. I knew that one day my time with them might come to an end, and that would hurt us all. They took me to the guest bedroom. I was surprised by what I saw. The blanket on the bed looked a lot like mine, and it was nice quality. Many people choose cheaper things for their homes. There was even a pretty picture on the wall. Megan said that the picture and the TV were new. I felt unsure if I should feel happy or scared. Robin told me that her dad built all the furniture in this room in his basement workshop. He kept the designs simple, but everything looked really nice. Later, Dawn made some silly remarks about the comforter set being on sale. Even when it is on sale, it still costs too much for most people. While Dawn cleaned the kitchen, I found it hard to focus on the movie. Instead, my thoughts wandered to the duvet set, the picture, and the TV. I wasn't so sure Dawn would buy such a nice TV just for a guest room. That room looked as nice as any room in my house. I thought about that again. Maybe Dawn just wanted to make my stay as cozy as I had made his before. That seemed reasonable. He probably used old blankets and sheets in that room before. I could guess that after my phone call on Tuesday, he quickly went out to buy a new comforter set and really went all out. He might have gone into a fancy store without thinking about how much things would cost. He could have decided to buy something before he learned the price. That made sense to me. He may be Mr. Perfect, but a guy who knows how to pick out a duvet set? I don't think so. When it came to the Kincaid picture, I felt a little moved. Don had seemed to enjoy the pictures at my place, so him getting a print for my bedroom didn't feel too bad. After thinking a lot, I chose to appreciate what Don did for me. To make me feel even better, he brought me a slice of pie. If I could teach him some things, he might be someone special to keep around. That night, Don let me hang out with his daughters. We stayed up until 11 watching movies and chatting. Then we moved to my new bedroom. It felt like a slumber party. We ate the pie and shared some ice cream, too. I think we all fell asleep around 1 in the morning. At 2 in the morning, I woke up for a moment to turn off the TV and move Megan away from the edge of the bed. Don thought it would be fine to let the girls skip school, but I didn't agree. I believed if you want to enjoy yourself, you need to face the consequences. I had set the alarm for 6:30. It was hard, but I finally got out of bed and slid out from under Robin. Next, I tried to wake Robin, and after that, I worked on waking Megan. In the end, Robin and I carried Megan to the bathroom and helped her into the shower. Robin was laughing the whole time. When we turned on the cold water, I realized that Megan knew some words that a girl her age really shouldn't know. She was so loud that Don heard her too. He shouted so hard that it shocked Megan and made her scared. Even Robin looked worried. I opened the bathroom door a bit to see Don's serious face. "Don, it's okay. We just had a little mishap. Sometimes things slip out," I said, giving him a small smile. I looked back at Megan. She was standing in the shower, fully awake, her face pale with fear. But she said, "You heard what she said. Where did she learn those words? I don't know those words." "Don, calm down. Kids hear things these days. It happens. Now we need to clean up, so why don't you make breakfast while we do that, all right?" "Okay, but I don't like it. Can you please talk to her about the way she speaks? I would feel too shy." He hurried to the kitchen to make breakfast. That was a near miss. I sighed deeply. I looked back at Megan and Robin. They both looked relieved, too. "Megan, that isn't the right way for a young lady to speak. I've heard worse, so don't worry too much, but you really need to stop using words like that." "I've heard much worse. In a room full of models, the things they talked about would surprise and frighten anyone." "Where did you learn to talk like that?" Robin replied, "Mom says those words sometimes when she thinks we can't hear her. She talks like that for a little while, but she is so loud that we can pick it up. We don't catch every word, but we think she is upset about the divorce." That made sense, and maybe Barbara needed to be talked to as well. "I think we should keep that a secret from your dad, all right? If we tell him, he might feel like he needs to talk to your mom about it. So for now, let's not say anything. Next week, we can talk about it with your therapist, okay?" Their eyes brightened. "You'll come with us again next week?" I guess I was in now. "If it's all right with you and your dad, I would love to." "Now it's time for you two to get ready for school, so let's get cleaned up," I said. They both quickly started washing up. I washed my face, then brushed my hair and teeth at the double sink. I stepped outside to talk with Don. "Everything is arranged. I talked to them and they will speak with Dr. Ward about their language next week." Don let out a big sigh of relief. The girls came out, and we all acted like everything was fine. Don cooked his tasty French toast and sausage for breakfast. After that, I took Megan and Robin to school. I had never driven anyone to school before. When we arrived, they waved goodbye to me in a big way and showed me to their friends. It made me feel a bit sad that my car was so dirty. If I'd been driving a clean car, we could have made a better impression. I really wish I could pick them up after school, too. Every Wednesday night at Don's house became our usual thing. Ski season was almost here, and I was curious about their plans for Thanksgiving. 3 weeks before Thanksgiving, I decided to ask, "Megan, Robin, what do you usually do for Thanksgiving?" Since the divorce, our holidays have been pretty mixed up. For Thanksgiving, we always spend time with Daddy. Mama takes care of us from the start of Christmas break until late on Christmas night. During that time, we also visit Grandpa and Grandma. We return to Dad late on Christmas night, and we have another Christmas celebration on the 26th. We stay with Dad until it's time to go back to school because Mom is busy with fancy parties for adults around New Year's. Dad makes sure we eat well while we're with him." When Robin finished speaking, her eyes sparkled with excitement. How could Don take care of anyone better than he had since I first met him? "That sounds wonderful. How about you all come to my house for Thanksgiving this year? The ski season is starting, and I have some special plans with the lodge." Oh no, they looked sad. Did they already have plans? Did I ask them too late? Megan said, "Maria, we were really hoping you could join us for Thanksgiving here. Dad has been talking about it, but he was worried he might be putting pressure on you." "Okay, we can just go to my house for Thanksgiving dinner then," I said, trying to sound cheerful, but they still looked unhappy. "But Maria, if we did that, then we wouldn't get the turkey." Did I just hear the shout of an eagle? I should have known it had to be something about food with Don involved. How special could a turkey really be? I mean, turkey is fine once a year, but I thought about all the other meals Don had made. Maybe this one was better than usual. "What's so special about the turkey?" I asked, confused. He takes a turkey and fills it with a blend of butter, maple syrup, and a special drink called dramby. Then he cooks it slowly over smoke for hours, Megan said, her eyes shining with excitement. Robin, looking just as eager, jumped in to continue the story. "And he has sweet potatoes, homemade cranberry sauce, homemade sausage, bread rolls, stuffing, pumpkin pie, cherry pie, and pecan pie." Her voice faded as she imagined all the delicious food. "But why can't he make it all at my house? He has cooked there before." because you don't have a smoker and Dad's is too big to move. That's it. Show me this amazing cooker your dad has. So they took me outside where Don had a small area with a wooden fence for privacy. I glanced at his smoker. It didn't seem like anything special. It was large, but I could easily buy one. That looks like a big oil barrel turned into a charcoal grill, and there's a small drum on it. Can you also use it for charcoal grilling? My dad uses it that way all the time, Robin replied. That made things clear. Don had been saying that I only had a gas grill at my place. It was a fancy stainless steel gas barbecue that cost almost $3,000. Don kept saying it wasn't worth it. I thought if I bought one, he would stop complaining. Then my daughters and I could enjoy skiing over Thanksgiving weekend. Don, I need to talk to you. Yes, Maria, he replied quietly, looking at me in a funny way. I realized I must have sounded a bit harsh. We're all going to have Thanksgiving at my house. Robin and Megan are excited to go skiing. They told me that to make Thanksgiving dinner, we need a smoker. Where can I find one? You can get that model at any big home store or order it online, but let's use the computer, girls. Megan and Robin came with me to Don's office, and Megan helped me log in with her password. Don joined us, and I quickly found a big home and hardware store near my house. I searched for the brand name, and guess what? It was really affordable. The web page showed many accessories that I could buy, too. Don, is that your model? I asked. Yes, but... I clicked on it to learn more. They have a list of accessories here. Do you need a chimney? Yes, but I already have 2, he replied. I chose 3. How about a charcoal basket? Yes, but Maria. I picked 3 of those, too. I noticed a lot of different tongs listed. I didn't even ask Don. I just picked the ones that seemed the best, and I did the same with the gloves. What about a wireless thermometer? I asked. But Don didn't reply. He just stared at the ceiling. Don? You don't need to spend all this money, Maria, he said softly. Don, I'm not buying this for you. I'm getting it for my home, okay? He still didn't seem convinced, but then Megan helped me out. Daddy really likes those thermometers, and he has 2 of them. He says if he didn't have those, he would have to sit outside with the person using the smoker all day. They had 2 different kinds of wireless thermometers, so I bought 2 of each, along with a few regular thermometers, too. I read a list of all the extra items to Megan. She said no to most of them, but agreed to a few. When it was time to choose how to get the smoker, I was asked, "Do you want the smoker put together?" I thought that was a silly question. Of course, I wanted it all ready to use. I spent just over $500 to bring my friends and Guy together for Thanksgiving. It felt like a good deal. I relaxed in Don's office chair, feeling happy. It was a bit shaky, though, so I thought about getting him a new one. I glanced at Don, who looked sad. He really should know that I'm in charge here. Maria, I need to prepare the smoker before Thanksgiving. Cleaning and making sure it's right will take the whole day. How? I cut him off. No worries, we can just go up the weekend before Thanksgiving, too. That made Megan and Robin super excited, and I felt happy. This weekend, though, I need to take them shopping for ski gear. Maria. I gave him a look that said he was overdoing it. He wisely decided to stay quiet. So this weekend, I took Megan and Robin shopping. We had a great time. I was glad I had a big car because we filled it up with all the new gear. When we got home, we enjoyed a delicious meal. Don had even made a pie. Megan, Robin, and I had one of our best movie nights ever. Don kept coming out acting like a grumpy dad because of all the noise we were making. I can't sleep! Enough with the noise, he would say. We laughed because he was just having fun. He knew that making his girls feel a little rebellious made the night more exciting. Then he would stomp back to his room and we would stick our tongues out at him when he wasn't looking. He looked at me and gave me a wink. That weekend was great, which was good because Monday was not. Richard called me into his office. He had the full report on Don. The company that worked with the DOD had even teamed up with the FBI. I couldn't believe it. That was such a big invasion of Don's privacy. But Richard told me not to worry. He said that the company, after looking over Don's resume and the first report, really wanted to hire him. If the economy wasn't struggling, they would have already given him a job offer. I read the report 2 times, and it took me 2 full days. When the private detectives talked to Don's old friends and family for information, they said wonderful things about him. This included his ex-wife and sisters. It felt like everyone was sharing secrets. They had treated Don poorly in the past. but now they wanted to help him find a new and better job. The only person who spoke poorly about Don was his old boss. Even the CEO and the former president of Don's last job said good things about him. The FBI looked into the judge who dealt with Don's divorce. They asked her tough questions about her decision. They wanted to learn what proof she had about Don when she split his assets. Her only answer was that if Don was not guilty, why didn't he challenge her decision? They talked about how much money and time it would take to make an appeal. She suddenly stopped the interview and won't meet again. Don is amazing, he's almost like a saint. But with my history, starting a romantic relationship with him could lead to trouble. I decided to reach out to Vanessa, Cathy, and Freddie once more. That old idea of polishing things up, it might not be so silly after all. I really liked Don, and I thought we were getting closer to something special. But after what I learned, I realized that unless Don changed, we might not have a good chance of making it work. I called my friends to share my worries. Then I asked Richard to make a copy of the report and send it to them by mail. They needed time to read it, and I only had Thursday to talk to them before I went to the mountains with Don and my girls. On Wednesday, I told Don and my girls that my friends might join us for both weekends. I think Robin and Megan were a bit excited about that, but I felt a little let down. Was I not enough for a fun time? I got it, though. Don simply said that if I was happy, then he was happy too. That was nice and really lifted my spirits, but what would happen if he learned about my past with love? Would he still say those kind things? On Thursday, I got together with my friends at my condo. I was curious if they noticed the same things in the report that had bothered me. I thought the key details mostly came from interviews with Don's sisters, but some also came from his former wife. Freddie was the first to speak. Can you believe it? Don has only been with his ex-wife and has never dated anyone else. Cathy and Vanessa were surprised, just like I was. They understood why I was worried. I used to enjoy going out and having fun a lot before. After my divorce, I went through a wild 2 months where I went back to that lifestyle. My friends knew all about it, and if Don and I started to get closer, he would eventually learn about my past. To be honest, I had a lot of experience in relationships. What made things worse was that his sister said he hadn't had much affection in a long time. If I spent the night with him, it would feel like a teacher being with a much younger student. It was frustrating to think about his wife. Instead of sharing a loving life with him that could help them both grow, she chose to be with other people, leaving him feeling alone. His self-esteem must have been really low from what I saw, and he likely had very little confidence in himself. He probably wouldn't feel sure about a relationship with me. If we started dating and he learned about my past, it might create some awkward moments. I couldn't pretend to be inexperienced with him because my friends already knew my story. I really liked him. He could be the person I spend my life with, but right now, because of our past experiences, there are too many issues between us. His lack of confidence is likely the reason he hasn't shown any interest in me yet. I'm a wealthy former model, and he is just a regular guy whose wife left him to find happiness elsewhere. I'm glad he didn't try to avoid me when I came over. I was even thinking about showing interest in him, which would have really surprised him. I was glad I didn't take that step. Don looked fit. He had a body that was almost like a model's. It was better than what many women usually find. I couldn't help but think about his ex-wife. If I ever wanted to be in a serious relationship with Don, I would wonder if he chose me just because I was here, rather than actually wanting me more than anyone else. He hasn't dated many women, so it's hard to tell. I shared my feelings with my 3 friends. When I first met Don, I thought he was like an old knight who just needed some shining up. But as I got to know him, I realized polishing wasn't enough. I really like Don, and I care for his daughters too, but his big ego and overconfidence are a problem. He acts like a saint, while I feel like the bad girl. What should I do? I need some advice. Cathy had removed her contacts and put on her glasses. She was in teaching mode now. She was close to getting her doctorate in psychology, and I was helping to pay for it. When she spoke, we listened closely. The only thing we can change is Don and how he feels about himself. We can't change where Maria comes from. So let's focus on helping Don. I like to begin with small steps and build from there. Often, when you tackle the simple parts of a problem first, it can change the whole situation and help make the tough parts easier to handle. Let's begin with how Don looks. He seems to be in good shape. He's not overly muscular, but still healthy. We want to help him feel better about himself, so let's put him on an exercise plan to really improve his fitness. Seeing his progress in the mirror will boost his confidence, and positive reactions from others when he gets fit will help too. Maria, I think it's time we looked at those famous pictures. Cathy was being serious, not playful. I had the photos ready. Freddie made some cheeky remarks, but Cathy and Vanessa remained calm. Vanessa asked, "How did he get those scars on his back?" Freddie replied, "Didn't you see that? About 5 years ago, a troubled teenager was running after his girlfriend with a garden rake." Don stepped in front of the girl to protect her and took the hit in the back. "Classic Don, forgetting his armor," she said, shaking her head. Vanessa added, "Well, I didn't notice that until now. To be honest, he has really nice leg muscles, a great back, and strong arms. But his chest looks a bit flat. I know he's strong, but his stomach could use some work. With the right exercises, we could probably help him improve that. I don't think he has ever worked with a personal trainer, so let's get one for him. Since I run my own gym, I believe I can help him get in shape. We might need to lower some of the carbs in his meals, too. And about his hair, we can definitely do something different. Anything would be an improvement over what he has now, even a simple shortcut." We all agreed with a nod. Cathy spoke again. "I'm not talking about romance, but what other things should a smooth guy know? I mean skills or qualities, not romantic actions." We talked a lot about Cathy's question and made a list. The first item was to be a good dancer. We learned from talking to his sisters and ex-wife that Don had wanted to take dance lessons with Barbara, but she always said no. So we figured Don wasn't a very good dancer. It was my job to teach him. First, he needed to learn how to fix a car. We all laughed about that because Don seemed like he could fix anything, even a big plane. Next, he should know how to cook a nice meal. We decided that one wasn't necessary. The third thing was being able to lift heavy things. Vanessa told us how he had once picked up a really heavy snowblower without any trouble, so we agreed to leave that one out as well. Last, he needed to be ready to stand up for himself or others. I shared with them that a person living in Don's house is teaching him self-defense in return for using the gym in Don's basement. That covered item 5. For item 6, we talked about not being a bully. Don, a bully? Not really. As for item 7, being good with tools, we decided to skip that one as well. Item 8 mentioned having a good income. From what we knew, Don makes about $80,000 a year, which sounds good to us. For item 9, it was about being financially secure. Don has more than $2 million in assets. That should be safe enough. The 10th point is to be smart. He has a college degree and knows basic cooking, so he passes this too. The 11th point is to be a good listener and a good speaker. This led to a disagreement between Cathy, Freddie, and me. Freddie and I believed Don was a good communicator, but Cathy disagreed with us. Don isn't a great listener. If he were, he wouldn't have been tricked so easily by his ex-wife. He would also notice how you truly feel about him, Maria. I believe this is something he'll always struggle with. It's not that he doesn't get what people say. It's that he misses the things that are not said, especially when he talks with a woman. This shouldn't be a problem for Don, but we really need to help him pay more attention. When it comes to teaching Don about talking to others and romance, I believe we should take him on practice dates. Freddie shouted, "Yes, I'm excited to practice with Don." Cathy shot Freddie an annoyed look. "This is not what I meant, but I'm talking about practicing romance, not anything else. We will focus on nice dinners, sweet chats, and maybe a gentle kiss, but nothing more than that. In the evenings, he should talk to other people. This way, whoever spends time with him later can chat about what he understood and what he might have missed. By doing this, we can achieve 2 things at once. We all have small and big events coming up that would be nice to attend with someone. I suggest we take Don to some of these events to help him feel more confident, just like Maria said. When we think Don is ready, we can set him up with some real dates where someone might be interested in him. Hey, I'm not sure I like that idea. Maria, Don needs to build his confidence in dating. I don't think any of us here can help him with that. I'm not saying he will get too serious with anyone. I'm just saying that we can help him feel more comfortable. That's all. I have some books about relationships that I can give to Don when the time is right. We went back to discussing the list. The 12th item was to be kind. There was a good chance that Don was already very kind. The 13th item was to know how to ride a horse. Cathy thought that was a little silly, but the rest of us disagreed. How can a cowboy or knight be complete without a horse? I offered to help Don learn. The 14th item was to know how to dress nicely. Don didn't dress badly, but he could improve. Vanessa and I would work on that together. Vanessa asked, "I just want to know, why are we doing this? I think I have an idea, but I want to make sure." Cathy replied, "I believe I can speak for everyone. First, we like Don, and he has been treated unfairly. Second, we care about Megan and Robin. Third, we like Maria, who really seems to like Don. Finally, and most importantly, this report was a terrible and wrong invasion of Don's privacy. By reading the report and not saying anything, we are part of this situation. We now know that Don might have trouble with love and friendships. It is our duty to support Don if he is open to it. Plus, I believe it will be really enjoyable, kind of like My Fair Lady, but with a man this time." As Cathy said this, she took off her glasses and smiled widely. We all chuckled as she got to her feet. "I announce that we are starting the Polishing Don Association. I suggest we choose Maria as our president. Vanessa will be in charge of physical education. Freddie will help us laugh and have fun." Freddie made a funny face at Cathy, and Cathy smiled back. "I will run the planning department. I also think it would be great to invite Megan and Robin to join us as junior members later on. All in favor, say yes." We were sitting around my dining room table talking about different things. In the middle of the table, there was a tray full of vegetables. Instead of saying yes, we started tossing the vegetables at Cathy. But really, it meant the same thing. Cathy caught some of the vegetables thrown at her and said, "I think we should let Don handle the food for all our future PDA meetings since Maria's cooking isn't good." Everyone else said yes, but I shouted, "Hey!" They could cut their own carrot sticks from now on. I wasn't sure how much I would go along with Cathy's plan. Some parts of it seemed okay, but I really didn't like the idea of Don going out on real dates. He was a great guy, just waiting to be noticed. He is very kind and has strong values. He believes in doing the right thing, like people used to. I think a woman might charm him, and then he would feel he must marry her. I wonder if that's what Barbara did. She could make him shine and help him feel good, and I couldn't help but want him. But then, I felt a heavy sadness. I knew he would never see me that way if he found out who I really was and the things I had done before we met. Oh no, what was I going to do? We all agreed that we couldn't keep the public display of affection a secret from Don. We decided to tell him about the report, too. Cathy believed that because she knew him well, she could explain it in a way that would calm Don down if he was upset. We felt it was wrong to act without telling Don, even if we thought it might help him. Still, we didn't think we had to tell him every single detail. Cathy's idea to help Don with his communication skills might be more effective if he didn't know it was happening. We planned to wait until Thanksgiving weekend to share everything with Don. I had brought up the turkey, and that caught everyone's interest, even Freddie. They would be visiting the weekend before Thanksgiving as well. I made it clear that I had promised Megan and Robin I would ride with them in Don's car. My friends, as Don likes to call them, began their usual game of making the girls ride with me while my friends went with Don. It was a bit unfair. We all gathered at Don's place for our weekend trip. I let Vanessa drive my new SUV, and I hopped in with Don. At first, I felt a bit down. We couldn't find the Yahtzee game that we had planned to play. Don insisted it was under the seat, but after searching for 10 minutes, we gave up. So the girls and I decided to have some fun practicing our music skills instead. For some reason, Dad really liked either the Beatles or Queen on this drive. I didn't mind. I liked it all. Don seemed to really enjoy the trip. This was the best long car ride I ever had. Maria danced and sang along to the Beatles in her seat, and it made me feel so happy. I took a lot of deep breaths for almost 20 minutes and switched from the Beatles to a jazz CD. When we finally reached Maria's house, it felt safe for me to get out of the car. I brought the usual treats. I had baked everything at home because I knew I wouldn't have much time over the weekend. I brought 2 pies, 1 cake, and a big batch of cookies. This time, I made white chocolate cookies with macadamia nuts. Cathy and Freddie's mouths watered when they saw them. After Friday's dinner of grilled salmon, they sat right across from me at the table, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. They shared 3 cookies in a row. I was so embarrassed that I felt like I might burst. I wasn't quick to understand what was happening, but I certainly felt it. I didn't feel comfortable enough to get up from the table. Even when I turned my head away, I couldn't settle down because I could still hear them. Luckily, my daughters were at the sink doing the dishes, so they were distracted. Vanessa just sat there, glancing between me, Cathy, and Freddie. She had a big smile on her face, and I think she was waiting for me to get really upset. Finally, Maria, who was busy in the kitchen, noticed what was happening. She walked back to the table and whispered for them to stop. "Megan and Robin will notice you two. Please stop. Or I'll throw out the pie." That made them get up, grumbling, "You're no fun." Vanessa waited until Maria wasn't looking, then leaned in close and whispered in my ear, "If you think that was exciting, just wait until you see what I can do with the pie tonight." She then softly blew in my ear. I had to sit still for another 10 minutes. It was another movie night for them. I decided to go to bed early. I didn't want to risk running into Vanessa after what she said. So I put an old movie in the DVD player in my room and climbed into bed. A little while later, Megan and Robin came upstairs to see how I was doing. They seemed worried that I had gone to bed so early. "Dad, are you okay? You went to bed really early," said Megan. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." I was glad they came up when they did because I had almost decided to get out of bed to find a way to relax. 5 minutes more, and I would have found myself in a very awkward spot. I could only picture my daughters calling through the bathroom door, "Daddy, what are you doing in there?" Robin turned to look at the movie on the screen. "Dad, are you watching that houseboat movie again? Don't you get tired of it?" Megan quickly grabbed her sister and pulled her aside to quiet her down. I could hear bits of their whispered chat. It seemed like tonight was going to be a night of embarrassment for me. "Robin, please don't. That movie, the actress, Lauren, she reminds me of Maria." Robin turned to look at me with wide eyes. I felt like crawling under the covers. This is not what guys, and especially fathers, are supposed to do. The two of them came back to me, wearing sweet smiles. They patted my blankets and kissed me on the cheek. They tucked me in bed. Then they told me how much they loved me and went out. When my door closed, I could hear them giggling in the hallway. The tension I felt before was all gone. I was just too embarrassed. The next morning, I woke up early and used the snowblower to clear the driveway. Carl had fixed the tractor, but I didn't know how to use it. I thought I was less likely to break something with the blower. Being outside in the fresh air with a tool made me feel better and more in control again. I cooked a big lunch of hamburgers, grilled cheese sandwiches, and French fries for everyone before they went skiing. After that, I began cleaning and preparing the smoker. I'm not sure what kind of anti-rust coating they used on it, but it was really hard to remove. After 3 hours of work, I got tired and decided it was clean enough, so I moved on to curing the smoker. I was still busy when everyone came back. They looked tired but happy, with bright red cheeks. I had hot chocolate and cookies waiting for them to enjoy and warm up. After they cleaned up, I started making dinner. I had spent the day outside preparing the smoker just like I thought I would before we arrived, so I decided to cook a Korean pork dish. I made almost 7 pounds of pork, and they happily ate it all. It was too bad that all that grease was wasted. If it had been earlier, I could have used it to add flavor to the smoker. For Freddie, I cooked some shrimp and little bits of squid. I made sure to cook the pork on its own. Freddie mixed her own dipping sauce with cocktail sauce, hot sauce, and horseradish. She spread it on her lettuce while making her dish. She seemed to enjoy every bite. That sauce she made was so spicy it would have made me cough. I went to bed early again, just like before, but this time I made sure to watch a John Wayne movie before I slept. The next day, I made our usual Sunday breakfast. Then I almost faced a small problem. Maria was thinking about going home with her friends because we were short on time, but luckily I found the Yahtzee game in the trunk. I wonder how it got there. Ha ha ha. Shake it, baby, now. That Monday, I went to my usual appointment with Dr. Huff. I told her about my weekend. I shared how Cathy and Freddie enjoyed the cookies and how my kids reacted when I watched Houseboat. Then my doctor started laughing. It wasn't just a small chuckle. It was a big, hearty laugh that filled the whole room. Every time she tried to calm down, she would look at my face and start laughing again. I felt completely let down. I am starting to doubt my friends. I can't shake the feeling that they are all imagining themselves getting married to Don. The day before Thanksgiving, we all drove to my house. I had to drive my own car because Don's was too full of food. On Thursday morning, he woke up very early to begin cooking. I went outside a few times to check on the outdoor activities and see how things were going. Don had his smoker set up in the small outdoor kitchen where I keep my gas grill. He had a green canvas cover on top of the smoker. "Don, isn't that going to catch fire?" I asked. "No, it's a welding blanket I use on chilly days to keep the heat in the smoker. It might get a bit burned near the firebox if I'm not careful, but it won't catch fire." After a few hours, he brought in the cooked turkey, and it smelled amazing. He made us wait for a bit so it could soak up its own flavors. I have to say the smell made my mouth water. But when we finally tried it, I found out that his daughters had been mistaken. The turkey was even better than they said. Don had bought the biggest turkey I had ever seen, and I was worried it might not be big enough. He also brought 4 live lobsters in a special box he made from a cooler and some old aquarium parts just for Freddie. As she ate her first 2 lobsters, she watched us enjoy the turkey. I think that was the first time I saw her feeling sad about being a vegetarian. The other food Don made with the turkey was delicious too. It was hard to believe that Barbara had cheated on such a good man. She must not have been thinking straight. Don worked really hard, and he still needed to clean the smoker, so the ladies in the kitchen worked on cleaning the table and the kitchen. Even though we felt very full, we couldn't help but take little bites from the turkey. We didn't want to waste even the smallest pieces. If a plate had just a tiny bit left, we would make sure to scrape it clean. It was so amazing that it felt wrong to throw any of it away, even the tiniest bit. We were ready to show our appreciation for Don and his incredible turkey. Instead, we slowly made our way to the movie room and ended up sleeping for a few hours. When Don found us almost asleep in the movie room, he kindly woke us up. He then gave each of us a slice of pumpkin pie and a slice of pecan pie. After that, he went to bed because it had been a long day for him. I would have been concerned about my friends sneaking away to his room, but we were all too full and tired. The rest of the night, we just woke up now and then to put in a new movie. Around dawn, we all got up to head to our own rooms and sleep. By noon, I woke up feeling great. I took a shower and went downstairs, only to see that all the girls had come down at the same time. We had leftover turkey for lunch, and it tasted just as good as the first time. Unfortunately, it looked like there was only enough food left for one more meal. Don asked us if we wanted something different for dinner, but we all said no. We wanted more turkey, except for Freddie, who was hoping for another lobster. When he went to check on the lobsters, Don was happy that his lobster cooler had kept the other 2 alive. Freddie ended up having one of them for lunch. That afternoon was the big meeting with Don Vanessa, and Freddie kept Megan and Robin busy while Cathy and I nervously brought the report and the PDA to Don. "Don, can you come with Cathy and me into my room?" I asked. "Sure, what's it about?" he replied, following us inside. "Don, do you remember when you cut down that tree without asking me first and then you apologized a lot?" "Yes, I remember." "Well, Don, this time I need to apologize, but I'm not very good at it." "I'm really, really sorry," I said. I asked Cathy to tell me what happened, hoping she would clarify things. "If you need to shout later, that's fine. I just didn't want him to get so angry that he left the house and took my girls away. I might never see them again." Cathy started to explain. "Don, when you first met and helped Maria, which was a great thing to do, your daughters told her a strange story about your divorce. It felt hard to believe, almost like a story from a drama show. Maria had just ended a tough relationship with her ex-boyfriend. Because of this, she was worried about getting close to you and your children. After hearing such an unbelievable story, she chose to look into things more. She reached out to her ex-husband, who is a good man and cares a lot about Maria. She shared her recent breakup with him, the accident she had, how he rescued her, and the tale of his divorce. He helped her find a private detective who did a quick check and confirmed much of what she said. Even though he is no longer married to Maria, her ex-husband still values her as a friend. He wasn't happy with the report and thought a deeper investigation was necessary. The recruiter who reached out to you and had you sign a document was suggested to you by Richard, her ex. That was a wrong invasion of your privacy. What was even worse is that Maria figured out what was going on early enough to stop it. But she didn't. She already had enough clues, but her curiosity got the better of her. She cared about you and your children and wanted to learn everything. About 10 days ago, the final report came in. She was upset to see the awful betrayal you went through was clearly confirmed and even worse than she thought. She needed help and asked Vanessa, Freddie, and me to read the report too. We should have said no, but we were curious. We broke your trust by looking at the file. All 4 of us feel very sorry about it. It hurts more because we knew it was wrong when we did it. So, we ask you to please accept our sincere apologies. I had been looking down at my desk, feeling guilty and anxious. When Cathy was done, I quickly nodded my head to show I accepted her apology. After a few moments of silence, Don let out a heavy sigh. He looked sad as he said, "Cathy, Maria, it doesn't matter. The investigation felt like a big invasion of my privacy. The trick from the headhunter was sneaky, but I never thought anything good would come from it, so it doesn't really bother me." He sighed again, and it looked like he felt sad, even though he was clearly trying to hide it. "A lot of people might be upset about this, but I just don't feel angry at all. Ever since I met you, Maria, I've been having a great time. It's the best time I can remember in my life." I'm easy to understand. I don't think I have any secrets or anything to be embarrassed about. I don't mind if people know some things about my life, but I'm okay with a background check. I understand that someone like Richard would want to keep you safe. You have a lot of money, and you've recently been through a tough relationship, so it makes sense that you might feel cautious. I'm not shocked, so it's okay. About the files, I really don't want to keep them. They remind me of some tough times, so please get rid of them. I don't want to look at them again or feel upset about things that happened in the past or mistakes in the report. I often feel very angry, and I'm working hard to change that, so just please burn them. And for your apology, I accept it. Let's just act like that didn't happen, all right? Don tried to smile, but his eyes showed a lot of sadness. It hurt me to see him like this. Cathy looked shaken too by what she saw in his eyes. I had let him down, and I needed to fix things. Oh, Don, I'm really glad you can forgive us. We were so worried and felt terrible about everything. It's such a relief for me and for all of us, Cathy said, but her voice sounded strange to me. Don then switched topics. I'm going to find Megan and Robin. The snow outside is just right for making a snowman, and I want to see if they want to join in. I would have really liked to build a snowman with them, but Cathy grabbed my arm, stopping me from going after Don. Wait, Cathy said. You need to stay here. I'm going to get Vanessa and Freddie. We need to chat. She hurried out, and I sank down, feeling overwhelmed. Even though Don had said some kind words, it was clear that Cathy did not think things had gone well, and I felt like it was my fault. They all returned to my office and found me with my head on my desk, really worried about what Cathy would say next. What happened? Don seemed all right when he left with his kids, Freddie asked. Cathy began to explain. I told Don about the investigation. I don't think he cares much about us looking into his private life, but I believe that knowing it was us who did it is really hurting him. We might be the first adults he has started to trust since his divorce. He probably needs some grown-up friendship. You saw the report about his old friends and family. Now we, his first friends since he got divorced, have let him down too. I started crying into my arms. Don't worry, I think we can make things right. One big thing that helps us is that we didn't hide our mistake from him. In the end, that will mean a lot. To fix things, we need to stop taking him for granted. We eat his food and joke with him too much. But the 3 of us, I'm not sure about Maria, really spend all our time with his kids. Instead of showing him too much affection too soon, I think we should find ways to include him in our plans. He might not feel like watching any of our girl movies, but for everything else, we should make an effort to include him, even if we have to persuade him a bit. Let's be honest, we are 4 attractive women, and most guys would feel good if we asked them to join us. How about instead of watching movies tonight, we go to the game room and bring Don with us? We could even begin his dance lessons this evening. I don't think Megan or Robin know much about dancing either. It would be fun for all of us to try and teach the 3 of them together. Tomorrow Don is going skiing with us, unless we all decide to stay home. If we need to, we can find a teacher for him so he can learn new things. It's not good for him to be alone at home. We should show him that we really care about him and that we love spending time with him, not just when he's making food for us or when we're enjoying his tasty meals. Also, while it's fine to joke around and be playful with him, we should also talk seriously with him sometimes. Vanessa, you've been using Maria's gym at home. Bring Don along next time and give him some tips. Freddie, aside from that Kincaid art Maria loves, she has some other great pieces here. I think Richard chose them. I was too upset to argue about that comment. Cathy continued talking. I've noticed Don looking at that art. You're an artist, so why not chat with him about it? We've pretended to be his friends. Now it's time to really help him. The guy is kind-hearted, and it's time to fix what's bothering him. We'll begin the work now, but we won't share our plans right away. There's no need for that. Anyone can see what's happening. It's normal for friends to support someone who has been hurt after a breakup. That's what friends do. We all liked Cathy's new idea. Freddie quickly left. As the rest of us walked out slowly, she was already rushing down the stairs in her ski clothes. I think we should have a fun snowball fight, she shouted. We ran after her. It was easy to get Megan and Robin to join in, but Don looked very tired. Finally, Vanessa jumped on him, and Freddie stuffed a handful of snow down his back. That seemed to wake him up a bit, but his eyes still looked empty. I was close to Don for most of the fight. I just couldn't bring myself to throw a snowball at him. I always wanted to be on his side, and he never threw a snowball at Cathy or me either. Then he tripped and fell after Robin hit him in the face. I ended up diving on top of him. I didn't just fall. I aimed to land on him like a guard protecting someone important. It wasn't a planned choice. I just went for it. When I landed on him, I understood why I had to act this way. Even with our thick clothes on, my arms wrapped around him with surprising strength. I held him close, as if it was the most important thing in the world. I tried to take away his pain and fill it with my warmth, but sadly the heavy clothes made it hard for him to notice what I was trying to do. Robin and Megan rushed over. Robin worried that she might have hurt her dad. Dad, are you okay? Don made a loud snoring noise, acting like he was asleep. I decided to do the same, but my snore was softer and more ladylike. I felt shy and didn't know what else to think while I was lying on top of him. However, that turned out to be a big mistake. Robin snuck a handful of snow down the back of my coat. I let out a loud scream that made all the ladies laugh, and even Don joined in with some big laughs. That handful of snow helped me escape from a tricky moment and cheered Don up. The cold, wet back was worth it. I promised myself I would get back at Robin someday. We spent the whole afternoon making snowmen and building snow forts. We also had fun throwing snowballs at each other. It was a silly day, but we all enjoyed ourselves a lot. Don's eyes were still not shining like usual, but they were getting better. Freddie went away for a bit, and when she returned, she had a tray full of mugs of hot chocolate and some of Don's cookies. I silently thanked her. Don had done enough for us. It was nice of him, and I knew he would keep helping, but it was time for us to take care of him for once. At dinner, we ate the last of the turkey. Can you believe it? A 22-pound turkey, eaten in 3 meals. Before dinner, we told Megan and Robin about our plan to make Don go skiing with us. They both liked the idea. It was easy, we just persuaded Don. Don, tomorrow you're going skiing with us, I said. Maria, I've never skied before. Honestly, I would probably hurt myself or others on the slopes, he replied. That's too bad because I was excited to ski tomorrow, said Megan. Don looked confused. Well, you can all still go. I'll just stay here or wait for you at the lodge. No, Daddy, we all decided. We all go together or we all stay home together, Robin said. I felt happy when she said stay home about my house. But, Don, you have a choice. Go skiing or let your daughters down, I told him. Megan and Robin leaned in close to Don, looking at him with big, hopeful eyes. But I don't have any gear or even warm clothes for skiing. Don, leave that to me. Are you coming with us or are we all staying home? All right, I give in. I suppose I'll just embarrass myself again like always. That night we played ping pong, pool, and air hockey. Don was not great at any of them, except for pool. The night really took off when we all headed to my dance studio. The only issue we had was deciding who would pair up with whom. It ended up being a choice I didn't love, but it was honestly the best solution. Vanessa, the second best dancer after me, would dance with Don, Cathy would be with Robin, and Freddie would partner with Megan. I was left to be the dance teacher. No one took my instructions seriously. I wanted to join in and dance too, but instead, I had to act like the strict teacher. I would lead the dance and show a move with Vanessa. They struggled to count the steps and remember where to put their feet. Ugh! I really wanted some cake, but Don had not brought any. I decided that my main goal for the night was to help them remember just 2 steps. Not 3 or 4, just 2. Robin was actually the best of the group, while Megan and Don were about the same and not very good. I was thinking about whether I would have enough time to teach Don how to dance. It was a challenge just to show him how to waltz, let alone the tango, foxtrot, or mambo. He was putting way too much strength into every step. Instead of guiding his partner, he seemed to pull her along. I might need to get some tough shoes for both Vanessa and me. At the end, I decided to play some rock and roll music. Don tried to act shy, but I wouldn't allow it. Then he just stood there like he was stuck. I gave him my best "don't upset me again" look. I showed him some dance moves that fit with the music. He seemed to enjoy dancing more when there was real music instead of just counting. I would keep that in mind for next time. After dancing, we were all worn out, so Don went up to his room. The rest of us girls got comfortable to watch a movie because that was our tradition. I had a big slice of pecan pie to enjoy since we didn't have any cake. I chose to forgive Don after everything. The next day, Don, that lazy guy, woke up early and cooked breakfast. I really wish I could keep him in bed longer. I called the ski shop at the lodge and made some special plans. The gear sold at a ski resort usually costs much more than in town. They know they can charge more because people need it while they are there. I asked them to tell Don a different price when we arrived. I would just charge everything to my credit card and he would never find out. If he knew how much some of the gear cost, he would be shocked. But I don't agree with buying cheap boots or bindings. If it helps reduce the chance of getting hurt on the slopes, I'll buy it. Don had some warm brown overalls in his SUV, and he wanted to use those for skiing. I cannot believe it. I have no idea what he's thinking. I wanted to take Don to the store while everyone else went skiing, but they all said no. They wanted to share their opinions about what Don should wear and use. I was really frustrated because I didn't want Don to choose. I wanted him to pick what I suggested. Maybe it was a good thing that Freddie and my girls were there. Freddie knew a lot about skiing and had even competed before, so she picked out the best gear for Don. I made sure that my girls and I chose the colors for our project. No one else was going to dress up my friend Don. Oh no, I feel hopeless around him. Why do I keep thinking like this? I had already set up a special teacher for Don. His name is Bill, and he's an older retired man. He worked at the lodge, but isn't really part of it. He is a wonderful teacher for beginners. I believe he used to be a banker. Bill worked with Don for 2 hours, and then we made sure Don took a break. Learning to ski when you're tired can lead to mistakes. Vanessa stepped in to help him for the next 2 hours. I could ski as well as Vanessa, but she knew how to teach better. After that, we all took another break. For the last 2 hours, Freddie showed Don how to ski, and by the end of the day, Don was going down some gentle slopes. I have a storage locker at the lodge for my ski gear, so we all put our skis away there. We decided that instead of going straight back to the city tomorrow, we would go skiing for a little longer. Freddie said we should make sure Don remembers everything he learned. When we got home, we enjoyed some of Don's amazing cookies, and then went upstairs to take a shower and clean up. About an hour later, we were all back downstairs, but Don was still upstairs. Robin hurried upstairs to see how he was doing and found him fast asleep, still in his ski clothes. She gently woke him up and told him to get in the shower. When she came back downstairs, she had a big smile on her face and looked happy about what she had done. I went upstairs and saw him lying on the bed, still in his ski pants. I tried to wake him, but he just kept sleeping. I pinched his nose closed, and all he did was open his mouth and breathe that way. I took off his socks and tickled his feet, but he quickly pulled his foot away. I started to get frustrated. I grabbed his big toe and playfully bit it. He jumped up in bed, shouting, "Whoa, my toe!" Daddy pulled his foot back from me, rolled over, and fell out of bed. I think I will be in trouble for a month. We managed to stay serious for her whole speech, but when she finished that last line, we all burst out laughing. Robin was smiling like she had just won a big prize. While Don was in the shower, Freddie and I began making dinner. Don had brought a big cooler filled with Dungeness crab this time. He must enjoy big gatherings because I couldn't see how we would eat all of them. We cooked them and served them with baked potatoes and asparagus. So tasty. Sadly, Megan and Robin didn't like the asparagus, which meant more for us. After dinner, we just relaxed and had fun. We watched some TV and played video games together. I was getting better at the video games. I managed to win against Robin a few times, but Cathy still won the most games. That evening, our dance lessons started again. Instead of just counting steps, I decided to try dancing with Don to some real music. I played Moon River and led Don through a few steps. Then he did something surprising. He pulled me closer and said, "This was always one of my parents' favorite songs, especially my dad's." Hearing that makes me feel a mix of happy and sad. I feel happy because it brings back all the good memories with them. But I also feel sad because they are not here anymore. Don wants to share something special with me and thinks I can teach him too. I don't think so. When he tried to let me go and get back to where I should be, I hugged him tightly. The waltz I'd tried to teach him slowly changed into the gentle dance that many couples do together. I swear, if he makes me feel embarrassed one more time, I'm going to get really angry. I put Vanessa back with Don for the rest of the lesson. There was no way I was going to let him get too close to me for the rest of the night. He might get me stressed out, and I really needed to change the music. Who does he think he is? Getting all touchy-feely and sharing something like that with me while other people are nearby? Doesn't he get it? Timing is important. Oh man, why does he have to be so incredibly kind? After our lesson, we followed our usual plan. Don went to bed, and the rest of us settled in to watch a movie. The next day, we skied for almost 4 hours. At first, it seemed like Don had forgotten everything he learned on Saturday, but by the end of the second hour, he was back on track. After a few more weekends skiing with him, I could stop worrying about him getting hurt, as long as we keep him away from the really steep slopes. It was a nice weekend. The turkey was delicious. Sometimes things don't go as planned, and the taste can be off, but this time it was just right. I was really surprised by what Maria and Cathy did when they checked up on me. That stung a bit. Are all women so curious? I would definitely talk about it with Dr. Huff this Monday evening. Learning to dance and ski was enjoyable, I must say. Mariah is sure that she will help me become a decent ballroom dancer in 6 months. Just think about it. Holding lovely women in my arms for 6 months, especially Maria. I could probably be convinced to do it. When I got home, I had good news about the stock I had invested in. It went up from $3.42 a share to $5.60. I knew there wasn't a good reason for the stock to be so low. I think others realized it too. After that, I went to my therapy session. Dr. Huff focused the whole time on the invasion of my privacy. She agreed with me that the women had treated me badly. However, she also mentioned that they seemed to really regret what they did. She thought they acted that way because they truly cared about me. She even suggested that she thought those women might like me in a special way. I told her that wasn't possible. Those ladies were too impressive for someone like me. Dr. Huff also seemed upset that all the reports had been destroyed. She said that reading them could have been helpful for my therapy. I needed to think about that for a bit longer. Maria was likely correct. Then, on Wednesday, Maria came over as usual. I decided to share with her what I was dealing with and help her see my situation. Maria, for the past few weeks I've been going to therapy every Monday evening. I'm trying to manage my feelings of anger. I told my therapist about the investigation you did on me. When I said this, Maria's face turned white. She helped me see things more clearly, and I feel much better about it now. Maria sighed with relief. But she wants to read the report. She thinks it could help my therapy. I know you got rid of your copies like I asked, but could you call her? She has some questions for you if you have a moment, and it would really help me. Don, I'd be very happy to help. I'm really glad you're going to therapy. I think that report could really help her understand what you've been through and help you with your anger. I'm happy to give her a call. Don, I don't know how else to say this, so I'll just come out with it. Even though we burned all our copies, there might still be a few out there. The job agency and some of the possible employers might still have some copies. I know you're feeling unsure about getting a job, but now that some companies know why you left your old job, you might start getting some good offers, especially when the economy gets better. One company is really interested in you. Since they still have the report, I can probably have a copy sent to your therapist. Does that sound good? That sounds good, Maria. I always figured there were probably more copies around. I didn't think it would be easy for you to get another one, and I didn't want to ask after I told you to get rid of them all. No, really, it's no trouble at all. I'm just glad you're not upset with me anymore. Maria smiled brightly, her eyes shining. I knew I'd need to take another cold shower tonight. The next month was quite busy. Megan, Robin, and I were all recovering from a cold during the first week of December. I really didn't want to get anyone sick, so I told Maria not to come over for our trip to the therapist that night. Did she listen? No way. Megan and Robin both called me on Tuesday morning from school, saying they weren't feeling well. I think we all caught something on our way back from Maria's house, maybe at the store where we stopped. I felt tired too, so I went to pick them up from school and then decided to take the rest of the day off. I told Barbara about the situation, and she agreed the kids could stay with me. Then I called Maria to tell her that we probably wouldn't meet on Wednesday night. When I got home from work on Wednesday, feeling really bad, I found Maria already there. She was looking after Megan and Robin. On the stove, there was homemade chicken soup cooking. On the kitchen counter, she had different cold medicines. She was also helping my girls with their homework. They had fallen a bit behind because they got sick. Maria really helped us out. She even gave baths to Megan and Robin. They were sweating a lot and felt quite dirty and uncomfortable. Maria changed the sheets on their beds and dressed them in clean pajamas, too. The illness was really wearing us down. Maria stayed at my apartment again on Thursday to care for Megan and Robin. On Thursday night, she returned to her own apartment after seeing that Megan and Robin were feeling much better. On Friday, Maria didn't answer my calls, and I started to feel worried about her. I thought she might be sick and wouldn't have anyone to help her. I left work early, picked up Megan and Robin, and drove to Maria's place after stopping by my house for some things. When we arrived at the security desk of Megan's condo, we had overnight bags and a pot of chicken soup. Megan and Robin quickly told the guard about our worry. I had never been in her condo, but Megan and Robin had visited it when they went shopping all day with Maria. The security officer pressed the buzzer, but Maria didn't respond. He looked at her parking spot and saw her car was still there. He didn't want to, but he decided to go to her condo and, if needed, let himself in to see if Maria was okay. My daughters wouldn't let him go alone. They came with him, and I followed, holding the pot of chicken soup. When he knocked on the door, Maria still didn't reply, with Megan urging him, "She might need help." He unlocked the door. As soon as he opened the door a little bit, Robin slipped past him and went inside. He shouted for her to stop, but she kept going. "That's my girl!" Then he stood there, not sure what to do. Should he go after Robin? I thought it would be good to distract him so Megan could sneak by. A pot of hot chicken soup pushed against someone's back works well for a distraction. Now we had managed to send 2 people into the enemy area. Everything was going according to plan with the operation called Is Maria Okay? I said sorry for the hot pot and waited for agents M and R to give their update. Robin dashed back to me. "Daddy, Maria is really sick, just like we were. She didn't want to call for help and couldn't get out of bed to answer the door." When I heard Maria is really sick, I felt a sudden rush. I found myself moving through the guard and the doorway, and I was 15 feet inside Maria's home before I even knew it. I think the guard got caught up behind me as I moved ahead. Robin ran ahead to lead me. I knew where to go. All I needed to do was follow the sound of the coughing. I stepped into Maria's bedroom, hesitating a little since I was coming in without asking. Well, I'm good at apologizing when needed. "Maria, are you all right?" Maria and my friends turned to look at me with surprise. I wonder why she's laughing. Did I say something silly? Here I am, kneeling by her bed, wearing big oven mitts and holding a pot of chicken soup. I thought the best thing to say was, "Are you hungry?" She looked at me like I was crazy, but I could see a small smile on her face. "No," she said, coughing a little. I think the guard left at that moment. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Robin answered her question in a really simple way. "You took care of us, and now we're here to take care of you. We love you, Maria." I wish I could have said that. Maria's eyes lit up as she saw the girls. She opened her arms wide. Megan and Robin ran to her and shared a warm hug. It was a sweet moment, even with Maria still coughing. I quietly slipped away to the kitchen to leave the soup behind. My girls jumped in to help Maria, showing off their caring skills. They were like a mix of a kind nurse and a strong warrior. I was just there to help bring supplies. If Maria didn't want a bath, that was okay. Megan and Robin decided to give Maria a bath, even though she didn't want one. She also didn't want her sheets changed, but that didn't stop them. When Maria said she didn't feel like eating, Megan and Robin just sat next to her bed. They looked at her with sad puppy eyes and said, "Please?" In the end, Maria ate some soup and crackers. She was lucky she agreed so quickly. If she hadn't, they might have used their special trick of pretending the spoon was a choo-choo train to get her to eat. Trust me, it's tough to eat soup when you're laughing. Most of it either comes out your nose or spills on your shirt. I had a hard but special 2 days looking after Megan, Robin, and Dawn. By Thursday night, I was starting to feel a bit worn out, so I decided to go back to my own place. I thought I might be getting sick, and I didn't want my friends to see me like that. By Friday afternoon, I felt terrible and very lonely. Taking care of Megan and Robin had been enjoyable because I was spending time with them. But now, I felt really sorry for myself. Dawn, Megan, and Robin had been calling my phone and leaving messages, but I didn't want them to know I was unwell. That would make them feel bad, and then they would want to come by and help me. I wiped my eyes. It would be nice to have a real family. The buzzer on my security panel had been ringing again and again for the last 10 minutes. I didn't know who it was, but I felt too down to get out of bed and answer. Wait, is that someone opening my door? I need to find the strength to get out of bed and press the panic button. I heard a man shout, "Hey!" Then I heard Robin's voice saying, "Maria, Maria, are you okay? Maria?" She was coming into my room. "Maria, are you okay? We were so worried about you. You didn't pick up your phone. You're not feeling well, are you?" "I'm fine, just a little cough," I said, taking a moment to rest. "What are you doing here?" "Now Megan is coming in. You didn't answer your phone, so we got worried. Daddy left work early because he thought you might be getting sick like us. We felt really bad. I'm sorry we got you sick, Maria, especially after you took care of us," Megan said. "Robin, can you go get Daddy?" Robin quickly ran out, and Megan went into my bathroom to find something. Don walked into the room carrying a big pot of chicken soup. He looked a bit silly. The first time he enters my room, I feel a mess. "Maria, are you feeling all right? Did Don just call me honey? Maybe I'm more tired than I realized. But if he did, and I think he did, I really like it. Oh no, what will he say when he really learns about me? Are you hungry?" he asks, looking a bit silly. Even though I feel bad, I have to try not to laugh. "No," I managed to say between coughs. "What are you doing here?" Then Robin said something that made me feel warm inside. "You looked after us, so now we will look after you. We care about you, Maria." It got even better. Megan and Dawn both smiled and nodded, saying yes to what Robin said. I raised my arms to my girls, and they hugged me, even though I felt sick and was coughing. Over their heads, I saw Don bringing the pot of soup out of the room. I don't think he knew I was watching, but he had a really big smile on his face. For a moment, before he turned away, I noticed his eyes looked a bit shiny. All weekend, they helped me. They took me to the bathroom, gave me a bath, and made sure I had something to eat. Once I felt better, we even played Yahtzee together. This time, Don joined in, and I won by a lot. By Sunday, I felt much better. When I was looking after my girls at Don's apartment, he gave me a key. On Thursday, I tried to give the key back, but he strongly said no, saying I might need it later. So I thought it was only fair to do something back. I contacted the security desk and got Don a key card for the building and the parking lot. I also gave him a key to my condo for emergencies. He tried to politely say no, but I used my best sad, sick person look with big puppy eyes. He stopped talking and took the keys. I made sure the girls finished all their homework while they were with me. We watched one movie in my room on Saturday night, and on Sunday we watched 2. Don made some blueberry cobbler and served it with vanilla ice cream. I was getting really tired of chicken soup, so the cobbler was a nice surprise. I told them to go home on Sunday night to get ready for school, but they didn't want to leave. Megan and Robin looked at me with big eyes, pretending to cry with sniffles and some fake tears. They said, "You want us to go? You don't like us anymore, Maria?" I knew they were not really upset, but somehow it got to me. I guess I was an easy target. They would probably be able to charm me forever. "You know I care about you. I'm just worried that you don't have your school clothes ready for tomorrow and it's a long drive from here." As soon as I said that, Their faces brightened up. Those little tricksters. "Oh, don't worry about that. Dad already got our school clothes and his work clothes. I promised to wake up extra early tomorrow so we will have plenty of time," Megan said seriously. "Sure, like she can really wake up early. I'll believe that when I see it." The next morning, Don's alarm clock woke me up. I didn't want to miss the fun, so I made myself stay awake. First, Don took a shower, and then he called for my sisters, waking Robin up. Megan didn't answer, so he left their room and came back with a coffee mug. I could picture him holding it close to Megan's nose, trying to wake her up. But that didn't help, so he went back to the kitchen. As he walked past my room, he noticed I was awake. He had a big smile and pointed at a glass full of ice cubes he was holding in his other hand. I smiled back at him and nodded to show I understood. 1 minute went by, then 2, and suddenly there was a loud shout. "Daddy, that's really cold!" Good job. I had been trying to help her choose better words. I was worried she might say something rude again. "Shh, sweetheart, we have to be quiet. Maria is very sick and needs to sleep." That clever old man was using me to keep things calm and get Rip Van Megan to cooperate. I would need to keep that in mind and maybe use the same ideas later on. Megan and Robin quietly walked into my room before leaving. They gently kissed my cheek to say goodbye. It was tough for me to act like I was still asleep. When they finally went out, I waved goodbye to Don, who gave me a big smile. He pointed to his phone and said later, with his lips. I nodded back to show I understood. After they were gone, I decided to get up and grab something to eat. I have no idea when he found the time, but he made some delicious cinnamon rolls covered in icing. I enjoyed 2 of them with a cup of tea and then went back to bed. Later that day, Don called me. He said clearly that he would come over after his therapy session. He mentioned that her office was not far from my place. He wanted to make sure I had a nice dinner since I had been unwell. I tried to say no, but he reminded me that he had a key to my home and there was nothing I could do about it. Thank goodness I gave him those keys. Don arrived at 7. I made sure to take a shower that day and I wore clean pajamas. I then realized that Don had done all my laundry while I was sick. He even washed my underwear, but I was sure that Don was such a down-to-earth guy that washing my things didn't bother him at all. Like a real gentleman. I didn't put on any makeup. I didn't want to seem too well. This was the first time I would be alone with Don, and I felt pretty nervous. I had eaten 2 more cinnamon rolls and made a sandwich, but I didn't want Don to know. I planned to get as much care as I could from him. "Hi, Maria, are you feeling any better?" he asked. "Yes, thank you, Don," I said, forcing a cough to sound a little unwell. "Did Megan and Robin make it to school on time?" he asked. "Yes, they did," I replied. They really wanted to come back here tonight, but they had to spend some time with Barbara or things could get tough with custody issues. I told them that I couldn't pick them up because of my busy schedule, which was true. I didn't want to think about Barbara. I was relieved that he didn't call her their mother. I noticed that I was feeling too protective of Megan and Robin, and even Dawn. I really didn't care. That woman had completely ruined her family's lives just to have a good time. I would never show how much I disliked her, but I seriously did not think I would ever respect her, even a little. "Maria, when I've been feeling sick, there are 2 foods that sit well in my stomach. I can make you something else if you want, but how about some French toast with nice lean ham, or maybe a plain hamburger? Do you like either of those?" He looked so nervous when he asked, the sweet guy. Don, French toast, and ham sound really good to me. To make it more playful, I changed my voice a bit to sound like a little girl and pulled the covers up around me. I was trying my best to act like a cute kid. "Are you going to use your special sourdough bread? Do you have that special maple syrup that Robin really likes?" I asked. He believed me completely. I realized I would enjoy taking charge of things around him. "Oh no! There I go again," he answered sincerely. "Yes, I have that, and some really good ham too. Just stay right there and I'll bring it to you." About 30 minutes later, he returned with my dinner on a tray. I propped myself up in bed and placed the tray across my legs. I've never had a bed tray before, so that meant Don went out today and got one just for me. Wow, he is so sweet. Everything looked yummy, and he even made me some hash browns with onions. Then, he brought in one of my folding tables for his food so we could eat together. We had a great chat about all sorts of things. We talked about Megan and Robin, both of my homes, his house, dancing, skiing, and old movies. He even shared a little about his meetings with his therapist. I noticed he stuck to easy topics. He mentioned that one time he made his therapist laugh a lot. He began to explain what made her laugh, but then he paused and said it was a secret for now. It would be untrue to say I wasn't curious, but no matter how much I asked, he wouldn't share. Since it was Christmas time, we chose to watch A Christmas Carol, the version with Alistair Sim. At first, we planned to watch it in my room, but I wanted to get up, so we decided to watch it in my entertainment room. As I got out of bed, I almost tripped. Don thought I was unsteady because of my sickness, so he quickly wrapped his arms around me to support me. When I stayed quiet, he carefully lifted me up and took me to the couch in the other room. Vanessa was right. He was really strong and carried me like I was very light. I thanked him as he put the DVD into the player. I probably had every Christmas movie ever made. I just knew that when he returned, he would sit in the armchair instead of joining me on the couch. I needed to stop that. "Oh my," I said loudly as he got close to sitting down. I put my hand to my head and leaned back, pretending to be in pain. Don hurried over just like I hoped he would, and gently put his hand on my shoulder. "Maria, are you okay?" He sounded worried, and his face showed he was scared. I quickly took his hand in mine and pulled him onto the couch next to me, acting like I needed comfort because I felt unwell. Don was worried about how I was feeling, so he didn't try to argue. I noticed that he was waiting for me to respond. "Oh, Don, I just had a really bad headache for a moment, and then a little dizziness." "Maria, do you want me to help you back to bed?" "No, Don, please. I think I'd do better just sitting up for a bit. I've been lying down too much the last few days. The headache is gone now, and I feel better." "No need to worry. Let's just relax here and enjoy the movie." My clever plan had worked. Don was stuck. He couldn't just get up and move somewhere else. That would be impolite. I found out that Don loved Christmas movies just as much as I did. He shared how every Christmas Eve he and his family had a tradition of watching all the classic animated Christmas shows. Then, on Christmas Day, after they opened their gifts, they would start watching all the classic Christmas films together. Don said strongly that they had to finish everything within a few days before New Year's Eve. The divorce had changed their plans, and now they were a day behind. For Don, Christmas really began when he was with Megan and Robin. Even though he went to church on December 25th, he felt he didn't truly celebrate Christmas until the next day. He believed that God, who values family, would understand. "Maria, I will have the kids back on Christmas night," he added. "Would you want to join us for the 26th, too?" Don asked shyly. "It would really make them, and me, happy. And yes, she scores! The crowd goes wild. They start chanting, 'Maria, Maria, Maria!' I smiled and said, 'Oh, Don, I would love to spend time with you three. If you all want, we could get together at my home in the mountains. Every year I put up a big Christmas tree. I'd love to show it to Megan and Robin.' 'That sounds wonderful, Maria. Thank you for offering. I know they really like your house. If I come to get them at 6, we should arrive by 8:30, hopefully." We ended up missing a lot of the movie, but we did stop talking for the best scenes, of course. After helping me back to bed, Don went back to his own apartment. Oh no, my apartment felt so empty now. I told Megan and Robin that I would be spending Christmas with Maria. They were excited but also worried at the same time. "We need to find Maria an amazing gift. What should we get her?" That made me feel nervous. After buying all our ski gear, we definitely had to get Maria something special. "And what about Vanessa, Freddie, and Cathy?" I asked, which made them even more anxious. Suddenly, I blanked out. One of my renters wants to be a jewelry maker. He's learning and even creates some of his own pieces. At first, his apartment was not safe for his work, but I saw he was trying hard, so I let him use my tool room in the basement. I have 2 work tables with systems to help with smoke, and 1 table is fully closed in. I also have torches and a kiln because I really like tools, especially when I can get them for a good price. I called him and invited him to come over. He owed me a favor, and now was the time to collect. "Hi, Ken. Thanks for coming. My friends and I have a situation. We've made 4 new friends who have helped us a lot over the past few months. These women are clever and lovely, and we want to give them gifts that will surprise them." "Of course, Don. I have some time to spare. This month hasn't been great for me, but we're only talking about 16 days and 4 pieces of jewelry." That sounds a bit challenging. What are you thinking? I thought we could tell you about the ladies, share a price range, and trust you to create some nice designs. No pressure, got it? I smiled widely at him. Thanks a lot, Don. I'll definitely let my boyfriend know what a great guy you are, Ken said with a hint of sarcasm. I just shrugged. Ken, I'm sorry, but I don't know what to get them. It is really important to us to find the best gifts we can. Just then, Robin spoke up. Daddy, she said sweetly, but I could see from her smile that something unexpected was coming. Megan also sensed it and looked ready for whatever Robin would say. Daddy, remember before we met Maria? You were talking about Queen Rock Hudson and things like that? Well, Dad, I was thinking about Ken and... Robin, stop talking. Rock Hudson was not gay. Don, what is happening here? I think... My daughter is what's happening here, and she likes to play with dangerous things, if we let her. But, Dad... Robin, Rock Hudson was not gay, Ken is not gay, and neither is his friend. Do you understand? Actually, Don, I think my friend might be gay. Megan and Robin noticed that their dad was asking a guy for help on what to buy for a woman. Have they talked about stereotypes in school yet? He said, smiling widely at me. Don't get me started or I'll have to charge you extra for sharing your apartment with your friend all the time. After some effort, I managed to steer the conversation back to what we were supposed to be discussing. My dear girls already knew the birthdays of the 4 people we were shopping for and what kind of jewelry they liked. Maria enjoys wearing necklaces and earrings. Freddie and Vanessa also like earrings, and they have a special interest in bracelets too. Cathy has a love for earrings, but she really likes old-fashioned brooches as well. When Ken heard this, he showed interest because he doesn't often get to design a brooch. Ken and I went back to my office to talk about prices. I told him that I want to use only the best materials. I would rather have something small made of good metal and gems than something large made of cheap materials. For Maria, I suggested he spend around $10,000 to $15,000. For her friends, I said $3,000 to $5,000, but I would rather have him spend the higher amount. Ken mentioned that he would need a check right away for supplies. He said he would charge $1,000 for each piece of jewelry he made for Maria's friends. For Maria, he wanted $2,000. I thought that sounded fair. What do I know about jewelry? Ken always appeared to be trustworthy, and I know where he lives. I also told him he didn't have to pay rent for next month as a special gift. I just asked him to try his hardest. I handed him a check for $20,000 and gave him my credit card number in case he needed to buy anything quickly. If he needed more money, he knew he could come to me. I was spending about 1/3 of my yearly income, but since my life had changed a lot in the last few months, it felt like a good deal. Once Ken left, I went back to chat with my friends. Megan, Robin, I just had an idea, I said. Oh, Dad is thinking again. Didn't we tell you to stop that? Megan answered with a smile. I used to think she was my sweet kid. She and Robin gave each other high fives. I'm really going to find a way to send you two off to work on a big fishing boat in Japan. You will only eat fresh sushi for months, and you won't have any of that pie again. That made them quiet. We are getting presents for our new friends. They might not expect us to do this. Since we are still new to their lives, it's likely they won't give us any gifts. And that's okay with me. I'm just glad to have them as friends. So, if we don't get any gifts from them, please don't look sad, all right? We don't want to upset them. We almost forgot to get them a gift, so they might forget too. Megan and Robin looked at me with a bit of pity and shook their heads. Dad, is that really how you think? Megan said. Just spending time with them, especially Maria, is good enough for us. We know not to act like we're entitled. Megan, I think Dad is just getting older. Brain cells are disappearing. Robin shook her head with a sad look. I could really get rid of them, and no one would blame me. They would say I did the right thing. I might even get a statue for saving the world from them. Maria showed up as usual on Wednesday. She was really excited about the weekend. She talked about how she planned to decorate her house for Christmas. This got Megan and Robin feeling excited too. They started chatting about different ideas for decorating Maria's house. Maria wanted us to go shopping with her on Thursday night for decorations, but we had to say no. We hadn't been spending enough time with our mom lately, and we really needed to be with her that night. It was important, especially since we would be back with Maria and Megan on Friday night. Maria got it, but I noticed she seemed a bit upset when we talked about our mom. Then Megan suggested that I go with Maria instead. Maria looked up at me with such hope that I agreed to go with her. I was really happy to join. I always loved Christmas. When I was married, my wife Barbara never liked the holiday. I never understood why. That Thursday night, I met Maria at her home to go shopping. We took her bigger SUV. To my surprise, she asked me to drive. Here's how our evening went. As we drove by a shop, she would suddenly say, "Oh, stop here, there's a parking spot." The spot she pointed to was just big enough for a motorcycle, not her big SUV. So I had to keep driving to find a better parking place. Before that, I would usually suggest dropping her off at the entrance, but she would always kindly say no. As we started the long walk back to the store from the parking lot, she would always complain about how I missed the first parking spot. To make it worse, when we would walk by that spot I didn't take, we would see that someone else had parked there. Their vehicle was even bigger than Maria's SUV. I honestly don't know how they managed to park it there or how they got out of their car after parking. That didn't happen just once that night. It happened 3 times. After the 3rd time, I decided to just give the keys back to Maria. We visited a few more stores, and at one of them, I saw a parking space that seemed too small. Maria gave me a strong look and drove right in. However, we really struggled to get in and out of the SUV after that. We had to squeeze into the back of the SUV, moving over all the shopping bags. Then we climbed out and back in using the back door. I didn't dare complain, though. I think she would have been really mad. Despite the tricky parking, I enjoyed that night. We got decorations, shiny tinsel, colorful lights, and little village sets for Christmas. Maria even bought a special Christmas train that she could set up to go around her house. It didn't need tracks. The train pulled 3 open cars where you could put gifts or snacks. It came with a charger that looked like a tiny train station. When the battery was running low, the train would drive right up to the little building to charge itself. It wasn't very cheap, but she believed Megan and Robin would love it. I could see that Maria was really excited about it, too. It was a very busy weekend. We decorated, went skiing, danced, and had way too much to eat. Maria invited her 3 friends to our late Christmas party. Freddie was already going to be with Maria from the 23rd. When Vanessa and Cathy heard about our plans for the 26th, they said they could come to Maria's early in the morning for a second Christmas celebration. The whole group was going to gather again at Maria's house for Megan and Robin. Maria's usual visit on the Wednesday before Christmas was a bit of a downer for me. After this, my kids would be with their mom until the 25th. I knew I saw them more than some people do, but I really loved them. I hoped that Maria might invite me to join in something next week, but she didn't say anything about it. We had a fun time that night. We watched Miracle on 34th Street, and I made a special cake just for them. In the morning, everyone went home, and it felt so lonely after that. Meanwhile, Barbara was struggling with the holiday season as she reflected on her life. The last few months have been really tough. I've barely seen Megan and Robin. I can't complain, though, because it's all my fault. Don really wants to be with his kids, and they want to be with their dad, too. But what about me? I feel left out, like the bad guy in this story. It all began over 2 years ago. At first, Don was supposed to have the kids every weekend from Saturday morning to Sunday night. Then, it changed to Friday night until Monday morning. Now, they even spend Wednesday nights with him. Often, there is even 1 extra night during the week. I usually see my daughters 3 nights a week and sometimes just 2. I could go out with friends on the nights I'm alone, but I have fewer true friends now. I lost many of them after my divorce. They didn't appreciate how I had fooled them and hurt Don, and I can't argue with them. I acted poorly and made wrong choices. Some people I spend time with only do so because I pay for everything. The only time I can pretend to be happy is when I'm on a date. For a short while, I can forget everything and enjoy the night. But then the night ends, and I feel even worse. I know I'll never find anyone who can fill the space Don left, and honestly, I don't want to look. I was so foolish, I must have been out of my senses. At least I'll have Megan and Robin with me for the next week. We're going to my parents' house. I care for my kids, but I struggle to be alone with them. Sometimes the looks I get from them are really hard to take. Their eyes seem to ask, "Why did you hurt our family? Why did you betray our dad?" It makes me uncomfortable when they look at me like that. When my parents are around, there are other things going on, so I don't see those awful looks as often. Still, I know my mom will give me a few of them. I recall how Dad tried to shift some of the blame for what I did onto Don one time. Well, Mom was not going to accept any of that, so she gave him a piece of her mind and made it clear to me, too. She made him sleep on the couch for a whole month, even though there are plenty of guest rooms in their big house. Something he said made her think he might have been unfaithful before. Since then, Dad has been very careful around her. Mom has never spoken badly about me. I know she still cares for me, but she is really disappointed in me. One time, she did try to give me some advice, but it didn't help much given how big my mistakes were. When Don left me, it felt like my heart was broken, but at least it was still alive. Now, every day, my heart feels like it gets a little more hurt. A glance from my daughters, a memory of Don, a stare from my mom. There are many ways I feel these little hurts. I feel like I'm really struggling inside. Sometimes I wonder if anyone will care when I am gone. When my feelings are too much to handle, I think I won't want to go on living anymore. My daughters just got home from school. It's hard to watch them lose their energy. As I look outside, I see them walking up our street. They look so happy. I bet they are talking about their day with their dad. When they open the door, their expressions shift completely. I know they aren't trying to upset me on purpose, but it still stings. "Mom, we're home!" my oldest shouts. "I'm in the kitchen," I reply, busy making them a snack after school. I can cook well, and I actually know how to prepare more dishes than Don. Still, there is something special about Don's cooking that I can't quite replicate. I've stopped trying to bake long ago. I made them both a toasted club sandwich. I wonder if they will eat it this time or if they will say they are not hungry again. I hear their footsteps getting closer. That's strange. These steps sound different. Since the divorce, their footsteps have been slow, like they don't want to come to me, but now they sound lively. I looked up with hope. "Hi, Mom. We missed you," Robin says, as Megan runs over to give me a hug. What is going on? I like it, but I'm confused. I hold my daughter close, and she doesn't pull away until I ease my grip. It feels amazing. I kiss the top of her head as I let her go. Then Robin comes over for a hug, and it feels great. "Oh, I missed both of you so much. How was school, and how was your time with your dad?" That's a safe question. They'll share a lot about school, but will only say a little about Don. I scold myself again in my mind. I understand why they act that way, and honestly, it's what I deserve. As Robin moves back, I kiss her cheek. "Are you hungry? I made you some sandwiches and chips." "I'm starving, Mom," Robin replies as she pulls out a chair to sit. Megan sits down too and asks, "Do we have any bread and butter pickles?" "I'm sure we do. I'll grab them," I say as I hurry to the fridge, hoping we really have pickles. I'm not sure what is happening, but I will do my best to keep things light and happy. Thankfully, we have the pickles, and I let out a quiet sigh of relief. I sit down with them. For the first time in a long time, we have a great conversation. I felt so happy that I stood up to make myself a sandwich. I hadn't felt very hungry lately, but more surprises were waiting for me. Megan and Robin stayed seated even after they finished their snack. They sat at the table and talked with me until it started to get dark outside. After a while, they got up to do their homework, and I began making dinner. When they left the room, I laid my head on the table, feeling sad, and I prayed for God to keep my daughter's nice behavior going. Friday after school was just as good. It felt amazing. Had they finally moved past what had happened? On Saturday, we packed the car to visit my parents' house. They live about 45 minutes away outside of town. The drive was wonderful. For the first time in ages, we put a CD in the player and everyone sang along. We used to do that a lot with Don. Riding through the snow in a one-horse. Usually I drive a bit faster than the limit, but this time I stayed right at the speed limit. I was thankful for anything that made the trip last longer. When we arrived, my kids jumped out of the car to hug Grandma and Grandpa. It had been a long time since they did that too. Mom glanced at me and noticed my smile. Her face lit up with a big grin, and I could see some tears of joy in her eyes. We had a fantastic 6 days together. We did all the things that made us a family. We played games and watched movies. Megan and Robin spent a lot of time with my mom, learning how to bake some of our favorite family recipes. Maybe they would know how to share special moments, but I didn't. On Christmas Eve, Megan and Robin brought out DVDs of It's a Charlie Brown Christmas, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Frosty the Snowman, and other holiday cartoons. They made everyone sit down and watch all of them. It was so much fun, and we enjoyed the movies for 4 hours in a row. I sat on the couch with my kids cuddled up next to me. I felt so happy. On Christmas morning, we went to church after breakfast. Then we came home to open gifts. Megan and Robin had a little present for me. I opened the box with excited hands. Inside was a lovely gold heart-shaped locket and a chain. In the locket, there was a picture of them with their cheeks together and a message that said, "Merry Christmas, Mom. We love you, Megan and Robin." I couldn't help but cry. It was the best Christmas gift I had ever received. At 6 o'clock that evening, Dawn arrived to take Megan and Robin out, and my mom went outside to help them get ready. I stayed inside because Dawn had made it very clear that he never wanted to see me again. My dad and Dawn did not get along at all. Dad was a successful banker and had played football before, almost becoming a professional player. Saying that Dad was full of himself is an understatement. He has changed a lot, though. There was even a time when Dad and Dawn had a big argument. Dad would always pick on Dawn for silly reasons, and then one day they went for a long walk together. I can just picture what happened. Dawn finally stood up to Dad, and Dad got angry and tried to hit him. Dawn would never start a fight. When they returned, Dad had a bruise starting to form on his face and was holding his stomach, while Dawn looked totally fine. Dad said he had a fall. After that, he and Dawn were polite but kept a distance. Dad showed Dawn some cautious respect. I felt sad to see Megan and Robin go, but this Christmas had been wonderful. Maybe it was time for me to get my life in order. My daughter's love and this locket felt like they were giving me the strength to give it a try. Megan and Robin felt very proud of themselves. Their therapist had helped them understand how unfair they had been to their mother. They also felt bad about how well they had treated Maria compared to their mom. Sure, their mom had caused a lot of trouble in the family, but she was still their mom. She had brought them into the world and cared for them. It was time to let go of their anger and forgive her. Ken gave them some advice about a locket. He didn't have time to make one, but he shared a website where they could find nice jewelry. Their dad let them use his credit card, so they placed the order. When it came, Ken engraved the locket for them. They cared for Maria now, but their love for their mother had always been strong. Their hearts were big enough to hold love for both. We arrived at Maria's house after singing Christmas songs the whole way. My voice was tired, but it felt good. Maria had given me a key card for the gate, which made it easy to get in. She said it didn't make sense not to give it to me since I already had the keys to her condo. Megan and Robin hopped out of the car and rushed over to Maria and Freddie to give them warm hugs. After we took everything out of the car and went inside, Megan and Robin pulled us all to the movie room to watch fun animated Christmas shows. They pretended they had never met them before, and Robin wanted to begin with Rudolph. My daughters insisted that we all wear our pajamas, but I decided to wear a robe instead. I rarely wear pajamas. Megan and Robin made sure we all sat on the same couch together, wrapped in a blanket. Freddie sat on one end, then Robin, then I was in the middle, with Megan next to me and Maria at the other end. Maria and Freddie really enjoyed what was happening. In between watching Charlie Brown and Frosty, I went to the kitchen to grab a big slice of the cake for everyone. When I came back, I noticed that Megan and Robin had changed places. They spent a lot of time making sure we were all cozy with one another. Honestly, it felt a bit cramped for me being in the middle and covered by a blanket. I just got too warm. All 4 girls were having a great time, so I decided to stay quiet and just deal with it. The next morning, we all slept in. When we finally woke up, the grown-ups and Megan had coffee, but we waited for breakfast until Vanessa and Cathy showed up. They got here around 9. The girls wanted everyone to stay in their pajamas, so they asked Cathy and Vanessa to change into them as well. The 2 women were happy to go along with it and understood why it was important. It's important to stick to the right theme. There were so many gifts under the tree, and it looked like most of them were for Megan and Robin. I wondered how I could carry all those gifts home. I also thought about leaving some of them in my daughter's bedroom here. They received all the usual things: clothes, bags, shoes, video games, books, movies, music albums, and some pretty jewelry. Maria had also bought them some really nice laptop computers for school. I couldn't help but feel a little jealous. My laptop wasn't as good as theirs. Then it was my turn to get some gifts. Vanessa gave me a gift card to Sears, with a note suggesting I check out the tool section. Freddie gave me one for Lowe's, and Cathy gave me another one for Home Depot. I think they know what I like. Maria gave me a card with a picture of a chair in it. It's called an Aeron office chair, and it looks really cool. She asked me to call the number shown in the picture to arrange the delivery. Soon it was time to give out their gifts. Robin and Megan carefully gave them out. Ken had created some really lovely items, and I managed to get them at a good price. I'm not sure if he made everything from scratch or if he ordered the parts and put them together himself, but he got everything he needed shipped to him in just 3 days. Then, he spent many late nights working in my workshop and at a jeweler's shop where he rented some time. Freddie had a beautiful matching set of a bracelet and earrings made from 18-karat rose gold. The bracelet had small dragons and flowers twisted together, and in the middle of each flower was Freddie's birthstone. Freddie wore earrings shaped like pink flowers with a sparkling diamond in the middle. Vanessa had a similar style. Her jewelry was made of shiny white gold. She had a bracelet that showed tigers and flowers linked together, with her birthstone set in the center of each flower. She also had earrings that looked like flowers, each with a sparkling diamond. Cathy's jewelry was made of bright yellow gold. Cathy's brooch looked like a bunch of flowers called dahlias, with her birthstone in each one. But if you looked closely, you could see the shape of a lion, and the lion's eyes were made of diamonds. Her earrings matched with dahlias that had diamonds in the middle. Maria, on the other hand, was lucky. Ken had really gone all out for her and spent more money than he planned. I didn't mind, though. This time he used a special metal called platinum. The necklace was heavy and had pretty roses linked together, with small diamonds in the center of each rose. There was a big pendant on it that looked like 3 roses, with diamonds sparkling on it. The earrings were just like the pendant. The 4 women were shocked, their mouths wide open in surprise. My friends and I shared high fives. Maria's pendant had a little message carved on the back. I knew all the women could buy nicer things, but at least this was good quality and well made. I decided to give Ken an extra month of free rent. He put in a lot of effort to finish everything on time. Ken was facing some money problems, and I was happy to appreciate his hard work. Last night, sitting together watching cartoons, was the best Christmas I had in years. First, Megan cuddled up beside me, then Robin joined in. Freddie and I kept stealing looks at each other, and each time we caught a cheerful smile. She had a great time, too. Vanessa and Cathy arrived a bit late the next morning, and Megan and Robin quickly urged them to put on their pajamas like the rest of us. We all gathered around the tree and watched the girls open their gifts first. I might have spent too much money on their presents, and Don might not be happy about it, but it was worth it. The way they reacted to their gifts, especially the laptops, made it all feel rewarding. I even noticed a hint of jealousy on Don's face. Don had chuckled about the gift cards he received for different tool shops. At first, he didn't understand my present, but after a moment, he got it and looked really happy. I felt glad that they remembered to give gifts to all of us. First, they gave Freddie her gift, and I was getting ready to pretend to be impressed. But I didn't have to pretend at all. I was truly surprised by the stunning jewelry they gave her. I know a lot about jewelry. I own pieces worth more than $100,000. The jewelry that Freddie held, with its lovely design, must have been worth at least $10,000. Next, it was Vanessa's turn. They brought her a box the same size as Freddie's. Her jewelry was just as beautiful as Freddie's, but it was in white gold instead of rose gold. I felt my jaw drop in surprise. Vanessa's and Freddie's faces showed the same shock. Cathy carefully opened her gift. Her lovely pieces were made of yellow gold. The brooch caught my eye. It had a clever design with a hidden lion face. Now it was my turn. I had been worried that they might think I had spent too much. Megan and Robin gave me the biggest gift I had ever seen, and it felt very heavy. I couldn't believe what I found inside. I picked up the jewelry. There was no mistaking it. It was platinum, and it was all diamonds, too, not just regular stones. The pieces Don had given me were likely worth more than my new SUV. I felt so upset. Then I noticed the words on the back of the pendant. Merry Christmas, love Megan, Robin, and Don. That made things complicated for me. You can't just hurt someone for saying something like that. But I was thinking about giving him a good scare. The women all gathered and talked about their jewelry. Then in unison they exclaimed, "You shouldn't have!" Sadly, they sounded serious, and I realized I might be in deep trouble. So like any guy would do in that moment, I decided to blame my kids. I pointed at them and said, "They made me do it. You need to know that Megan and Robin were really happy about the gifts they received and gave. They also didn't know how much I actually spent, so they were glad to think they had a big part in making me buy our 4 friends such nice presents." Yep, Daddy almost messed up big time. You know how men can be. We had to remind him about Christmas gifts, Robin said seriously, like she was an adult. I was focused on Robin, so I looked away from Maria for a moment. That was a big mistake. Suddenly my ear hurt a lot, like someone was trying to pull me out of my chair by it. From the side of my eye, I saw Maria with a serious look on her face, holding my ear tightly. "Oh, no!" When I cried out in pain, everyone turned to see what was happening. Maria smiled and said, "Oh, don't worry about us. I just need to talk to Don for a minute, just the 2 of us." She tugged on my ear and pulled me along with her. I had to lean forward and walk bent over because of how she held my ear. Didn't Thomas Edison lose his hearing because of something like this? Megan and Robin wanted to come, but Cathy and Vanessa held them back. Freddie was smiling wide, but then her face changed to worry. Maria pulled me into her office and closed the door. She still had a tight grip on my ear. "Donald, what do you think you're doing? You spent at least $50,000 on my jewelry and another $30,000 on my friends." But, I didn't." She tugged my ear harder, making me feel like it might come right off. "Wasn't there a silly artist who cut off his ear for a gift for his girlfriend? Don't tell me you really did. I know a good gift when I see it. This is special jewelry. I've never seen anything like this. You spent too much on us. Why did you do this? Are you trying to buy our friendship?" She looked at me with tears in her eyes and finally let go of my ear. Oh no, I had messed up again. Time to become the sorry one. There's no reason to shout. The unmasked groveler just wants a drink. No, that doesn't sound right. I need to think of a new catchphrase. Maria, please, just let me explain. She reached out for my ear again, so I quickly moved a big chair in between us. Maria, please, just listen for 5 minutes. Then if you still want to grab my ear, I'll even get you a knife. Please! She placed her hands on her chest, giving me a serious look. Talk. The last few months with you and your friends have been wonderful for my kids and me. Our lives have changed a lot, and we've had some amazing times together. My children are back in therapy, and they are really getting the support they need. I have found the courage to start my own journey, too. If we hadn't met you, I don't know how long we would have kept feeling so sad inside. So, we wanted to get you a nice gift for Christmas. We wanted to thank you for all you have done and for being our friend. Oh, no, she looked worried again. I should finish what I was saying. Maria, I'm glad you think I spent a lot of money because I like saving money, but really, I didn't. I have a tenant who makes jewelry. Well, he says he's a jewelry designer, but I think he might not have a job right now. The jewelry he made cost me less than $30,000, and I'm serious about that. He used my workspace to create many of the pieces. I'm not saying you aren't worth more money, but it didn't cost me $80,000. I spent about a third of my total yearly salary on it. To me, it was worth it. I really wanted to get you something special to make you smile. My daughters wanted that too. I'm really sorry if you didn't want that. Please don't be mad at me. You can pull my ear if you want to. I stepped out from behind the chair and lowered my head so she could grab my ear easier. She took hold of my ear, then pulled my head closer and kissed me on the lips. My legs felt weak, and I had to remind myself to stay calm. She really didn't know how close things were to getting out of hand. Wait, what's happening here? She keeps kissing me and her arms are wrapped around my neck. There's no way I'm going to pull away from this kiss. I was really angry at Don. He spent so much money when he didn't have as much as I did, but I decided to let him explain. Then I could make him sleep in the garage. Wow, this guy really knows how to apologize. That's a good skill for a husband. He wants to thank me and make me happy? I've helped change their lives? The pieces cost only $30K? That can't be true, but he seems honest. Now he is stepping out from behind the chair, walking with his head down. What should I do with him? I decided to do the only thing that made sense. I took his ear gently, brought his face close to mine, and kissed him. It was a nice kiss, even though it was simple. Maybe I could let my lips part a bit. Oh, my tongue is moving on its own and is softly brushing against Don's lips. His lips are starting to open. Oh, I'm really enjoying this moment. He is being so gentle, but I can sense a strong feeling inside him just waiting to come out. His hands are firm on my back like solid steel. I know he wants to hold me tightly, almost too tightly. I could feel a rush of warmth inside, and my heart started to race. I thought that with just a little more closeness, he would truly see how much I care. Oh, please let him care about me, even with my difficult past. Then boom! The door burst open and I heard shouting as 5 people tumbled into the room. Don and I jumped away from each other and hurriedly fixed our clothes. Oh no, oh no, oh no! What are you all doing looking in on us like that? I shouted at them. Megan and Robin quickly stood up and hid behind Vanessa and Cathy, who pushed Freddie forward. It was her idea. She felt anxious because you looked really angry. Freddie tried to squeeze back behind Vanessa and Cathy, but they stopped her. Freddie? Oh, I just came back to take a quick look. Then Megan and Robin came after me, and then Cathy and Vanessa followed them. We were just opening the door a little because it got so quiet when we accidentally leaned on it, and we all ended up falling in. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. They hadn't seen anything. I had almost rushed things ahead too quickly with Don. They helped me a lot, but I felt really bad about that. Don started moving around the roadblock at the door as he called out, "I'm going to make breakfast." Megan and Robin followed him, saying they would help. My friends all looked at me with worried expressions. I picked up the beautiful jewelry that Don had given me and gently put it on. My friends finally smiled at me and rushed off to pick their own jewelry. During breakfast, we all kept telling each other how nice our pieces looked. This made Megan and Robin really happy, but Cathy looked a bit silly with a pin on her pajamas. After breakfast, us girls agreed that it was pajama day. Don said no, but the rest of us stayed cozy. Since breakfast was so late, we decided it counted as lunch. We watched 2 movies in the afternoon and enjoyed more of the cake. Don made his special Christmas dinner for us. He really wanted to do this, and my daughters looked almost worried when I tried to say no, but seeing their faces made me quickly change my mind. Don prepared a spinach salad without bacon because of Freddie. As a starter, we had steamed mussels with white wine and garlic. For the main dish, Freddie got the biggest and freshest king crab legs that Don could find. Don cooked a huge garlic-covered prime rib that weighed 14 pounds, along with Yorkshire pudding for everyone. It was really delicious. I can't remember ever having a prime rib that tasty before, but maybe I have. He also made sweet yams because he likes them better than baked potatoes. I know a prime rib this big should feed more than 6 people, but there wasn't much left after we finished eating. Once again, we were too full to get up. Don had cooked the whole meal, so we should have helped clean up, but we really didn't want to get up. Kind Don shooed us out of the kitchen and cleaned everything on his own. We rolled into the living room and gathered around the Christmas tree, happily talking about how great the food was. If we hadn't been interrupted, I would have wanted to keep him close forever. Stick to the plan, Maria, stick to the plan. Take it slow. It's risky to rush things. I felt like the happiest person in the world. Maria had kissed me. Maria had kissed me. Maria had kissed me. Wow! What would have happened if they hadn't walked in? I'm not sure what this all means. I know Maria likes me, but does she truly care about me? That's what I really wonder. Maybe she was just really surprised by the gift we gave her. She feels so much more special than I am. These things just don't happen. I spent a nice hour and a half cleaning the kitchen, much longer than I needed to. I was happily thinking about Maria and me being together. When I finished, I walked into the big room and saw everyone asleep on different chairs and couches. I noticed Maria lying there, and I felt a strong wish to lift her up and take her to my room. One day I thought I would just let go of my worries and follow my feelings. But today, with Megan and Robin around, I couldn't do anything to risk their friendship with Maria. Everyone was sleeping so peacefully that I didn't want to wake them up. Instead, I found a chair nearby where I could see Maria's face as she slept. I sat down and waited. About 30 minutes later, Cathy finally woke up. I think she needed to use the bathroom. She quickly sat up, glancing around the room as if she was confused about where she was. Then she leaned over and gently shook Freddie awake. Freddie nudged Vanessa, and without saying a word, they all walked out together. They smiled at me as they passed by. It was a bit amusing that they didn't wake Maria. "Why do women always go to the bathroom together?" Freddie whispered to Cathy and Vanessa. "Why did you both have to come with me to Maria's office?" They were this close. She held up her fingers, showing just a tiny space between them. Vanessa replied, "We didn't follow you. We were trying to help Megan and Robin. Why did you open the door? If you hadn't, we wouldn't have fallen in." "I wasn't opening it. I was closing it. Then you four came running down the hallway. Before I could close the door softly, you all bumped into me, and I ended up against the door." Cathy asked, "Did you see anything interesting?" "Oh yes, they were really getting into it, sharing kisses and being very close." Don and Maria were in a playful standoff. It was uncertain if Don would grab Maria and toss her onto the couch, or if she would trip him and make him fall there instead. Vanessa spoke up. "Do you really think we need to follow this silly plan to change Don and let him date other girls?" Cathy answered, "Sadly, I believe we do. Maria sees herself as an irresistible woman. Don, on the other hand, sees himself as a bit of a loser. He's probably already thinking of some excuse to explain why Maria kissed him. Anything but the chance that she really cares about him. What I can't understand is how Maria doesn't see how he truly feels about her. It's so clear that it's almost painful. Helping Don or giving him some advice isn't a bad idea if it helps him stop thinking of himself as a loser. On another note, if Maria just took off his clothes quickly, it would get the job done faster. The most important thing is that Don needs to understand Maria's past. I promise, if Maria messes things up with Don, I'm going to make my move," Vanessa said firmly. "I feel the same way," Freddie added. "I can't believe you two. Maria has the first chance, even if she has to take her time." "I like Don, but I don't think he's someone I could really fall for," Cathy said. "You don't think he would be a good husband?" Vanessa asked, looking curious. "He could be a good husband for someone else, but I like guys who are a bit more exciting, and he's definitely not that," Cathy replied. "Are we still going to show affection to Don tomorrow, Cathy?" Freddie asked. "Yes, Freddie. Maria said she wants to get the kids ready tonight. She'll talk to them after Don goes to bed. We'll watch one more Christmas movie tonight, and then we'll choose a romantic movie that will surely make him leave. Come on, we should get back before anyone starts looking for us." I was still feeling mixed up from kissing Don, and the night felt like a jumble. Don struggled to look me in the eyes, and I found it hard to look at him too. When the second movie began, he finally went up to his room. We waited for about 20 minutes, then paused the movie. "Megan, Robin, if you don't mind, there's something we want to talk to you about." Everyone came closer, and I started to share our thoughts. "My 3 friends and I really like you both. We also think a lot of your dad. We learned some things about him that make us want to help him." "What is it, Maria?" "Is something wrong with Daddy?" Megan asked, sounding worried. "No, it's nothing serious, but he has a different kind of issue for a man his age. Let me try to explain it to you. Megan, you and your friends are likely starting to chat about boys. In a couple of years, you might even begin dating. I hope those boys are good enough for you. Otherwise, no one will hear from them again, I thought. Most kids usually start dating when they are 16, but your dad had to work very hard all his life. He took care of his mother and sisters, even when he was just a teenager. So he has only been with one woman in his whole life, and that is your mom. That's not very common for a man his age. And please don't get upset with me for saying this, or with your mom either, but he didn't really have a normal relationship with her. Because of this, he feels a bit like a beginner when it comes to dating and lacks confidence. Do you both understand what I mean? It's not his fault." Megan and Robin looked at me with confusion. "I think I get what you mean, Maria, but can you explain more?" asked Robin, and Megan agreed with a nod. "When I first met your dad, he came to my rescue like a brave knight. But lately, he's had some hard times, and it seems like his bravery has faded a bit. So my friends and I thought we could help your dad learn how to meet new people, talk to them, and maybe even go on dates." We joked about shining his armor. Robin and Megan both looked puzzled. "Maria, he talks normally to you, Freddie, Cathy, and Vanessa. What do you need to teach him?" Robin asked. "Right now, your daddy is our friend, but he doesn't know how to be a partner," Maria replied. "Are you calling our daddy silly?" Megan asked, a bit annoyed. Freddie and Cathy were laughing, and Vanessa held back her words. I suddenly said, "Well, he is a nice guy, even if he is a bit silly." When I said that, Cathy, Freddie, and Vanessa burst into even more laughter. It was like their joy chased away the sour looks on Megan's and Robin's faces. "We really like him. We just want to help him learn some new things, like how we are teaching him to dance. We believe we can help him look really good, and then he will have to be careful with all the attention from women. He better handle it, or I will have to step in. But Maria, we thought you liked Daddy. We were really hoping that you and he could—" Robin let her words hang in the air, but I knew what she meant. I pulled the two of them close and gave them a big hug and a kiss. "I do like your father. Maybe even more than you think. But that is our little secret, so don't let him know. But he has never really gone out with anyone else except your mom, so he isn't sure what to do. I'm the first woman he has met since his divorce. I need to make sure he is the right person for me and that I am the right person for him. He must also feel more sure of himself to be with someone new. I think that if we help him feel better about himself, I can learn more about the kind of person he is, and he can understand what he likes in a woman. At the moment, I see many things I really like in your dad, but he doesn't seem very sure of himself right now, and until he feels more confident, I don't think it's a good idea for me to be his girlfriend. For instance, you see how he almost acts like he's here to do everything for us on the weekends. That's nice, but sometimes he goes too far with it. He needs to look in the mirror and see what a great guy he really is, even if he doesn't know it yet. When he begins to treat himself well, other people will notice and do the same. We believe that if we help him become a charming and good-looking man, he will start to see it for himself. Others will see it too, and little by little we can help him feel better about himself. We really care about your dad and just want what's best for him. Do you get it?" "Why are you sharing this with us?" Megan asked. "Grab the caps, Freddie," Cathy said. "What caps?" "Okay, it might sound a bit strange, but we made a small group to help your dad. We want to teach him how to dance, talk to women, exercise right, dress nicely, groom his hair, and even ride a horse. These are things we believe a true gentleman should know. Nothing wrong with that, you know. We're not trying to hide this from him because we really need his okay. We thought it would be good to get your help as well. We can't be with him all the time, so he will need a couple of helpers at home to watch over him." Freddie quickly returned to the room and Cathy began to speak. "How would you both feel about being junior members of the Polishing Don Association, or you could just call it the Polishing Dad Association? We even got some cool hats, and joining is free." Cathy grabbed a cap from Freddie and placed it on her head. It was dark gray and had a picture of a knight on it. One side of the knight's armor sparkled, while the other side looked worn and old. Cathy's hat had the letters PDA written in fancy script. It also showed Planning Dept and her name. Freddie's hat featured her name and said Comic Relief. Vanessa's hat had her name too, along with Physical Education Deped stitched on it. I got mine, and just like I thought, it said President. Robin quickly took hers and put it on. It had her name and junior member written clearly. Megan grabbed hers, put it on, and shook her head. "This is the silliest thing I have ever seen. I should join to make sure you all behave, but I'm the one who will tell Daddy about this club, not you." "Adults always make things too hard," she said. With that, she picked up the TV remote, pressed play, and sat down in her chair. She was mumbling to herself, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to hear it. So we all leaned back to watch the movie. When it ended, Megan and Robin went upstairs to sleep instead of continuing our movie night. The rest of us followed them. The next morning, we all gathered at the kitchen table while Dawn made French toast. Megan was sipping her coffee when she turned to Robin and said, "You tell him I'm too tired." Robin smiled and replied, "Sure." "Daddy," she called out. "Yes, sweetheart. Maria, Vanessa, Cathy, and Freddie all think you're silly." "That's true, my dear, but I'm a nice silly." Dawn kept cooking the French toast without stopping. "Well, we started a club to help you be less silly so you can be more cool and meet lots of nice people. Is that okay?" "That sounds good. I could use some help with that." "Do we need to pay for anything?" Robin looked at me and I quickly shook my head. "No, Daddy Undorking is free." My friends were trying really hard not to laugh, covering their mouths. I think Freddie was laughing so much that tears were in her eyes, and she started making funny sounds through her nose. "What's the name of the group?" Don asked. The Perfecting Daddy Club, Robin replied. Megan didn't seem to care much. She just sat there and drank her coffee as if this happened every day. That's a nice name. Do we get t-shirts? Don asked. No, just ball caps. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. With that serious talk, we were now officially starting our new adventure. I started to think that maybe I needed a little change, too. Just when I thought I was healing, a simple birthday celebration stirred emotions I wasn't ready to face. Will Maria be the one to mend my broken heart, or am I destined to break hers? The answer lies in the next chapter. If you're intrigued, make sure to subscribe and stay with me on this turbulent journey. Her smile was a light in my darkest days. I thought maybe, just maybe, Maria could be the one to pull me out of the abyss. But as we celebrated her birthday, doubts crept in. Could I really be the man she needed? Or was I just a broken shell, pretending to be whole? The fear of losing her, of losing everything again, clawed at me like a relentless demon. And yet, I couldn't stop myself from falling deeper. The next morning, we all sat at the kitchen table while Dawn cooked French toast. Megan was sipping her coffee quickly. She looked at Robin and said, "You tell him I'm too tired." Robin replied cheerfully, "Sure. Daddy," she called out. "Yes, sweetie. Maria, Vanessa, Cathy, and Freddie all think you're silly." "That's true, sweetheart. But I'm a nice silly," Don said without stopping as he flipped the French toast. "Well, we started a club to help you be cooler so you can meet lots of nice people. Is that all right?" "Sure, I could really use a good change. Do we need to pay anything?" Robin looked at me and I quickly shook my head no. "No, Dad, it doesn't cost anything to change." All my friends were covering their faces at this point. I think Freddie was trying really hard not to laugh so much that tears were in her eyes. "What's the name of the group?" Don asked. "The Perfecting Dad Club," Robin replied. Megan wasn't really paying attention. She just sat there sipping her coffee as if this was something she did all the time. "That's a nice name. Do we get t-shirts?" Don asked. "No, just ball caps," Megan replied. "Well, I guess that's better than nothing," Don said with a shrug. With those words, we were officially ready to start. I was starting to think that maybe I could use some help with being more cool, too. I'm a dork, I'm a dork, I'm a dork, 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 I'm a dork, I'm a dork, I'm a dork, dork, dork. I was softly singing and mumbling to myself while making breakfast, the words going along with the tune from The Lone Ranger by Rossini. When Robin shared what Maria and her friends said about me, my first thought was, of course it took them long enough to see it. I did feel a bit upset because it reminded me of some bad times. I guess I'm a bit of a fool for my ex-wife to have been so open about her affair for 3 years, with my sisters even helping her keep it a secret. It's time to relax. My new friends are going to help me feel more confident. They probably had a long talk planned for me, but I'm glad Robin got right to the point. I know they are helping me because they care, even though it will take some effort. On the bright side, I get to learn from 4 former models. That sounds just fine to me. Maybe I should just burn the French toast I made for them. I finished cooking and joined them at the table to eat. So, when do we start the lessons to help us all lighten up? And what will they be like? I timed it just right, so they all had food in their mouths or were sipping coffee. Food and coffee went flying everywhere, and I happily high-fived Robin. Megan was drinking coffee and didn't spill a drop. She just kept sipping her drink. Cathy coughed a little and said, "We were thinking of going skiing today, and later Maria will teach us some dance moves. That's part of your fun lessons." "That sounds great," I replied. "I had a nice time skiing that day. Only my daughters and Freddie stayed near me. I believe the others felt too shy to speak up." That night, I was really upset to find out that since I was the one being teased, I didn't get a baseball cap. What a ripoff. But maybe it's for the best, since it might have said official dork on it, and I wouldn't want that. Cathy took over the talk after my lessons. "Don, we all think you're a wonderful person, but your confidence has really gone down since the divorce." We're here to help you regain your confidence and become more appealing. You have great potential, and with a few new skills and some small changes in your appearance, you can really shine. Once we make those changes, you'll attract a lot of attention. Then, the four of us will take you out on practice dates to help you get comfortable. When we feel you're ready, we'll set you up with a special girl for a real date. Just let us handle it all. I couldn't shake the feeling that this sounded a lot like Pygmalion. What really stung was thinking they would try to set me up with someone else. I really wished one of my new friends liked me as more than just a friend. Honestly, I was hoping that the kiss with Maria meant something bigger and that she might actually have feelings for me. Let's be honest. Maria is a wealthy and stunning former model, and I feel like just a foolish guy who can't stand up for himself. My sisters had turned against me, my friends thought I liked being humiliated, and my co-workers showed so little respect that they didn't tell me when my wife was unfaithful. They just got involved with her themselves. The court even made sure I found out about my wife's secrets. To make it all worse for a while, even my own daughters thought the same things about me. Cuckolded dork is such a fitting name for me. I think something special should be created just for my situation. I understand that if I show my feelings of disappointment and sadness, they will just say nice things to make me feel better. They might even offer me a kind gesture to lift my spirits. Freddie and Cathy often talk about their interest in romance. They might even feel like they could help me out, even if they wouldn't really want to. As for Maria, I just can't believe she would ever like me back. But I can't help it. I'm really in love with her. I feel like a fool. I need to move on from feelings I never should have had, but I have no idea how to do that. A line from a fitting song popped into my mind. Unchain my heart because you don't care about me. Feeling sad with that tune playing over and over, I told everyone I was tired and planned to go to bed early. But first I wanted a nice hot shower. Only weak people cry into their pillows, but when you're in the shower, no one can see. I finally fell asleep around 4 in the morning after spending most of my time in the bathroom. Having daughters means there's one place where a guy can be alone for sure. Ouch, I'm hurting. But it's my own fault. I let my imagination run wild with silly dreams that felt too real. This morning felt terrible. I woke up around 6:30. All I wanted to do was stay in my room or go back to my apartment just to be alone. But I couldn't do that. First, I had my daughters to think about. Second, my friends didn't deserve me shutting them out. They cared about me, but none of them really loved me. I shouldn't have been foolish enough to think otherwise. I kept staring at my face in the mirror. My eyes looked awful, and there was no way to cover that up. I needed to get moving and push myself to feel better. I glanced at the clock again, but it was still too early. Instead of staying in my room until I had to go out, maybe I should quietly go to Maria's gym and get a good workout. So that's what I decided to do. Usually, I like to exercise for 2 hours. Sometimes my schedule only lets me fit in an hour. But today, I managed to work out for 3.5 hours. I lifted weights, did some crunches, and spent a long time on the treadmill. It felt great. Eventually, Vanessa found me. I think everyone else had been searching the whole house for me, but she was the only one who thought to check the gym in the basement. "Dawn, we've been looking all over for you," she said. "How long have you been down here?" I slowed the treadmill and lowered the incline so I could talk. "Oh, hi, Vanessa. I woke up a bit early. I've been missing my workouts, so I thought I'd come to the gym. I wasn't trying to hide or anything. But really, I was. Well, we have breakfast ready. Come upstairs soon, okay?" "Vanessa, you run a gym, you understand. I need to cool down on the treadmill and then take a shower. It will take at least 20 to 30 minutes, even if I hurry." I lowered the incline and turned down the speed a little bit. "All right, do your best. I'll let everyone know where you are, and we'll keep breakfast warm for you." A few minutes later, my kids came down to see how I was doing. They looked happy to find me, and I felt bad for making them anxious. They waited until I finished cooling down, then hurried me upstairs for a quick shower. When I reached the kitchen, I saw everyone eating slowly so I wouldn't have to eat alone. They were very kind, and even though it hurt me sometimes, they were truly nice people. After they helped me freshen up a bit, I knew I had to get serious about dating. I needed to stop clinging to the past and my little daydreams. It was time to focus and really try my best. I really didn't want to grow old by myself. That day, we went skiing again. Vanessa and Freddie stayed nearby, but Cathy and Maria were a bit further away. Later that evening, we had more dance lessons. Vanessa told me that I would start physical training in the morning. By 7 o'clock, Vanessa and I were busy in the gym. She began by teaching me some new exercises for my stomach and chest. They were tough, but not too bad. Dawn, you are one of the strongest people I know. The only ones I know who are stronger are a couple of friends who lift weights. I think you could impress them with how strong you are. I'm sorry to say this because you are not out of shape at all, but we need to put you on a special eating plan if we want you to look fit soon. A special eating plan? I said, feeling shocked. Yes, I know this is tough, Dawn, but we have to do it. First, we will cut your bread, pasta, and sweets in half. I also want you to pay attention to how much fat you eat. For how long will this last? Dawn, I have seen what you eat. You really enjoy your bread, pasta, cakes, cookies, and pies. To stay fit, even with all the exercise you do and your fast metabolism, you will likely need to watch your carbs for quite a while. I could tell she wanted to say forever instead of for quite a while. If she had said forever, I would have been out of there right away. We won't make you start your diet until January 1st. That way you can have some fun. I really got lucky there. It would have been awful if I couldn't enjoy my big appetizer feast. There are no big meals, just many tasty and rich appetizers. Did I say they are really delicious? The food starts coming out around 3 in the afternoon and keeps coming until 1 in the morning. On New Year's Eve, I only step out of the kitchen for the midnight toast. I enjoy making small amounts of different dishes. This way, the food is always hot and fresh, so nothing gets old or cold. I also plan to use Maria's Christmas train for the evening. After we worked out that morning, we took showers, ate breakfast, and went skiing. That night, I went to more dance lessons. The next day was just like the one before. On New Year's Eve morning, I took a long drive early to get some fresh seafood I had ordered. I arrived at the store when it opened at 9 in the morning, and I was back at Maria's by 1 in the afternoon. Let the party begin. I shooed everyone out of the kitchen. I wanted to surprise them with the tasty treats I was making. First, I set up Maria's train. I made sure it could pull all 3 of its big cars. Each car was just the right size for a few large plates. Then, I took the train and moved it along the path I chose for it. It would begin in the kitchen at its charging spot. Then, it would move to the movie room, circling around the chairs inside. After finishing in the movie room, it would go to the big room and do the same thing there. Once it was done, it would go back to its charging station. The train had little antennae on it. If it bumped into something with one of those antennae, it would stop right away until the way was clear. If you wanted it to end, all you needed to do was put out your foot. I began cooking tasty, greasy food in the kitchen with my deep fryers. The kitchen quickly turned into a mess, but that's what happens when you want to feast. First, I made a batch of coconut chicken wings and then some coconut shrimp. I also had mini pizzas baking in the oven, and I was frying Italian sausage that I could cut into pieces for you to enjoy with a toothpick. A big batch of kielbasa was cooking while I had stuffed mushrooms in another oven. I had 6 ovens going at once, and I felt really happy about it. I sent the first round of food out, excited to share it. Soon enough, Maria quietly came into the kitchen. "How much food are you going to make?" she asked, a bit shy. "You haven't seen anything yet. I'm just beginning," I replied with a smile. "Can I invite a few friends over?" she asked. "We have so much food that we won't be able to finish it all. Feel free to take whatever you want. It's your home, after all. I don't mind at all." The first guests to arrive were Carl and his wife, Lucille. They had just returned from visiting their kids and grandkids. Lucille was still using her cane since her accident. She greeted me with a smile and then went into the movie room with the other women. Carl brought along some delicious homemade drinks. What a nice guy he is. It was a tasty amber lager that went down really well, and before we knew it, we were best friends. It's funny how things happen like that. He became my helper in the kitchen and the main bartender. I would put food on a plate and he would fill up the tray. When it came back, he would take away the dirty dishes and clean them. Most importantly, when my beer was running low, he would refill it for me. We chatted about a lot of things. Some of the important topics we talked about were tools, fishing, family, poker, sports, children, and hunting. I always wanted to go hunting, but my father got sick and passed away when I was too young. Because of this, I never had anyone to teach me, and I never found the time to try it myself. One day, While playing with a toy train, one of us began to hum Chattanooga Choo Choo. This made the other person start singing it quietly, and before we knew it, both of us were singing it together loudly. Maria's kitchen is the best kitchen I have ever seen. It even has its own music system. I'm not sure where Carl found it, but he brought in a CD with music from the swing era. We listened to great songs like Chattanooga Choo Choo and sometimes sang along if we knew the words, even if we didn't know them all the time. Other songs on the CD included In the Mood, Mac the Knife, Sentimental Journey, Ain't Misbehavin', and Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy. Now and then we would get up and dance, but it didn't last long because Carl wasn't a very good dancer, and he never let me take charge. I think I could use another beer. We began serving a lot of seafood like Dungeness crab, mussels, clams, oysters, and shrimp. Then we brought out some mushrooms, too. More guests came, including Nancy and some of Maria's other friends from the lodge. Now and then someone would come in to see how me and Carl were doing. We were okay, a bit tipsy, but doing just fine. I think our singing was driving them away most of the time, but sometimes they would stay and watch us in surprise or maybe shock from the noise we were making. Carl went home earlier and came back with some rich dark beer and a few more CDs. Maria's lovely kitchen was a mess. So what if I spilled a few things? At least I didn't spill my beer. At 11:45, we sent a big tray of champagne back to the movie room. At midnight, my kids gave me sweet kisses, and then they kissed Maria, too. Maria gave me a quick kiss on the lips. I received a lot of kisses. It's really nice to get kisses from friends. Carl and I began our last cooking project. Once we finished, we sat down with his last six-pack of drinks and started playing a card game called Gin at the kitchen table. We were quite tipsy by the time we finished the last of the drinks, and I think I owed Carl a huge amount of money because we were playing for $100 for each point. Did you know that homemade beer has more alcohol than store-bought beer? Daddy, Daddy, Megan said with a worried look on her face. Yes, sweetie, he replied, a bit confused. I think you should go to bed. But the kitchen is messy. I need to tidy it up. Don, don't worry about the kitchen. Tomorrow is the day my cleaning team comes. They will take care of it, Maria said, looking really worried, with Vanessa nodding in agreement. Carl had already left, but I didn't recall when he went. It had been a while since I felt this tipsy. Okay, sounds good, I said, as I wobbled up the stairs. Megan, Robin, Maria, and Vanessa stood ready to help me if I stumbled. But I surprised them. I didn't trip until I reached the hallway upstairs. Megan was chatting with Maria. My dad rarely drinks. The most I've seen him have in one day is 4 beers. I thought it was a good moment to start singing. I'm feeling so dry, and I'll be so uncomfortable if I can't find the bathroom key. Nope, that's not right. What should I sing next? Vanessa is really tough for a girl. I turned my head to look at Maria and thought of the perfect song. Free my heart. Please let me be free my heart because you don't care about me. You've got me down like a pillow on a bed, but you let my love fade away. Free my heart. Let me go free. My singing isn't too great. All right, I was mumbling a bit, and I know I can't sing like Joe Cocker or Ray Charles, but Vanessa was giving me some really strange and worried looks. I think she was the only one nearby who could hear me. Maybe she's a music expert. The next morning, I woke up with a terrible headache. My oldest daughter was looking down at me, and she looked very worried. In one hand, she held a mug of coffee, and in the other, she had a glass full of ice cubes. Can anyone spell revenge? She helped me sit up, and I groaned the whole time. Here, Dad, drink this, she said, giving me a cup of coffee. Then she went to the bathroom and returned with a bumpy towel. She placed the towel on my head. What a sweet kid. She had put ice cubes in the towel and folded it up. It felt great on my aching head. I always knew she was special to me. Vanessa and Freddie rushed into my room, and Maria walked in slowly behind them. I said sorry for my silly behavior last night, and they kindly told me it was okay. They went on about all the delicious food I had cooked. I only make such a big meal once a year. I don't think anyone could eat that way more than that. Instead of teasing me about my headache, Vanessa and Freddie acted like I had a good reason to drink too much. That's not true, of course. Maria didn't say much and kept giving me strange looks. I must have really surprised her with how I acted. I really hoped I didn't ruin our friendship. I didn't want to be the reason for any problems, and it would make my daughters very sad. They brought me some glasses of water and some pills for my headache, then told me to rest. A few hours later, Megan came back to see how I was doing. I was feeling better, but I still wanted to lie in bed. Before she left, I asked her to put a movie in the player for me, just something to keep me company. She picked up my case of DVDs and CDs and began to look through it. "Daddy, do you want me to put in the movie Houseboat?" "No, sweetheart, I'm tired of that one. I've seen it enough times. Can you put in an Abbott and Costello movie instead?" She gave me a strange look but did what I asked. Then she kissed me and left the room. I spent the day resting and feeling better. My friends and I watched movies that night. We skipped dance lessons. The next morning, I woke up early to go to the gym. Vanessa came to help me about an hour later so she could work out too. I felt proud that I could lift 360 pounds, but Vanessa was really looking forward to teaching someone how to lift heavy weights. I felt a bit nervous about what I had signed up for with her as my trainer. I have nothing against powerlifters, but I might need to get some new shirts if she keeps pushing me. For the next 4 days, I worked out in the morning, skied all day, cooked dinner, and took dance lessons. I stayed really busy. The only hard part was the low-carb diet Vanessa put me on. Then my family turned on me and both of them made sure I stuck to the diet. Maria came back with us on Sunday. She and my friends played Yahtzee for almost the whole trip. I felt really anxious. Don took the public display of affection better than I expected. He seemed a little strange for a few days, but he was not angry at all. I can't believe all the food he made for New Year's Eve. Then he and Carl had a little too much to drink. I think guys need to have fun like that sometimes. I think he was worried I might be upset with him. He was very nice for the rest of our time in the mountains. To keep him guessing, I stayed calm around him. This way, when we meet again, he might not act silly like last time. I think I'm pretty good at this. On Wednesday, I went to his apartment like usual. I even got there a bit early and let myself in. The girls were so happy to see me, and we talked a lot about their mom. I felt good about what they were doing for her, but I also felt a bit envious. They were correct, and any better feelings between them and their mother was truly good for everyone. I just had to accept that I would need to share them. I could handle that. It was the right choice, and I had to change what I expected from my bond with my girls. They were still my girls, but they were also Barbara's, and I couldn't take her place as their mother. I keep reminding myself that having part of something is better than having nothing at all. When I walked into Don's office to check out his new chair, it still hadn't arrived. I would need to call the company and tell them to hurry up. I was there so early that the girls took me to meet Ken, the designer of my jewelry. They took me downstairs to Don's workshop, where Ken was busy working on some other pieces. It quickly became clear to me that Don was right. Ken didn't have much work at the moment. It seemed silly to me that such a skilled young man couldn't find work. He was doing his best by selling handmade jewelry and cheaper items at street fairs. But the materials were expensive, and he couldn't buy all the tools he needed. He mentioned that without Don's help and workshop, he would soon go out of business. Don surprised him by giving an extra month of free rent and a check for $5,000 because my friends and I were so happy with our gifts. I told him I might help him, but I needed to look into some things first. We exchanged cell phone numbers. I usually don't wear bracelets, but I really liked the ones he made for Freddie and Vanessa. So I asked Ken if he could make a bracelet to match the ones he had already made for me. It was a good deal, and he really needed the job. After chatting with Ken, my daughters and I went back upstairs to wait for Don. When he came in, he looked really unhappy. It seemed like he had a tough day at work. On the way to the counselor, I shared my idea about helping Ken. He liked my idea and said I always tried to help my friends. Don was happy to support my plan for Ken. Now I just need to ask for help from Freddie, Vanessa, and Cathy. In a hidden place that looked a lot like Freddie's studio, with art supplies scattered everywhere, the PDA Secret Security Directorate was having a meeting. This group was so secret that even the president of the PDA didn't know about it. The blonde leader of the directorate, using the codename Sister D-Day, spoke to her team. That was Agent M on the phone, and things have taken a turn for the worse. The only music Don listens to is that same song again and again. He even got rid of the Houseboat DVD. Things are getting serious. She looked at the red-haired member. Sister Flounder, should we tell Maria about this or just stay silent? Sister Flounder made a face at her nickname, but all the other members had chosen it, so she just went with it. At least it would help me write a strong paper for my doctorate, she thought. If we tell Maria, I see two possible outcomes. First, she might still think of herself as the great Scarlet Woman who doesn't deserve someone like St. Dawn. She could say something silly like, "Oh, maybe this is for the best." Second, she could go to him, get very excited, and they might spend a whole week together without coming out of the room. But thinking it over, since Maria is acting a bit foolish, I'd say the first option is more likely. I wish we had been more successful in getting rid of that awful nickname for Maria that keeps coming up. If we try too hard to make her friends stop using it, they might just use it even more without thinking. Those mean people know how much it bothers her, and they also know how nice and giving Maria is. They think that because they never say it to her face, she doesn't hear it at all. Then they wonder why she doesn't hang out with them like she used to, those fools. The dark-haired Sister Bluto said, "Well, what are we going to do?" Sister Flounder answered, "We need to focus on Maria more, try to cheer up Dawn and keep other women away from him. That way, Maria can think things through." Sister D-Day stood up. "And that's what this group was made for, to keep other women away from Dawn. Let's remember that they are both our friends. If Dawn gets involved with someone else, we might never get to have the pie we love again." "Now let's end the meeting with the—" Sister Flounder said strongly. "I will not do that silly handshake again. It's awkward and inappropriate. You two have strange ideas, and if you keep this up, I will tell Megan and Robin." It was another weekend at Maria's house. Freddie and Cathy called me in a rush, asking me to bring the pie. They are good friends, so I decided to bring 2 pies. I've shared the recipe with them before, so I don't understand why they don't make it on their own. It was just another regular weekend. On Friday night, we had dinner and the girls watched movies. On Saturday, we worked out in the morning, ate breakfast, then went skiing during the day. After that, we had dinner and danced until we got tired. Then, the girls went back to their movies while I headed to bed. Sunday starts with some morning exercise and breakfast. Suddenly, I hear Vanessa talking to me. "Don, I had an idea. You work near my gym. If you're free on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you can come by after work to exercise. You would see better results this way. I know you are working out at home, but at the gym I can help change your exercises to make them more effective." "That sounds nice, but remember, your gym is for women only. Will this get you in trouble with your clients?" "No, sometimes I have men there. If a client doesn't like it, they might leave. But that has never happened to me. Even though it's a women's club, they usually don't mind if a man shows up now and then." "All right then, I'll meet you on Tuesday after work. Is 7 p.m. good for you?" "That works for me, Don. I'll see you then." On Tuesday after dinner, I follow Vanessa's instructions to her day spa and gym. When I get there, I'm pleasantly surprised. It's much larger than I expected. As I step inside, I notice a display for Ken's jewelry creations. There are pictures of Vanessa, Freddie, Cathy, and Maria showing off his designs. There's a small pile of brochures, a holder for his business cards, and his website listed. I made a website for him. I also updated Vanessa's business website and created one for Freddie's studio. I know that Freddie has a similar setup for Ken at her studio, and it has worked even better for him than it has here. Besides her amazing traditional paintings, Freddie mainly earns money from her art on skin, like tattoos and body painting. Many people who enjoy body art also appreciate unique jewelry. Maria has some great ideas. Vanessa is waiting for me at the front desk. "Hi, Don. Did you find the place okay?" "Yes, everything was fine. I'm really surprised. Your club is much larger than I expected." "That's because we have a big swimming pool, and not many places like ours have one. I believe swimming is one of the best ways to stay fit, especially for our older clients. At first, it cost a lot more than we expected, but now it's one of the things that brings in the most people." "I feel really silly. I thought your business was much smaller. To make it up to your female clients, I thought I'd bake some cookies. Sounds silly, right?" Vanessa brightens up, and so does her receptionist and 2 customers nearby. "I wouldn't say that, Don. It's actually a nice idea, and I think I smelled cookies when you walked in." "How many cookies do you have in that box?" 3 dozen chocolate chip cookies and 3 dozen white chocolate and macadamia nut cookies." I placed the box on the counter and opened it. Now all the women were leaning in and smiling with excitement. The receptionist asks if she can have a cookie. They belong to Vanessa, so it's her choice. I reply. Vanessa nods, and everyone there eagerly takes a cookie. Don, I think you're going to be the most liked person here really soon. I need to use Vanessa's office to change my clothes. After that, she leads me through a tough workout. That evening at the club, many ladies came over to thank me for the cookies. I have a plan now. My silly daydream ended when I learned that Maria didn't like me in a special way, and neither did her friends. So I decided to make the most of it. I want to meet other women. Maria and her friends enjoy my baking, so I think I can use that to start conversations with other girls. I won't rush into things just yet. I'll wait until I feel comfortable here before I start talking with some of the women at the club. Maria says I'm kind of awkward, and I see this as a chance to learn. If I don't meet the right person now, I'll use what I learn for next time. It's time to stop just sitting around in my apartment. I get a good workout at Vanessa's club, but she keeps encouraging me to lift heavier weights. I spend an hour and a half on the treadmill. I know it might sound weak, but I prefer running on a treadmill. It's easier on my knees and feet. Plus, it's nice to exercise in a comfortable building. When I'm finished, Vanessa says she can wait for me while I shower in the locker room. But instead, I decide to go home in my comfy sweats. Sister D-Day, this is Sister Bluto. Don just left here and he brought cookies. I told a few of my good clients about Don, and they made sure to welcome him warmly. But you know Don, always a nice guy. Did you keep any cookies for me? I wanted to, but when I got back to the box, it was empty. Not even a crumb left. Wow, no cookies for me? And it seems like too many women at your club have enjoyed his baking. You should watch out. You probably have a few food lovers, maybe more, at your gym. He's a handsome guy who can cook and bake really well. For someone who loves food, he's the perfect catch. Just watch him. If you see anyone in your group getting hungry eyes when they look at Don, let me know. We might need to rethink our plan to help Don feel good about himself at the gym. It could have been worse. Imagine if he had brought the cake or the pie to my group. We wouldn't stand a chance. He might have gotten 30 or more phone numbers, and some might even have been written on clothes. Honestly, I can picture some of my friends trying to take him away. There's this one girl who loves chocolate. She's very wealthy, strong, and works out all the time because she eats so many sweets. I can easily see her taking Don and flying him to Las Vegas on her father's private plane. They would end up getting married after just one taste of that delicious pie. I've talked with her trainer to help her use the pool whenever she and Don are here together. Yes, we might have made a big mistake by suggesting Don work out at your gym, but we didn't know he would bring food. It almost seems like Don is trying to meet women, but that would be a big shift in how he usually acts. We can't go back now. It would hurt Don's feelings. Just do your best, Vanessa. If I can help in any way, just give me a call. Thanks, Freddie. I might need your help. Since you and Cathy are both members here, you may need to change your workout times a bit to help me watch over Don. I'll let you know if that is needed. This is Sister Bluto signing off. Goodbye, Sister Bluto. And remember, next time Don brings food, you better save some for me and Sister Flounder. She can seem like a very hungry thinker at times, but she really loves food just as much. If she discovers you didn't keep any cookies for her, she will be upset with you for a long time. The next few months became pretty usual. On Mondays, I visited my therapist. Tuesdays and Thursdays were for working out at Vanessa's gym. Every Wednesday, Maria came over and we took my daughters to their therapist. From Friday to Sunday, we spent time at Maria's house. We danced, exercised, skied, and enjoyed lots of tasty food. Sometimes, on Wednesday nights after our therapy session, Maria would teach us how to dance instead of watching movies or playing games with my friends. Moving the furniture to create enough space for dancing was really annoying. At the end of January, I had a private meeting with Ken. I nearly ran out of time to place my order. His business was going great, but he promised to finish the job I asked for on time. One Wednesday, Maria spent all afternoon at my apartment. She was tired of waiting for my Christmas gift to arrive, so she decided to take care of the delivery herself. When I came home, it was a wonderful surprise to find her there. Maria is always very nice to her friends. I was really upset. Don had some issues at work that messed up our travel plans for February 21st, and I couldn't go with my kids to our mountain home. To make things worse, Vanessa, Freddie, and Cathy teased me nonstop during the whole ride. I just hoped this weekend would get better, or I was really going to lose my temper. But it got even worse. Don hurt his knee, so he couldn't ski all weekend. I wanted to stay home and take care of him, but everyone said we should all go skiing anyway. When Megan and Robin looked at me with their big, pleading eyes, I felt I had to give in. I knew Don needed to rest his knee, which meant he needed someone to look after him. I really wanted to help him, but my friends wouldn't let me. With friends like that, who needs enemies? I urged him to let me invite Lucille to come and make dinner for us, and he agreed, though it seemed he didn't really want to. I couldn't help but notice he looked a little happy about it. Skiing helped ease my disappointment. Megan and Robin were cheerful and full of fun, and it would have been perfect if Don could have joined us. When we returned from skiing, the house filled my senses with great smells. Lucille stood by the kitchen door, almost like a guard, ready to welcome us. Don was sitting on the couch with his foot propped up when we came in. "Hi, Maria, Freddie, Vanessa, Cathy, and my lovely little ones. Did you all enjoy skiing?" he asked. "Yes, but we're really hungry," I replied, while everyone else hurried up the stairs. They must have been very hungry and eager to freshen up and get back downstairs to eat. I hurried up the stairs after them because I didn't want to slow down dinner. When I returned downstairs, Megan and Robin were there waiting for me. They told me that since Carl and Lucille were here, we would have dinner in the dining room. They also suggested that they wanted to eat there as well. It was quite nice, and I didn't use it much, but if my kids wanted to eat there, I wouldn't say no. The house was filled with amazing smells, as if a big meal was ready. The wooden sliding doors to the dining room were shut. I wondered why they were closed. Megan went through one door and Robin went through the other. They both opened their doors at the same time, placing me in the middle. "Happy birthday, Maria!" everyone yelled. Noisemakers blew, people were clapping, and there was a big banner and balloons with my name on it. Along with the friends I had expected, my friends from the lodge were there too, and even Richard, my ex-husband. He was smiling big and clapping just as loudly as everyone else. Megan and Robin came up on both sides of me to give me a warm hug. They both said at the same time, "Happy birthday!" I glanced over at Don. He had a noisemaker in his mouth and was blowing on it, but for some reason I thought he looked a bit down. The table was full of food. There were 2 big prime ribs covered in garlic, Yorkshire pudding, Dungeness crab, sautéed spinach, asparagus, rolls, pasta with garlic and olive oil, Italian sausage, shrimp scampi, and mashed potatoes. We had enough food to last a week. On the sideboard was a huge cake, all decorated with candles. This was the best birthday I've had since my parents passed away. It felt amazing to be with family. I was so happy that I couldn't stop crying. Megan and Robin sat next to me and kept urging me to eat. Don looked a bit teary-eyed, and he didn't seem very interested in his food either. After dinner, they brought out a cake with 35 candles on it, all lit up. The cake said, "Happy birthday, Maria, we all love you." I hugged Megan and Robin tightly to help me blow out all the candles, and I knew I would need their help with the small fire in front of me. On the count of 3, we all blew out the candles and the cameras clicked. I think the tears in my eyes helped put out the flames. We agreed to save the cake for later since we were all too full. Then, it was my turn to open my gifts. I received many nice and kind gifts from everyone, but when it was time to open the small, heavy box from Don, Megan, and Robin, I felt both nervous and hopeful that it would be as special as the gift I got for Christmas. Inside, I found a beautiful brooch made of platinum and diamonds. It matched some of my other jewelry perfectly. I turned it over slowly, looking for a message. It said, "To Maria, thank you for being a part of our lives. With all our love, Megan, Robin, and Don. 2/26/09. It was so amazing that I almost lost control. My friends hugged me tightly, and all the women came together to cheer me up and share in my happiness. That night, we danced and played games until nearly 11 o'clock. Then we all got comfy in our pajamas to watch movies made for girls while the men took care of us. Nancy and Lucille, in particular, looked like they were having a lot of fun. The cake was finally cut, and we all dug in. The men stayed in the kitchen playing cards until about 3 in the morning. During the night, we enjoyed cake and ice cream, as well as pizza, stuffed mushrooms, and homemade French fries. Eventually, the men went to bed. Soon after, we all fell asleep on the different couches, chairs, and recliners in the movie room. During the evening, Robin and Freddie took a lot of pictures. I need to get copies of those photos to remember this wonderful night. I finally met Maria's ex-husband, Richard. He seemed like a nice guy. The first thing he did was say sorry for invading my privacy with his snooping. He explained that Maria was like a sister to him, and he felt he had to do everything he could to keep her safe. I took his apology and told him I understood. As I cooked, enjoying Carl's beer and cooking some more, I learned a lot about Richard. He shared that years ago, when Maria was still a model, she used a specific financial firm to manage her money. At that time, Richard was a junior worker at the firm. His job was mostly to pass messages between the important people at the firm and the clients with smaller accounts like Maria. While Richard was working there, the old management team was replaced with a new one. This new team began to make choices that Richard did not like. He was worried that these decisions could put his job at risk. However, he had always had good relationships with the customers he worked with, and he didn't want them to face problems. So, he started to give them warnings and helpful advice on how to handle things. Before long, the company ran into trouble. The top bosses didn't want to take the blame, so they put it all on Richard and fired him. This ruined his name in public. I learned from Maria that Richard had grown up without parents. He also didn't have the best school grades because he couldn't afford to go to the better schools. He was in a tough situation. He had very little money saved up, and it seemed like he would never find another job in finance. Maria and some others who listened to his advice managed to get through the financial crisis without any issues. Later, when she asked about Richard at the office, they told her he had been fired. She quickly asked for a cashier's check to get her money and went to find him. She discovered him in his small apartment looking through job listings. Maria asked Richard if he could help her manage her money. She told him he was the only person she could trust with her savings. After that, she reached out to some of the other clients who had worked with Richard before and encouraged them to join her. She was careful not to cause any problems for Richard with his old job. Since these clients had small accounts and there weren't many of them, his previous company hardly noticed when they took their money out. For Richard, starting his own company was a big deal, and he was happy to earn more than he used to. As time passed, he and Maria grew very close, especially after her parents passed away. Richard realized that marrying her was a mistake. They cared for each other, but their feelings were more like those of a brother and sister than a husband and wife. Eventually, they both spoke honestly about their feelings and decided to get a friendly divorce. He told me I should take good care of Maria. He said she was his only family and it was his job to protect her. I didn't think much of it. I had no plans to hurt or marry Maria. We spent a lot of time talking about money and how to invest it. He really impressed me. I could tell he was someone I could trust with my savings. I talked about some of the special programs I made to help me keep an eye on my investments. He seemed interested and wanted to see them. In return, he shared some helpful tips about other data sources that could help me invest more safely and make my programs better. By the end of the night, I felt like all the information he shared was just a way to take my mind off things. He and Carl really beat David and me in Pinochle. To get back at them, I made sure that David and I took the last 2 beers Carl had. On Wednesday, Maria stopped by like she usually does, but we forgot to tell her that we had canceled the therapy session for that night. My daughters and I decided to celebrate Maria's birthday a day early, which was tomorrow. When Maria got here, we had a big banner up and balloons and cake were ready on the table. I thought they might be tired of chocolate, so I made a white cake with raspberry and lemon filling. Maria was so happy that she became a little emotional. She asked Megan and Robin to sit right next to her at the table. For dinner, I made the Korean pork dish that they really enjoyed. Afterwards, it was time to give out gifts again. They were throwing me another party. I was so happy. I wished we could all go to a special place, somewhere we could begin new lives together forever. After dinner, we blew out the candles on the cake, and then I got even more gifts. I received toys. No one had given me toys since I was a child, and it was so much fun. They gave me 4 Nerf guns, 2 big ones and 2 small ones with holsters and lots of darts. Then Megan, Robin, and Don reached behind the couch, opened up cabinets, and pulled out even more Nerf guns with holsters and straps. They had some of the wildest designs I had ever seen. Megan had a big gun that looked like it had a belt attached to it. Robin stood in front of me, pumped her gun, and said with a mischievous smile, "Do you feel lucky, punk?" The battle was truly on. We kept switching teams and ran all around the apartment, having fun and even moved our game down to the basement. At one point, Don and I teamed up and had to protect the kitchen. By that time, we were hungry again and wanted a snack. Just as we got the food on the plates, my girls surprised us with some hidden toys, and we quickly ran out of the kitchen. To make our loss even worse, Megan and Robin ate the snack we had just made for ourselves, and they did it loudly. Don and I decided to fight back by getting ready for an ambush outside the hallway that led to the bathrooms and bedrooms. At last, on the evening of February 25th, we all agreed to a peace treaty, bringing an end to the big Nerf battle in Don's apartment. It was a long and tough fight, and I can only hope we won't have to do it again until we have it at my mountain home. I just need to find a better toy that can hold more darts first. That night, we watched movies, but we could only use small Nerf guns that fire one dart at a time, and we could only use them to defend ourselves, as the rules said. The next morning, on my real birthday, everyone sang happy birthday to me at breakfast. I got lots of hugs and kisses from my little ones, and even a nice kiss on the cheek from Don. I wished for a kiss on the lips instead. But it was still a great birthday week. The big change in my life began at Maria's during dinner on Saturday night. I remember skiing that day and seeing some intense talks between Maria and her friends. My daughters seemed to understand what was happening and found it all quite amusing. That night, Vanessa talked to me at dinner. "Don, you've been doing really well in your dance lessons recently, so we've decided it's time for your first practice date." "Does that mean I'm not a dork anymore?" "No, you're still a bit of a dork, but we love you just the same," Freddie replied with a smile. "There's a nice dinner and dance club that opened a couple of years ago. They focus on ballroom dancing and have a small live band playing on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. Instead of going to the gym this Thursday night, how about we go out for dinner and check out your moves on the dance floor?" "Vanessa, that sounds fun, but don't restaurants like that have expensive food that isn't very good? I would much rather cook dinner for you at my place. I'll make whatever you want, and we can still act like we're on a real date, both at my apartment and at the dance club. What do you think?" Vanessa's eyes brightened when I said I would make her anything she liked. If I wanted to try my new way of meeting more women, I thought I should also include cooking. That would make it more fun. "Why, Don, I think." She began to speak, but Cathy suddenly jumped in with a strong look on her face. "Wait a minute. We said you could go first, Vanessa. But no one knew that Don would be cooking for his first practice date. I believe we need to talk about this again." The other women looked ready to jump in, so I decided to calm things down. "I'm really glad you all enjoy my cooking. You know how I feel about restaurant food. I'd much rather cook for all my practice dates than spend a lot of money on average meals. Just let me know what you want, and I'd love to make it for you. Please don't worry about anything else I've cooked for you except for the turkey. That takes too long to make." My words seemed to make everyone happy, and they smiled big, except for Maria. She still looked a little sad. On Thursday, Vanessa came over at 6:30. I had made prime rib, Yorkshire pudding, and the pie. I thought about having some fun with the scene since it was just practice, but she said on Tuesday night that I should take it seriously. We greeted each other with friendly kisses at the door. I enjoy friendly kisses from lovely ladies, even if they are just nice gestures. Before dinner, I gave her a quick tour of the apartment. Since it was her first time inside, she looked a little surprised when she saw the guest bedroom. "Vanessa, you look wonderful tonight." She wore a bright red dress, maybe a little short, but I wasn't going to say anything. "Did you see that I'm wearing the jewelry you got me?" She paused and held up her bracelet for me to see. "I receive a lot of nice comments about these pieces. Thank you again for such a wonderful gift." "I can't take all the credit, Vanessa. Ken is the one who really helped me out. I'm just so happy that you, Maria, Freddie, and Cathy like them. You've done so many great things for me and my family. What you're doing for me tonight is really kind, and I want to find a way to thank you for your kindness. Making dinner and covering the club bill is thanks enough, Don. I can take the leftover pie home with me, right?" Her question sounded a little serious. I quickly told her that she could definitely take the pie home. A long time ago, I made too many pies for myself and got a bit tired of them. Right now, I was making a different kind of lemon meringue pie. I wanted it to taste as refreshing as a glass of lemonade made with real lemons. However, I hadn't gotten it right yet. I enjoy adding fruit spreads to my Yorkshire pudding for something different. Today, I chose cherry almond butter to try. At first, it felt a bit awkward being alone with Vanessa, but as soon as she started eating, her true nature came out, just like the tiger on her bracelet. I had no idea tigers liked cherries. Vanessa and I both love staying fit and strong, but we often don't have enough time during the week to exercise. I thought we had covered all our usual talks about working out together, but we found so many new activities to discuss. We talked about hiking, biking, swimming underwater, and jumping from planes. I hadn't gone scuba diving in a long time, and I really missed it. I had always wanted to try skydiving too. Recently, it seemed like Vanessa was suggesting a dive vacation to places like Hawaii, the Florida Keys, or the Cayman Islands. It almost felt like she might like me more than as a friend. But that couldn't be right. Just because she's a woman doesn't mean she feels that way. She probably just wants someone to dive with. After dinner, Vanessa enjoyed 3 big slices of the pie. I couldn't believe it after all the prime rib and Yorkshire pudding she had just eaten. Just as we were about to leave the house for the club, she suddenly looked worried. I had a good idea what was bothering her. "Don, can I use your bathroom for a minute?" "Vanessa, please don't think I'm rude, but you just had a big meal, so don't hurry. I want you to feel good tonight. It's fine if you take an hour or even longer. The only thing worse than having a bad stomach or feeling too full and needing to use a dirty public restroom is having no restroom at all. I'll take a quick look at my computer while I wait. You can take your time." A smile of relief appeared on her face. "Thank you, Don," she said, and she hurried off to the main bathroom. I didn't really need to use my computer, but I wanted her to see that I wouldn't just be sitting around while she used the bathroom. Maybe I should have given her a magazine to read. She was in the bathroom for a long time. I know my cooking didn't make her feel unwell, she just ate a lot. When I heard her come out, I acted like I was busy on the computer. I didn't want her to feel awkward. I could hear her footsteps coming slowly down the hall. "Don, are you there?" "I'm here in my office, Vanessa. Sorry, I lost track of time. I was just checking out the latest tool deals. I've been thinking about getting something new, but it never seems to be on sale." When she walked into my office, I noticed she looked a bit shy. I turned off my computer and got up. "I'm ready to leave." We walked to her car. It was a white Mustang GT 500 with red stripes. I usually prefer practical things over fancy ones. I'd rather have a minivan that I can fill up with stuff than a sleek sports car. After seeing Vanessa's new car, I realized I might need to change my priorities. I was really impressed with the car. "I hope you don't mind if I drive, Don. This club can be a bit hard to get to, but I know the best places to park," she said. As I got comfortable in the passenger seat, I replied, "I don't really like driving. I do it because I have to. I'd be much happier being driven around for the rest of my life. Right now, I'm in a really cool sports car, and a very pretty woman is driving it. I know it sounds a bit old-fashioned, but I can't help but feel excited." I smiled at her. "You're forgiven, you silly guy. I just had a delicious meal and I have half a pie left. I'll even let you make a funny noise in my new car," she said with a grin. Her joke was a bit cheeky, but we were good friends who enjoyed working out together. I can't remember how many times one of us was really working hard during some exercise, and then suddenly we would let out a big, funny noise. You just have to laugh. It happens. Sometimes it was so loud it shook the room like a surprise sound. Ha ha. Oh boy, was that a silly joke. The club was lively, but it wasn't too crowded since it was Thursday night. That was great because it meant we had plenty of space to dance. I had gotten better at waltzing, so I wasn't too embarrassed anymore. But I was still new to the tango and even less so with other dances. Vanessa was my main practice partner, and we danced well together. Her short red dress surprised me more than once, especially when she spun around. Maria might be a better dancer, but for this crowd, Vanessa was drawing a lot of attention. She had a big group of fans following her. Every time we sat down, someone would come over to talk. Even the owner, Ava, visited us. She was really nice. She was just a year or two older than me and already owned such a great place. We ended up staying until midnight, even though we had planned to leave by 11. We were having so much fun that we decided to stay until the end. Almost everyone else did, too. When I went to pay our bill at the bar, I found out that everything was free. I did leave a nice tip for our waiter, though. While I got our coats, I saw Vanessa talking to Eva one last time, Eva gave her something and then left. Vanessa was so excited on the way back to my apartment. "We really rocked it tonight, Dawn." "You did well." "Huh? What do you mean? Seriously? You really don't notice much, do you? Why do you think everyone was looking at us? Why do you think people kept stopping by our table to talk?" "Because you're pretty and a good dancer, right?" "Thanks for the compliment, but that's not the whole story. You're good-looking too. In fact, you're quite attractive." "Did you see that more than half the people who came to our table were women? We really shined on the dance floor. You might not know a lot of dances yet, but the few you do know, you do really well. Plus, it was clear that we were having a great time dancing. That kind of energy spreads. It's no wonder everyone stuck around until the end. We made the place lively. The owner even gave us all our drinks for free tonight because she saw we were helping bring in more customers. As we were leaving, she handed me a couple of VIP cards. Now we can park close, get in for free, and enjoy a 10% discount on anything we buy. I've visited this place lots of times, Dawn, with some really great dancers, but I've never received this kind of treatment before. You know how you like your classic movies, Dawn? Well, tonight, we felt like Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. I was surprised by Vanessa's excitement, but I couldn't help thinking she was mistaken. You don't just change from being a shy person to a dancing star like Fred Astaire in a few months. Still, I didn't make a fool of myself, and that's something I can feel good about. Vanessa dropped me off at my house and then headed back to her own place. For a weekday, we had stayed out really late. I was so upset that all I could do was cry and hit the pillows on my bed. I should have been the first one to have a nice dinner at Dawn's apartment. I should have been the first person to take Dawn dancing. It would feel even worse if he and Vanessa had a wonderful time together. It was my own fault. I was too scared to ask him out for practice. What if someone I knew saw us and called me that awful name? I was just too well known in Seattle. Why did I have to deal with my old reputation after my divorce from Richard? People had moved on from the old me. Robert was not someone to judge others. He had his own issues that he kept hidden. But with Dawn, I would feel too embarrassed if he discovered my secrets. Vanessa, Cathy, and Freddie were right. For Dawn's self-esteem, he needed to go out and see how far he has come. But it should have been me. It's so unfair. I broke down again, crying into my pillow. When Vanessa returned to her apartment, she was really upset. She felt unsure about what to do. The night had been nearly perfect, even though her stomach hurt from eating too much. Don had been kind and thoughtful, acting like he was busy on the computer. She began to sway around her apartment, imagining she was back in Don's embrace. In her mind, she could hear the music and dance to 2 full songs. But then, she froze. There might be problems at that dance club. Many of the women in the club were watching Dawn with eager eyes. Eva, who owned the club, was probably the most interested. Dawn had mentioned that he and Vanessa were just friends. When Eva asked Vanessa about this, Vanessa had to agree. That was why Eva gave them 2 VIP cards, one for Dawn and one for herself so they could use them apart. But Vanessa held on to Dawn's card and didn't give it back to him. It's better to keep temptations away, she thought. There was something in Eva's eyes when she looked at Dawn that bothered me a lot. But Vanessa had to be honest with herself. She had not been good either. During dinner with Dawn, she had pretty much suggested that she would love to go on a diving vacation with him. She could easily picture walking along a sunny beach with Dawn, holding hands. Stop it, Vanessa told herself. You promised Maria. She should get the first chance with Dawn. Remember how Dawn has the guest room ready for Maria? Don't try to take him away. As she played with her jewelry, she thought about how Dawn had given her such nice and expensive gifts for Christmas. A trip for diving, maybe to Hawaii, wouldn't be too costly, and she felt she should get him a gift of the same value. That would be fair. Just 2 friends going on a dive trip together? Wow, that's a really bad lie to tell myself. It's a good thing I can trick myself so easily. She dashed to her computer, logged onto her go-to travel sites, and began to look for diving trips. I invited everyone to Dawn's apartment so we could drive to my place. I wanted to make sure I was going with my Dawn, no more hiding it, and my friends. I was tired of lying to myself. No matter what, I would find a way to be with Dawn. I planned to take my time because I knew he was going to be mine. Vanessa was supposed to drive my SUV with Cathy and Freddie in the back. But at the last minute, Vanessa decided not to drive, and Freddie took the wheel instead. I almost complained, but then I thought about it. Freddie was a decent driver and I had insurance. I needed to relax. I was with my family. When I got into Don's SUV, I felt a little uneasy. Vanessa kept looking at Don with a softness that seemed too much, at least to me. I hoped I was just being overly worried, but I couldn't be sure. "Don, how did your practice date with Vanessa go?" I asked. "Vanessa said it went really well," he replied. "But I'm not totally convinced. She might have said that just to make me feel good. I think I didn't do anything too silly, and for my first practice date, that's good enough for me." I wasn't sure how to respond to what he said. "It didn't tell me anything, darn it. Vanessa might be hiding the truth to keep Don's feelings safe, or maybe Don is not being honest about things because he feels so low about himself." "What did you do?" I wanted to see if he could avoid that question. "We had dinner and then we went dancing, just like we planned," Don said with a casual shrug of his shoulders. I really wanted to strangle him. Luckily, my two friends in the back seat were there to save me from a long time in jail. Don's unclear answers were making everyone frustrated. "Dad, you're being really silly. We want to know exactly what happened, and if you don't tell us, you'll be sorry," Megan said firmly. "Yeah, Daddy, tell us everything or no kisses for a month," Robin added. "It was just a practice date with Vanessa, for goodness sake. Don't make it a big deal." As I began to say Don, my daughters chimed in with Dad, and we all sang together. "All right, fine, let me explain. It was actually kind of dull. Vanessa came to my place, I gave her a tour, and we had dinner. She took us for a drive in her new car. It's a really nice ride. You know me, always so sensible, but I felt a strong desire for that Mustang," he kept on. Maybe I should think about getting him one. Don doesn't often show a strong desire for things, except when it comes to tools. When we arrived at the club, we danced. It felt good to move to a live band. Many people came over to talk to us, and even the owner of the club visited our table often. Eva, the owner, seemed friendly and was around our age. We ended up staying longer than we had first intended. We arrived a bit late, but we were enjoying ourselves, so we chose to stay until midnight. They were really having a good time. When we finally left, I learned that the owner had treated us to our drinks, which was kind. But honestly, we only had a few drinks with alcohol. The rest was just soda water with a twist of lemon. Then, in the car, Vanessa told me that Eva had given us 2 special VIP cards. Vanessa mentioned that we were so lively that we kept the other guests entertained until closing time. She even told me we were almost like Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers for the night. Now, please don't tell her I said this, because she seemed so happy with that VIP card, but that's just not true. She is a lovely woman and a nice dancer, but I am not Fred Astaire, and there's no way we could keep a crowd at a club until it closed. Oh no! It was worse than I expected. I shared surprised glances with Megan, who looked like she kind of understood what her dad had done, but Robin seemed really confused. I had met Eva before. She was a bold and tough woman. She never gave anything without wanting something in return. For Don and Vanessa to be so great on the dance floor, they must have a strong connection, especially since Don is still a beginner. Wow, I used to be a dancer, and I never got a special card for that club. I felt like crying again, but I couldn't do that in front of Don, Megan, and Robin. Don rescued me by taking out the Yahtzee game. He never seemed to play any music anymore. That was a relief because I don't think I could have sung a single note. At the same time, in the special spy car of the PDA security group, Sister D-Day, Flounder, and... Never mind. Freddie, Cathy, and Vanessa were chatting in Maria's SUV about pretty much the same thing. Vanessa had already shared the same story that Don told Maria, but she kept going. "Friends, I've got a big problem, and it's really bothering me. I've been spending a lot of time with Don lately, almost as much as I have with Maria. We have clicked really well at my gym. Last night felt almost special when we were dancing together, like in those old movies that Don loves. Everyone was watching us, and we felt like we were the stars of the show. I know that Maria wants to be with him first, but I've really started to like Don. After I got home from our date, I almost booked a trip for us to go away. I wasn't thinking about diving at all. I was imagining nice dinners and walks by the sea. Just as I was about to pay with my credit card, I stopped myself. I hadn't even talked to Don about it. He hasn't had the chance to dive in a great place for a long time, and he really wishes he could go. I planned to tell him a story. I was going to say my friend backed out on me and I didn't want the money to go to waste. Don would believe me. He's a kind and careful person. He wouldn't want to see thousands of dollars wasted. I hope Maria doesn't find out. She was the one who stood by me when I had nothing and helped me start my club. I'm really sorry. Please don't tell her. Vanessa began to cry softly. Cathy said, I think we have all been focused too much on Dawn lately. We care so much about Maria's happiness that we have forgotten about ourselves. I'm still going on some real dates, but you both are so stuck on Dawn. I get it. He is a good guy. But as they say, there are other people out there. It's time for you two to move on with your lives. It might be a good idea to stay home one weekend and go out to meet some new guys. You've spent most of your weekends for the last 4 months with Maria. It's important to have some fun, too. We all appreciate Maria, but she won't mind if we want to do our own thing once in a while. Plus, there are some really nice guys still skiing at the lodge. In past ski seasons, we've had guys trying to get close to us. It's time for us to get back out there and enjoy ourselves. Do you all agree with me? Vanessa tried hard, but her yes sounded a bit weak. Cathy saw it as a win anyway. Freddie began to say, I agree with you, but I still want to help Maria and Dawn. I'm looking forward to my practice dates with Dawn. I think they will be fun, especially his cooking. We have spent 4 months on this project, and I'm okay with sticking with it for a bit longer before I start feeling restless. I owe Maria a lot, and she is my good friend. I also really like Dawn. I'm not saying you have to feel the same way I do, but this is how I see it. Vanessa said, I really agree with you, Freddie. I just need to push my feelings for Dawn out of my mind for now. But as you said, Cathy, it's also time for me to start dating again. All right, that sounds good. We'll try our best for at least 2 more months. But we should also make time for some dating in our own lives. Still, there's something else you both should think about. When we told Dawn that we would be arranging real dates for him, it really upset him. He must have thought that after the kiss from Maria, he had a shot with her. Here we all are, with Maria telling him we are going to arrange dates for him with other women. Dawn must think that if a woman liked him, she wouldn't want him to go out with someone else. Because of this, he probably thinks Maria doesn't like him that way, which has made him really sad for a long time. The same goes for the 3 of us. Dawn had a strong interest in Maria, but there were 3 of us single women who had been playfully showing our interest in him for a few months. Dawn had been on his own for nearly 3 years. It's only natural that he might think about the chance that, if things didn't go well with Maria, maybe one of us would like him too. All at once, we popped his happy thought and told him we wanted to set him up with other girls. Just like Maria had hurt him, we hurt him too. Vanessa gasped, "Oh, no!" She felt a wave of sickness rise up and almost asked Freddie to stop the car so she could get out. If they weren't behind Dawn's SUV, she probably would have. She had to try her hardest to keep her feelings in check. Freddie said, "Oh, no!" and Cathy nodded, understanding what he meant. Yeah, I'm the one who thought it was a good idea to set Dawn up on real dates. I can't believe I didn't see this big mistake coming. Now we're in a tough spot. We could have achieved the same outcome without all this trouble if I had just kept quiet. We could have simply asked Dawn to take us on a few practice dates. Then, Maria could turn one of those practice dates into something more special. Maria is clever and caring enough to help Dawn with his inexperience in a kind way, and Dawn is smart and understanding enough to not feel hurt by her lessons. I realized I was too caught up in Maria's idea of being a Scarlet woman. But for now, this is the plan we have to follow. I can't take back what I said about real dates without telling Dawn that Maria likes him. But she's just not ready for him to know that. It was a typical weekend at Maria's house, or so it seemed. Everyone was nice to my kids, and we did the usual things. However, the women around me were acting as odd as a gopher wearing a spacesuit. No one ever said anything mean to me, but the way they moved, spoke, and looked at me made me feel like I was part of a strange study. Sometimes I thought Maria was upset with me. Other times she seemed sorry or down. Vanessa, on the other hand, switched between looking sad and, if I didn't know better, I might think she was being shyly caring toward me. Freddie, the life of the party, loved to have fun and go with the flow. She was darting back and forth between Maria and Vanessa in a happy hurry. Sometimes she would pause and share a warm hug with me, as if she wanted to comfort me about something. Cathy was the only one who seemed steady. She looked upset with herself for most of the weekend. I felt like going home because the whole thing was driving me a bit crazy. But my 4 lovely friends were acting just fine around the girls. I just smiled and dealt with the confusion. Luckily, I always carry some Zantac with me. For the first time, I noticed my friends trying to talk to others on the slopes and at the lodge. Maria was always nearby. Cathy was the most outgoing of the group. Freddie tried a few times to meet new people, but then she stopped and came back to hang out with Maria, my other friends, and me. Vanessa was acting a bit strange. She began talking to a guy, then looked up and saw us. Quickly, she rushed back to our group, as if she felt bad about chatting with him. On Sunday morning, I came down the stairs just in time to see Freddie and Maria having another heated talk. Breakfast was a bit odd that day. When I entered the kitchen, I noticed Vanessa busy making food. She had never cooked for us before. The table was ready, and the food items were laid out by the stove. She must have woken up at least 30 minutes early. She was cooking omelets and asked what we wanted in them. Megan was still half asleep, so Robin smiled as she turned Megan's sleepy words into ham, Swiss cheese, and onions. When Vanessa was putting my omelet on the plate, she looked so focused that it seemed like she was doing something very important. Like always, when you work hard at something, sometimes it doesn't go as planned. The omelet broke in half, and some of it fell to the floor. She looked so sad that I thought she might cry. I understood how she felt. I had cooked her so many delicious meals, and now she wanted to make something nice for me, but the omelet fell apart. I really felt for her. It took a little time to help her feel better, so I gave her a hug and softly rubbed her back. For a brief moment, I found it funny when I turned to glance back at the kitchen table over Vanessa's shoulder. I caught sight of Maria looking surprised. When she saw me, her face changed, and she quickly got up to help clean the mess on the floor. She might have been upset about it, but accidents can happen. Maybe she was just having a tough morning. Finally, we all managed to sit down at the table. Vanessa and I were finishing the last 2 omelets. The table felt unusually quiet. Normally, we would all be talking and joking around, especially about how sleepy Megan always seemed. It was fun to hear her mumble back at us. But today, things were different. Megan looked awake and ready to join us. It felt strange, almost like the world had flipped upside down. I often wondered if Megan was really this alert on weekends or if she was just pretending. I once had a calm chat with her about this. I wanted to make sure she was okay with the teasing because it was all meant to be light-hearted. Still, I know that teasing can sometimes hurt, and I would rather feel pain myself than let anyone hurt my little girl. She told me she understood it was just for fun, and that there was no bad feeling behind it. She even suggested that she liked it because it was a way to get attention. I thought she was starting to see our new friends as more like a caring family instead of just friends. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. Finally, Vanessa spoke up. "Dawn, how do you like your omelet?" "It's really good, Vanessa." I took a big bite of the omelet to show her I meant it. To be honest, I don't usually eat omelets, but you never want to hurt the cook's feelings. I wanted to make at least one meal for you since you've cooked for me so many times. I have a little problem with my schedule. I need to take care of some personal matters. So if it's okay with you, we will have to cancel our Thursday night workouts together. Vanessa looked at me with a hint of sadness. I really liked spending time with her. Having a workout partner was nice, but I got it. I completely understand, Vanessa. You've spent so much time helping me get better. You've even put your own life on hold for it. I want to let you know how much I appreciate everything you've done for me. Thank you so much for your help. After I said this, I could almost hear Maria beside me let out a breath of relief. Then Freddie jumped in to speak. "Dawn, don't think you can have Thursday nights free now. From now on, Thursdays will be your extra practice nights. Vanessa told us about your evening out last night while we were watching our movie. It seems like you did even better than anyone expected. You should be proud of yourself. This Thursday, it's my turn to be your practice date. How does that sound? Do you think you're ready for me?" Freddie gave me a playful smile. "I'm not sure. I need to check with my team first." "All right, my little darlings. Is Daddy ready for this fun adventure?" I said with a smile. Robin quickly chimed in, "Sure, but no mushy stuff on the first date." Megan looked over at Maria before she said, "If you promise to be home before midnight and wear clean clothes that evening, then I'll let you go." "Thanks a lot, Moms." Freddie, my mom say I can go, so what do you want to do? How about we go to the art museum? There's a special show about American art. For dinner, you will make me a lettuce wrap with fried shrimp and fried squid. And don't forget the pie for dessert. I will be at your house at 5:30, and we will leave for the art museum by 7. Okay, I'll have one Korean special with no pork, and I'd like some sea monkeys, too. I was really mad about Don's date. I wanted to grab a big stick and shout, "He's mine! Go away!" I imagined taking Don away, locking him up, and bringing him to a quiet cabin on a mountain that I knew about. But the only thing that kept me from doing that was my friends. How could I ever tell them about it? How could I walk away from them while taking their dad with me? I realized this situation was my own doing, but I found it really hard to keep my cool. I wanted to be near Don, but when I felt like I was about to lose my temper, I would step away for a little while to calm down. The way Vanessa acted around Don was making me uncomfortable. I could tell that Vanessa saw Don as more than just a friend now. Still, I knew she was a close friend I could trust and would never let me down. When she glanced at Don, a shy look of wanting appeared on her face. But when she turned to me, her expression changed to one of guilt and sadness. I cared for Vanessa like the sister I never had, just like I did for Cathy and Freddie. Still, I had found Don first, and I believed she would understand that. But our talk this Saturday night was not going to be easy. If it came down to it, I could always use a big stick to make my point, and I had found a nice one in the garage. I believe it was an old axe handle, but it looked new. I wouldn't hurt her too much, just enough to make my point clear. I cooked dinner that night, but since Freddie is a vegetarian, it was tough to find something everyone would enjoy. Don always manages to do it. How does he do that? Everyone seems to enjoy Dungeness crab, so I decided to serve that again. For dessert, I made 2 blueberry cheesecakes all by myself. For the last month and a half, I had quietly been practicing how to make cheesecakes. I wanted to perfect my recipe. My ex-husband, Richard, and his co-workers were my taste testers. They grew tired of having cheesecake so often. Almost every Wednesday and Friday, I would walk into his office with a cheesecake for lunch. Things got so difficult that all his workers began to avoid me. But Richard, the good guy, stood tall and tried everything, giving his best opinions on it all. The cheesecake was a big success. Everyone enjoyed it and went back for seconds, even though they were already full from the crab. I even noticed Don looking to see how much was left. He didn't say anything about wanting another piece because he's trying to stick to his diet. That evening's dance lessons were especially hard for me. At first, Vanessa felt tense and awkward with Don, but soon she relaxed and moved smoothly while dancing. Eva was smart to give them a special card, and I was right about their strong connection. My heart sank, making me feel empty inside. It hurt to feel that way, and my stomach was in knots. I used what I learned in my modeling classes. The dress feels snug. Just smile. The shoes are uncomfortable. Smile. You might be worried about losing your boyfriend's smile. I noticed some little mistakes that Don was making, so I decided to dance with him and show him the right steps. For only the second time since I began teaching him, I played the song Moon River, and we waltzed to it twice. We moved well together. We weren't as smooth as Vanessa and Don, but we were still pretty good. We just needed a bit more practice. Starting now, I will dance with him every Wednesday. We have done this before, but we need to move the furniture in his living room to make enough room. This usually stops us from dancing, but I've seen his gym in the basement, and it's big enough for us to dance there. It makes sense since the basement belongs to the whole apartment building, not just his apartment. Other tenants can't use it, except in a few special situations. One of the nice bonuses he gave himself after finishing the building was adding a wooden floor in both his gym and workshop. He didn't like walking on the hard cement. The wooden floor is a bit rough, but I believe it could work as a dance floor. If I take some time to clean it up, I can make it look and feel even better. Don even has a sound system down there so he can enjoy his music while he works out. When the classes ended, Don went up to his room to take it easy in bed and watch TV. The rest of us girls headed to the movie room. It was time for me to face off against Vanessa. While everyone else stayed in the movie room, I took Vanessa's hand and softly led her to my office. She looked really upset, but she came with me without any fuss. Once I closed and locked the door, I felt relieved. No more interruptions. I looked at her and said, Vanessa, you know I care about you like family. I believe you are a good person. I also saw you have an amazing time dancing with Dawn. Since then, you've seemed a bit dreamy. I'm not angry, but I do feel a bit jealous, and I want to win Dawn's attention too. Can you share with me what you're feeling? That's when Vanessa started to cry. Oh no, this isn't really my role. I hurried over to her, wrapped my arms around her, and gave her a comforting hug. I tried to say the usual things like, "It's okay, everything will be fine, we'll work through this together." But deep down, I wasn't sure if that was true. My heart was hurting too, but I needed to stay strong for myself, for my friend, and for Dawn. We sat down on the couch, and she finally began to speak, though her voice was often interrupted by quiet sobs. "Maria, I'm so sorry, I didn't see this coming. I teased about liking Don because he's a really nice guy, but I never wanted to go after him since I knew you liked him. It just came out by mistake. I exercise with Don 4 times a week. I also dance with him twice a week as his practice partner. We go skiing together 2 times a week, and often I teach him. Sometimes it's just the 2 of us. We had spent a lot of time together, and I didn't notice how close I had become to him until that dinner at his house." Wow, it all started at dinner, not on the dance floor. Then we went to the club, and even though you might not want to hear this, that night felt special to me. I really didn't want to hear it, but I had to. I was never a big-time model like you were, but suddenly, in a room full of people, I felt like the star. It was not just about my looks, and it felt great. Don helped me reach that level. He showed me how to be my best and made me glow. I know Don has his own issues and strange habits, but he is truly dependable. That's the best way to describe him. When I was with him on the dance floor, I felt like I was with a real man, not just another guy. We want to help him shine on the outside, but he already has everything a great man should have on the inside. I think my face showed how scared I was. No, Maria, I won't chase after him, not while you like him. I've started to like him a bit, but I'm sure he doesn't see me that way at all. I'm just his workout partner and his strict trainer. I talked to Cathy and Freddie, and we all agreed that my main issue is that I've been with Don too much and not spending enough time with my friends. I felt really guilty all of a sudden. For more than 4 months, I had taken too much of my friend's time because of my feelings for Don. There, I said it. In all that time, I didn't think about what my friends needed or how they were doing. Oh, what a selfish and greedy person I've been. I didn't deserve to be your friend. Vanessa, I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. I've been so focused on myself. I didn't think about you 3 in your lives. You must all hate me. I've been a bad friend. For all these months, it was only about me. How can you ever forgive me? I made this mess because I couldn't be brave enough to tell Don the truth about my past. Then I started to cry, and Vanessa came over to help me. Don't worry, Maria, it's okay. We all care about you. We get it. You're just in love, and your mind is on him and his friends. You've always been a great friend to us. When I didn't have anything, you helped me out. You did the same for Cathy and Freddie, too. The only job skills we had were in modeling, and then everyone started saying we were too old for it. All 3 of us had messy first marriages. Freddie and I agreed to those prenups that let our ex-husbands take advantage of us. Cathy married that guy, and I still don't understand why she's drawn to troublemakers. He wasted all her money. Then you appeared like a hero, but by that time, we had lost everything. When you helped me, I was about to go back to my parents' house. Cathy was almost homeless, and Freddie was thinking about selling her artwork. You helped me turn my passion for working out into a thriving business. You turned Freddie's talent for art into a real job, and you helped Cathy go back to school. You gave us our self-respect back, and we can never thank you enough. You've always been there for us, and now it's our turn to support you. Now, Cathy, Freddie, and I have a plan. It's really quite simple, and we're not leaving you behind. The 3 of us are going to start dating again, even though Cathy never really stopped. I plan to work less with Don, and I think we should change his practice partners a little. I know that might not help him learn as well, but I believe it's important. Cathy feels that since we started this silly idea of making Don better, we should stick with it. If we stop suddenly, it could really confuse him. What we think you should do is stay close to him whenever you can. It would be good for Don to have a few more practice dates to help him feel more confident. Maybe he can go out with each of us a couple of times, and then you can make your move. Forget about setting him up on a real date just yet. You probably already know that you'll need to be patient and kind with Don the first time you share a special moment together. He was really patient, kind, and supportive. If he wasn't, he might feel too ashamed to come back, and I might miss my chance with him. About my past, I think Don will be fine with it. I pulled away from her. Everything she said had calmed me down, but I couldn't believe that Don, who came from such a protective family, would accept my past so easily. It seemed impossible. When I tried to get up, Vanessa wrapped her arms around me again in a hug. Wow, she is really strong. She held me close and gently ran her fingers through my hair, speaking softly in my ear. I see how it is. You're not ready to talk to him yet, and you worry he might hate you. I really think you're making a big mistake by letting your fears take over. If you could see it clearly, you would go straight to his room and tell him you love him. You could spend time together, and we would happily look after Megan and Robin for you. But if you want to take your time and face your fears, we will support you. We all care about you, Maria. This was not how I imagined my talk with Vanessa would go. I thought we might argue. I thought I might have to cheer her up. I never expected that I would be the one needing support. We finally settled down, tidied ourselves up, and went back to join everyone in the movie room. Cathy and Freddie looked much easier when Vanessa and I walked back into the room together. Megan and Robin stared at us with raised eyebrows, as if they thought we had been up to something important. I thought it would be nice to have a little fun, so I went to the kitchen to grab the cheesecake. When I arrived, I saw that a large slice was gone. Don, that trickster, must have taken a piece and snuck it up to his room to eat. I felt pleased that he enjoyed it, but should I tell Megan and Robin that he wasn't sticking to his diet, or should I stay silent? I needed to think about it. Everyone got a small slice of cheesecake and a medium slice of the cake that Don had brought. I wondered if it was going to turn into the cheesecake, maybe with some cows mooing in the background. The next morning, I woke up early to prepare breakfast. I wanted to show Don that I could be kind and thoughtful as well. When I walked into the kitchen, I saw Vanessa busy at the stove. She had her back turned, so she didn't notice me. I felt really angry. She had promised me that she wouldn't try to impress Don, and here she was cooking, even though she didn't like to cook. I was planning to prepare something nice for Don myself. What was happening? Just as I was about to go in, Freddie grabbed my arm, turned me around, and put a finger to his lips, telling me to be quiet. I took a breath and stayed still, trying to understand what was going on. She took my hand and led me into the big room away from the kitchen. "What's happening here, Freddie?" I asked, feeling angry. "I thought you might be mad. This is Vanessa's way of saying goodbye to Don. She really cares about him, Maria, but she knows that you love him. Vanessa has never had him at her house, never been on a real date with him, and never made him dinner. This is her way of finding closure. It's a farewell meal, even though it's breakfast. Just let her handle it, okay?" Freddie's worried look only made me feel worse. It reminded me that I was being difficult again. I took a few deep breaths to relax. I understand, it just caught me off guard after what she said last night, especially since she doesn't like cooking. Thank you for stopping me, Freddie, before I made a complete fool of myself. You and Vanessa are both my good friends. I had been so caught up in talking with Freddie that I hardly noticed someone coming down the stairs. When I looked, I saw it was the last person I wanted to overhear us, Don. But he just smiled and said good morning, then walked into the kitchen with his usual calm look. We narrowly escaped a real problem. At breakfast, when Vanessa accidentally dropped Don's omelet on the floor, I was surprised to see him get up so fast to help her. She was really upset. He gave her a hug and gently patted her back, trying to make her feel better. After a little while, once my surprise faded, it became clear that Don was just being a good friend to Vanessa. She leaned into him a little, but she was still trying to keep her feelings in check. The omelet she dropped felt like a goodbye kiss to Don, so I understood why she was so sad. I would never tell her that Megan and Robin mentioned Don didn't like omelets, and I promised to keep that a secret. At breakfast, Vanessa told Don about their new workout plan, and Freddie shared the updated practice dates with him. Once more, I rode home with Don and my girls, but we were starting to get bored of playing Yahtzee. We needed to find a new game to play. Luckily, Don's apartment was a great and safe spot for all of us to meet up and share rides before heading to my mountain house. If I insisted on going with him and my friends, it might seem strange. But if it was just about my friendship with Megan and Robin, It made more sense. As we drove back in the car, I shared my idea about having dance lessons in his gym. Don told me that there was a lot of space, but he wasn't sure if the floor was good enough for dancing. When I got to Don's apartment, I quickly checked out his gym to see the floor. He was right. It was just a basic plywood floor that had been stained and sealed. There were also some big rubber mats near the exercise gear, but that was all. I decided to do something like Don would do. After that, I went back upstairs and talked to him. Don, you're correct about the floor, but when I was younger and taking dance lessons, I spent a lot of time on the dance floor at my studio. I learned some ways to fix up a floor so it can be used better. If it's okay with you, I'll come by early on Wednesday to tidy things up a bit. It won't take me long, I said with a little chuckle. All right. If you let me know what I can do, maybe I can help Maria. No, really, it'll be easier for me if I just handle everything myself. I was being honest again. Am I good at this or what? How much space can I use for the dance floor? I would like a space that is 20 by 20 feet or maybe even 24 by 24. Where can I place it? We have plenty of room. 24 by 24 is good if you want that size. You can put it in the northeast corner of the gym. I'll move some of the exercise equipment out of the way. That sounds great, Don. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? You're teaching me lessons, and now you're helping to tidy up my gym. I should be, and I really am, thanking you. After finishing my perfect Don, I gave Megan a quick wink to let her know it was her turn. Dad, while we were at Maria's, we made sure to finish all our homework. Freddie, Cathy, Vanessa, and I helped each other during breaks in our Saturday movie night. We thought that, if it's okay with you, and if Maria would like to, we could have a mini-movie night here, just the four of us. Sweetheart, Maria is such a great friend to our family. She can stay here anytime she wants. You just need to ask her. But you mentioned the four of us, and I'm not really into those kinds of movies. Oh, that's the fun part, Dad. We were chatting, and Maria really likes Alfred Hitchcock movies. Robin and I enjoy them, too. We could begin with North by Northwest and maybe watch one or two more movies afterward, if that sounds good. When Megan mentioned the movie, Don's attention sharpened like a dog on a scent. Oh, what sneaky girls Megan and I were. I told her I wanted to get to know her dad better, and she was happy to help me. I liked Alfred Hitchcock's movies, and she mentioned that North by Northwest was her father's favorite. I thought of it as a little game. A curious kitten might say, "Come here, little bird," if it saw a sweet little bird nearby. I promised myself to keep going on practice dates, but each time Don looked away, I would be right there. In a month or maybe two, I would make my move. That sounds fun, watching a Hitchcock movie with the four of us. What do you think, Maria? It was getting better and better. Don had asked me. Next month would be my chance, and soon I'd have what I wanted. Well, I really just wanted Don and my friends. Trying to take over the world would probably be too much work. That sounds great, Don. What's for dinner? Wait, where did that come from? I guess I should thank Don for his amazing cooking. I was starting to feel trapped by it. Don looked a bit embarrassed. Uh-oh, did I go too far? I felt like one of Pavlov's dogs. Seeing Don made me think about food. Nothing much. I was just going to make grilled cheese sandwiches, French fries, and tomato soup for dinner. Something simple and quick. For dessert, I might make blueberry cobbler with ice cream. It won't be as good as your cheesecake, though. Does that sound good? Don made French fries and bread for the sandwiches, and I thought I could manage that. He also said my cheesecake was better than his cobbler. It got better when Robin joined in. Yeah, Maria, your cheesecake was really good. We think it's the best we've ever tasted. It's as good as the cake, and maybe even as good as the pie. Wow, I felt like I should be given an award for my cheesecake. Just no pictures, please. Then it happened, Megan spoke up. It was just amazing. Daddy even took a third piece. Naughty Daddy, naughty, naughty Daddy. Don looked really sad, like a little boy caught doing something wrong. I felt like getting closer to him, giving him a gentle pat on the head and saying that everything would be okay. I think we should have a vote, but I believe your cheesecake should now be called the cheesecake. I heard it then, the sound of cows mooing, and it sounded like there were so many of them. Moria, Moria, Moria. The cows were stampeding everywhere. It felt like we needed to run for our lives. Then, I heard Don's voice, and I felt him shaking my shoulders. Moria, Maria, Maria, are you okay? I looked at him. You seemed a bit lost just now. How to get a man's attention? Just act a little crazy, I thought. I tried to hide my embarrassment. I was so excited when Megan picked my cheesecake that I lost my focus. That's okay. We voted, and it didn't pass 2-1. I'm sorry, Maria. I felt really sad, like my dreams were crushed. But then, Megan and Robin both shouted, "Daddy, you big liar! We all voted yes!" I turned my attention to Don, my target. I was really mad. He stepped back quickly, a big smile on his face, showing all his teeth. He would definitely need a quick visit to the dentist after I was done with him. I began searching for something to use as a weapon when Robin handed me a funny doorstop. It looked like a big, plump, stuffed chicken and seemed more like a silly pillow than anything useful. I wasn't sure it would work until Robin said something encouraging. "There's a brick at the bottom of it." I smiled as I took it from her, but Don's happy face quickly turned serious, and he started running away. Megan shouted, "Don't hurt him! We need him for dinner!" I shouted back my dad's saying about hunting. "Don't worry, we always eat what we catch." The chicken was hard to hold, so I needed both hands. I managed to hit it twice before it broke free and ran outside. His training was tough, and he was still faster than me. Megan and Robin came outside and cheered me on, but I had to give up because I was too tired and hungry. When he returned to his apartment, he acted like a timid little lamb for the rest of the night, but I kept the chicken close by just in case he got a bit wild again. Don cooked another amazing meal, even though he was really playing it up, saying he was hurt from my 2 hits. The top of the fake chicken was soft, just like I had first noticed, but the bottom was filled with a heavy block and still had thick padding around it. On top of that, I made sure to only give him a gentle poke with the soft end. What a big baby! After dinner, he hurried to make the cobbler and put it in the oven. While he was busy, my daughters and I changed into our pajamas. This time, I wore a nightgown under my silky robe. It was simple, yet very pretty, and it showed a little leg. Not a lot, just a hint. My fluffy bunny slippers really didn't fit with the outfit, but they felt so nice to wear. Megan and Robin were envious of my comfy robe, so I decided that when we next went shopping, I would buy each of them one, along with some nice slippers. Don finally came out of the kitchen, put the movie in the player, and settled into his chair to watch. I cleared my throat. Ahem. He looked at me, a bit confused. "What's the matter?" he asked. Robin jumped in. "Daddy, you need to wear your pajamas. It's our tradition." "But I don't want to." I caught Don's eye and began to gently touch the chicken I was holding on my lap. "Just a moment, I'll be back soon," he said quickly. "I think I'll call the chicken Roscoe." Megan, Robin, and I talked a lot about how to set up the seats on the couch. We finally agreed that I would sit at one end with Megan to my left, then Robin, and Don would sit at the other end. Robin talked about how, during Christmas, Don had become very hot and red in the face while sitting in the middle of the group. When Don returned to the room, he tried to sit in his chair again. Robin had to say something and pat the couch next to her before he understood. I just looked at him, gently petted Roscoe, and he quickly moved to sit where he was supposed to. "Yes, you are Roscoe. You're a good little chicken, aren't you?" As we promised Don, we decided to watch North by Northwest first. I had noticed how Don liked to sit on the couch. He often put his arm over the back of it. So I did it first. This made him feel uneasy for a while because he kept his right arm in his lap while my left arm rested on the back of the couch. He finally saw that my arm was really close and even touching the back of the girls' heads. There was a big gap between my arm and the wall. Plenty of room for his arm. With a big sigh, he rested his right arm on the back of the couch. Dudley Do-Right had fallen for my trick again. Sometimes I wish I had a big mustache that I could twist around. I wonder if Don likes girls who have mustaches. So, during the first movie, I kept my arm resting in one spot, except when Don was serving the cobbler and ice cream. Don thought he had enough room, so he kept his arm in the same place too. About 15 minutes into the second movie, I shifted my arm a little and accidentally touched Don's arm. There was a framed picture above the TV, and the glass in it reflected like a mirror, kind of like the oven in my kitchen at home. I saw Don freeze up and heard him take a quick, deep breath. I gently pressed my arm against his, not hard enough to pull away, but just enough for him to notice. He stayed very still for the rest of the movie, and I think he seemed a little red in the face, too. Maybe I crossed a line that night, or maybe he was just sleepy since it was getting late. When we started the third movie, he chose to go to bed. He told us it was getting late and suggested we move to my room to watch the movie, so my friends and I did just that. Megan was the first to fall asleep. Then I dozed off, and I'm not sure when Robin fell asleep. She might have watched the whole movie, for all I know. The next morning started as usual. I had to pull Megan out of bed, then we ate breakfast and I took my friends to school. I had been doing this every Thursday morning for months, and now I added Mondays to my routine. Dawn doesn't realize it yet, but thanks to Megan and Robin, this is going to happen often. Some of our friends waved at me and I started to feel noticed. It filled me with a nice warmth. After I dropped off my girls, I called Carl about the dance floor I needed. "Where are you, Maria?" "I'm heading back to my condo. If you want a dance floor by Wednesday night, you need to come back now." Carl has always been honest with me, so I did what he said right away. "Why am I turning around, Carl?" "The wood floor needs to get used to the room for at least 2 days before we put it in. It should be in the same temperature and humidity as the room, so we need to buy the flooring today and get it delivered right away." Carl then asked me where the nearest big home supply store was to Don's apartment building. I mentioned the place I see every time I drive by. He suggested that I go there to choose a type of wood or laminate floor that I liked. He said a glueless laminate would probably be the simplest to put in. He also said that his family members, maybe his nephews, could meet me at the flooring desk. They would then get the flooring and take it to Don's apartment. I did what Carl asked me to do. I went to the store, found the flooring I liked that was available, and it cost me around $1,000 with all the little extras I needed. Just as I finished buying the flooring, 2 young men came in. They introduced themselves as Mike and Matt, who were Carl's nephews. Mike had an old van, and they loaded the flooring into it before following me to Don's apartment. I let them inside, found a good spot to hide the flooring in the big basement, and they unloaded it there. 2 hours after Carl asked me to turn around, we finished our work. On Wednesday morning, we all waited for Don to leave for work. Carl came down from the hills with a friend, and his 2 nephews were with us too. When Don drove off, we got busy. Carl was pleased because Don had done a great job, he always does, getting the floor ready for us. Carl said that when Don built the plywood floor, he made sure it was perfectly flat. Last night, it looks like he sanded down any rough spots and cleaned the floor well. I promise you, Maria, this is going to be easy. We're only trying to fit this floor into one corner, not the whole room. That means we can make your dance floor any size you want, and we won't have to cut much at all. We can just lay down the cushion and start putting everything together. You head upstairs to take a break. It's going to get a little messy down here with all the cutting we need to do. Carl, Don has his workshop down here as well. I bet he won't mind if you use it, especially since he borrowed your tools without asking at my house. I showed Carl to Don's workshop. His face brightened when he saw it. I always thought there was something great about that guy, even if he can't dance. This job is going to be a piece of cake. It will take us all day to do it right, but it's still pretty easy. I went upstairs to stay out of the way, and at lunch I brought them something to eat. When Megan and Robin got home from school at 3:30, they were almost finished. By 4 o'clock, they were done. The floor was put in, and it was neat around all 4 sides. Carl had used wide, sloped boards on the outside of the dance floor to make it safer and easier to walk around. The room was about 23 feet by 25. At 4:30, they were in their trucks and set to go home. I had paid each guy $400. I could have given them less, but why would I? I have plenty of money. They did a great job and probably could use the cash. Carl opened the back of his truck and took out a cooler. He grabbed a 6-pack of his homemade beer. "Give this to Don and tell him that if he practices dancing well, I might let him lead next time," he said with a sly laugh as he headed home. Once they were gone, I rushed inside to get dinner ready. I thought that if I cooked dinner and had it ready when Don came home, we would have lots of time to eat before my girls had their therapy session. This way, Don wouldn't have to cook so late, and he could relax a bit tonight. After our dance lesson, of course. When I got home, I was really tired. There was still a lot to do. I needed to prepare our snack before therapy. I was feeling a bit lazy, so I decided to make shrimp cocktail, even though the shrimp wasn't fresh. For dinner, it's hamburgers again. There are a few dishes I can make really well, but I don't have many options. To keep my friends happy, I even started looking at cookbooks and searching for recipes online. Honestly, I don't even enjoy cooking. especially with how much I've been doing it lately. My friends are pretty easy to please, but I know that one big thing they like is the food I make. I'm getting tired of it. All right, if one of them liked me, I could hang out a bit longer. But stop complaining, Don, I told myself. You, Megan, and Robin are doing so much better now than you were 5 months ago. If you need to go to cooking school to keep good things coming, just do it. You know it's a good idea. Maybe you just need a break, or think about quitting your tech job. You don't really need it. I took a few deep breaths to relax and boost my energy. Then I opened my front door. Delicious smells filled the air. Before going inside, I looked down at the ground by the door. Maria still hadn't brought back that chicken. She had begun keeping it on her nightstand and even gave it a name. I might need to ask the police if she needed a special permit for it. Maybe I could suggest she take a class on how to care for chickens. Always make sure your chicken is safe and never aim your chicken at anyone. Stop! I have my chicken and I know how to use it. Book, bak! With that in mind, and the yummy smell of food in the air, I walked through my front door and into my home. Hello, I'm back. What smells so nice? Maria came out of the kitchen for a moment, wearing a lovely apron. Welcome home, Dawn. I thought that if I cooked dinner before we left, we would have more time to relax tonight. I made spinach salad, stuffed pork chops, mashed potatoes, snow peas, and fried mushrooms. I remember how much you enjoy mushrooms, and I even got a cheesecake for dessert. Wait, why did I just hear cows mooing for a second? That was strange. How does that sound? I had to close my eyes for a moment to hold back the tears that wanted to come out. A wave of sadness washed over me. I had a nice dream that felt almost real. She is just a good friend. I thought maybe she had some caring feelings that she wasn't using, so she connected with us because of my daughters. That was okay with me. Don, are you all right? I didn't want to open my eyes because they were a little wet, but I knew I had to. I'm okay, Maria. It's just so nice to come home to a great meal when you're tired. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. She looked at me with a puzzled expression before heading back to the kitchen. I rushed to the bathroom to splash some water on my face and gather my thoughts. Unchain my heart, because you don't care about me. It took me a little while to pull myself together. Come on, Don, you can do this. When I walked back to the dining room, the food was already on the table and everyone else was sitting down. I said sorry for taking my time and then sat down. The spinach salad was really good and it had lots of bacon in it. The pork chops were amazing too. Instead of regular stuffing, there was a tasty mix of cheese, bacon, and onions inside. It felt special to be served by someone who was very wealthy. I happily told Maria how much I liked the meal, and she looked really happy about it. Megan and Robin didn't say as many nice things, but they liked it too, even if it had a bit more cheese and grease than they usually prefer. It was finally time for us to eat something good for us. My usual meals of hamburgers, French fries, grilled cheese, fried coconut chicken wings, and an extra cheesy lasagna were not the best choice for health. I was glad we hadn't gotten sick from not eating right. We decided to keep the cheesecake for another time. After our appointment with the therapist, Maria took us to the gym to work on our dancing. As we walked there, she asked me a question that caught me off guard. Don, do you remember the time when that tree fell on my house and you asked if you could help clean up the mess? I hesitated and replied, yes. What have I gotten myself into now? On Sunday night, I said I was going to tidy things up a bit and it shouldn't take me too long. I want you to keep that in mind, along with what you said about the tree. Feeling a bit worried, I followed Maria into my gym. In the northeast corner, instead of a regular piece of plywood, there was a lovely hardwood floor. A sign on the wall read, Maria's Dance Studio, lessons by appointment only. Maria mumbled something about Carl. It seemed the sign surprised her. The floor was likely worth over $3,000 because it was put in quickly. I turned to look at Maria. She met my gaze firmly. Don, I don't say this much, but I have a lot of money. I often spend more on clothes in a week than what I spent on this floor. You'd be surprised at how much I pay for some of my bags. The other night, when I came down here and saw how worn out your old floor was, I thought, why wait? I called Carl. He advised me on what to get and organized all the work. It wasn't too costly, and now we have a good place to practice, all right. If Carl had managed this job, Maria likely wouldn't have been too upset. She was correct. She had a lot of money. For her, time and good moments were more valuable than cash. She liked being with my friends and wanted to help me feel more comfortable, but she also wanted a nice floor to dance on. I could accept that. It all made sense when you looked at everything. She wasn't really doing it for me. She wanted to make her own time better. In a way, she spent the money on herself. As for the fact that she didn't ask me first, that was her way of getting back at me for what happened with the tree. I gave her a look. Are we good now? Yes, we're good now, Dawn. Let's shake on it. I made my hand wet and held it out to her. Do people really do that? Gross. She stepped back, shivering a little. I smiled because I got her again. I went into the bathroom to wash my hand. When I returned, I promised I was only away for a few minutes. She was holding that silly chicken again. She shot me a sharp look from under her lowered eyebrows. With the chicken watching us, we danced for about an hour and a half. When we finished, they tried to convince me to watch another movie, but I was too tired. So I went to bed while they took the DVD to Maria's room. The next morning, we stuck to our usual routine. Maria looked at me oddly when I talked about my date with Freddie tonight. When I got home that evening, I saw Freddie already there, holding a small grocery bag. Hey, Don, what's up? Not much, Freddie. What do you have in the bag? Your cooking is good, Don, but it could use a little more heat. This is something that can make the lettuce a lot more interesting. I felt a little uneasy thinking about what those spices might do, but Freddie just smiled. I showed her around the house, showing her the usual places. She was eager to see Mar, the guest room, and she asked to see my workshop, too. She was really impressed. Kevin was down there, and she talked with him for a few minutes before we went back upstairs for dinner. I cooked the shrimp, squid, garlic, and onions while Freddie cut up some jalapeno peppers and made her special sauce for the lettuce wraps. Everything was ready in half an hour, and we sat down to eat. Freddie, I am so amazed by all the things you do at your studio. You paint beautiful pictures of nature and the ocean, and you also do tattoos and custom body art. What happened to bring us here? Back in high school, I loved skiing, and I was painting too. I thought painting could be my job one day. But then, a modeling scout noticed me at a ski lodge. I began modeling to promote ski clothes and gear, and that opened doors to other opportunities. I got distracted by money and moved away from my dream. Near the end of my modeling journey, I met my ex-husband, Kevin. Oh, what a mistake that was. I had saved more than $200,000, and I worked really hard for it. My lawyer, who was a woman, promised that the agreement I signed would keep us both safe. I was only married to that guy for 2 years, and in the end, I lost everything. He was unfaithful and left me with nothing while he took all the money with a smile. His lawyer claimed that I had spent all my money during those 2 years. No way. I'm not someone who spends a lot. Kevin was in real estate, and he had taken my money to invest, but he kept it all for himself. That stupid lawyer I hired just shrugged and left me quickly. After that, she never answered my calls. Eventually, she even moved to another town and set up a new office. Thinking about that jerk I married makes me really angry. I'm sorry for reminding you of something painful, Freddie. I totally understand. She reached across the table and took my hand. I know you do, and that's why I can share my feelings with you. But someday I'm going to find Kevin again, and when you do, if you need support, I'll be right there. We've got a whole ocean to hide the evidence. I smiled at her, letting her know I was just joking. She smiled back, but it was more like a shark's smile. I was really short on cash. I just had my car and about $1,000. The only way I knew to make money was through modeling, but I didn't think I looked good enough anymore. Maybe I should have gone back to my parents, but I felt like a disappointment, and they had warned me about Kevin, so I just couldn't. It was summer, and I had no chance of getting a job as a ski instructor, and even then, it didn't pay much. All I could think about was taking my clothes off. I thought I looked good enough for that. Well, Maria had been away, but someone told her I was in a tough spot, so she came back quickly to help me. She offered me a place to stay and let me cry on her shoulder. After that, she sat with me to think of a new job. Deep down, I really wanted to be a painter, but I didn't believe in my skills enough to really try. For many years, I spent time painting on my friends and even doing some small tattoos the traditional way. I really like working on people. It's like they are a living canvas that is always on display. I had heard for a while that skilled tattoo artists can earn a good living. I believe in my talent enough to think I could do that, even though it's not simple. Maria helped me create a portfolio, and then I began visiting tattoo artists along the West Coast. My training lasted about 2 years, which is quite quick, and I gained a lot of knowledge from the woman I trained with. After that, I returned to Seattle to open my own shop. During that whole time, Maria helped me out completely. I'm still trying to pay her back, but she won't accept any money from me. She says she has plenty and that it was a birthday gift. Well, I started a studio, and I began to gain a good reputation. I had enough friends who supported me, so it wasn't too hard for me to do well. It also helped that my sister is very creative. She made some special paints that are great for body art. Some people aren't sure if they really want a tattoo, while others just don't want one at all. My sister gave me some paints that are really pretty. They are strong and last a long time. With the right cleaners, you can take them off easily, too. I'm not sure if they have official approval, but my sister says they're safe, and so far I haven't had any problems. I've done well enough that I can go back to what I really love: painting. Don, I like chatting with you, but let's eat first, and then I'll tell you more at the museum. We had dinner, and the strong smell of the hot sauce Freddie made my eyes water and stung my nose. After we finished dessert, Freddie was determined to take the leftover pie home with her. As I walked to the car, I took my keys out of my pocket. Freddie said, "Don, Vanessa mentioned that you don't like driving. Let's take my car instead." "Freddie, I don't mind driving. Plus, your van looks really old and ready to break down at any moment." I was also worried about Vanessa's driving skills. She was known for being a bit wild behind the wheel, along with her friends. I meant car, not van. Let's take my new car. I always found it hard to say no to a new car. "What new car?" I asked. She pointed to a shiny BMW station wagon. I needed something big enough to carry my artwork safely. I wanted a car that could handle well on the road, and this one fits the bill. "Freddie, have you ever been in an accident?" "Your friends have shared some really scary stories about your driving." "Don, I promise I've never been in an accident." She raised her right hand as if she was swearing to tell the truth. With that, I climbed into the car, and she joined me. Just 5 minutes later, I had my eyes shut as tightly as possible. I wanted to see my kids one more time before anything happened. Much sooner than I expected, we arrived at the museum. I slowly let go of the armrests and looked over at Freddie. She had a big smile on her face, and I could tell she was about to say something unkind, questioning my bravery. I held up a finger to warn her as her mouth opened. "Be careful, or you won't get the pie again." She quickly closed her mouth, surprised. We got out of the car and walked into the museum, where we showed our tickets. As we admired the different pieces of American art on display, Freddie started her story again. I began taking more art classes right after I returned to Seattle, but I didn't try to sell my work until 2 years later. At first, I had some small successes. About a year after that, a local gallery displayed my artwork along with 2 other artists. The gallery owner, Madeline, was very excited about our paintings. We all believed that we were finally moving from being struggling artists to being able to pay our bills artists. I was already able to pay my bills with my tattoo business, but my friends Ben and Alice needed some help with their money. Everything was going well until a local art critic showed up. His name is Thomas Harris. He comes from England and writes for both local and national newspapers and magazines. He also advises people and businesses on buying art. The name Thomas Harris sounded familiar to me. I have never liked anyone named Tom. I guess I have bad luck because everyone I've met with that name has been rude and unpleasant. They seem like people who don't deserve respect. Even my old boss was named Tom. When I return home, I'll need to look up Mr. Thomas Harris online and check my own files, too. I remember seeing a Tommy Harris in my detective report about Barbara's affair. If he is the same guy, then I know he is not trustworthy. I will have to watch him closely to make sure he doesn't hurt Freddie in any way. He walked into the gallery like he owned the place, and Madeline said, "Oh, no." She thought he was out of the country because he often travels to the Far East. The link to the Far East brought back some memories that made me feel uneasy. He began talking to the people looking at our art, sharing his thoughts, and suddenly everyone started to leave. We didn't sell a single painting that night. I was convinced that before Harris arrived, we would have sold at least a dozen pieces based on how the crowd was acting. What should have been a good night for us turned into a disappointment in just 40 minutes of small talk. Maybe my work wasn't the best, but Ben's and Alice's was fantastic. I would buy their paintings if my walls weren't already covered with my own. Over the next month, the three of us received offers for our paintings, but they were all very low. Ben and Alice had to sell because they needed the cash. I sold my paintings because my storeroom was overflowing, and I couldn't give any more to Maria and Vanessa. Cathy lives in a small apartment with not much room. I had seen Freddie's art at Maria's place and at his studio. I thought it was amazing and worth a lot of money. I really wanted to buy some, but I wanted to wait until I finished the website projects I was doing for Maria. It was supposed to be a surprise. I was already working on Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and Russian versions of her website. I also planned to add more languages later on. I decided to buy some of her art from her website. This way she wouldn't offer me a discount. Her paintings were beautiful, and I wanted her to earn all she deserved for her work. I was collaborating with a man named Sato-san in Japan for the websites in Japan, Korea, and China. He was very dedicated and kept costs low. I was really impressed by the emails we had exchanged. He was not just changing the words of the text. He was also working on how the website looked to make it more interesting for different cultures. He even looked into how art galleries in Japan showed their paintings to find a nice way to show Freddie's art. A few days ago, he sent me a worrying email about Freddie's work. He told me he would look into it more and let me know what he found. In the email, he talked about visiting a gallery in America. He saw many paintings there, and 3 of them were by Freddie. The cheapest painting was priced at 2.5 million yen, which is around 25,000 US dollars. That is more than 10 times what Freddie's paintings sell for here. I believe that the higher price in Japan shows a better idea of how much Freddie's art is really worth compared to the local prices. Sato-san knew who they were because I had shown photos of her old paintings, which were sold, along with the art pieces that were still for sale on Freddie's English website. He also confirmed they were Freddie's by checking the artist's signature. If he writes back with anything else that seems off, I will ask him to help me find a private detective in Tokyo. I want someone I can hire to look into this more. After that, I would find a detective on this side of the Pacific to help as well. What truly surprised me during Freddie's story about the past was the name of the place where Sato-san saw Freddie's paintings. It was called the Harris Art Gallery. I decided not to mention it to Freddie right away because I didn't want to make her upset. But no one messes with my friends. Madeline was really angry with Harris and told him he could never come back to her gallery. On April 11th, the 4 of us are going to try again. Madeline is having another showing of our artwork. She carefully invited new guests and made sure to praise our paintings when talking to them at our last exhibit, especially those she believed were open to new ideas. Freddie, can I come to your show? Of course, Don. I'll make sure to send you an invitation. We enjoyed a calm evening looking at the art, but I found it hard to relax after thinking about my worries about Harris. Then, Freddie, who drove fast, took me home. I'm too young to have gray hair. It was another typical weekend at Maria's house in the mountains. We did the usual things, exercising, skiing, dancing, and enjoying a lot of food. But there was something special that happened. Late Saturday night, while everyone was busy watching movies, Megan came to my room alone and said she wanted to chat. Dad, please listen to me. I have something important to discuss with you. Sweetheart, whenever you want to talk, no matter what it is, I always listen to you. Dad, I've noticed how Maria and Vanessa act around you, and I think they might really like you. Robin and I both really like Maria. Maybe you should invite her out sometime. Just keep it simple. No need for any showy displays. Just ask her for a nice date. Listen, I shouldn't share this with you, but since you're being honest, I will too. I really wish that Maria or one of her friends liked me in the way you mean, but I can see that it's just not going to happen. It's been clear to me ever since this whole public display thing started. Dad, I think you're missing something. I'd bet anything that Maria really does have feelings for you. Why don't you just give it a try? Sweetheart, Maria and her friends are wonderful, smart, and beautiful women. Any guy would be lucky to have them as a girlfriend or wife, but I'm not that lucky. They're not helping me because they like me that way. They're helping me because they are good friends. They told me they want me to find another girl to date. The important part is another girl. They don't see me that way. Do you see what I mean now? I am also worried that if I try to go after Maria and she gets mad at me, we might lose the good friendship we all have with her. I don't want to put that at risk. Plus, I really don't think she likes me as more than a friend anyway. Thank you for coming to talk to me about this. It makes me a little sad, and if it's okay, I would like to stop talking about it now. All right, Dad. I won't bring it up again, but I still believe you are making a big mistake. I love you, Dad, and so does Robin, so you will always have us. Good night, Daddy. She hugged me tightly and gave me a kiss before she walked out of my room. Good night, Princess. Have fun watching your movie. I love you too. The Monday after our trip to the mountains, I asked Maria if she had some time that morning. I had planned to take the whole morning off. I needed a new suit and wanted her help picking one out. She looked happy to help. After I dropped off my girls, Maria took me to a store she knew about. Maria, I need to look really good, and I'm ready to spend the money, I said. Don't worry, Don. I know just the place, she replied. Then she took me to a Brooks Brothers store. Honestly, I could have done that myself. I thought she knew about a special tailor shop for suits, maybe one in a quiet alley. In the end, I bought 2 suits, one in dark blue and one in gray. They cost around $1,500. Maria was very kind and helpful, but during the fitting, she seemed a little too friendly for my taste. The suits will be ready in about a week. I need them before Freddie's art gallery showing on the 11th. I thanked Maria for all her help when she dropped me off at my apartment. For some reason, she seemed very happy for the rest of that morning. I feel like I'm getting closer to Don. However, there seems to be a barrier between us that I didn't notice before. I think it may be connected to his ex-wife. When I lightly touch him or when we're dancing, he turns a bit red and seems to have trouble catching his breath. This tells me that I'm making him feel something, even if it's just a little. But sometimes he seems so stiff and closed off. At least his date with Freddie was just friendly. However, from what Freddie shared with me this weekend, her driving scared him quite a bit. Poor guy. Now he has another date with Vanessa soon. Oh no. On Monday morning, Don asked me to help him pick out a suit. He should really be asking me what I think about his clothes. I enjoyed the fitting, feeling the fabric and checking how it fit him. I asked if it was too snug or too loose. His body feels strong. I find myself thinking about it a lot. He did even better. He bought exactly what I asked him to. Next Saturday, we are all meeting for Freddie's big event. On Thursday night, Vanessa and I had our practice date. The only change from last time was that I cooked ribeye steaks for dinner. At the dance club, Eva stopped by often. At one point, she asked me what my job was, and I told her I worked as a maintenance man at an apartment building. That was a good time. She looked surprised for a bit, and Vanessa found it funny. But then, as the night went on, Eva came back to our table, looking happy and chatting a lot. When Vanessa went to the restroom, Eva asked me for my phone number. I hesitated but gave her my cell number. I knew I should feel happy about it, but something about her made me uneasy. She gave me a card with her home phone number, cell number, and email address. She placed it in my hand and held on for a moment longer than I expected. Vanessa came back to our table soon after, and I felt a bit relieved. That was the quickest break I had ever seen someone take. I wasn't sure if I should tell her about the phone numbers I exchanged with Eva. It was another lovely weekend at my mountain home. This time I made sure that Don would not have to do any work in the kitchen. He could talk about the desserts he had already made, but besides eating, he had to stay out of my kitchen. Lucille's leg had healed, and she came by to lend a hand. I did pay her, but she is still my friend. Carl was there for all the meals as well. He brought his homemade drinks that Don enjoys so much. Carl began to explain to Don how to hunt. We even got Lucille to join us for our Saturday night movies. She had a slice of the pie, and of course, that turned into 2 more slices. I think she is thinking about leaving Carl and marrying Don. On Thursday night, I didn't have any plans, so I decided to call Barbara. Hi, Barbara, it's Don. Do you have a minute to chat? I'm not sure if I could ever be really friendly with her face-to-face, but on the phone, we try to be as nice as we can to each other. Having fights every time we talk won't help us with the important conversations we need to have to raise our 2 daughters. Of course, Don. I'm always here for you. Barbara, if you can, I would like you to keep Megan and Robin with you on Friday night and Saturday, maybe even all weekend. Would that work for you? Don, I would love to have our girls for the weekend. I could take them on a little trip if that's all right with you. But why? You know they will be let down. One of my friends is being hurt and I want to show the truth. I don't think there will be any problems, but with so much money at stake, I'd rather be careful. So for the next few weeks, let's keep a close eye on our little ones. I don't believe the bad guys will start fighting, but if they do, I want it to happen to me and not to anyone else. Will you be okay? I think I will, and I might just be worrying too much, but I like to take precautions. After we talked a little more, she felt better and began getting ready for the weekend. Then I called Megan on her phone and chatted with both her and Robin. It was tough to change their minds because they wanted to see what was happening, but I was set on keeping them safe, and in the end, they agreed to step back. I made them promise not to reach out to Maria or any of our new friends about it. I wanted to protect them as well. On Friday, I took the whole day off and went to see the police in Seattle. They decided to call in the FBI because it also had to do with things going on in Japan. The local district attorney also showed up. They were thrilled about all the information I had gathered with the 2 private detectives I hired. I didn't mean to put down the local police or the FBI, but it felt like the excitement came from their hope that this investigation would look good for them in the news. I wasn't sure if an actual crime had taken place. However, I was confident that I had enough proof to go after a civil lawsuit. The police officers gathered nearby began to whisper about lying and tricking people. After spending the whole day with them, the Seattle police decided to listen in on all of Mr. Harris's phone calls. They planned for me to wear a hidden microphone on Saturday night. On Saturday afternoon, I put on my new Navy suit in my apartment. The Seattle detectives came over to help me set up the microphone. Wearing a new suit and a secret listening device made me feel like I was in a spy movie. I didn't feel like the newer James Bond. I felt more like the Sean Connery version of Bond. Although I was probably closer to Roger Moore's Bond, who always seemed a bit cheeky. If only I had the right hat, I could pretend to be John Steed from The Avengers. I would really enjoy being him, especially alongside Mrs. Emma Peel in her stylish outfit. That would be exciting. I began to picture Maria in a cool outfit, but I knew it was just a daydream. I let myself think about Maria again because she had been a bit friendlier to me lately, but that was as far as it went. Later that day, my friends came over to my apartment. We were heading to Freddie's art show together. I asked Sato-san to translate the report from the Japanese investigator, as well as the report from a local private investigator I had hired. She mentioned it was a nice break from her usual work. I placed both reports in a new leather folder to look more official. It's important to keep up appearances. Now all I needed was a Walther automatic, but I was worried I might end up hurting myself with it. I had some fun surprises for my friends, and I was really excited to share them. When they arrived, they all got out of their cars and started talking in the parking lot in front of my apartment. They thought Maria would take us to the show. Maria walked over to me and asked, "Are you ready to go, Don?" "Oh, lovely, friends. It seems we have to change our plans." Freddie gave a mischievous grin and shouted, "He's got something up his sleeve." "What's in the case, Don?" "Listen, Freddie, let me explain. Your Mr. Harris is a real piece of work. Not only does he seem shady, but he also has a history with my ex-wife that I'm not happy about. I have some ideas on how to deal with him, and I want to make sure you don't get caught up in any of it." Honestly, I didn't care much about what that guy had done with Barbara in the past. I just wanted to keep Freddie safe. If I could cause a big enough fuss about him being with my ex-wife, maybe he would direct any revenge plans at me and not look for other targets. "You already told me he has said awful things about Madeline. He wants to hurt her if she doesn't let him come to the event tonight, but I'm sure I can find a way to stop him. The only issue is that if it seems like we are friends, he might try to ruin your career out of spite before his own goes downhill. There is no way that guy can cause me any trouble, so you all need to act like you don't know me, no matter what happens. Just enjoy the show. Freddie, I promise this will not hurt your performance, and I'm almost certain it will help both your career and your friends, too. Please believe me, all right? If I'm wrong, I'll cook and bake for you forever." The last part shocked Maria. Just imagine Maria in a snug outfit. "Stop it, Steed!" After some back and forth, Freddie and the others finally agreed to my plan. We drove to the gallery separately to make sure we wouldn't show up at the same time. When I got to the gallery, I made an effort to connect with Madeline. I clearly told her that I was there to buy something that evening. The artwork on display was priced between $1,500 and $5,000, similar to the last exhibit that Harris had messed up. I stood quietly, sipping my wine, wishing I could have one of the beers Carl had saved for me. Mr. Harris needed to show up for the event to start. At 7:30, my biggest rival came in. If you're a spy, you need to use the right terms, right? Just as I thought, he quickly walked through the gallery, looking at the different pieces. Then, he began to speak out loud, pointing out faults in the best artworks. If he could make the top pieces seem bad, no one would care about the other works. Harris began talking to a group of people standing near one of the finest paintings. To me, that painting was the best in the show, and it was created by Freddie. It was a stunning painting of a tall ship at dawn with a fierce storm. The ship had clearly been battling the rough sea all night, but was still holding on. I really wanted it, and buying it would annoy Harris. Harris started to talk. The artist made an effort, but I jumped in, cutting him off. Madeline, this painting costs only $5,000? If that's true, I want to buy it right now. Could you please put a sold sign on it? Sure, Donald, it's only $5,000. What a great deal, right? I have the label right here on my clipboard. Harris's face quickly turned angry. He said to himself, "That man is really making a big mistake," before moving on to the next painting. Nearby, a blond man who looked a few years older than me also seemed upset about my buy. He appeared to be angry with his wife, too. If you take a nap, you miss out. I walked behind Harris to see the next painting. The colors here are so beautiful. Madeline, is it true that the painting costs only $4,500? Yes, Donald. You see, the artist is very talented, but he is not well known yet. Because of this, his artwork is still a good deal. I want it. Please put a new tag on it for me. I smiled at Madeline. Then I turned to face Harris, who was looking very angry. I gave him a look that said, "You're in big trouble." He seemed a bit disturbed for some reason and quickly moved on to the next painting. This time, he didn't have as many people around him, but I had a lot of people watching me, eager to see what I would do next. I was trying not to look at my friends, but I couldn't help but glance at Freddie. Her face was very pale, and it took both Vanessa and Cathy to keep her back. Those two had huge smiles on their faces, clearly enjoying the moment. Maria was looking at me like I was a naughty kid and she was a strict mom. Just wait and see, I thought. The next painting was by Freddie again. I wished it was one of Alice's. I liked this painting, but I really wanted to buy a piece from all three artists tonight. We followed the same steps, and I bought the painting for $4,200. At this point, I had finally gotten Harris to start yelling at me. I couldn't help but wish he would try to hit me too. I really wanted to knock him out. What do you think you are doing, you idiot? I'm doing the same thing you always do. You've done it over and over, and I know you'll try to do it again. I'm buying a lovely piece of art and planning to make a lot of money from it. Your plan is to come here with your strong name as an art critic, putting down these amazing artworks. Your name is so well known that even if others like the paintings, they hesitate to buy them because they don't want to look silly. Because of this, the paintings don't sell, and the artists, who need money to live, have to lower their prices. Then you send in your helpers to buy these paintings for only a few $100s, even though they should sell for tens of thousands of dollars. Next, you send the artwork to your sister, Olivia Harris, in Japan. She shows it to people and wants to get a better price for it. I remember that Miss Freddie Hansen's painting of a clipper ship in a storm, which you bought for a great deal, sold for almost $35,000 about 6 months ago. I was surprised to hear that your sister has the nerve to act as these artists' official representative in Japan. Do you have any other questions? You can't prove any of this. Oh, but I can. Madeline, Miss Hansen, Miss Simons, and Mr. Rath, please come here. I have copies of 2 reports for you. One is from a private investigator in Japan, and the other is from someone I hired here. I believe you may have a strong reason to take Mr. Harris to court. Madeline, I have copies of the report in plastic covers. You may want to display these so your customers can read them and see if my claims are true. You might be hesitant to do this now because of legal issues, but if anyone is curious, I have already posted these reports on my website. I also have some business cards with the web address. Just ask me for a card if you need one. Why are you helping me? My name is Don Hendricks. You might not know me, according to my private detective, but I am one of the many people harmed by your actions. 4 years ago, you met my wife. In 2 months, you won her over and got close to her, which ended up destroying our marriage. She is now my ex-wife because of what happened. Paybacks are tough, Mr. Harris. A hush fell over the crowd that had gathered as I confronted him. Harris turned pale and quickly dashed out of the gallery. I felt a bit let down. I had hoped he would make a big deal out of it. Maybe even say he wanted to take me to court for saying something bad about him. What a sneaky person. Madeline turned to the audience and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of my gallery, because of this news, and until I can find out what is really happening, we will not sell any artwork tonight. These hard-working artists deserve to be paid fairly for their work. It seems that the value of their art here may have been wrongly changed. I need some time to look again at the prices of these pieces. I'm really sorry if you're let down. I apologize again. Just so you know, what Mr. Harris did at last year's exhibition hurt Alice and Ben's money situation a lot. In about 2 weeks, I might have another show of their art, or I might look into selling their art to other countries, depending on how well it does here. Thank you for your time." The clever woman made a subtle threat. Either pay up, or I will sell our well-known artwork in Japan. The event continued for 2 more hours, and nearly everyone asked for a business card. During the night, the wife of the man with blonde hair approached me. She wanted to buy Freddie's painting of the Windjammer. Her husband had looked very angry after what I shared. I shook my head at her. I don't often buy things just because they look nice, but when I do, I keep them safe. I was really happy with the 3 paintings I had picked out. I felt bad that Harris couldn't handle more than 3. There was one more painting from Freddie that I really liked, and one from Alice that was also nice. I stood by the door as the gallery was getting ready to close for the night. I needed to wait to get my paintings. Freddie really wanted to talk to me, but her friends were stopping her. I could see the anger in her eyes, and I worried she might explode when they finally let her go. Right before they walked away, I heard the man with blonde hair arguing with his wife. She was looking down at the ground. "Last year, I really wanted to buy that painting of the clipper ship, but you said I had to wait for Harris to say what he thought. You even got angry and called me childish. Did you hear about that Hendricks guy? His painting sold for $35,000. This year, I decided to forget about everything and really wanted to buy that Windjammer painting. But once again, you did the same thing as before. You even said you would take the kids for a long visit to your mom's. Now we've learned that Harris is a trickster, a thief, and not loyal at all. I see that you have been spending a lot of your free time with the local art groups in the city. I've noticed that Harris often shows up with them. It seems like you listen to him very closely, both this year and last. Hendricks mentioned that Harris often goes after married women, and I can't help but think about you. Your bright eyes and warm cheeks seem to say a lot when he is near. You got what you wanted. You're going to stay at your mother's for a long time, but you won't be taking the kids. I need some time to understand what's happening. Maybe that report from Hendricks will help. As for you messing up my chance to get some nice art for my office, I really like this woman's work, and her prices are likely getting very high. Remember that new car you wanted this year? That's not going to happen now." As they walked out the door, I heard one last and another. Finally, everyone had left, and Madeline locked the doors. I turned to Freddie while Cathy and Vanessa watched. I closed my eyes, ready for Madeline to be angry with me. I was surprised when she jumped up, wrapped her arms around my neck and her legs around my waist. She kissed me deeply, and I didn't know how, but she somehow opened my mouth with her tongue. Next to Maria's warm kiss, this was the best one I ever had. Freddie has her legs wrapped around my waist, which makes it even better. The judges score Freddie a perfect 10, and I feel a rush of excitement. We kissed for a few minutes, but it felt much longer. She finally pulled back to catch her breath and said, "I should be mad at you, but thank you so much for taking that guy down." Somewhere in the background, the Seattle police and the FBI were getting ready to collect proof against Harris. I suddenly remembered something important. My hidden microphone was still on. As soon as I could, I needed to find a way to leave and turn it off. I hoped they weren't still recording. They had already mentioned that if everything went well, I could just take the item back to the police station on Monday. Madeline, Ben, and Alice thanked me a lot for what I did. Vanessa stood back with Maria, while Cathy was waving her arms wildly at Freddie, who still held on to me tightly. I hoped my suit coat had enough space to hide the heavy ship's pin I had found. Finally, Freddie let go, and I said I needed to use the bathroom. There was only one bathroom for everyone to share. On my way, I grabbed a big glass of ice water from the bar that was set up for the guests. When I got to the bathroom, I locked the door, took off my shirt, and removed the listening device. Once I did that, I tucked it into my suit coat pocket where it felt more comfortable. She raised her hands in front of her and smiled at me. "Please don't hurt me, Maria. I couldn't stop myself. Don is such a great guy, and he's looking really good lately. Harris was trying to make my life hard again tonight, but Don stepped in to help me. Harris has been a problem for me for the last 2 years, and he's been a troublemaker in the local art scene for about 10 years. Bam! Don stopped him with one blow. Don stood there, looking sharp in his new suit. You even said it yourself. He looks like a knight. Tonight, I felt like his damsel in distress, and I acted like one would around their hero. But I drew the line at a kiss. I knew I wouldn't go any further with Don, and I wouldn't even kiss him like that unless you were there to make sure everything stayed okay. Honestly, Maria, Don really deserved a treat, and I wanted to make that happen. I turned my back on Freddie, angry and with my fists tight. I knew Freddie was right. I knew the way she acted was just like her, but I was really, really mad. It should have been me sharing that moment with Don. Then a scared thought crossed my mind. Could I even share a moment like that with Don anymore? I hadn't been exercising lately like I should have, and both Vanessa and Freddie were in much better shape than I was. I really need to start using my home gym and my membership at Vanessa's more often. Maybe I should go on Tuesday evenings so I can see Don too. All right, take deep breaths, Maria, and relax. Your time will come, and you should be in good shape by then, just like Don. But I should be Don's only heroine in trouble. I felt overwhelmed. I had a wonderful time this weekend with my daughters. I rented a big house by the ocean, and there were staff to help us out. To make it more fun, I let each of my daughters invite 1 or 2 friends. We enjoyed a lovely view of the sea and the fresh smell of the ocean all around us. For 2 of our 3 meals each day, we feasted on delicious seafood. We stayed in our pajamas, indulged in too many treats, played games, watched movies, and stayed up late. We were a bit naughty and loved every moment. I had more fun in those 3 days than I ever had on any of my long and costly trips to Europe. I felt really happy. But then, on Monday morning, after my kids went to school, Don's sisters came over and spoiled my mood. I know I was the one who broke my marriage, but they were the ones who got me into it. Hi, Diane, Michelle, what brings you here? I tried hard to keep the bitterness out of my voice. Hi, Barbara. We haven't seen you or your kids in a while, so we thought we would stop by to check on you. How have you been? Things have been getting better, thank you for asking. Michelle started to talk. Barbara, we have a problem with our husbands. Since the divorce, when people found out we had been helping you, our husbands have been very suspicious and angry with us. They believe that because we supported you, we must have been unfaithful as well. They really liked Don, and cannot see how we could have turned against him like that. Diane continued, For the past couple of years, they've been judging us all the time and watching everything we do. We have seen marriage counselors, but we can't tell them the real truth that we have been unfaithful for years. If we did, they would end our marriages right away. We realize that if we were truly innocent, we should be angry at our husbands for what they did. But we aren't, and this only makes them think we were unfaithful too. Michelle jumped in again. Things got even more difficult when that investigator showed up asking questions about Don. Our husbands were present, and the questions from the investigator along with our responses made them very upset. 2 months ago, they gave us an important choice. They had been working together for a while, worried that we might be unfaithful. We had to decide whether to sign a legal paper. This paper said that if either of us was unfaithful, the other would get all shared property and full custody of the kids. If we didn't agree, they would start the divorce process right away. We quickly said yes because we thought it would make things easier for them, and we promised we wouldn't be unfaithful again. But when we arrived at the lawyer's office, we realized we had been fooled. The agreement included mistakes we made in the past, too. We couldn't say no to signing because that would mean we were guilty. We felt stuck. Diane added, We heard that our husbands have gathered money to hire private detectives to look closely at what we did in the years before your divorce. I heard them discussing their plan to hire detectives for a 2-week investigation each year until they find what they're looking for. We've been visiting everyone who knows about our problems and asking them to stay quiet if a detective comes around. We've realized the mistakes we've made, and we really want to save our marriages. Please help us. I was so angry. More than 5 years ago, I came to you, my closest friends, and Don's sisters asking for help with my marriage. Instead of telling me to get therapy, or even suggesting I do something adventurous to bring some fun into our lives, you pushed me to cheat. You all lied to me. I think you wanted to make your own bad choices seem okay by pulling me into your mess. When I started to go off track, you should have told Don. Maybe then he could have forgiven me. You helped me make him look weak and eager to please around our friends. Did you ever think about how this affects your brother? How could you treat him this way? You both were like my guides, showing me how to step out on my own. Then you became my biggest fans, asking for all the details of what I was doing. While I was being unfaithful to Don, I kept telling myself it was fine because Don's sisters, who care for him deeply, might think it was okay. I thought maybe he wouldn't mind if he ever found out. I can see you all looking worried. Don't worry, I won't cover for you, but I'll also not talk to any investigators who come to ask me questions. I have a question for you. What are you doing to make your marriages better? The only thing I've heard is that you've stopped being unfaithful. You say you can't be open with your marriage counselors because you think your mistakes are just as bad, or maybe even worse than mine. Don't act so surprised. You've been unfaithful to your husbands at least once a year for 7 years before my divorce. Some of the stories you shared make me think it happened even more often. Oh, Diane, have you ever checked to see if your youngest child is really your husband's? How could you keep being unfaithful after that? All your husband needs to do is get DNA tests for your kids. That would be an easy way to show if you haven't been honest. This weekend I decided to start therapy. Have you both thought about visiting a therapist? Everything you shared with your therapist would stay private, and it would show your husbands that you were trying to fix the issue. I just had a wonderful weekend with my daughters. I felt happier than I have in a long time until you both arrived. You've ruined my good mood, you selfish and sneaky women. Please go. I pointed to the door. Diane and Michelle left, crying and saying sorry. Michelle had to help Diane walk out the door. On Tuesday, I got a call from Cathy. She told me the ski trails were losing their snow and turning muddy. It seemed like the ski season was over for us. Cathy said this was good for her because the only days she had free for practice were Friday and Saturday. Otherwise, we would have been too worn out from skiing. This Saturday, she was coming over to my house at 6 in the evening. She asked for my Korean pork dinner and the pie. She said it would be fine if my kids and Maria joined us for the meal, too. She had already talked to Maria, and Maria had agreed to watch the kids that night. On Tuesday evening, I went to Vanessa's club and was surprised to see Maria there. She didn't join Vanessa and me for our workout until we got to the treadmills. When she came over, we exercised next to each other, but she didn't say much. Still, she looked really good while working out. Wednesday was our usual therapy night. Maria fell asleep early in the living room after the session. I ended up carrying her to bed. It was funny because even though she was fast asleep, my girls followed us into her room to watch another movie. Tradition is tradition, I suppose. It doesn't matter if Maria is sleeping. I've been exercising lately to get fit again. I can't believe how much I've let myself go. It's amazing that I can even teach dance to Don. On Tuesday, I chose to join Don at Vanessa's club. It turned out to be a bad idea. Vanessa pulled me aside before Don arrived and told me that I wouldn't be able to keep up with her and Don in my current shape. She mentioned that I might feel a bit shy, so I chose to watch from afar, and she was correct. It wasn't just that they were lifting heavy weights. It was how quickly they finished each set and moved to the next activity. I knew I could never keep up with that in my current state. If I had tried to work out with them, I would have only held them back, and we would still be here tonight. When they began using the treadmills, I thought I would give it a try too. Don and Vanessa were both running fast. I noticed that Don had his treadmill set to 7.5 miles per hour, and it was also changing the incline by itself. I set my treadmill to a fast walk at 3.8 miles per hour. There was no incline, but I struggled to breathe. Then Don wanted to talk. I really wanted to keep up with him, but it was hard. He ran for almost an hour and a half. After that, he had a slow cool-down that lasted for another 30 minutes. He called the long cool-down his gravy time because it was easy and very helpful. After Dawn left, I asked one of the massage therapists to give me a full massage. I ended up falling asleep on the table for a whole hour. I could hardly keep my eyes open on the way home. On Wednesday night, I dozed off almost right when the first movie started. Robin and Megan thought it was really funny. The sound of their laughter and their movements at the end of the movie gently brought me back to reality, but I was so sleepy that I pretended to stay asleep. Then they did something really nice. They went to get their dad, and Don picked me up and carried me to my room. I felt happy being carried by Don. It would have been even better if he had taken me to his own room. Megan and Robin came right after him. They helped cover me with blankets. Then they put a DVD in the player and climbed into bed next to me. It was a lovely moment. I drifted back to sleep until morning when something amazing happened. Megan woke me up. She and Robin were up to some mischief. They were trying to pull me into the shower. I thought about letting them, just for fun, but I was too heavy for them. I was worried they might hurt themselves or me. On Saturday night, Cathy came over for her practice date, and she was right on time. She wore snug jeans that fit her well and a simple, nice white shirt. For some reason, she carried a briefcase. As usual, she greeted me with a friendly kiss at the door. This time, my kids showed her around our apartment instead of me. Maria even helped with dinner. She seemed to be in a good mood. She even promised to keep Roscoe in his cage that night. After we enjoyed a delicious dinner together, I realized I had to take a quick shower before we went out. I really didn't want to smell like pork, onions, and garlic for the whole night. Cathy had different ideas for what was going to happen next. "Don, can we find a quiet place to talk?" she asked. I noticed my two daughters watching us closely, and even Maria seemed interested in our conversation. I decided my office was not the right place. "The best spot for us to talk alone is my basement workshop," I replied. When it was built, I put in soundproofing so my tools wouldn't bother my tenants. She glanced at everyone watching us and nodded, ready to follow me down the stairs with her briefcase. In my workshop, I cleared off a couple of chairs next to my workbenches for us to sit on. Looking at me, she started to talk. "Don, please don't feel shy and know that I am nearly done with my doctorate in psychology. I heard that your relationship with your ex-wife was not very happy. I really believe it wasn't your fault. I have some books for you here in my bag about different ways to connect with someone." She placed her bag on the table. I felt a bit uneasy at the mention of books. She took out 5 books from her bag, and luckily I only recognized 3 of them, but that was enough. "I would like you to read these, and—" I interrupted her. "No, I won't. I'm sorry to cut in, Cathy, but I need to share something with you. I noticed early in my marriage that my relationship was not good, so I bought books like that. Actually, 3 of mine were the same as yours. I only looked through my books quickly because I hoped my ex-wife and I could sit down together and read them. I thought it would help us connect more and that we would be more open with each other if we did it as a team." Barbara firmly turned away from them, so I put them in a box and pushed them aside. Then, while packing up to move during the divorce, I discovered them in an old briefcase belonging to Barbara in the garage. She had written notes in the books, marking important parts and adding comments in the margins. She also had notebooks full of more details. When I glanced at the books, I got so angry that I had to leave the house quickly to keep my calm. The books I bought for us were used by her to get better with her partners. "I'm sorry, Cathy. I know you only wanted to help, but I can't look at those books again. I need to go outside for a bit to clear my head. Sorry again. I'll see you upstairs." Instead of going back to my apartment through the stairs, I chose a different door that took me right outside. On my way out, 2 unusual things happened. At first, I thought I saw the basement door close a little before I got to it. Then, when I shut the basement door behind me, I thought I heard Cathy shout, "That horrible person!" But it was probably just my mind playing tricks on me. There's no way anyone could yell that loud from my soundproof basement workshop for me to hear it. It took me about 20 minutes to calm down. When I got back to my apartment, I saw both Cathy and Maria looking quite worried. I said sorry again to Cathy. She told me not to worry and to let it go. I headed to my room to wash up and change, but Maria and Cathy came with me. Cathy said, "Don, we need to check your clothes. I'm taking you out tonight, and you need to look good." They began searching through my clothes and tossing them onto the bed. As they whispered to themselves, I kept hearing, "No, nope," and "You've got to be joking." Maria eventually discovered an old black polo shirt in the back of my closet. I had received it as a gift long ago, but it was a size too small. I had only worn it once. "Dawn, does this fit you?" Maria asked. "Yes, but it's too snug," I replied. She turned to Cathy, who nodded in agreement. They set the polo shirt aside gently. A moment later, Cathy found something else. "Dawn, these gray pants here, do they look new to you?" "Yeah, they're way too tight, too." The two women smiled at each other, then Maria said, "Dawn, you go take your shower and don't worry about us. We'll tidy up in here, and we'll leave out the clothes you should wear for tonight." I had a feeling I knew what was coming. Why do I always get myself into these situations? Sure enough, when I finished my shower, there was the black shirt and the gray pants on the bed. They had even laid out my underwear and socks. One of them chose the same type of socks I liked, but instead of my soft and comfy boxers, they picked a pair of tight underwear. There was no way I could wear those pants with my loose boxers. After 10 minutes of frustration, I walked out of my bedroom feeling uncomfortable with each step. I really didn't want to think about what was happening in the other room. Before I left my room, I looked in the mirror. I thought I looked okay and didn't seem too silly, so with a little worry, I went out to ask my daughters what they thought. To my surprise, they greeted me with loud whistles and said, "Hey, looking good!" Maria just stood there with her mouth open. Cathy walked around me, studying me from every side. "I think you're the one." She took my arm and hurried me out the door, leaving me little time to say goodbye. I needed to find out what Cathy was going to say to Dawn. When they went downstairs, I quickly told Megan and Robin that I needed something from my car. Then I dashed outside to the other entrance of the basement. I wasn't sure if Dawn realized that I knew the key he had given me for the apartment would also open the separate basement door. I hurried down the stairs, trying to be fast and quiet to get to Dawn's workshop. I stood silently outside the door to listen. I heard Cathy say, "You could read these and—" But then Dawn cut her off. I heard him talk about a really bad time he had when he found the books his wife used to learn about love, that thoughtless person. "If I ever see her, I'll give her a piece of my mind for you." I then heard him say, "The books I got for us, she used to get better with her partners." That was a harsh way to put it. When I heard Dawn tell Cathy he was going outside for a walk, I rushed to the stairs as quietly as I could. I slipped out the door and quickly shut it behind me. I felt sure that I could hear Dawn's heavier footsteps as I hurried around the corner of the building and started running. I wasn't sure which way he would go on his walk, and I wanted to get far away from that door and out of sight. I quickly ran around the building and headed back to the entrance of Dawn's apartment. Luckily, my friends didn't ask me what I had gone to my car for. I had forgotten to grab something to show as an excuse. I thought maybe I could have brought in the owner's manual or even the spare tire, but I chuckled at the idea. I hurried into the bathroom to buy myself some time. I needed a few minutes to calm down after what I had just found out. I didn't want Dawn to realize I had been watching him, but someone had to look out for him, and I needed to know more to do it well. I splashed cold water on my face for about 10 minutes to feel better. Luckily, I had left some of my makeup here because my face looked a mess. When I walked out, I saw only Megan and Robin in the apartment. They were both staring out the window. I looked out too and noticed Dawn walking quickly toward us from far away. Robin turned to me, looking worried, and said, "Daddy always takes long walks when he's upset. Do you think everything is okay?" She looked so concerned that I pulled her into a hug to comfort her. Megan looked at me while I held on to Robin with my right arm and pulled Megan in with my left for a cozy hug. "Your dad is a nice and caring person. He probably doesn't want you to see him look upset. So don't worry, he's just taking a moment to relax." I finished my words as Cathy finally came up the stairs. She had been down there for a while. She likely needed some time to calm down, too. Cathy didn't feel any special feelings for Dawn, but she cared for him as a good friend. She never liked it when anyone treated her friends badly. When Dawn came back, we followed him into his room to help him choose his outfit for the night. I seriously need to take that guy shopping. Cathy and I looked through almost all of his clothes to find something nice for a fun night out. Even what we discovered wasn't great, but it should highlight his nicely shaped body. When he came out of the bathroom, I was taken aback. My friends started whistling and I couldn't find my voice. Vanessa had mentioned he was only partly fit, but that wasn't true. Don usually wore baggy clothes, even his pajamas looked too big. But what the fitted clothes showed was impressive. I felt a sudden urge to celebrate his look in a sweet way. I was so anxious that I could hardly say goodbye as Cathy led him out the front door. That night I felt really nervous. I knew Cathy would never try to get close to Don, but what about the other women at all the clubs they were going to visit tonight? My friends and I played Monopoly and watched movies at the same time. It was tough to concentrate on the films or the game with all my worries about Don in my mind. Megan is a clever player when it comes to Monopoly. It's easy to forget about the game when an exciting part of a movie is on, and she was excellent at making sure people got distracted. Can you guess who won the game? Around 1 in the morning, I brought the girls into my room. They did fall asleep by 2, but I still couldn't sleep at all. Then, at 3:30 in the morning, I finally heard the front door open. Don came in carrying Cathy, and she was really drunk. She had done this before, but I didn't think she would do it with Don. She must really trust him. Then again, if she was upset about what Don said in the basement, this might make sense. She gave a small wave from Don's arms and rested her head on his shoulder. Don walked Cathy into the main bedroom and gently placed her on his bed. She really needs to find a bathroom soon, and it would help a lot if it were a private one. I stayed with her while he gathered some things. A bucket, a pitcher of water, a glass, some paper towels, hand towels, and an ice pack. This guy really knew how to take care of people who had too much to drink. Don, you really seem to know what you're doing. How did you learn all this? He just shrugged. My sisters like to party a lot, so I took care of them many nights. That's mostly why I don't drink too much. I never want to be that kind of messy. Cathy doesn't seem too bad, but my sisters would drink so much that they couldn't even keep their clothes clean. I felt a little sick just thinking about it. I stayed with Cathy as she leaned over the toilet for the next 2 hours. She sang a lot, and her voice was strong. Don tried to help out, but sometimes it got a bit awkward, so he chose to leave during those moments. When she finally fell deep asleep, Don and I wanted to have some fun. He went to look for some Halloween makeup that his kids had bought. We took some green and purple spray-on hair color along with a can of my hairspray and gave her a changed Bride of Frankenstein style. Then Don gave me a new pack of men's underwear with a 26-inch waist. He smiled at me and left the room. I had already struggled a bit with her snug jeans and changed her into a spare pair of my pajamas. It didn't feel too bad, but it still took some time, and I left the room smiling. "Why did you have such tiny underwear?" I asked playfully. "I got the wrong size and forgot to take them back. Here's my camera. I don't want to see the photos, but maybe Vanessa and Freddie would enjoy them." He smiled at me. I smiled back, took the camera, and went back into the room. Wow, she's a former model, so she should be used to having her picture taken. The next morning, I got out of bed and went to see how Cathy was doing. My girls had stayed over with me, so Don had taken Megan's bed for the night. When I walked into the master bedroom, I saw Don already there. Cathy was sitting up in bed looking really tired, especially with her new haircut. Don looked at me and winked, showing me that Cathy didn't know how her hair looked yet. He sat in a chair next to the bed, giving her little sips of water and pieces of bread. She looked at me with such sadness that I almost felt bad about the hair dye and the underwear almost. Don stood up and passed me the tray with the bread and water. "I'll start making breakfast," he said. "Cathy, would you like some delicious sausage gravy and biscuits?" "Don, please don't say that. I might get sick again," she cried out. He raised his eyebrows playfully, smiled, and walked out of the room. I stared at her and slowly shook my head. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. You've been a naughty girl. What were you doing last night, trying to make Don sick?" Cathy glanced at me, looking guilty, but she still seemed really unwell. "I'm sorry, Maria. I was so angry last night that I began drinking quickly and a lot. I knew Don would look after me, so I thought I could relax a bit for a few hours, just until I calmed down. But I drank too much too quickly and kept going all night. I think you need to say sorry to Don. It's not easy for him to take care of you at a club when you act like that. Remember, Vanessa, Freddie, and I have told you this before. I owe Don more than just a sorry. I think I got sick in his car last night," she groaned. "Oh no, I stayed a little longer with Cathy until she felt it was time to get some more rest. As I walked out of the room, I thought to myself that I should have been the first one to sleep in Don's bed. But with Cathy feeling so sad, I couldn't feel too upset about it. The kids were still asleep, so I went to chat with Don. "Did she really throw up in your car last night?" "No, I managed to get the window down just in time, so she only got sick on the outside. It wasn't a big deal." "How was your night besides taking care of Cathy?" "I was so bored. It felt just like all those times I babysat my sisters." The music was so loud that it was hard to talk. Many people were loud, probably because of the music. There were a lot of drunk people, and this time some were getting too close to me. I think some of them were guys, but it was so crowded that I couldn't tell for sure. I really don't see how anyone can enjoy that. When Don talked about people being too touchy, I felt angry. People were being disrespectful to my Don. I used to go out to clubs a lot, but these days, I've thought about giving it up for Don. Sometimes a guy would grab me in a way I didn't like. Whenever that happened, I made sure to make a fuss. This would usually bring over a security guard or, once in a while, even the police. Guys didn't face this kind of problem, and I could see why some people might want to grab Don. He looked really good last night. But still, that was not okay, because it was my space. Megan and Robin finally got up about an hour after I woke up. Don and I sent them in to see Cathy with a big mirror while I waited by the door with Don's camera. Cathy was too tired to shout, but she could still make some sounds. That's what ghouls are supposed to do, right? Later that day, I took my family out to shop. Don really needed some new clothes, and I wanted to buy my girls some nice robes and comfy slippers. Don let me choose his clothes however I wanted. I picked the styles and colors, but he complained a bit too much about how much they cost. I shot him my "you're pushing it" look, and that worked. When it was time to pay, I gave him the look again. I even had to bring up Roscoe before he finally put his wallet away. I had a great time shopping. Soon I want to buy him that Mustang, maybe a convertible. We would look awesome driving around in it. Every step forward seemed to lead me back into the darkness. As Maria's past collided with mine, I realized that the demons we both carry might just be too much to bear. Will our secrets tear us apart, or is there hope on the horizon? Subscribe now and don't miss what happens next in this roller coaster of emotions. I thought the worst was behind me, but the past has a cruel way of catching up. Maria's secrets, her haunted past, began to surface, and suddenly, the fragile life I was rebuilding felt like it was teetering on the edge of a precipice. Could I handle the truth? Or was I about to lose everything all over again just when I thought I was finally safe? When Don talked about people touching him, I got really angry. Strangers were being disrespectful to my Don. I don't go out to clubs as much these days, and I would gladly skip it for Don. But sometimes a rude person would grab me, and I always made sure to shout or make a fuss. This would often bring a bouncer or even police over to help. The guys didn't really have much choice. After seeing how good Don looked last night, I could see why everyone wanted to grab him. But honestly, it was my turn. Megan and Robin finally woke up about an hour after me. Don and I told them to go in and see Cathy with a big mirror while I waited by the door with Don's camera. Cathy was too tired to scream, but she still made some sounds. That's what the undead are supposed to do, right? Later that afternoon, I took my family out shopping. Don really needed some new clothes, and I wanted to buy my daughters some nice robes and slippers. For Don's clothes, he let me choose the styles and colors, but he complained a bit too much about the prices. I gave him my "you're going too far" look to let him know. When it was time to pay, I had to give him that look again, and I even had to mention Roscoe before he would put his wallet away. I had a great day shopping. Soon, I will need to get him that Mustang. A convertible would be nice. We would look great in it. My weekend was quite eventful. Saturday night wasn't the best, but the weekend was still fun. Maria got a bit wild and bought me lots of clothes. I think she did it because of the nice jewelry I gave her for Christmas. She even got me 2 pairs of shoes, and they cost $400 each. I had no idea loafers were in style again. When we got home from shopping, I received a call from Cathy. She said she was really sorry for how our last date went and asked if we could try again next Saturday night. She said she wouldn't drink any alcohol if I would just give her another chance, so I decided to try again. A fresh start seemed nice, and I could use all the help I could get in going out with pretty women. On Monday, I met with my therapist again. This time, she wanted to discuss my father. She said, "Don, you mentioned that during your father's long sickness, you were always there for him, starting when you were just 10 years old. He shared his thoughts and tips on how to take care of your family and your future family when you got married. You even wrote down what he said, and you showed me those notes. I know you cared for your father a lot, but spending all that time with him must have been very hard for you. When people are unwell and realize their time is short, they often try harder to share their wisdom and advice. 10-year-old kids are easy to influence, especially in tough situations. Don, you are a kind person and a great caregiver. I felt like there was a warning coming. But the way you act, which your dad taught you in hard times, makes others overlook you and use you. It's not your fault that they use you. It's theirs. But it's also a sad part of being human that many people act this way, no matter whose fault it is. Wow, that was a double butt. I'm not saying you should change how you act right away. That could be hard to do and might even be bad for your mental health if you try too quickly. What I do want you to do, though, is to pay attention to how you behave around other people. Just notice how they respond to what you do. If you have some very good friends, you might want to talk to them about this. They could help you notice how your actions sometimes make others not appreciate you. She didn't say anything I hadn't thought of before, but I liked being kind. If others didn't get that, well, that was their problem. We spent the rest of the time talking about my actions and why some people seemed to take advantage of me. While dancing with Maria on Wednesday night, I decided to bring up the topic my therapist had mentioned. Megan and Robin had already gone back upstairs, and we were dancing again to Moon River. Maria seemed to enjoy that song as much as I did. Maria? Yes, Don? Last Monday, I was chatting with my therapist. She said that I have a bad habit that lets people take advantage of me. She thought it might help if I talked about this with some close friends. I know we've only known each other for a little while, but do you think we are close enough to be good friends? Maria wrapped her arms around me and pulled me in tight. I felt her arms shaking a bit. Don, I really see you as a very, very close and dear friend. If you want to talk about anything, I would be really happy to listen. That sounded like a yes, so I shared everything my therapist and I had discussed. Don, what you shared about your father's death helps me understand your actions better. As for pointing out things you do that make it easy for people you've known for a long time to take advantage of you, that will be tricky, but I will do my best. Everyone, including me, has seen this part of your character since we first met you. We have tried to not use your kindness too much, but we still find ourselves doing it. It feels like it's just a part of who you are, this warm kindness and the quiet way you handle things. We know you'll always finish what you start, no matter how tough it gets. The best way we could think to show our gratitude for your kindness was to try to be just as kind and generous to you. For the rest of the dance lesson, we didn't really dance much. Instead, we held each other close and moved slowly across the floor. Maria had the CD player set to play our song over and over. We finally took a break when Robin asked us to come upstairs and watch some movies. We both felt a little shy about it. Maria is truly a great friend. On Thursday, I got the chance to practice sparring with my tenant, Phil. My days had been really packed recently, so we had gone from sparring 3 times a week to just once a week most of the time. I had to be really careful not to use too much strength. He was faster and had better skills, but when I did land a hit, it usually ended the match quickly. If he wasn't so great at dodging, I would win much more often. Saturday night was my special date with Cathy. I cooked a nice prime rib for dinner and the special cake for dessert, just like she asked. Once again, Maria and Cathy chose the clothes they wanted me to wear. At least the new pants were much more comfortable this time. I didn't feel like I was being poked with every step. We visited 2 clubs and only drank soda water. Cathy took me to some calmer clubs this time. We could talk without yelling, which was nice. I had a good time and was really enjoying myself. She even started to show me how to dance to the newer music. After we left the second club, Cathy looked at me a bit unsure and asked me something unusual. "Don, can I ask you for a favor? There's a secret party club I've wanted to visit for a long time. Would you take me there tonight? I know where it's supposed to be this month. It has a bad reputation, but could you please take me there? It will just be for a quick drink, but I'm really curious to see what it's like." "Cathy, I'm not comfortable with the idea of taking you to an illegal place. I've heard too many scary stories. You can call me weak or scared if you want, but staying away from places like that is a smart way to avoid problems." "Come on, Don. My friends have been there, and I just want to check it out." "Cathy, please, Don, please. I really want to see it just once so I can say I've been there." She looked at me with big, hopeful eyes. Cathy is someone I never expected to ask like that. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to take her, but I did anyway, even though I felt really uneasy about it. I had heard some bad stories about places like this. "All right, but you have to promise to stay by my side," I told her. I promise," she said, skipping ahead like a happy child. The place we arrived at was an old warehouse, and the parking lot was crowded. We had to pay a $40 entrance fee at the door. When we walked in, I was surprised by what I saw. The music was extremely loud, and the crowd was wild. There were at least 3 tall platforms with cages. Inside the cages were women in revealing outfits. 2 of the women I noticed were dancing, while the third was sitting on a chair and using a toy. I leaned down to Cathy's ear and said, "They must be getting paid a lot for this." "No, I heard they are all customers. They just join in when they arrive. I think they like to show off, and this is how they enjoy themselves." I suppose people have different tastes. At the bottom of each platform stood some very big men, one on each platform. I thought they might be there to keep the women safe, which made me feel a bit better about the situation. Still, I couldn't shake my worry for Cathy. Some of the legal clubs we had visited made me feel very uneasy, but this place was even worse. It made me feel on edge, like I could sense danger all around me. I wanted to get Cathy out of this loud, crazy, and shady club and back to a safe spot. I tend to be very worried about my friends and family. Cathy and I pushed through the crowd and grabbed a couple of sodas. For a moment, she was away from me, surrounded by 3 college guys. They stood close to her, and it looked like they knew exactly what they were doing. This made me feel uneasy deep down. I wanted to get closer to her, but then they pulled away and mixed into the crowd. That event made me uneasy for the rest of the night. It took me back to a time long ago when 3 troublemakers tried to grab Barbara. We sipped our sodas and danced to a few songs. After a while, we felt we had enough fun and it was time to leave. "Don, I'm not feeling great. I feel a bit strange and I'm a little dizzy." "I'm going to the restroom and I'll be back soon," she said. I walked with her to the restroom door, which was in a narrow hallway at the back of the building. I tried to wait for her right there. Across from the restroom door was the entrance to the men's room. The hallway between the 2 doors went a little further before ending at an exit door. A security guard stood in front of that exit door. There were a lot of people, especially women, all trying to get to the restrooms. I got pushed around and ended up being pushed back almost 20 feet, but I kept my eyes on that door. When Cathy finally came out, she was holding her head and looked a bit unsteady. Just then, the men's room door opened. The 3 college guys from earlier came out, grabbed Cathy, and hurried her out the back door, right past the bouncer. He didn't do anything to help her. He even stepped aside so they could pass. As soon as they grabbed her, I rushed forward. The bouncer tried to block my path. "Hey, you can't go through that door. You need to." I didn't stop to argue with him. It was clear he was part of this because he let them take Cathy without trying to stop it. I was moving quickly and with force. I think he got a hit in before I grabbed his face and pushed the back of his head hard against the wall. After that, I ran out the door. I found myself in a narrow, dead-end alley. It was dark there, but a light above a door let me see that there were many big metal trash bins and 1 parked car. 2 of the rude guys were putting Cathy, who was weakly fighting back, into the back seat of the car. The 3rd guy was getting into the driver's seat. The alley had a curved shape, with the car parked in the very bottom part of it. I knew I couldn't stop a car, but I could use the dumpsters. There was one close by, so I quickly released the brakes on the wheels on my side. Then I pushed it as hard as I could to block the car in. I understood that it wouldn't be enough on its own. but the driver looked hesitant to hit his car at first, so he didn't move. I quickly pushed the other 3 dumpsters next to the first one, completely blocking the car in. Now they were stuck, and the way the dumpsters were arranged meant that if the car pushed against them, the dumpsters would shove against the hard walls of the alley and stay stuck there. I took out my cell phone and called 911. I told the police about the kidnapping. I gave them our location, the car's license number, my name, Cathy's name, and how many kidnappers there were. The police told me to stay on the line and that they would come soon. I said there wasn't time because it was happening at that moment. I kept my cell phone on and put it down near the wall in the alley, close to a small piece of concrete. I grabbed the block and ran toward the stuck car. Even though the driver was in trouble, he started rocking the car back and forth when he saw me coming. This made it hard for me to get close. I waited for my chance, then jumped onto the back of the car. From the trunk, I quickly climbed over the roof to the front. Finally, I used my left hand to hold on to the windshield wipers or the edge of the hood. I took my right hand and the piece of wood, and I began to hit the windshield. I thought about breaking the driver's side window instead. That might have been quicker, but it would be harder and riskier to reach the driver while I was on the car's hood. I could hear Cathy faintly shouting from inside the vehicle. The car was stuck so tightly that it could only move a few feet back and forth and just a little from side to side. Still, there was no way I could stay on the ground safely. The car was jolting back and forth, hitting the dumpsters, which in turn were banging against the walls of the alley. It was a scary ride, made worse by the loud screeches and crashing sounds from the impacts with the dumpsters. The bumpy car ride almost made me fall off several times, but I somehow held on. I wasn't worried about myself. I was worried about Cathy. It felt like she was trapped inside a loud, angry monster that I had to break open to rescue her. Nobody hurts my family and friends. With anger, I kept hitting the windshield until I made a hole in it. The 3 guys inside were shouting in a total panic. When I first saw them in the club, they didn't seem like the kind of people who would have guns. I was really relieved that I was right about that. To them, this might have just been some kind of game, without thinking about how their actions affected someone else. But now, things were getting serious, and they were about to face a big problem. Me! I thought about why they didn't just get out of the car and find something to use against me, like a tire iron. It wouldn't have gone well even if they tried. As soon as they stopped the car and got out, I would have become very strong and angry. I was much tougher than most guys, and there was no way I would hold back like I do when I practice with Phil. Maybe they could feel that, or maybe they just didn't know how to fight and were scared. With a fast move, I reached through the hole and hit the driver in the face with my piece of concrete. He tried to move away, but I hit him hard on the left side of his face and he yelled out. While he was momentarily surprised, the car came to a stop. I quickly smashed the driver's side window and was shocked at how easily it broke. Are they supposed to do that? Meanwhile, Cathy was yelling, and the other 2 guys were shouting nonsense. I wasn't really listening to what they were saying. I got off the car hood, reached inside and pressed the unlock button. Then I slammed the driver's door open as hard as I could, wishing I could break it off. I had heard of people doing that before. I didn't quite manage it, but I was sure that door would never shut right again. I reached into the car, grabbed the keys from the ignition, and tossed them away. The driver was curled up on the far side, holding his bleeding face and groaning softly. The last 2 troublemakers in the back seat with Cathy fiddled with the rear door locks, trying to stop me from reaching them. They shouted and yelled at me, but I didn't have time to pay attention. After a few moments of pressing the unlock button on the driver's door, thankfully, I hadn't broken it, I waited until the right moment and got the back door open. Cathy was stuck between 2 troublemakers. I took hold of the one nearest to me and pushed him hard against the wall of the alley. He hit the wall with a loud thud and fell to the ground. The other guy was still grabbing onto Cathy, trying to use her to protect himself. I leaned past Cathy, grabbed him by the throat with one hand, and started to bang his head against the car window until he let go of her. Then I quickly pulled Cathy out of the car and carried her to safety. She was crying really hard. I thought that when those 3 shady guys surrounded her at the club, they must have put something in her drink. You hear stories like that a lot these days. Then they just sat back, waiting for their moment. It probably didn't help that Cathy hadn't had any alcohol all night. When I got to the wall near my cell phone, I leaned against it and slowly sat down in the dirty alley. I held Cathy close with my left arm while I picked up my cell phone with my right hand. My hands were a mess, but I could still use them. I went back to the phone and told them what was happening. I asked them to send the police and an ambulance. Cathy was shivering and crying the whole time, saying thank you now and then. I was shaking a lot too because I was so scared for her. I was also worried about the blood on my hands. I was scared that I might get weak from losing too much blood and that I wouldn't be able to help Cathy until the police came. I thought about running to my car, but the place felt so dangerous that I didn't want to risk it. I also wanted to stay close because I knew those 3 bad guys were still stuck in the back of the alley, and I wanted them caught and sent to jail. The first police cars got there just 5 minutes after I saved Cathy. 4 police officers rushed into the alley with their guns ready. I was too worn out to say much, just managed to say, hello. They wanted to ask me questions apart from Cathy, but she wouldn't let go of me. When they tried to pull her away, she yelled loudly. Since it was clear that she was the one in trouble, they decided to be gentle with her and stepped back. It was a good thing they stepped in because I was about to do something really foolish to make them leave me alone. I shared my story and said that the bouncer must have helped. That part caught their attention. Then, just before the ambulance took us to the hospital, they tried to split us up again. In the end, I rode in the ambulance sitting on a stretcher with Cathy in my lap. The helpers looked worried about my hands, which were bleeding a lot. Even so, they kept working. I decided to call Freddie at her house. Luckily, she picked up the phone. I shared some of what was going on and asked her to come to the hospital right away to support Cathy. Cathy would need all the help she could get after her scary experience. At the hospital, Cathy wouldn't let go of me. The nurses were trying hard to help her, but I had to firmly ask them to hold off until Cathy's friend got there. I was taken aback when I saw that Vanessa was the first one to walk in. 5 minutes later, Freddie came in too. They gently took Cathy from my arms, and Vanessa held her close. The nurses had already collected some blood from Cathy to find out what she had been given. Then, they turned their attention to my hands. They even set me up with an IV. I got 37 stitches in my right hand and 18 in my left to fix up some cuts. Luckily, most of them were not too deep. My hands were also swollen and bruised because I had used them in a rough way. While the doctors were helping me, my phone rang. It was Maria, and Freddie picked it up. Freddie was living with me while Vanessa was with Cathy. Freddie talked for a while before she put the phone to my ear. I only managed to say hello. I was so tired and a bit confused, so I asked Freddie to take the phone back. Where were they? It was nearly 4:30 in the morning and they still weren't back. I had waited long enough, so I decided to call Don's cell phone. Hello? Don, are you there? Hi, Maria, it's me, Freddie. I have Don's phone. What are you doing with Don's phone? Are Don and Cathy all right? What happened? They're both fine now, but it was a really scary situation. Don didn't call you because you were busy with Megan and Robin. There was no way for you to get to the hospital without stressing them out. The hospital? Some bad people gave Cathy drugs and tried to take her away. Thankfully, Don acted quickly and stopped them. They took Cathy to the hospital to make sure she was okay after what happened. Don hurt his hands a little and needed some stitches. If all goes well, we should have everyone back home in about an hour to an hour and a half. Here, let me put you on the phone with Don. Hi, Maria. I'm sorry to make you worried. How are you and the kids? Don, we're fine, but what about you? I'm okay, just very tired. Freddie, can you talk to her for me? I'm sorry, Maria. Don is really worn out. They gave him some medicine for the pain, and I think it's making him drowsy. Don called me to come to the hospital and help Cathy because she was really upset. I called Vanessa, and she met me there. We would have called you sooner, but we've been very busy. I'm sorry. That's all right, but please get back to me quickly. I don't want Megan and Robin to start worrying. I was really angry. Don and Cathy were hurt, and he never reached out to me. I didn't know whether to cry or shout at him. After taking some deep breaths to relax, I began to understand why he hadn't called me. He was probably worried that Megan and Robin would overhear him. Still, it hurt. Didn't he realize how I felt? I spent a long, tense hour waiting for them. I looked out the apartment window constantly, counting the minutes. Finally, I saw both Vanessa's and Freddie's cars arrive. Vanessa rushed over to Freddie's car and helped Don out of the back seat. Why did he need help if it was just a few stitches? Freddie tried to assist Cathy, but she quickly moved to Don's other side to help him too. Don looked like he could walk, but I was confused about what was happening. I decided to step outside and see for myself, still in my bathrobe. Don, Cathy, are you both okay? Cathy replied, I'm fine, but Don's hands are really hurt, and he feels a bit dizzy from the medicine, losing some blood and not getting enough sleep. Blood loss? What was going on? Drugs? Don pushed back against Cathy, saying, I'm okay really, I just need some sleep. I thought it was best to hold off on asking too many questions until we got them settled inside and Don was in bed. We helped Don into the house and laid him down. He struggled to take off his pants because of his hands, so I made sure to help him with that. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell asleep. We quietly slipped out of the room. I wanted to shout at my friends and ask them what was going on, but I chose to stay quiet instead, clenching my teeth. I asked everyone to sit around the dining room table. Before we talk about tonight, Cathy, are you ready to share how you feel about it now? I think it's best if I just say what I need to say now. I can't seem to sleep at all, and I bet you're eager to hear about Don. Sure, but first, would anyone like some tea and cake before we talk? I knew it was silly to think about food at a time like this, but I needed a little distraction to calm myself down. Also, a snack might help everyone else feel more at ease, especially Cathy. When I saw 3 people nod, I got everything ready before taking a seat. The table was buzzing with noise as I made our snack. I listened with one ear, but the talk was all mixed up and I couldn't really understand it. Can you please start over, Cathy? I don't get some of what you're saying. Sure. After the second club we visited, I remembered that we were near a hidden club I've wanted to check out for a long time. Some of my friends at school had gone, and I was quite curious about it. I had a reputation as a tough girl, but I had never experienced it myself. So I convinced Don to take me, even though he didn't really want to go. We had only been drinking soda water that night, and I assured Don that we would only stay for a little while. We picked up our drinks from the bar when, out of nowhere, 3 young men in nice clothes came up to us. They pushed and pulled me, making it hard to focus. I think that's when they put something in my drink. They seemed to know what they were doing because they slipped in between Don and me, tampered with my drink, and disappeared into the crowd before we knew anything was wrong. After dancing to a few songs, Don and I decided it was time to leave. I felt dizzy and like I might be sick, so I went to the bathroom first. I wish I could have thrown up. Maybe then it would have helped me feel better. I got really scared in the bathroom because everything felt so weird. I came out looking for Don. The hallway was crowded, and I think Don got pushed back a little by all the people trying to get to the restrooms. When I stepped outside, 3 guys grabbed me and quickly took me out the back door. The guard who was standing there didn't do anything. It felt like he was part of it too. The 2 people in the back seat with me yelled at the driver to get us out of here, but the driver shouted back that he couldn't damage his mom's car. Vanessa, Freddie, and I looked at each other, feeling shocked. What a sad group of would-be troublemakers. Someone outside pushed some dumpsters and trapped us in really tight. I understand now that was Don. Suddenly the whole car shook as Don jumped on the back, went over the top, and landed on the front. He hit the windshield with his fist, smashing it. The kids inside the car were screaming with fear. They shouted things like, "What are we going to do? We're sorry, and we'll let her go." I was calling out for Don to help me. Don was shouting that he would make them pay. He warned them that he would hurt them badly if they touched me. All the while, he kept hitting the windshield. I could see blood on the windshield from Don's hands. It felt like I was in a scary movie, but the monster was trying to break into the car to help me. Then Don smashed the windshield and hit the driver on the side of his face. Blood splattered into the back seat, and that's when those guys lost it. They were probably scared, thinking that Don was about to really hurt them. It started to smell really bad back there. I think they had an accident. Don broke the window on the driver's side and pulled the door off. Then he opened the back door and did the same thing. The 2 guys with me were trying to escape, but they couldn't open the passenger door on the other side because the car was too close to the wall of the alley. Don grabbed the guy nearest to him and just tossed him aside, like throwing a bag of trash into a garbage bin. He reached in with his bloody hands and grabbed the other guy. He began slamming his head against the passenger door window. It was really scary, and Don looked like a wild animal ready to attack. Even I felt afraid at that moment. When the man holding me finally let go, Don carefully pulled me from the car. His whole attitude changed. He was trying to calm me down and make me feel safe. I realized that Don thought I had been given something because of how I acted before. But even though I was feeling strange, my mind was clear. I could still think well. Maybe the stuff they gave me works better if a person has been drinking, or maybe I didn't get enough of it. It's hard to say. He moved me away from the car and carried me a little way until we found a place to sit. Then he called the police. They arrived very fast. Don was holding me securely on his lap. I felt really scared and shaken up, and there was no way I was going to let him go. Don looked nervous too. He was likely feeling a rush of adrenaline. The police and the emergency workers tried to pull us apart, but I held on tight until Vanessa and Freddie arrived at the hospital. I feel bad about this. If I had let go sooner, they could have started helping Don right away, and he wouldn't have lost so much blood. Freddie, Vanessa, and I were all shocked by Cathy's story. We turned together to look at Don's bedroom, curious about what was resting inside. I remembered a tale about Barbara's rescue when Don was still a teenager from the investigation about him. What kind of man was I interested in? I knew he was a hero, but still, someone who can do those things can be a bit scary. I shouldn't have these thoughts about Don, but I couldn't help it. Then Cathy said something that changed my mind and made me feel better. Maria, you don't need to worry about me. I would never try to take him from you. But I am now a big fan of Don. He is more than a bad boy for me. If you decide you don't want him anymore, or if things go wrong between you two, I want a chance with him. Vanessa spoke out at that moment, making her feelings and opinions very clear to everyone. It felt like someone had splashed cold water on me. Come on, Maria. Sure, Don can be a tough guy sometimes, but he's your tough guy, and he only acts that way to keep people safe. The idea of Don banging on a car window with his bare hands until they were bleeding and tearing off doors was frightening. He would likely have done something similar for you. But why did that last thought make me feel an unexpected thrill? My breath quickened and I felt a strange warmth inside. From the side, I noticed Freddie with her face in her hands. She shook her head back and forth and laughed a little too wildly. Freddie was the first of my friends to show any romantic feelings for Don, but she also seemed a bit less affected by his charm. Even the strong Professor Cathy, known for her short relationships, had fallen for him. If Don suddenly came forward in a strong, bold way and shouted, "I want love," Freddie might be the only one who wouldn't react. Of course, in that case, I would have to think of a way to handle my competition. Oh no, I left my new big stick at my house in the mountains. I really should introduce my friends to Roscoe. Things got a bit worse when Cathy set off another landmine. Maria, I need a big favor. Can I sleep in Don's bed tonight? We all looked at her in surprise. I started to shake my head, but she quickly spoke again. Don is really tired, and I just mean sleeping. Right now, I don't think I can fall asleep without Don close by. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. I have a plan. You'll be with us too. You can lie in the middle while we sleep on top of the sheets. I need him close to me for just one night. Vanessa doesn't make me feel as safe as Don does. I also worry about his hands. Just give me one night to cool off, please, please, Cathy begged. Then she pulled out her secret weapon, her famous puppy dog eyes. She rarely used them, which made them even more powerful. I couldn't help but think that this must be how she convinced Don to go to that shady club. In the end, I said yes, but I had my own reasons. I wanted to be close to Don, and I couldn't tell if I was looking after Cathy or if she was looking after me. Vanessa and Freddie stayed the night too, but they slept in the girls' room since the girls were in my room. Robin woke up in bed and was surprised to see that only Megan was there. Maria had already left. She let Megan sleep and went to brush her teeth, which felt really dirty this morning. Yuck! The apartment was super quiet for 9 a.m. Daddy usually gets up much earlier. Still in her pajamas, she went to the kitchen to see if anyone was there. There was no one around and no signs of breakfast, just some dirty plates from cake and coffee cups in the sink. What was happening? She walked back toward the bedrooms and slowly opened her father's bedroom door. She peeked inside and saw him sleeping in bed with Maria and Cathy. What was going on? She quickly ran back to Maria's room to tell Megan. Shaking her hard, she shouted, Megan, you have to get up right now. Megan, wake up. It's important. Wake up, Megan. All right. I'm awake. Can I sleep a bit more now? Daddy, Maria and Cathy are sleeping in the same bed. Megan instantly opened her eyes wide. What did you just say? You heard me. They're all in the same bed. What are we going to do? Megan quickly grabbed her new robe and rushed out of the bedroom with Robin right behind her. As she ran, Megan thought that if it was just Maria, she would be excited and trying to handle it with her little sister. Maria and Cathy are there, and Robin saw them first. Wow, has Dad really changed that much? I need to find out. She slowly opened her dad's door and peeked in. Then she looked closer at what was happening. It seems like they are just sleeping. Maria and Cathy are in their pajamas, and it looks like they are resting on the top sheet while Dad is under it. It doesn't seem like anything strange happened. What happened last night? Megan, what do you think? Robin whispered. I'm not sure. Let's let them sleep. I think we should get dressed. Robin followed Megan to their room, only to find Vanessa and Freddie asleep in their beds. What happened last night? The two girls decided they needed to talk about it. Megan went to wake up Vanessa, her closest friend, while Robin went to wake Freddie, who she felt closest to after Maria. The two women were surprised to find themselves in a strange bedroom, but they quickly remembered what had happened. Megan and Robin wanted to know why they were there. Freddie stopped them, saying, Please be quiet. Your dad, Cathy, and Maria had a rough night. They need to rest. Get ready, and we'll take you out for breakfast. Don't worry. We'll share all the details while we're driving. Everything is okay now, and everyone is safe, but they really need to rest. Okay, let's get dressed quietly and sneak out together. Freddie insisted he wouldn't say anything until they were outside. The two girls hurried to get ready while Vanessa and Freddie took their toothbrushes from their bags and tried to freshen up. As they walked to the restaurant, Vanessa shared what had happened, which made Megan and Robin react with surprise. Megan gasped. Cathy was taken and hurt! Robin shouted. Dad broke a car window? Vanessa repeated. Yes, and that's not easy to do with just your hand. I thought your dad would hurt his hand first instead of breaking the car window. Then he punched the driver through the shattered glass. After that, he pulled off the driver's door and the back door. He took one of the guys from the back seat and tossed him out like he was a piece of trash. Then he got into the back seat and pushed away the man who was holding Cathy. He set her free and took her with him. Megan quickly went back to the bad words that Maria had been trying to help her stop using. Wow, that was crazy, she exclaimed. At first, Robin just nodded in agreement. Yeah, she said. But then a big grin appeared on her face as she added playfully, I think I'll buy him Superman or Batman pajamas, and I'll ask Maria and Roscoe to help me make him wear them. I'll even get the kind with the little shoes, too. He'll look so cute. Megan smiled at her sister's fun idea, and they gave each other a high five. Just wait until we tell our friends at school about this. Some of them had said mean things about their dad since the divorce, calling him silly and worse. This will make them think twice. They won't tease a guy who can pull doors off cars. I woke up in the morning, or maybe it was early afternoon since we stayed up late. I found myself on my side, cuddled up to Don with my left arm over him, but there was still a sheet between us. I enjoyed feeling close to him, my breath gently touching his face. Did I brush my teeth last night? I hope my breath isn't too bad. It would be awful if my breath was so bad it woke him up. He might not want to be close to me again. Thankfully, he was still sleeping. I felt relieved. I spent my time either looking at his peaceful face or closing my eyes and enjoying being near him. About an hour later, Cathy woke up to go to the bathroom. I kept my eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. When she got into bed, she leaned over and whispered in my ear, I know you're awake, you sneak. She laughed softly and then tried to get comfortable to sleep again. Finally, Don woke up and had a hard time sitting up because of his injured hands. As soon as I saw that he was waking up, I took my arm away and pretended to be asleep. But when I saw he was struggling, I woke up to help him. Don, do you need help? Oh, Maria, I really appreciate you being here with me tonight, but I'm just in my boxers. Typical Don. He always seemed to misunderstand things and wanted to look good in any situation. Then he got a bit embarrassed about me seeing him in his boxers, which I've already seen before. I stopped him because he was getting a bit flustered. Honestly, I wish we could talk more openly soon. Don, remember, I've seen you in your boxers before. Just stay there, and I'll bring your bathrobe. Then I can help you sit up so you can put it on while you're sitting. If you'd like, you can keep the sheet over your lap. I'll close my eyes when you stand up to put on the bathrobe. It'll be simple. Maria, Dawn, please don't make me go get Roscoe, or worse, Megan and Robin, I said in a tired voice. You need help, and I'm going to help you whether you like it or not. I took his robe and decided to do things my way. Maybe I didn't keep my eyes shut as tight as I should have, but I needed to make sure Don was steady on his feet, didn't I? Especially after how dizzy he felt last night. I noticed that Don was looking a bit awkward in his boxers, but I focused on making sure he was okay. I hoped that Cathy didn't see what happened. I really wanted to take it home and have fun with it and him all night. I hadn't felt this kind of stiffness in a long time. It was strong enough to wake me up, like when I was a teenager. I needed to go to the bathroom. Maybe that would help ease the tension. As I tried to lift myself up with my hands, I realized they hurt. I had forgotten about the bad dream I had last night. I wasn't sure what hurt more, my hands or my body. I was trying to do a sit-up on my bed, but it was a tough spot. Then I heard, Dawn, can I help you? Wow, Maria is in my bed. What is happening? Wait, she must have stayed to check on me. That has to be it. It was a really awkward moment. I had a strong reaction that felt like it had a mind of its own, and beside me was a beautiful woman who was just a friend, lying in my bed. I quickly turned onto my side and messed up the blankets to cover my embarrassment. Everything went well after that. Maria thought of a way that helped me hide my embarrassment without her knowing the truth. I could quietly go to the bathroom without losing my pride. Now, if only I could find a way to clean myself with these bandaged hands, I would be good to go. Cathy quickly got off the bed when Don entered the bathroom. I think Don was so caught up in his own problems that he didn't even realize Cathy was there. Right before she walked out, she turned to me with a smile and held her hands apart by about a foot. I knew then that my hope for her not seeing it was gone. It wasn't huge, but it was still big enough for me. I ran after her, surprised. Cathy, you seem to be in a good mood this morning, especially after what happened last night. Sorry to be direct, but what's going on? I do feel pretty good, and I've been thinking about it too. There are 4 reasons I can think of. First, Don saved me. Don stood up for me. It might not have been the best way to handle things, but he defended me against those bad guys, and that makes me happy. They didn't have the chance to hurt me, just to see me in a way that made me uncomfortable. I was truthful about my feelings from last night. I needed to feel close to Don, and being near him helped me relax. It let me sleep and gave me a moment to think clearly about what happened and how I felt afterward. I'm not saying I'm completely okay, but I'm doing really well right now, and I'm both happy and proud of that. Just as Cathy wrapped up her story, Megan, Robin, Vanessa, and Freddie came in through the front door. Freddie said she didn't want to interrupt us, so instead of making noise in the kitchen, everyone went out for breakfast. Megan and Robin then made Cathy tell her story again, but this time she changed it to make it more family-friendly. They were really proud of their dad's bravery. Don finally came out in his sweatpants and a t-shirt. It seemed like those were the only clothes he could put on with his hands. I cooked pancakes and bacon for the 3 of us. Since it was hard for him to use a knife and fork, Megan and Robin insisted on feeding their dad. They were very focused and serious about it. They made sure to give him small bites of food. My girls were really sweet. Vanessa, Freddie, and Cathy left early that afternoon. Cathy didn't want to go, but she had schoolwork to finish. My daughters and I looked after Don for the rest of the day by feeding him, helping him take his medicine, and giving him ice packs to reduce the swelling. Don would need to stay home from work tomorrow because he couldn't do anything with his hands still so swollen. I planned to spend Monday night taking care of Don, of course. Megan and Robin wanted to stay the night instead of going back to their mom's house. I felt a little frustrated because this was a great chance to be alone with Don, but my girls had made that impossible. Their choice made sense, though. Megan called Barbara to let her know that they wouldn't be home after school on Monday. She said they needed to help their dad, who had been hurt. I was shocked when Megan gave the phone to Don, saying her mom wanted to talk to him. He took the phone into his bedroom to chat privately. Megan and Robin really scared me. They called me on Sunday night to say they wouldn't be home on Monday and might not come back until Thursday night. When I asked what was going on, they told me their dad had been hurt and they had to look after him. I couldn't believe it. I was so worried. How badly was he hurt? Did it have to do with the problem with the cheater he told me about a few weeks ago? How was he feeling hurt? My friends stuck to their promise to their dad and wouldn't tell me anything. I really needed to talk to Don. He didn't want to, but finally told me he hurt his hands. They were swollen and had some cuts. He needed a few stitches, but it wasn't about the person who had cheated him before. What hurt me the most was when I suggested I could come and help him, with no expectations at all. He quickly turned me down. The man who had always been my support and comfort for so long wouldn't let me help him at all. After that phone call, I broke down in tears. It hit me hard that he would never be there for me again when I needed him. My actions had broken everything we shared. This made me sure that I needed to keep my appointment with a new therapist. So I went to see a team of therapists, and my first appointment with them was on Tuesday night. They were a special couple who worked together to help their patients. I had heard some whispers about them and tried to learn more on my own, but I didn't find much. They kept to themselves, but people said they got results when no one else could. Hello, Miss Hendricks. I'm Gail Pone, and this is my husband, Paul Pone. How can we help you? Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Pone. Please just call me Barbara. To put it simply, I messed up my marriage, my family, and my life by being unfaithful. I've heard about your good reputation, and I want to reclaim as much of my old life as I can. They looked at each other with a look that said, "Oh, not another one." Paul began to speak. "Barbara, we're not here to work miracles, but we will try our best to help if you can pay for our services. You need to know that we are not inexpensive." The key questions after that are, how many kids do you have with your husband? What is your marriage status? And how long have you been unfaithful to him, and with how many different people? I started to cry and said, I've been divorced from Dawn for almost 3 years. We have 2 lovely daughters. I was unfaithful for over 3 years, and I was with 24 different people. Gail and Paul shared another knowing glance. Gail said, Barbara, you probably reached out to us because we are known for helping people with troubled marriages like yours. One reason we have done well is that Paul and I both went through the pain of having unfaithful partners in our first marriages. We use methods that other therapists usually don't accept. Because of this, many in our field do not accept us either. Honestly, we often think about whether today might be the day we lose our ability to do our jobs. Some therapists believe that when a partner cheats, both people share the blame. They help couples by encouraging forgiveness and understanding. We also do that when it fits the situation. But when it doesn't feel right, we try 2 other methods, finding balance and applying consequences. In our meetings with some of our patients, who are usually the unfaithful partner, we work to help them find ways to make things right with their spouse or ex-spouse. For example, we might talk about a 40-year-old man who has been seeing a 30-year-old woman for 2 months. If his wife is open to it, which often she is not, he will look for a 30-year-old man that she can spend time with for 6 months. You will see that it takes 3 times longer to find balance than the time of the man's affair. We often use this ratio because we learned that a 1-to-1 ratio does not help the partner who was hurt. This is one way to create balance. Money can be another issue. Sometimes we really have to think hard to find a way that makes the hurt partner feel better without hurting their pride. Then there's the thought of revenge or punishment. The unfaithful partner should face some sort of consequence, something more than just the guilt of knowing they've hurt their spouse and their marriage. Often the hurt partner can cause this pain to themselves. For example, there was a man who did not want to have his own relationship while still being married to his unfaithful wife. He believed that it would bring shame to himself. It was challenging to find a way to help that couple, but we managed. In the end, he decided to think about getting back together with her, but he would not punish her. Instead, the wife decided to take responsibility for her actions in a way that has become very common among our patients. It is almost seen as a traditional approach now. This well-known method has 3 main parts. First, the person at fault should always agree to the wishes of their partner. Second, they should choose a lasting sign to show their loyalty to their partner. Sometimes people even get a mark to show that they belong to their partner. Third, they must give up their personal space for a long time. This can be done easily today with GPS devices and modern listening tools. Their marriage is still facing challenges, but at least they are still together. These new methods don't help all the time. The spouse who was hurt has a lot to handle. They must deal with feelings of betrayal and shame. They may also feel like they are not enough and believe they can never make their partner as happy as someone else did. They also feel they have been let down because their partner was unfaithful. That's just one of their many feelings. Barbara, your marriage has been broken for a long time and your actions have hurt it deeply. We can't really help you with what you want. So, with that in mind, what do you want us to do? I have to admit, her words hit me hard. I had been hoping that they could help me with something amazing, and I felt bad for reaching out too late. My divorce lawyer had told me about them a long time ago. What Gail said, though, was pretty much what I had expected by now. Gail, I need help with 3 things that you might be able to assist me with. I really need your help to fix my relationship with my daughters. I also want to feel better about myself and maybe, if it's possible, to lessen the anger my ex-husband has towards me. Saying my ex-husband for the first time hurt deeply and I felt like crying from the pain. We can probably help with that, Barbara. But you need to share everything with us, and it will take some time. Months, in fact. We charge $600 for each session, and you will need 2 sessions a week for as long as necessary. So it adds up. We are quite pricey. Do you still want our help? That's okay. I can pay for it. Can we start right away? They both nodded, and I began to share the difficult story of my married life. I would have gladly paid $1 million to have Don back in my life in any way. The medicine and ice packs were working well to bring down the swelling in Don's hands. At this pace, he should be fine by Tuesday evening. It's frustrating. I won't have a reason to stay over again. The stitches should come out in about a week, too. We didn't have any plans for my place in the mountains this weekend. This time of year always brings muddy weather. My horses should be back in their mountain stables by the end of May or the start of June. To make things even worse, I won't have a reason to visit Don and the kids this weekend. Maria, I had an idea. What is it, Don? Megan and Robin really like spending time with you. Since we're not going to the mountains this weekend, I thought I could cook the turkey here on Saturday. Did I just hear an eagle screech? Or is it just me? Would you like to come over this Saturday? I know the girls would really enjoy meeting you. Don, I would be so happy to spend the weekend with you. I didn't think I could smile this big. I know he didn't ask me to spend the whole weekend with him, but knowing Don, he might think I got it wrong, and that means Maria wins again. I can even bring the cheesecake if you want. Ah, the sound of cows in the morning is lovely. Much better than the smell of cows in the morning. Wait a minute. Don looks very odd. Is he going to fix my little mistake? Maybe I went too far this time? Maria, this is a really weird question, but did you hear cows mooing just a minute ago? Yes, I'm not the only one who's a bit silly. We could be a great pair. Much better than he was with Barbara. Moria. Suddenly I imagined cows dancing in my mind. I turned to him and chose not to answer that question. Anyway, I really want you to bring the cheesecake. He looked at me with the same confused expression. I need to remember to ask him that once we're happily married. Don, do you hear cows when someone talks about the cheesecake? I'm still trying to perfect my new lemon meringue pie recipe, but it needs a lot more work. I started to think about what sound might be linked to the lemon meringue pie when Don gets it just right. I believe he will. I suppose I'll just have to be patient and see. It's funny how I never hear turkeys when turkey comes up in conversation. On Tuesday night after dinner, I decided to leave Don alone. He just didn't pick up on any of the hints I was giving to show that I wanted to stay. Yet, he had clearly said I could stay any time I wanted. Maybe he thought that if I really wanted to, I would just do it? Then on Thursday, I made a big mistake. I told Freddie that Don was cooking the turkey, thinking that she wouldn't mind since she's a vegetarian. I was completely wrong. Freddie enjoys any meal she doesn't have to prepare. So, she told Cathy and Vanessa, and they both quickly called Don to see if they could join. After saying yes to their clear pleading, Don needed to call Freddie to invite her, since everyone else was joining. He promised her Dungeness crab for dinner, just like Freddie had wanted all along. Inside, I felt a sense of relief that Freddie had reached out to Cathy about the turkey. She had been keeping her distance from us since her close call with danger, and I had been really worried about her. She came over for dinner, but we didn't talk about that awful night. I wasn't sure if I should make her discuss it. Aside from that, it was another great weekend. Don's hands felt much better, and we played games, watched movies, and danced on the new dance floor. We also went out to see a few new films and enjoyed a lot of snacks. I was convincing my friends to get back to their own lives, and Don's cooking was just pulling them in, like bait for hungry sharks. On Saturday night, Don excitedly shared how he was getting ready to build a new apartment building. He was working on the last details and money for it, and he planned to start construction in a few months. But then, early on Sunday afternoon, trouble arrived and Don's phone rang. "Hello, this is Don Hendricks." "Hello, Ava." "Yes, I remember you. How have you been?" "Your kind words mean a lot to me. No, like I said before, Vanessa is just a good friend. About this Thursday night, is that when you want to meet?" "Yes, I'm usually free on Thursdays." My friends looked worried, and my hands were tight from holding them so hard. "What type of club is it?" I asked. "Jazz," you replied. "I'd love to go." "Great. I'll see you at your club at 7, and we can go from there." "Thanks for inviting me, Eva. I'll see you on Thursday. Goodbye." "Oh no, oh no, oh no!" Don turned back to us, grinning from ear to ear. "Looks like I won't need help for my first real date. Ava, the owner of that dance club, just asked me out." I had to work really hard to keep smiling. It feels nice to think that someone might really like me, especially in a romantic way. But it's also a little scary. "Does anyone want more turkey?" we asked. We had plenty left. But honestly, none of us felt like eating anymore. What did he mean when he said it was nice to have someone interested in him? What about me? What about my friends? Do we not matter? I wanted to ask what was happening, but Freddie put her hand on mine and signaled for me to be quiet. Eva was very happy with herself. The work she did to check on Don Hendricks was done, and he looked like the right man for her. He was almost as good as her second husband, but didn't have as much money. George had been kind, and she had even managed to have 2 children with him. However, he had very old-fashioned views about marriage and loyalty. She managed to trick him for 5 years about her other relationships. He only found out due to 2 very strange events that seemed almost impossible. Because of their marriage agreement, he got to keep the kids. She didn't really want to have them full-time anyway, but he also took most of their money and belongings. That was what really upset her. Fortunately for her, when they were building the club, he had put it in her name. Don seemed even less aware of things than George had been. If that silly ex-wife could trick him, Eva figured she wouldn't have any trouble. Barbara had been open about her dates with other men for 3 years and had never been caught. Plus, she hadn't been very caring towards Don at all. Eva was excited about teaching Don a few things in their private time together. She smiled to herself, thinking that it could be just as fun as being with someone new. She saw Don as a good partner to come home to and support her. Of course, his daughters would need to go, but she was confident she could persuade Don to send them back to their mother, Barbara. She thought that if she acted lively and made a bit of noise, Don might feel awkward and ask them to leave. And Ava really liked having a fun time. Mr. Hendricks would be so easy to manage, she thought to herself, feeling proud and sure that she was the greatest thing that ever happened to Don. I wanted my friends to tell me about Eva right away, but they wouldn't say anything until we were back at my place. Vanessa even drove my SUV instead of going with Freddie. They both insisted on that. No matter how much I asked Vanessa, she wouldn't share a thing. She told me that Cathy would share everything when we got to my place. At last, we were all in my home, sitting around the dining room table. Can someone please tell me what's happening? Why did Don say that Eva was the only one with feelings for him, even though some of us have gotten really close to crossing a line with him? Cathy was the first to respond. "Maria, you have to understand that Don is nice but a bit clueless about people, especially women. He takes things very literally. Think of it like this. You have some new friends and one person you really like. He calls you a dork and then says he will teach you how to be charming. Plus, when the lessons are over, he plans to set you up on dates with someone else. How would that make you feel?" I felt a sudden heavy weight in my stomach and a deep ache. "But Don never really liked me like that," I replied. They all laughed at me sadly. Freddie said, "Maria, it was clear to all of us from the first weekend we met him that he liked you. We've been calling Don slow, and you never saw how he felt about you." "I don't believe it. Maria, you know how everyone has always said you look like a famous Italian movie star? Yes. Freddie took a DVD case from her bag and tossed it onto the table. The cover showed a well-known male actor and a famous female actress. From the moment he met you until New Year's Eve, Megan and Robin said that Don watched that DVD every day. I still don't get it, Vanessa said, cutting me off. It was right after Christmas when we started this silly setting him up on dates idea. After that, he suddenly stopped watching that DVD. He even threw it away, but Megan saved it. My stomach felt worse as she went on. On New Year's Eve, Don, who usually doesn't drink much, got drunk. I helped him to his room, and when he saw you, he started singing a song softly. The song was called Unchain My Heart. Megan says he plays that song all the time now. Sometimes when you, Maria, are nearby but not paying attention, he looks at you. We can see his lips moving, and it's clear he's singing along quietly to himself. "Oh, no!" I exclaimed as I quickly stood up. "I need to go back to Don's apartment and talk to him. What should I say to him?" Cathy cut in while I was lost in thought. "What are you up to, Maria?" "I need to talk to Don. I have to explain everything." "Maria, please sit down. Are you ready to spend the night with him?" "What?" "No, I can't do that." "Why not?" "Because of my past. You all know about it. It wouldn't feel right to be close to him without telling him my story first." And I began to cry. Freddie and Vanessa walked over to the table to help me feel better. "So, are you ready to share your past with him tonight?" Freddie asked softly. "No, it's too soon. I'm not ready yet," I replied. "Then I think hurrying to see Don right now won't help." "It might even make things harder," Vanessa said gently. "What do you mean? What are you getting at?" I asked, confused. "You've mentioned that Don feels really bad about himself and struggles with being romantic or confident in relationships," she explained. "He believes we have all told him that we don't find him attractive at all. Now, you're going to rush over and say something different just with words? He's not going to believe it. Don will think you're only saying nice things to make him feel better, like it's just out of kindness. It's going to take more than just kind words to change his mind. He will need real support and care, not just a quick act of comfort. So, unless you're ready to go over there and really get involved with him for a week or talk to him about your past, I think visiting him might cause more trouble than it's worth. You could end up making Don feel even worse, and he might start staying away from all of us out of shame." Hearing Cathy's words really hit me hard, and I started to cry. Freddie, Vanessa, and Cathy stayed at Maria's place that night to help her feel better and tell her what happened with Eva. They shared everything they knew about Eva and how she acted. They told Maria not to worry and that after just one date, Don would see that Eva wasn't a good match for him. She completely paid no attention to her own kids. On Monday night, the super-secret security team of the PDA gathered to ensure they would keep their word to Maria. Freddie waited for her friends in the parking lot of her building. Cathy and Vanessa got to the place almost at the same time. Freddie and Vanessa both gave Cathy big, warm hugs when she stepped out of her car. "How are you, Cathy?" Freddie asked, looking worried. Vanessa had the same concerned look on her face. "I'm okay, really, but I'd rather discuss why you sent me that urgent message about Maria and Don," Cathy replied. "Okay, we'll talk about that. But after that, we're talking about you, so don't think you can leave," Freddie said with a gentle smile. Maria and Don had a small issue with his date with Eva, and it might get worse. "What's going on?" they both asked. "To keep Eva or any other women away from Don, we need some help, especially if we want to be careful. My sister Helga is a bit of a whiz with inventions. I was meant to keep it quiet, but she has sold some of her gadgets to the military and police. The inventions they bought from her are what people call non-lethal weapons. I told her about our problem, and Helga really wants to help us. In fact, she is eager to assist. But if she does help us, we will need to make some big changes in how we operate while she's around." "What do you mean?" "What kind of changes?" Cathy asked carefully. "I think you'll notice them soon enough, but when she's not around, we do things my way." The two of them walked behind Freddie into the building. Instead of stopping in her studio, they went straight to her storeroom. "Freddie, why are we going to your storeroom? And what's with the little desk and coat rack outside the door?" Vanessa asked. "I don't want to talk about it. Helga put them there," Freddie replied. "She has been in my studio all day making a big mess. I care about her a lot, but my little sister can be a handful," Cathy thought. You call her a handful, but you're the one making us do this silly security directorate stuff and use names from Animal House. And then you question where she gets it from? Let me tell you, it's in our blood. This is going to make a great paper. Cathy and Vanessa were amazed when Freddie opened the door to the small storeroom. Inside, they found a little closet with another door right in front of them. Freddie opened the second door and they walked into the old storeroom. It had been completely changed and now looked like a classic office. In front of them was a big, nice desk. On top of it, there was a cabinet with bottles and glasses. 2 leather chairs sat in front of the desk. To the right, a picture of Big Ben was framed with curtains, making it look like a window view. Helga was there, waiting for them with a big smile. She wore an old suit, a white shirt, and a tie. Her size made the outfit look odd. She stood up and welcomed her guests with a silly British accent. "Hello, Em. I've been waiting for you for a while." "Q, I just needed to talk to Bond for a moment. We don't want to forget who is in charge, right?" "Yes, of course, that's true." Q then looked at Cathy and said, "Good to see you again, Bond." Inside, Cathy felt overjoyed. "I'm not just Flounder anymore. This is how it's meant to be." Vanessa, however, was curious about what name she would end up with. Q turned to her and asked, "Moneypenny, Felix Leiter, Jinx, or Octopussy?" "Oh no, I knew it," Vanessa thought to herself. Octopussy was off the list. But what about the other 3? There has to be a Moneypenny. A Bond movie without her just isn't a Bond movie. Feeling down, Vanessa chose Moneypenny. This made Q smile even wider. M spoke up. "Okay, let's move on. From what we've learned about Eva, it's clear she really cares about her looks. She worries a lot about how she looks, trying hard to always be at her best. Because of this, she often forgets about more important things. We also know she loves wearing soft, silky dresses. Bond, Eva has never met you. That's why you have this job. Can you tell us more?" Q then took out a small can with a long tube. At the end of the tube was a tiny tip. "I created a device meant to hold someone in place. It didn't work out like I thought it would, but it should be great for this job. When this spray is used on a person, it makes their clothes stick to them instantly, and it makes their hair a bit messy, too. It's funny, isn't it?" The spray also contains a strong, quick-drying glue. Unfortunately, this glue wasn't strong enough to stop movement, but it did create a sticky effect that made hair look like it was always messy and out of control. In the end, anyone who uses this spray ends up looking quite silly. Cleaning the clothes or using dry cleaning will get rid of the glue, and the same goes for hair. It won't cause any long-term issues, and it's safe for people and the environment. M shared the plan, saying, "Here's what we're going to do, Bond. 008 will have a little time to use her father's phone, and then bring it to Q in the parking lot of their apartment. Q has another gadget that she will use to take full control of Don's phone. On the night of their date, 008 will call her dad. Q will be in the parking lot of the club, trying to get better signal. He will mess with the connection so that Don has to leave the building to find a better spot. This will, of course, leave Eva by herself. Bond, you will use this chance to spray Eva with Q's special device. Q and 008 will keep Don occupied for about 10 minutes. We believe that Eva will find it too hard to wait and will choose to leave and go home by herself. Moneypenny, you already know Eva. You will call her as a friend to say congratulations on dating Don. You'll also mention how he likes being driven by pretty women in fancy cars. This will make her feel good because she loves showing off her Jaguar. We want her to have her own car at the club so it's easy for her to leave whenever she wants. Q, please help Bond learn how to use the device. Make sure to use the practice solution and not the real one. Helga, we need to change the subject, but this is really important. Cathy, how are you doing with those 3 troublemakers who bothered you? You haven't said much since a couple of days after it happened. You've been keeping to yourself for almost a week now. I was happy to see you at Don's place on Saturday, but you still didn't want to talk, and I nearly thought you wouldn't come here tonight. We're here for you. We care about you and want to help. Please, share what's happening. We're really worried, and I know Maria is very upset about both Don and you. Cathy glanced at Vanessa, who gave a strong nod of approval. Even Helga, someone Cathy didn't know well, nodded along too. She understood that her friends only wanted to help her because they really cared about her. So, She slowly started to tell them about what was happening in her life. Things got rough for a few days. The other kids' parents began to threaten to take legal action against Don and me, especially after Don had a big fight with them. Don hurt the bouncer badly. He hit the driver hard, breaking his cheekbone and hurting his eye. The man he pushed against the wall also got hurt. He had a concussion, a broken shoulder, and some broken ribs. The last guy in the car with me was just as injured as the bouncer, suffering from a serious concussion too. Things were not looking good. Cathy said, "The parents have money and were doing everything they could to keep their kids safe. But then the police came to search their homes. I found out I wasn't the first girl they targeted. Sadly, the first two girls didn't make it out okay. The police know this because those foolish guys recorded what they did before, and all four of them were involved, including the person at the door. One of the girls is still in the hospital. She understands that she was hurt very badly, and the police know it too, but she can't remember much. She has serious injuries. It wasn't because of any special strength, they just enjoyed using different things to harm her. They were a cruel group of four. The police took some time to find the second girl, and she was in very rough shape, too. She felt so embarrassed about what happened to her that she tried to hide it by focusing on taking care of herself. She thought it was her fault for getting drunk, not realizing that someone had drugged her. Suddenly, the parents started to run for safety. Their cars and homes were involved in terrible acts. And although they are in college and over 18, all three young men who did these awful things still rely financially on their parents. The two young women they harmed now have lawyers and are taking legal action against them and their families. I'm not really sure how things will turn out for them, but we'll just have to wait and see. The parents have decided not to go after Dawn and me anymore. Now, they are keeping quiet, hoping we forget about their threats. They seem worried that we might take legal action against them. The district attorney thinks I probably won't have to speak in court because the parents want to avoid the trouble of a long trial. They are scared of what might happen if this goes to court. With all the video evidence, it's a sure win for the district attorney. They will likely work out a deal quietly, and the kids involved will probably get a shorter sentence if they agree to plead no contest. This way, the city can save money and time that would come with a long trial. Still, they will be going away for a while. Don and I haven't talked much about it because the DA asked us to be careful about what we say. Two girls are struggling because they want to keep their troubles to themselves. They don't want anyone to know what happened to them. I wish I could forget it all. But some nights I wake up scared, thinking that if Don hadn't acted fast and been brave, I might have also been hurt like they were. Don has been really good about not bringing it up again. I'm really sorry. I know you're my friends and you care about me. I should have talked to you before, but I just wanted to keep everything to myself. Freddie spoke up. Cathy, I think you're being a bit silly. You're hurting yourself by keeping everything inside. As someone who wants to help others, you should understand that it's important to talk to someone. It doesn't have to be us, but you need to share what you're feeling. We're all like family, even if we're not related by blood. You've been hiding from us for almost a week. Last week, all three of us came by your apartment several times looking for you. We've also sent many phone calls and texts, but you haven't answered. You don't have to talk to us about that night, but we really need to know that you're okay. We are ready to help you in any way we can. If you ever wake up feeling scared or uneasy, just call any of us, even Maria. Do you understand? She stared at Cathy. Cathy looked down, feeling embarrassed. Yes, thank you all, she said quietly. It might be smart for you to stay with one of us for a little while, she suggested. We all have extra rooms, so please consider it. If you have a tough night, you can come to any of our houses and just let yourself in. You have keys to all of our homes. I will tell Maria everything you shared with us. She has been really worried and keeps asking both of us if we found out anything about that terrible night. You might think she only cares about Dawn, but she's really worried about you too. You don't have to tell her everything again, but maybe you could call her. Let her hear your voice so she knows you're okay. Okay, I get it. I'm really sorry for making you all worry about me. Thank you so much for being such great friends. We love you, Cathy, I said. Even though we're not family, I've always thought of you as one of my silly sisters, just like Helga. Helga joked, Hey, that sounds like me. But Freddie just smiled at her and said, Maria feels the same way. As for Vanessa, I think she's from another planet, and I'm not sure if they have sisters there. Vanessa grinned back and said, We aliens don't have sisters. We have fellow pod people. Cathy, you're a pod sister to me, too. I feel like with all this sister time we've been having, we should do our special handshake. We haven't done it in a long time. Freddie shouted, That sounds like a super idea. Cathy jumped back in surprise, and Helga asked, What special handshake? I don't know what to think. My friends told me that everything will be fine, but my Don is going on an actual date with someone else. I felt so sad inside as I prepared dinner in his apartment, waiting for him to return on Wednesday evening. What made it harder was that I thought I had hurt him. From the first time we met, I could see he felt a strong pull towards me. But he seemed to relax so fast that I believed it was just a short feeling. I never realized that he really loved me. Before Megan and Robin got back from school, I looked around his house, hoping to find proof of what my friend said. I discovered it in his bedside alarm clock that also played CDs. There was a CD called My Music, and it only had 2 songs on it. One was by Ray Charles and the other was by Joe Cocker. They both sang different versions of Unchain My Heart. What have I done? Eva felt so happy. Don had said nice things about how she looked and her car. He seemed to feel at ease, sitting back and enjoying the soft leather seats with a lovely woman driving him. Vanessa had been a great friend to call and share what Don liked. Feeling excited, Eva decided to give Don a little surprise by lightly touching his thigh with her hand. As she got closer to that spot, he turned red in the face, and his pants seemed to fit a bit tighter. Is it too soon to spend the night with him? She wondered. She had shared that kind of time with other men on the first date, but she wanted something special with Don. Well, I'll just wait and see how the evening goes, she thought. Things were going well at the jazz club, too. You look really beautiful in that blue dress, Eva. Thank you, Don. You look nice, too. Yes, spending time with him tonight would be nice. I have so much to share with you, Donald. Do you like jazz, Don? I do, but I don't listen to it often. I'm not sure why. Music has a way of making us feel a lot of different emotions. It can make you feel sad, mad, or happy, but sometimes I just want to listen and not think about my feelings. That's why I like jazz. With jazz, I just focus on the sounds. Sometimes it feels like I become part of the music. Don raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's a really cool experience. I'm really happy you like jazz and decided to go out with me. I really enjoy the local social scene, and I can share a lot of fun things with you, Eva said, lightly touching Don's hand. Don felt a bit uneasy with where the conversation was going, so he quickly tried to switch to a different topic. Vanessa told me you have 2 kids from your first marriage. I bet they're just as lovely as you. That was a nice compliment, but why did he have to mention my kids? Oh yes, my kids are really cute. When I saw them a month ago, I was amazed by how much they had grown. Why did he suddenly look unhappy? Don could feel his face wrinkle in a frown. He took a sip of his soda water to hide it, and to buy himself some time to relax his expression. Oh? What grades are they in at school? Why are you talking about them? I wish you would focus on me instead. Things were going so well. Why did you have to change the subject? I believe my youngest is in 3rd grade, and my oldest is in 5th. Why does he still look so upset? Just then, Don's phone rang loudly. Hello? Hi, Megan, I can hardly hear you. Megan, can you hear me? Oh no, I lost the call. Don tried to call her back, saying, Megan, but the call dropped again. I'm really sorry, Eva. I need to step outside to see if I can get a better signal. My daughter called, and I should check what's wrong. I'll be back soon. Cathy, tucked away in the corner of the room, received a text message on her phone that said it was time to start. She took a deep breath and walked over to Eva's table. A small canister was fastened to her belt, hidden under her jacket. A thin tube connected the canister and ran down her sleeve, ending in a nozzle at her wrist. Cathy tightened her fingers and pressed a button to make the nozzle reach just beyond her fingertips. As Cathy walked quietly behind Eva's chair, she used a small device to spray a mist over Eva. It looked like she was casually moving her hand, as if she was fixing her own hair. Cathy and Helga had practiced this easy-looking motion for hours to make sure Eva got the right amount of spray while sitting down. Almost right away, Eva noticed something strange. Her clothes felt a bit tight, and her head felt different, like it was spinning a bit. She got up to look at her clothes. What is wrong with my outfit? This is the worst static cling I've ever had. My dress is sticking so much that you can see the shape of my underwear." She patted her hair to check it and felt that it was all puffy. People were starting to look at her, and it wasn't nice. Some were even laughing. She hurried to the ladies' room and was shocked when she saw herself in the mirror. Her hair was a messy tangle, reminding her of the funny actress, Phyllis Diller, on a really bad hair day. Her dress was so tight that it made her look like a wrapped-up mummy. Grateful for always being ready, she took a dryer sheet out of her purse to smooth her clothes and get rid of the static, but it didn't work. She splashed some water on her hair and clothes, yet nothing changed. The other women in the restroom started to laugh and gave silly tips. "I need to leave this place. I am Ava, the owner of one of the top clubs in Seattle. If people hear about this, I will be the talk of the town for all the wrong reasons." She felt so embarrassed about how she looked and really didn't want Don to see her like this. But since she had brought him here, she had to at least check if he was back yet. While she was thinking about this, Don was busy helping Megan with a computer issue. Q had given Megan some advice so she could finish her homework. His phone was acting up, which made him walk nearly 100 yards from the club to find a better signal. Eva looked around the club. When she didn't see Don, she left through the back door to go home, softly saying that he could just take a taxi. Don was pleased that he had just helped his daughter. He went back to his table, but he didn't see Ava there. He thought she might be in the bathroom. After waiting for about half an hour, he decided to call her on her cell phone. Luckily, Don's phone suddenly had full signal. He called Ava, but because of Q, she didn't answer. Feeling awkward, he asked a few women going into the restroom if they had seen her. They came back and said she wasn't there. Then Don decided to look for Ava's car in the parking lot, but it wasn't there. Once more, he tried to call her, but again, there was no answer. Thinking about what happened to Cathy made him worry about Eva. He thought something might be wrong. He almost called the police, but decided to take a taxi to Ava's club instead. During the taxi ride, he kept trying to reach Ava on her cell phone, but there was no answer. He didn't realize that another car was following him closely, driven by a woman with a very noticeable figure. When he arrived at Eva's club, no one had seen her there. Don made up his mind. He would call Eva one more time, and if she didn't pick up, he would call the police. "Ava, is that you? Are you okay? I've been really worried. What happened? Do you need help?" It had been a very long night, and Don's worry only grew. "Oh, Don, it was awful. My clothes, my hair, I felt like a total joke." Don thought someone must have spilled food or drink on Ava. It made sense she would leave quickly when she couldn't find her date. "Take it easy, Ava. What happened?" "Don, my hair was so messy and my dress was sticking to me. It was so embarrassing." He looked confused for a moment. "Ava, are you talking about that annoying, clingy feeling?" "Yes, I am. But this was the worst I've ever experienced." "Ava, why didn't you just stay in your car or call me back?" "I tried to reach you 10 times in the last hour," Don said, feeling frustrated. He was already worried about Eva's talk about her kids, and now this was making things even worse. "I would prefer to be alone forever than to date her." "Eva, you are a very pretty woman, but I don't believe we can be together. There are many kinds of people in the world, and I think we are just too different." "I know you care about your children's well-being," I said, trying to be polite. "But honestly, it seems like you don't pay much attention to them every day. My kids are the most important part of my life. I couldn't stand not hearing from them at least once a day. Thank you for the date. You really looked lovely. I really hope you can fix your static electricity issue and enjoy your evening. You're a lovely woman, Eva, and soon a good man will be lucky to have you." Wow, he's got a point. Our views about kids are very different, and it's hard to ignore that. It's a shame we didn't find this out before. I guess I should be polite. I don't want to upset anyone who might want to do business with us. "You're right, Donald. You are a nice man and a great dancer, but I think I forgot about having matching personalities. Even if it seems like we won't be close friends, I hope you won't start staying away from me. Please keep coming to my club." "You can count on that, Ava. But I'll say goodbye for now." "Goodbye, Donald." Donald ended the call on his phone. That was a close call. Now I feel like I need to clean my mouth for telling so many fibs. After hearing the talk, Q called M to share the good news about finishing her first mission. Q was excited and hoped to try out her inventions more often because they were a lot of fun. I sat on my bed, gently rocking back and forth while holding my pillow. I had waited too long and been too afraid, and now I felt like I was going to lose him. My phone started ringing, and I almost didn't pick it up until I noticed it was Don calling. "Hey, Maria, can we talk?" he asked. "Of course, Don," I replied. "Thanks, Maria. I need to talk about something important. You know I haven't been on many dates besides my ex-wife, but this date I had tonight was so bad that I really need to share it with someone to see if this kind of thing is normal." The date was a disaster. My heart felt lighter, like spring had arrived in my room. I could almost see flowers blooming and hear birds singing outside. I tried to sound worried, even though I was really happy. I said, "Please tell me everything, Don. It sounds terrible." Well, the woman was the most selfish and proud person I have ever met. "Oh, really? That's too bad." Yes, Moria. She rarely sees her own kids or knows anything about them. How can a mother act like that? What would she be like around my daughters? I could never trust someone like her. Oh, she is in big trouble. A father like me doesn't accept careless parents. Don, I completely agree with you. I can't imagine any mother acting like that. We really don't want anyone like that around Megan and Robin. While we were on our date, Megan called me, so I stepped outside to get a better signal on my phone. I was gone only for a short time, but when I came back, she had already left the club and gone home without telling me. I ended up having to call a taxi to get back to my car. It took me more than an hour to find her, and she gave me a strange excuse for leaving. She said it was because she had a bad case of static cling. Can you believe that? Things just keep getting weirder. She leaves Don and says it's because of static cling. Goodbye, Ava, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. Don, I've never heard of anything like that before. That woman must be out of her mind. Was there anything good about your date? Well, let me think. She wore a pretty blue dress, but it didn't hide how focused she was on herself. She had a nice car and took me to a jazz club, which I thought was fun. Both Vanessa and Freddie did that too. I really like jazz, and I enjoy all kinds of music. So there were 3 nice things about the evening, but that just wasn't enough. I will never go out with that woman again, and I hope I'm never alone with her again. Oh, so you like blue silk dresses? What can I say? I'm a guy. I like when women wear dresses instead of pants. I think blue is nice, but red, yellow, and black are good too. Actually, I like green the most. I made a note. Don likes green. For the next 40 minutes, I had a great chat with Don. It really made me feel happy, and I slept very well that night. We talked a little about Robin's birthday, which is on a Monday. We agreed it would be nice to celebrate it the weekend before. We will likely have to plan something similar for Megan's birthday next month since it's on a Tuesday. Also, this weekend, they are all coming to my condo to enjoy the amenities, especially the pool. The managers have made the pool area look like a tropical paradise with potted palm trees and decorations. Megan and Robin will really enjoy it, and I'm excited to see Don in the new swimsuit I got him. I really want to get my abs back in shape, but I'm working on it. I felt a bit uneasy about going to Maria's condo for the weekend. It seemed different from visiting her place in the mountains. Still, Megan and Robin were really eager to go. Maria said the pool area was decorated nicely, and it might feel nice to pretend we were in the Caribbean instead of Seattle, especially with all the cold, gloomy rain we have been having lately. Having Maria as a friend was one of the best things for the 3 of us. I sometimes wish we could have been closer. Maria greeted us at the front of her building and led us to the security desk. She told the staff that we were her special guests. She asked them to allow us to use all the building's facilities and her condo whenever we wanted. The guards took pictures of the 3 of us, just in case we forgot our keys. I thought it was a bit much for Maria to do, but it was a nice thing to offer. The pool was huge, at least twice as big as an Olympic swimming pool. It was on the roof, which was unusual, and it was fully covered. The pool had a funny, winding shape with some parts for swimming laps and other areas for having fun. Maria mentioned that on sunny days they sometimes opened the roof. In one corner there was a bar, and in another corner there was a restaurant with a grill. Along the wall farthest from the pool, a buffet table was set up for everyone to enjoy. A small band was playing cheerful calypso music near the bar. There were tables, chairs, and lounge chairs scattered all around. I started to think about how much Maria paid every year to keep this place nice. We took the elevator to the pool area, wearing robes over our swimsuits and flip-flops on our feet. As we took off our robes, I was truly surprised by Maria's beautiful shape. For a moment, I felt a rush of excitement, like a playful creature returning. Or maybe it was more like a curious sea creature since we were near the pool and I had a strong urge to touch her gently. Maria looked at me with a strange gaze. Then her face changed to one that showed surprise, sadness, and concern all at once. She hurried away without saying anything to the bathroom. Oh no, my staring really upset her just when things were going so well. Good job, Don, you fool. Wow, he actually did it. I can't believe he sang that song to himself while looking at me. His heart is hurting, and I can't tell him that I love him too. Not yet. I'm just not ready to share my past. I need to get my thoughts in order first. Oh no, Maria, you really need to get some help. It's time to see a therapist. I hurried to the women's bathroom and locked myself in a stall. Calm down, Maria. Don will think you're upset with him and your friends will be confused. You don't have much time. Pull yourself together. I used everything I learned in modeling to fix myself up and put a smile on my face. I stepped out of the bathroom in less than 10 minutes. Don stood outside the door looking very worried. Maria, I'm sorry for looking at you like that. You're just so beautiful. I couldn't help it. I really am sorry. If it would make you feel better, I can go home and leave the girls here for the weekend. I don't mind if that's what you want. I felt like reaching out to him and hugging him tightly. I wanted to run to the ladies' room and cry. I wished I could fall into his arms and share all the hurt I had inside. Instead, I softly touched his cheek. Don, you didn't upset me. I felt really good that you thought I was attractive, but my stomach was acting up and I've been a bit stressed about some things in my life. That's why I had to leave for a moment. Please don't think it was your fault. It really wasn't. I'm sorry if it seemed that way, so please don't run off to your apartment. It would make me really sad if you did. I would feel like it was all my fault, like I made you leave, and I would have a really bad weekend without you, okay? Okay, if you're sure. I'm really sure. All right, but if you ever need help with those personal things that are stressing you out, I would be happy to help if you want. Thank you, Don. One day I might take you up on that. Then, just to be safe, I took his hand. I wanted him to see that I wasn't upset, and I hoped he wouldn't leave. Maybe it was strange for just friends to act this way, but I didn't care. I would at least do this for him. I stuck close to Don all weekend, especially at the pool. He looked really good in his swimsuit. Honestly, he was the best-looking guy there the entire weekend. Many of the other women living here were watching him closely, looking very interested. I knew I had to keep an eye on my space. If I turned away for even a moment, one of them might give him their phone number, or even take his hand to show him one of the little tents they had set up. I took an easy way out when it came to meals, so I only cooked breakfast that weekend. For dinner on Friday and for all the lunches we ate by the pool, I took them out to dinner on both Saturday and Sunday at two of my favorite restaurants. I asked everyone to wear their best clothes. Megan and Robin had a blast dressing up in the outfits I helped choose and buy for them. I couldn't help but smile. They looked so lovely, like two shining princesses. They were really excited to go to such fancy places, and I even got to see Don in the suits I had picked out for him. He looked amazing. I need to get him a nice suit soon. I didn't want to drive, and I thought it would be fun for Megan and Robin, so I set up limousines to take us both nights. I was right. Megan and Robin were really impressed. Just stay with me, kids, and I'll show you great things. The hosts and managers at both restaurants came over to our table to ask why I hadn't visited in a while. I pointed at Don and told everyone it was his fault. He's such a good cook that I don't need to eat out as much. Marilyn, a young and friendly hostess at one of the restaurants, looked at Don, smiled, and whispered to me, "And he cooks too?" I realized I wouldn't feel comfortable going back to that restaurant with Don until we were officially together. He looked really good now. Maybe making him fit wasn't the best idea after all. Then a scary thought crossed my mind. What about the other women he sees when I'm not there? We all had a wonderful time at Maria's place, even though the sky was gray. It felt nice to escape to a pretend tropical paradise. Maria really took care of me all weekend. I think she was trying to make up for how she acted before. I had a quick chat with Maria about Robin's birthday on the 18th. I wanted to celebrate it the Saturday and Sunday before. Maria really wanted to take charge of the party. She asked me to bring some fun game stuff to her house when we came over. On Tuesday night at Vanessa's gym, one of her friends, Gwen, came up to me. "Hey, Don, did you bring any cookies tonight? You should check with Vanessa to see if there are any left. I don't put them on the receptionist's desk anymore. I drop them off in her office. She says it's the best way to make sure each customer gets just one." Wow, I only took 3 that one time, and now she's limiting them. How's your exercise coming along? Pretty good. I'm running at 8 miles an hour now. I was really happy at 7.5, but Vanessa keeps pushing me. Yeah, Vanessa can be tough, but she gets things done, and that's why so many people like her. Don, do you have any plans this weekend? I'm not sure yet. What about you? Do you have anything planned? No, I don't have any plans for Friday or Saturday night. Was she hinting that she wanted me to ask her out? I said carefully, Friday night. Why, Don, I would love to go out with you on Friday night. Here's my address and my phone number. Can you pick me up around 7? I felt a bit confused and surprised. Okay, I replied. I wasn't sure if I had asked her out or if she had asked me. Vanessa came back from the restroom just as Gwen left. What did Gwen talk to you about? Just the usual small talk. But I think I either asked her out or she asked me for Friday night. Maybe this will be better than my last date. Vanessa looked surprised when I brought up my date with Gwen. She took a moment to respond. Oh, I hope everything goes well for you. What time are you meeting her? 7 p.m. at her house. I should call her to ask what she'd like to do. For some reason, Vanessa decided to change my workout for the rest of the night. It was really hard, like she was trying to teach me a lesson. Don, it's Maria. Hi, Maria, how are you? I'm good, thanks. Don, this weekend won't be great for riding horses in the mountains. We had so much fun at my place that I thought we could spend another weekend here and celebrate Robin's party here as well. That sounds like a fantastic idea, Maria. Thank you. I know Megan and Robin will be really happy. Tell them to wear their best clothes again and you can wear your nice suits. Okay, but I have a little problem. Oh? What is it, Don? I feel bad asking you to watch the kids, but can I drop the girls off early on Friday evening? I have plans that night at 7. Maria, are you still there? Yes, I'm still here, Don. Sorry, another call came in for a moment. I would love to babysit. After your date, you can come back here and share all the details with me. Thanks, Maria. I really appreciate it. I'm not totally sure how this date came about, but she seems like a nice girl. All right. I guess I'll see you tonight for the girls' meeting. Thanks again, Maria. See you later. Vanessa, it's Maria. Don has another date. What am I going to do? Maria cried. MI5. Office, Seattle, Washington, Wednesday evening. The chimes of Big Ben echoed in the office. Moneypenny, do you have any news? Yes, M. Gwen has managed to get Don to ask her out. They have a date set for this Friday at 7. Gwen is a serious issue. I understand you like her, Moneypenny, but she is being controlled by the evil twins. They have wanted to hurt Maria ever since the 3 of them met. The twins have always been jealous of Maria's success. They were the ones who tried to ruin her career. They believed they were just as pretty as Maria, and maybe they are, but they never understood why she was always chosen for the good parts and got more attention. They never realized that being good at the job also meant having grace and a good attitude. Instead, they acted like a clumsy dog with a bad temper. I was always surprised that Joanne and Anna could even be friends, given how they behaved. Bond jumped in and said, Well, Anna understands that Joanne is smarter and knows how to lead. They both look alike and can be fierce, but Joanne is truly clever and Anna sees that. Just see how they made Gwen their unsuspecting helper. Many people have tried to help Gwen see the real story about them, but she is totally caught up in their charm. I have never understood how some people can be so full of themselves that they think every small problem is a direct hit on them. That is exactly how Joanne and Anna are. If things don't work out for them, they always look for someone to blame. When it comes to their unsuccessful modeling dreams, they focus their anger on Maria and want to get back at her for it. That's why I've never let those two into my group. They have never been rude to me, but what Joanne and Anna did to Maria made me consider them my enemies too. Gwen is different. She is kind and always tries to see the best in everyone. She is such a nice person, and I wouldn't have any issues with her if she didn't hang out with those 2 mean girls. The worst part is that anything she learns, they find out right away. They have a lot of power over her. It's very possible that if they know about Don and Maria, they pushed her to ask him out. Well, it sounds like we really need to help her. Q, do you have any suggestions? Of course. Moneypenny, do you ever have lunch with Gwen? Yes, at least once a week. Great. I have just the thing for that. Bond, Moneypenny, can I have your attention, please? Q pulled out an object from her big briefcase that looked like a shiny metal candy dispenser. This device gives out a special herbal pellet I created. It's sealed tightly because the pellets start to break apart as soon as they touch the air. Hot foods help everything work faster. So if you drop a couple of pellets into Gwen's meal and stir it quickly, she won't even see the extra ingredients. This pellet and dispenser system is much quicker than just spreading herbs on her food. Let me show you how it works. Q quickly dropped 2 pellets into her hand, showing off how fast and precise her device was. You can try it out, but just a heads up, there are only 10 more pellets left in the container and it's tricky for me to refill it. At that moment, Moneypenny chimed in. What do the pellets do? I'm not trying to hurt her. Oh, I forgot to say. They cause really bad gas. If she eats meat that day, the effects will be even stronger. About 2 to 4 hours after she eats the pellet, she'll have really bad gas. It will only last for 4 more hours, but it will be so unpleasant that she won't even want to be around herself, much less go out with someone. It won't hurt her in the long run and, in fact, will be good for her stomach health. I also use it sometimes, but I take a much smaller amount. Be careful. Don't take more than 2 pellets. Taking 3 can lead to a strong and really painful stomachache. M spoke again. Moneypenny, on Friday afternoon between 2 and 3, you will take Gwen out for a late lunch. You could say that you know a lot about Dawn and you want to share some useful details with her. Bond, I'm not sure if you can help, but if you're free, maybe you can go with Moneypenny. One of you can distract her while the other adds some flavor to her meal, if you know what I mean. You're spot on, Vanessa. This little restaurant has the best real Mexican food I've tasted in ages. I appreciate the invite, and it's great to see you, Cathy. It's been too long. Great to see you too, Gwen. I'm really sorry I got here so late, and we couldn't arrive until 3. That's okay, Cathy. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom, but I'll be back soon. Don't eat any of my food while I'm gone, you two. Gwen chuckled at her own joke and walked away. Vanessa and Cathy shared a glance. This is too easy. It feels as bad as hurting a bag full of kittens. The funny noise hit Gwen at 6:30 while Don was on his way to pick her up. Oh my gosh, why won't it stop? Fap, fap, fart, fap, fart. The smell is going to make me feel so sick. Hi, Don. It's Gwen. Fap, fap, fart. Don, I'm not feeling well. I need to cancel our date. Fap, fart. I'll talk to you later, okay? Goodbye. Don was near Gwen's house, so he thought he would drive by and look at it for later. Gwen felt like she couldn't take the smell inside her house anymore. She decided to go for a run in the nearby park, hoping to escape the odor for a while. She stepped out of her house, not knowing she was about to begin the longest journey of her life. Not knowing what Don's car looked like, she ran right past it without seeing it. But Don saw Gwen right away as she rushed down the street toward the park he had just left. He noticed she looked very unwell. Only someone feeling really sick could run that fast. He didn't see how dogs and other animals tended to avoid her, and how people looked stunned like they had been hit when she ran by. Don, why are you back so early? I was shocked. He had left less than an hour after dropping off Megan and Robin. I suppose I'm not good at dating. I really thought Gwen wanted to go out with me. But at the last moment, she called and said she was sick. I was driving near her house when I saw her running outside. I can't believe anyone would go for a run when they are not feeling well. I'm really sorry, Don, that your dates are not going well. I know you'll meet the right girl soon. And I hope it's me, you silly. When I talked to Vanessa on Wednesday and cried a little, she said not to worry. She promised that she, Freddie, and Cathy would help me out. Are they trying to make things harder for Don with his dates? Maria, you must have eaten already, right? I'll go get some food and be back soon. No, you don't need to do that. There's an amazing pizza place nearby that delivers. I also have some of Carl's beer. Just sit down and relax after your evening and we can watch some TV together. I think I saw some shows on the History Channel or TCM that you might enjoy. Thanks, Maria. I wasn't really sure about this date anyway, but the way she ignored me feels a bit rude. My poor friend's date didn't go well. Isn't that too bad? That Saturday night, we all went to the nicest restaurant I know, and once again, we had a driver. At the end of the meal, when the cake came out, some of the staff joined us to sing happy birthday to Robin. When Robin blew out the candles, everyone around us clapped. Robin looked very happy, and I wanted to share my joy with everyone. But I started to feel nervous. There might be someone in this restaurant who knew about my past. What would happen if they visited or just started talking loudly? How would I respond? After the cake, we returned to my apartment, and Robin began to open her gifts. She received the usual things: clothes, video games, CDs, and DVDs. I had bought her 2 extra gifts, one big and one small. I gave her the small gift first. When she opened it, she cried after reading the message inside the lovely platinum locket I had Kevin order for me and write himself. Inside was a photo of Robin, Megan, and me blowing out the candles on my birthday cake. The writing said, "Thank you, Robin, for letting me be a part of your life. All my love, Maria." May 18th, 09. After she gave me a big hug and a kiss, she opened the second box. Inside was a cool Nerf gun made by Freddie's sister Helga, who was like a mad scientist. It had a special ammo drum that could be changed quickly, and the drum could hold 100 foam darts. Don and Megan were taking their guns from where they had hidden them. I quickly took out my guns too, one of which looked just like Robin's. I looked at her and said, "Are you feeling lucky?" After 2 hours of shouting and noise, my neighbors called security on us. What a buzzkill! I had Helga secretly work on a special gift for Megan's birthday. I made sure to ask for one for myself as well, just for fun. On Sunday, we had another party, but this time I did all the cooking. I made lasagna, Italian sausage from Don, mushrooms, and garlic bread. For dessert, I served the cheesecake while we could faintly hear cows mooing in the distance. Then, on Monday morning, I woke up early to make breakfast because we had a long ride to school. We sang happy birthday to Robin. Don left for work straight from my condo while I drove my girls to school. Robin wore her locket with pride. I knew she might take it off later so Barbara wouldn't notice it tonight, but that was fine with me. "Hello, is this Don Hendricks?" "Yes, it is. How can I help you?" "Mr. Hendricks, my name is Anna Wainwright. I'm an interior designer. We have some friends in common who suggested I reach out to you. I used to work with Freddie and Vanessa when I was a model. I heard that you design websites, and I checked out some of the ones you've made. I'm really impressed, especially with the site you created for Freddie. I would love for you to design a website for me. I don't do that professionally, Miss Wainwright. I just helped out some friends with their sites. Please, just call me Anna. Can I call you Dawn?" "That works for me, Anna." "Dawn, I was actually thinking we might trade services. I heard that you are planning to build a new apartment building. I can help you with the design of the inside of the apartments. I can suggest colors and flooring that will make them look nicer for people who want to rent them. This way, you could fill the apartments quickly, and I could save some money while you earn money faster." "Anna, you really know what to say. Trading services sounds great to me." "I'm happy you like my idea, Don. Can we meet this week to talk about it? I'm usually quite busy, and the only time I have free is Monday evening after 8. I have a meeting that lasts an hour every Monday at 6:30. After that, I'm free. We can meet then next week if that works for you." "Don, today is Monday. Can't we meet this evening?" "I'm free tonight, but I didn't want to hurry you." "Wonderful. I'll text you my address. Let's meet at my condo at 8 tonight, okay?" "That sounds good, Anna. I'll see you at 8. Anna smiled, realizing Joanne was right. If I had asked him to help me, he would have turned me down. But when I suggested a swap of skills, he agreed. Maria was always taking the best jobs, the best boyfriends, and being the center of attention in every show we worked on together. But after her parents passed away, she started to act strangely. We made sure to let everyone know what she was up to, ruining her good name when our sources told us about her actions. That really ended her small celebration. Then she meets Richard and marries him. He helps her grow her small amount of money into a lot. After she divorced Richard, she made the same mistake again. So we had our fun, telling everyone about the double mint girl. Everyone in the city knows about her now. A few weeks ago, Gwen told us she spotted Maria at the gym with a handsome guy. So Joanne hired a private investigator to keep an eye on Maria again. It looks like Maria has been hanging out a lot with Mr. Hendricks and his daughters. Well, this time I'm really going to get back at her by taking Donnie away from her. In his pictures, he looks really good, so I might decide to keep him around. Anna, I'm Don Hendricks. Is now a good time to talk? Of course, Don. Thanks for coming on such short notice. Please come in. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. Since my building project is still being planned, I thought we could talk about your website first. I have a copy of the plans for my new building for you. You can look at them whenever you want. I hope you can share some ideas about where the walls should go. That sounds great, Don. Please come to my office. We can work on my computer. I can show you some pictures of my work, and we can talk about the ideas you have. Over the next 2 hours, Anna grew more frustrated with Maria. Here's another nice guy that she's got wrapped around her finger. Don was smart and really listened to Anna's ideas and needs. This made her feel good about herself, especially when he praised her for the pictures of her work he saw online. After a while of working on Anna's website, they both felt tired. So she went to the kitchen to brew a pot of coffee. Don walked after her, still talking about something he thought was important. Anna, about the effects that... But then Anna got a mischievous idea. She held a pot full of water, ready to pour it into the coffee maker. Without thinking too much, she pretended to slip on the floor. She tilted the pot and water splashed out, soaking Don completely. "Oh, Don, I'm really sorry. Let me get you a towel," she said. "You need to take off your wet shirt, and I can put it in the dryer for you. Your pants are wet, too." Don moved away from Anna's helping hands and quickly replied, "It's okay, Anna. My daughters often say, 'I'm all wet,' so I'm used to it. I have some clean workout clothes in my SUV. I'll go get them and change, if that's all right with you." "That's fine, but it's pretty cool outside now. Why don't you change your clothes in here and I can get your sweats?" "I really want to help you, so please let me show you the guest bedroom where you can get ready." "Thank you, Anna. If you really want to, that's fine." While waiting for Anna, Don decided to just take off his shirt and undershirt. He didn't want to risk Anna seeing him in his shorts. He barely knew her after all. Anna quietly walked down the hall with Don's gym bag. She wanted to surprise him and see what he was doing. "Don, I have your clothes!" she called out playfully, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. It wasn't quite what she had wished for. She had hoped to see him in something more relaxed, but he still looked very good to her. "I'll leave your things here. You can take your time while I put your clothes in the dryer." After a little while, Don came out in his comfortable pants, holding his gym bag. "Anna, I just put my wet clothes in my bag. I hate to say it, but it's getting late for a work night, and I need to head home. If you want, we can share emails during the week about your website design. We can also talk on the phone. Then, next Monday night, we can meet in person again to discuss everything." "That sounds good to me, Don." "You're right. It's getting late. I wished I had more time to spend with Don. He's made me want something." "All right. I'll see you next week, Anna." "Goodbye, Don. Thank you for your help, and I'm sorry about your clothes." Anna stood on her tiptoes and gave Don a quick kiss on the cheek. As she pulled back, she leaned in a little closer, blowing gently on his face like she was letting out a breath. It seemed like an accident, just like Anna had meant it to be. She liked seeing Don's cheeks turn red. "Thanks for stopping by. I can't wait to see you next week." "What should I cook for dinner this Wednesday for Don? He eats a lot of meat. How about some baked salmon, stuffed potatoes, asparagus, and mushrooms? Can't forget the mushrooms. Don really likes them. And for dessert, I'll make the cheesecake. Oh, the sound of cows. Hi there, Bessie and friends. My therapist has really been helping me see things more clearly. I feel much better about myself and my mistakes. But I don't think I should tell him about my cow friends. He might think I'm crazy. I have another half hour left on the treadmill. After that, I need to go shopping for dinner tonight, later at Don's apartment. Maria, I can't say enough how much I love coming home to a meal I didn't have to make. Don, you've said that before. I know you like this, and after all the great meals you cooked for me, it truly makes me happy to do this for you. I had a good time at Don's again. He watched one movie with the three of us and then went to bed, which was becoming normal. He was even okay with my arm lightly touching his while we sat on the couch with his daughters. I made sure that they all knew the coming weekend would be fun in the mountains. We planned to meet at Don's at 6 p.m. to drive to my house. I hoped Freddie would come, but I wasn't sure about Cathy and Vanessa. In the end, only Freddie arrived at my apartment for our weekend trip to Maria's. The 5 of us all packed into Maria's SUV to head to the mountains. Maria was excited to start my horseback riding lessons on Saturday. She asked me to drive so she could play Yahtzee with my daughters. Freddie knew I wasn't a fan of driving, so she offered to help, but Maria and I quickly said no to her offer. I picked up a riding helmet at the lodge's ski shop, or maybe it was now a horse shop. Maria shot me a fiery look when I rushed to the cash register before her. She said my work boots weren't good enough. She told me that next Wednesday night, after my girls' therapy session, we would visit a saddle shop to get me a pair of proper riding boots. I believe she quietly mentioned something about getting Megan and Robin their own saddles. We will see about that. She's spending a lot on us, but maybe it is for safety and comfort. If that's the case, I will pay for it, unless she brings Roscoe along. Maria made sure I was ready with my teacher before the 4 of them went for their ride. Megan and Robin were so excited to move up to riding Maria's horses instead of the calmer ones from the lodge. I just wanted them to go already. It was a little embarrassing. Here I was, with my 11-year-old daughter trying to give me tips and help me relax. And Megan? She was just smiling and laughing. Nancy was in her office, ready to talk to us. Don, I didn't get to be your ski teacher or see you much during the ski season. I just want to take a moment to thank you again for all the delicious food you made on New Year's Eve. Also, thank you, Maria, for inviting me. I would have just stayed home alone with the TV and a can of soda otherwise. Maria said, I'm so happy you came, Nancy. Don made way too much food, and it was nice to have you there. If you really want to thank me for the food, please take it easy on me now. Nancy smiled. I promise I will be nice. Do you have a favorite kind of horse? I like rocking horses. Oh, you're different. I don't meet many people like you. Is this your idea, Maria? Don just stays home. He should get out more, Maria said. All right, I'll help with that. She called out to the stable. Henry, please get Joe ready. Maria looked sad while Megan and Robin began to giggle. Nancy is going to put you on Joe. Ha 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 ha, he. I frowned at them. Just remember, don't laugh at the person who makes the pie and gives you your allowance. They just laughed even harder. An older guy walked out, leading a big, light brown horse. He was very tall, but he looked calm and friendly. Nancy said, Don, this is Joe. He is the kindest, laziest, most easygoing horse in the stable. He often falls asleep with people on his back. Wow, that's just the kind of horse I like. He's a gelding, if you know what that means. Oh no, they removed his ability to breed, poor Joe. Since I was ready to go, my friends chose to get their own horses and ride off, even though the sun was right above us. Nancy stepped away for a minute to chat with Maria. I believe they were talking about adding rocket engines to the horses for a special trick at sunset. Can you believe it? My little girls are going to be astronauts someday, and I couldn't be prouder. Nancy didn't tie Joe to anything because he was just standing still. Sticking to my well-thought-out plan, I reached into my bag and took out an apple to bribe him. I found it tough to tell my friends and daughters why I wanted to bring my small gym bag. In the end, I told a little lie and said I had only packed a jacket and some water bottles. I quickly peeled the apple, sliced it into 4 pieces, and gently fed them to Joe. I think I even saw his eyes open a bit. I really liked this horse already. Nancy came back to give me more tips. She said, while Joe is sleeping, get close to him so he can get used to your smell. Since he's asleep, it might take about 20 minutes for him to hear me. I'll come back then. She began to turn and leave. Nancy, she looked back at me. I wanted to give you something to say thank you for teaching me. I know you are in charge and usually don't work with beginners. I reached into my bag and took out 2 big Ziploc bags filled with cookies, one with regular chocolate chip and the other with white chocolate and macadamia nuts. I opened the bag of white chocolate and let the smell go toward Nancy. Her eyes widened, and Joe's did too. Wow, Don, thank you. This is way better than bringing an apple for the teacher. I have apples as well, but I'm keeping those for the horse. She reached in, took a cookie, and bit into it. She started to walk away, then turned back to grab another cookie before finally leaving. I put both bags on her desk. Joe was looking at me with a hopeful face, but I wasn't sure if cookies were healthy for horses. I did have some sugar cubes, though. I gave him one. Then I took another apple, cut it into 4 pieces, and sprinkled a sugar cube on each piece. When I gave the apple to Joe, he closed his eyes again, but this time it looked like he was really enjoying it. When Nancy came back, she noticed that Joe seemed awake and was sniffing at me. She looked a bit curious. "You didn't give Joe a cookie, did you?" "No, I wasn't sure if it was okay for him." For the next couple of hours, with short breaks, Nancy showed me how to guide Joe, sit on him, and walk a horse. She kept reminding me to sit properly. It seems she's not fully convinced by me yet. Next time, I might need to bring the pie. After around 2 hours, my friends and family returned for a late lunch. When no one was paying attention, I slipped Joe another apple. We were going to be best friends. I was surprised to find that the Lodge restaurant had a really good Philly cheesesteak sandwich. In all the Western books I've read, they say you should feel sore after riding a horse for the first time. But I had barely ridden at all, and I made sure to stretch during every short break that Nancy gave me. I was a little bored, but I didn't feel bad. After lunch, Maria, Freddie, and my daughters went for another ride while I stayed with Joe. Before Nancy returned, I gave him another apple cut into small pieces. My plan was to give him one special treat at the start of the day, one regular treat at the end of a lesson, one when we started again, and one at the end of the day. I might have been wrong for not asking Nancy first, but I felt shy about it. How much should I reward my horse? That was what I was thinking when she saw me. "Don, what are you up to?" "Nothing, I'm just standing here, keeping to myself. I'm not doing anything wrong. And I would never try to entice Joe with apples without asking you first." "Oops, maybe I shouldn't have said that." She gave me a fierce look. "Don, how many apples did you not give to Joe today?" "I didn't give him 4 chopped and peeled apples." "Don, can I take a look at your bag?" I felt like a kid in elementary school being asked if I had enough snacks for everyone. She peeked inside the bag and chuckled. "What are you, a candy seller for horses? You've got 2 pounds of sugar cubes and a dozen apples in here." "I'm letting it go this time for 2 reasons. First, you brought cookies, and second, I've never seen Joe so full of energy. From now on, please give him just half an apple at a time, maybe 4 times each day. For sugar, limit it to just 2 small cubes each day. Since you brought cookies, I won't tell Maria and your girls about how you sweet-talked my horses." "Thanks, Nancy." Phew, I got lucky again. But if Joe gets sick, guess who I'll ask to clean out his stall? Oh no, that could be messy. When we returned home from riding, I was surprised to see Carl and Lucille there. They had cooked dinner for us, making grilled salmon, red potatoes, fresh spinach, and cornbread. For dessert, Lucille made a cherry cobbler. After we tidied up the dinner mess, Carl and Lucille came to join us for our dance lessons. I was really surprised. They both danced very well, and Carl was especially good. After dancing, Carl and I enjoyed some beer and played a card game called Gin, while Lucille watched a movie with the other girls. When they finished, I was told to change into my pajamas and sit with them to watch An American in Paris. After just one movie, I managed to leave and go to bed while they kept watching more romantic comedies. I had a feeling this would be our new summer routine, but it seemed I wouldn't be able to avoid watching at least one romantic comedy with them. Over the weekend, I talked a little with Freddie about Anna because Anna seemed to know everything about Freddie. She hesitantly said she knew Anna, but it seemed to me they weren't really friends. On Monday night, Don went over to Anna's house again. He was surprised when she opened the door. She looked fantastic, as if she was getting ready for a night out. She wore a short skirt and a snug blouse with one button left undone, nice jewelry and high heels. "Hi, Don. I'm sorry for how I look. I was meeting a key customer, and a bit of light flirting can help make a sale. Sometimes it feels like I'm putting myself out there too much, but things are hard right now. To keep my business alive, I have to promote myself in a way. But really, it's just promoting. I would never go too far. If I had a husband or even a boyfriend, I wouldn't use these tactics. I hope I didn't lose your respect with what I just said. No, as long as you stick to just flirting, I can't say you're doing anything wrong. It's actually pretty smart, and I can see the value in that." "Great! I really like you, Don, and I would hate to lose your respect." "Joanne, you clever girl, you understand Don well. Now let's see if the rest of your plan works too." During Anna's workday, she didn't have any men to impress. Her 2 customers were older women. "Let's head to my office. You can show me what you've done," Don said. For the next 2 hours, Don and Anna worked together to make final changes to her website. Anna was really happy with Don's work and couldn't find many things she wanted to change about the design. The small suggestions she gave to Don were happily agreed to, and she was thankful for his effort to make her happy with his work. However, Don was facing some challenges. Anna still hadn't changed out of her stunning clothes. She was also sitting close to him so they could both see the screen. The combination of that and her perfume was making it a bit hard for him to focus. Anna was really happy with how he was responding to her. Don's face was a bit red, and he felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Anna, I don't mean to be rude, and I truly apologize. Your dress, the way you are close to me, and your nice scent are wonderful, but they are making it hard for me to think clearly." "They are?" she asked with a curious smile. She moved even closer to Don and gently wrapped her arm around his. He turned to her in surprise, and she quickly kissed him on the cheek. "If you can still focus, I must not be doing well. Should we return to work and see if I can improve?" She then pretended to look at the computer screen and used the mouse to switch to a different page. Don was completely confused by Anna's behavior. "Is she interested in me tonight? Do I want to be close with someone I hardly know? What about safe practices? Does she have any protection? I really don't know. Is she wearing that outfit to catch my attention, no matter what she said before?" Don's head was spinning with questions, thoughts, and confusing feelings. Anna, on the other hand, was thinking about what to do next. She had a few choices for her plan. Don might be feeling so excited that he would kiss her strongly. If that happened, she would give in to his charm and let him take the lead in their moment together. Option 2 was to get cozy with Don, leaning against him, playfully touching his foot and giving him soft kisses. Or, at that moment, Don's phone rang. If either of them had looked out the front window, they might have noticed Freddie's car parked down the street. Q's cell phone had completely taken over Don's phone, giving her full control of it. One important example was that his phone was now a handy little listening device. Don had basically bugged himself. When the two women heard how Don and Anna were talking, they quickly sent a text to Megan. She was ready to call her dad in a hurry. "Daddy, it's so bad. All my homework files disappeared. I've been working on this project for months, and it's due tomorrow." "What should I do, Daddy?" she cried out while having a wild Nerf gun fight with her sister. Don, hearing this, felt a mix of relief and frustration. He replied, "I'm coming, sweetie. Just give me half an hour and I'll be home." Don thought about how he had saved most of Megan's and Robin's work at home. Plus, he could access Megan's computer from where he lived and likely get back most of her files that way. But if things got really bad, he would go back to that woman's house to help his child. "Okay, Daddy, I'll be waiting for you. Please hurry. It's so late and I'm so tired. I would have to spend all night trying to finish all that work again." Just then, Robin fired almost 20 shots from the new toy gun that Maria had got her. Megan was really annoyed. "Maria better get me something nice for my birthday or I'm going to keep getting in trouble." "Bye. I'm heading home now." Don stood up, picked up his things, and hurried to the front door. Anna watched, shocked that her plans were crumbling so quickly. "Anna, you know I need to help my daughter. We've almost finished the website. If you want any more changes, just call me and I'll fix them." "I'm sorry, but I have to go. Bye," Don said quickly as he left through the front door. "Goodbye, Don," she replied, calling after him. Once the door was shut, she began to shout, "Oh, this is so frustrating!" Don quickly fixed Megan's issues by connecting to her computer from his home. After that, he took a nice long shower and fell asleep listening to music from his CD player next to his bed. There were just 2 songs on the CD, but he had it play on repeat and set to turn off after an hour. By that time, he usually fell asleep. On Tuesday afternoon, Don's phone rang. "Hi, Don, it's Anna. Did I call you at a bad time?" "No, it's okay, Anna. Is something wrong with the website?" "No, Don, the website is great. I called to say I'm sorry if I came on too strong the other night." "Anna, I appreciated it, but I have to be honest, it was a bit much for me. Honestly, I don't have much experience with girls, and you made me a bit nervous." "Oh, Don, I'm sorry if I bothered you, but I find you really interesting. Would you want to meet up for a casual evening, maybe just coffee and a movie?" "Anna, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm just a little new to this kind of thing, but I'm open to it. A nice, simple evening sounds like a great idea. Can we meet on Thursday evening?" "Thursday works great. The theater in town is showing a new version of the movie The African Queen at 7. There is a nice outdoor cafe across the street where we can meet at 6. That way we can enjoy the evening. That sounds great, Anna. I'll see you at 6. Thank you for giving me another chance, Don. I can't wait for Thursday. See you later. Okay, bye, Anna. MI5. Office in Seattle, Washington, Tuesday evening. Bond and Moneypenny walked into the office. M was already sitting down. Q, wearing her old suit, stood nearby with a smile. The sounds of boats and cars filled the office. Cathy, who was also known as Bond, and Moneypenny turned to the window, seeing a beautiful view of the Thames River with a low bridge crossing over it. They both quickly figured out that it was a tall LCD screen showing the live scene. Q smiled even more and said proudly, "It's live, too." M began to speak. "That's enough of that. We've got an emergency." Based on what we heard from Don's phone calls, it seems Anna has convinced Don to go on a date with her. If Maria learns about this, it will break her heart. We need to stop this from happening. We have to ensure Anna never tries this again, and if she does, Don must say no. Q, please take action. Q leaned down, grabbed a guitar case, and placed it on M's desk. When he opened it, inside was a strange-looking device made of shiny steel and black plastic. I call this the skunk gun. It currently works well in most weather and can reach about 120 feet. It sprays a gel that can turn into a mist depending on the conditions. The gel smells really bad. A mix I made that is like skunk spray, but about 3 times stronger. Do either of you know how to use a rifle? Both Bond and Moneypenny shook their heads, saying no. M then said, "I've taken part in a few biathlon events. I suppose that means I'll be the one doing the shooting. I believe we need 2 things for this to work well. A safe spot to shoot from, like a window in an office across the street, and a way to arrange where Anna and Don sit at the bistro. We already know we can move him out of the area using the same trick with the cell phone that we used before. We have 2 days to figure out how to get these things done." I've been doing really well with my paintings lately, and Don has helped a lot. I also expect to get a good amount of money from my lawsuit against Harris. So I'm ready to give $2,000 to help our cause. If we need more, I can give even more. Helga, could you please show Cathy and Vanessa where the bistro is and what the area looks like? Q looked unhappy for a moment because Freddie was not acting like himself. She let out a sigh and leaned forward, typing something on her laptop. The screen changed to show a view of the bistro and the buildings around it. "Does anyone have any thoughts?" M asked. Vanessa was the first to speak. "The office building next to the bistro looks pretty old, and I bet their windows can open. With how tough the economy is, many office buildings are really looking for new tenants. We can likely rent an office or a meeting room for one night, or maybe for a month if needed. It's an old place, so it should not cost too much. We just need to check that the room we rent is within the range for the skunk gun." Cathy added, "For getting them a good table, we can bring in our friends. When Don and Anna arrive, we can make sure a table or 2 in the right spots suddenly opens up. The bistro likely does most of its business during lunch. So, on a work night, I doubt many people will be fighting with Don and Anna for a table. The only issue is that we have to find folks who can stay quiet and are free to join us. I have about 5 or 6 friends from college who are having a tough time and would help out for a free meal at the bistro. I think we will need at least 20 people or more to make this work. Once we send Anna away, our pretend customers can tell Don when he comes back that she left for no reason. I still think about what she did to Maria years ago, not to mention what she has done lately. Maria has been much more careful these days, so they must have hired someone to watch her. Maria is kind and good-hearted, but she worries too much about what others think. Maria has helped many people over the years, but I believe we are the only ones among her so-called friends who don't talk behind her back or spread hurtful stories about her. Don seems like a quiet and shy person, but we all know he is very strong when it comes to protecting the ones he cares about. Once they became a couple, anyone talking bad about Maria better be careful. Freddie, or M as we call him, said, "I have at least 8 people I trust, maybe even 12 who will keep quiet about it." "I only have 2 or 3 that I really trust," Vanessa replied. "Ha ha. Just to see this in action, I have over 20 people who would pay to be at that bistro. Some of them even have badges," Q said with a big smile. "Okay, it looks like we have a plan," someone else added. "Vanessa, Please try to set up the room. Call me if you need help. I think I should practice with the skunk gun for the next few days. We should all try our best to bring in customers for the bistro. Since Maria told us we were going to the saddle shop after therapy today, I've been looking online. I didn't know how important good boots are for staying safe. It was a nice surprise that Barbara had bought Megan and Robin good riding boots. I would not have thought to do that myself. Lately, I noticed that their boots seemed a bit tight and they might need new ones. The only issue was that I knew if I told Maria about it, she would want to buy the boots for my girls. I read online that young girls often grow out of their riding gear quickly. Because of this, there are many good used items available. Buying used equipment makes more sense for someone who will likely need new gear in just a few months to a year. I really dislike waste. I understand that kids prefer things that are new and shiny, but I still really dislike waste. On Tuesday night, I talked on the phone with Megan and Robin for about 40 minutes. I explained what I found out from my research. There was a good chance we would see some used equipment when we went to the store. I wanted them to think carefully before they made a choice. Maria drove us on Wednesday night. I was anxious that the therapy session would keep us from getting to the store on time, and we would have to hurry while shopping. Don't worry, Don. I come to this shop at least once a year. They would be happy to stay open a little longer so we can look around if it means selling us 3 pairs of boots and 2 saddles, she said confidently. I got it now. She planned to spend a lot of money, and she even brought Roscoe with her to make sure everything went her way. One of these days, I'm going to take a self-defense class for chickens, and then the chickens better watch out. If a chicken comes at you, do you A, run away shouting, B, grab the barbecue sauce, C, call for backup, or D, show respect to the mighty chicken god? We went into the shop, and everyone was friendly. One salesperson helped me, while the other stayed with Maria. I felt proud of my girls when they asked the salesperson about used boots and saddles. This seemed to earn them a bit of respect from the sales lady, and even Maria was surprised. Maria mostly stuck with my girls, but she did come back to me for a moment. I think she saw that I was looking at the less expensive boots. She talked quietly with the woman helping me. The woman then got up and brought back 3 different pairs of boots for me to try on. I also asked if there were any used boots, but I was told that none in my size were still in good condition. Maria began to pay for everything. When I tried to chip in, she asked Robin, who was holding her things, to give her Roscoe. At that moment, I gave up. My boots were over $300. What she spent on our girls' equipment was more than $1,500. Maria was really happy when we returned to the car and put our bags inside. We found such a good deal on those saddles. They're old but well cared for and look almost new. When they were new, they cost over $2,000 each. They're way better than beginner saddles, too. Robin's used boots were a great bargain as well. There was a lovely pair of boots that almost fit Megan, but they were just a little too small. She hugged our girls tightly. My kids are really clever. Not many girls who are 12 or 13 would think to ask about old equipment. Megan and Robin both looked a bit shy, so I put my finger to my lips, telling them that I wanted this talk about old equipment to stay between us. They learned something important tonight. New is not always better, and with how this shopping trip went, especially Maria's reaction, I don't think they will forget it anytime soon. On Thursday evening, Dawn saw Anna as she walked up to the bistro. Sadly, it was very crowded and there was a short line, but when they arrived, the people in line just walked away. Dawn guessed that they must have grown tired of waiting. Suddenly, a quiet table in the corner by the street became available. Don noticed that many of the customers had short haircuts like soldiers. He ordered a cup of coffee and a piece of baklava. Anna only ordered coffee. She liked watching Don and thought about all the fun things they could do together. She even thought about making some secret videos of them to send to Maria just for old times. Sure, here's the text rewritten using simpler language and a straightforward style. Maybe I'll ask Joanne to join us. A video of that would probably surprise Maria, she thought happily. Don, thank you for meeting with me after how I acted on Monday. Anna, I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I just haven't been on many dates, so I'm not sure how to behave. Freddie looked down at them and pointed the laser rangefinder at Anna. The report said it was 105 feet away. The wind was light, coming from the northwest. The temperature was steady at 72 degrees, just right for spraying the gel. She thought to herself, they will see what I can do. Vanessa had picked a great spot for the shot. Meanwhile, Dawn and Anna talked for a while as they enjoyed their coffee. Dawn had been wishing that being in a busy place would help him feel less awkward about Anna. But it wasn't helping. Why do I feel like she's a hunter and I'm the caught one? He started to worry that this date might be another bad choice when out of the blue his phone rang. "Daddy, it's Megan. I have a problem." Hiss. Crackle. "Darn it, I need to get a new phone. This old one is acting strange." "Don, you can borrow my phone," said his friend. "No thanks, but it wouldn't help. Megan has told me that she's been getting weird calls from some jokers at her school. She won't pick up if the number isn't familiar. I'll be back soon. I just need to take a quick walk to find better signal." Dawn left quickly. Anna took a small envelope from her pocket, unsure if she would actually use it. Inside was a crushed-up pill that could help with excitement. It wasn't a magic love potion, but Anna and her friend Joanne thought it might encourage Dawn to be more loving. Then she spotted his delicious baklava sitting there, and Dawn was nowhere to be found. Freddie carefully aimed the laser sight at Dawn's date for the night. If you try to take Dawn away, she thought, you won't succeed. Q had explained to Freddie that there were 3 ways to use the gun loaded with this special stink gel. The first way was to aim directly at the target when the temperature was below 64 degrees Fahrenheit and the target was less than 100 feet away. In this case, the gel would hit the target and splash on anyone close by. The second way was to shoot at something nearby, preferably above the target. This would cause the gel to splash down and reach the target. The third method, which was the best for staying hidden, could only be used when the temperature was above 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It worked best when the target was more than 100 feet away, but less than 120 feet away. In these conditions, you aim straight at the target, and the gel mixture will turn into a quick small cloud or mist just before reaching the target. Just one loud noise could make even the toughest criminal or terrorist rush to the nearest shower while quickly taking off their clothes. Freddie was really angry with Anna. She had been quietly trying to ruin Maria's good name, and when she learned about Dawn, she tried to take him away for herself. It was not unexpected that Freddie shot her 3 times. The gun was fast, firing each round in less than a second. However, after the first shot, Freddie stopped for a moment to see how Anna reacted. The first bullet aimed at the back of Anna's head, and the next 2 hit her back when she stood up. When the first shot hit, Anna's nose wrinkled at the smell, and a look of disgust crossed her face. Trying hard not to be sick, she stood up just as the second wave hit her. Suddenly, she felt the need to vomit and ended up getting sick all over the table in front of her. That's when the third wave hit. Her face showed pure shock and disgust. "What is that smell? It's everywhere." "Oh no!" she cried, her body trembling as she heaved again. The other customers at the outdoor cafe hurried to move away from her and the terrible smell. They started making sounds of disgust and shouting mean words about Anna, since she was clearly the reason for the smell. "Oh my God, how can a woman smell like that? Is she part skunk? She smells like a whole group of animals mixed with skunks." This was worse than the time she fell off the catwalk in Los Angeles, and she still thought Maria was to blame for that. Where was that awful smell coming from? She felt sick again and threw up on her own clothes. "I have to get away. Maybe if I get away, the smell will vanish." Anna ran toward her car, feeling sick because of the vomit on her clothes. She was sure some of the bad smell came from them. In her rush, she started to pull off her dress, not worrying at all about showing her body to everyone around. A group of young men on the street first cheered when they saw her dance, but when she got closer, their excitement turned to disgust. "Ugh, I think I'm going to be sick," they all said. Anna felt a mix of anger and fear. She was upset about what was happening and furious at those laughing at her. "Why is this happening to me? Don't you all know that I could have been a supermodel if it weren't for Maria? You are worthless, all of you. I will make you pay for this." Just as she was getting to her car, Anna was rushing in her high heels. She lost her balance and fell into a big stack of trash bags next to a dumpster. Some nice people might have stayed quiet and offered to help her. But sadly for Anna, the ones nearby were the troublemakers from the local high school. They started laughing loudly and making fun of her. "Hey there! Are you trying to smell better by playing in the trash? Or are you hoping for a date with a dog? shouted one boy. Some trash bags had split open, and stinky food scraps from a nearby restaurant had gotten all over Anna's clothes. It took her a while to climb out of the big pile of garbage, and she ended up losing one of her shoes. Hoping to get away quickly, she limped her way to her favorite Porsche. She was in a rush to get inside and go home. She didn't realize what would happen when she shut the car door, trapping herself inside with the bad smell. Without fresh air to help, the odor became much stronger. Anna felt sick and suddenly threw up all over the dashboard of her car. In a mix of anger and disgust, she rolled down all the windows and sped away, her tires screeching. She had to grip the steering wheel, now covered in what she had just thrown up. "I'm never getting close to Don again. He's just bad news. I'll think of another way to get back at Maria. What is that awful smell?" Freddie, happy with how things went, used the special cloth her sister had given her to clean the tip of the barrel. After putting the gun into the changed guitar case, she finally took off her mask. When she turned to her friends, they all burst out laughing. They couldn't see Anna anymore as she turned the corner towards the parking lot, but what they had seen was even better than they had expected. Helga wanted to keep a good record of how well her gun worked, so she set up hidden cameras along the path from the bistro to the nearby parking lot. Freddie was excited to watch the videos they recorded. After Anna went away, the cafe workers came over to the table. They were unsure but noticed that the bad smell was mostly gone. Though it was still a bit yucky, they could clean up the mess quickly. Don came back from his phone call with Megan. He looked around and saw that his date was missing. The table was tidy, and there didn't seem to be any reason for it. He asked people at other tables, but nobody knew where Anna had gone. They only said she got up and walked away without a word. Most of the other customers in the bistro tonight were part of a plan. They were all saying what Freddie and Helga had told them to say when talking to Don. The waiters at the cafe had their hands full. They were busy with many new orders from the tables farthest from where Don usually sat. 3 chances and you're done, Don thought. It might be a good thing, though it really hurts my pride. 2 girls I went out with left me during our dates, and another made up a silly reason to avoid me. I guess I should get ready to be single forever. Don chose to leave and decided not to call Anna at all. She had his number if she wanted to call him. At the same time, Q set up Don's phone to block all calls from Anna's cell, home, and work numbers. This time, only Vanessa joined us for our trip to the mountains. It was very similar to our weekend with Freddie. However, my girls were excited to use their new saddles, and I learned to walk and even trot a little with Joe. On Sunday morning, there was a huge Nerf gun battle. It started very early, and everyone except me was in their pajamas. The fun went on until almost the time we had to leave. Around 10 in the morning, I told Maria I thought it was time to stop. I thought she wanted to do some more riding that day, but then she shot me with a Nerf gun. On the way home, I was the only one awake. I started to think about how long they had been playing. We ladies woke up early on Sunday morning in the movie room. We headed to the kitchen to sneak a slice of the pie. While we enjoyed our snack, we talked about the Nerf gun battles we had been having recently. Vanessa seemed curious about our collection of Nerf guns. I'm not sure who started it all, but soon we agreed that it was time to wake up Don. I had no idea that he kept a Nerf gun under his pillow. What a sneaky guy. Over the weekend, Don shared a little bit about a date he went on last Thursday. It seems he wasn't too sure about the girl from the start. The way she canceled on him reminded him of how Eva treated him. Don mentioned that the woman was a friend of Freddie's. She needed help with building a website, and it turns out she knew Freddie from when she was a model. He talked about how he didn't feel very good about the woman, but he decided to go on a date with her anyway because he wanted to learn. I remember thinking, I can show you what you really need to know. He was feeling pretty down about it, but I just couldn't bring myself to make him feel better about a date that didn't go well when I was actually glad it didn't work out. I felt a mix of relief and worry. It was good that things went wrong for Don on his dates, but I started to think my friends might be trying to mess things up for him. I didn't want to ask them about it because that made me nervous. If they really were doing this, I would struggle to keep it from Don. So many people have hidden things from him before. I'm hiding my own past from him for a little while longer, but it's still my story to tell. I don't think I could hide it if I knew others were causing trouble for him, even if it helped me. Dawn and I had been planning all week for Megan's birthday party. We had to make sure Robin didn't find out because she always told her older sister everything. On Wednesday night, Megan carefully asked what we would do special next week. Dawn replied, "Well, sweetie, your birthday is on Tuesday, so since you have school the next day, I thought we could have a small party here on Wednesday night." Dawn is quite sneaky. You could see Megan's mood drop, and I wanted to support him, so I just nodded wisely and said, "That makes sense because it is a school night." Robin was surprised by my answer and tried her best to make her sister feel better. It was really nice to see while Megan tried hard to hide her sadness. The next weekend, when we drove to the mountains, it was just the four of us. Don made sure to leave all the Nerf guns at home. He said things had gotten a bit too wild last time. Before that moment, I think Megan secretly hoped we were throwing her a surprise party. I could see how disappointed she was when we dashed her hopes. It made me really sad to put her in that position. When we got to our mountain house, Megan felt so down that she went to bed early with Robin instead of staying up with me to watch a movie. If this doesn't go well, I'm going to be really upset with Dawn. The next morning, I told my little ones to wake up. They looked really down, and Robin seemed even sadder than Megan. We had taken them to a fancy restaurant in a nice car, but now it felt like we were forgetting Megan's sister's birthday. My kids could hardly eat their breakfast, and I felt so sorry for them that I couldn't eat either. Don, however, was eating his food quickly, like it was the last meal on Earth. He even winked at me when the girls weren't watching. What a cheeky guy. I wonder if he will still be playful like this when we are married. I like that idea, but I hope it's not just a daydream. We went to the garage to get in my SUV, and instead of pressing the garage door button, I accidentally turned on the overhead light. "Surprise! Happy birthday, Megan!" everyone shouted. Standing there were Vanessa, Freddie, Cathy, Carl, Lucille, and Nancy. I reached behind a toolbox and grabbed my new Nerf gun like Helga. It didn't seem like much, but it was really cool. Megan turned to me, and with a playful smile, I said, "Do you feel lucky?" Robin looked even more excited than her sister, which I didn't think was possible. In the garage, there were tables filled with all their Nerf toys. Our friends had picked them up at Don's place earlier today on their way over. At other tables, there were more Nerf guns for our guests. On the table with Megan's guns, there was a big box wrapped up. I nodded at the box to get Megan's attention. "You'll open the rest of your gifts later, but we thought you might like to have this one today." She rushed over to open it, but you could see she felt a bit let down. It didn't look as neat as the gun I got for Robin. "Megan, I need to explain. That gun was made by Freddie's sister, Helga, just like Robin's gun. She named it Nerf Storm and said she got the idea from a real gun system called Metal Storm. The gun I have and yours are the same. Instead of putting a magazine into the gun, you switch out the big barrel. The big barrel is really a set of 7 smaller barrels that you load in advance. One shot is really 7 Nerf darts. The gun has 6 places for shots, so 7 darts times 6 places equals 42 darts. I aimed the gun at Don. "Now you can take 1 shot," I said as I fired a single shot at Don with 7 darts. He fell over dramatically. "Or you could shoot all 42 darts in under 2 seconds. I moved the switch to the highest setting and fired the last 35 darts into Don's body. Just then, Megan's eyes sparkled, and she began tearing the wrapping off her own gun. "Helga gave you 4 big extra barrels, and you can switch them really quickly." I showed Megan everything she needed to know to use her gun. Then the game started. Carl made sure Lucille had one of those Nerf guns with a belt, and she really enjoyed aiming and shooting at people. We never went horseback riding that day. At lunchtime, everyone agreed to take a break while Don, Carl, and Lucille made lunch. After lunch, we went outside to play for a bit, but we kept losing our darts, so we decided to go back inside. It's important to keep things in order, right? For dinner, we enjoyed Dungeness crab, which is a long-time favorite. Don baked a big cake for the birthday celebration. We had to call him a non-combatant for a while so he could focus on baking. Just like with Robin, Megan received her usual gifts. And like before, I gave her a shiny platinum locket. It was a bit different, but the same writing and a matching picture. I worried she might not like getting a gift that looked so much like Robin's, but I felt happy when I saw her so excited. We enjoyed another fun movie night. Don made 3 pies for us. He and Carl stayed in the kitchen until 3 in the morning. They kept bringing us pies while they played cards and drank beer. The next day, We got to go horseback riding before it was time to go home. For dinner that night, Don cooked his special burgers and fries, and for dessert, we enjoyed the amazing cheesecake. However, there was one thing that bothered me that weekend. Lucille wanted to talk to me about Don and his dating issues. It seemed that Don had a bit too much to drink on Saturday night and shared some things with Carl, who then told his wife. She sat me down and gently said, "Maria, I care about you like you are my own daughter. That man thinks he will be alone forever. You shared some of his past with me, so I understand why he hasn't told you how he feels, but you don't have a reason to hold back." Then she gave me some bold advice about what I should do next. I couldn't help but wonder if she talked to her real daughters like this too. I realized I was running out of time if I wanted to be with Donald, and I really did. I knew I had to take a step forward. I wasn't even that fond of the woman, but I felt low after being turned down 3 times. I really didn't think I could take it any longer. Trying to look good and having practice dates just wasn't helping me. None of my 3 real dates lasted longer than 30 minutes, and one of them was called off before it even began. I believe it's time for me to stop trying to change myself. I have some money, so maybe I should think about getting a bride from another country. I don't want to be alone as I get older. It would be nice to find a woman who would be willing to be with a guy like me. I know some people do find real love this way, but it also feels really scary. I won't know how my future wife truly feels for a long time. Plus, I worry about what my daughters and friends would think. These were my thoughts as I made my way to the front door on Wednesday evening. "All right, Don, it's time to get ready. Your kids are back home, and Maria wants to have another birthday party for Megan the day after her actual birthday. She said she would make lasagna with all the sides, so put on a happy face and make it a great day for all of them." Don walked through the front door. Tonight was the night. It was time to start the plan to get Don, marry Don. "Come here, little bird, the kitty is hungry. To change things up, I baked a Black Forest cake for dessert tonight. Robin and Maria had been admiring it, and I had to send them out of the kitchen. I made them a plate of vegetables and cheese for a snack after school, but they didn't seem too pleased with it. Well, too bad. It was time for them to eat something healthier. There would be lots of grease, melted cheese, fat, and sweets for dinner. "Welcome home, Don. How was your day?" "It was okay, but I'm starting to think I could use my time better. Richard and I have been discussing my plans and making some changes. He is using them now, and he has been pushing me to be bolder in my own trading. If I choose that option, I will need to watch the market more closely. I'll also have to be ready to make decisions quickly. He believes I would earn more money this way compared to my current job, but I prefer to play it safe with my investments. That's something I really need to think about. Wow, what you're making smells amazing, and you look really nice." I had to pause and gather my thoughts as he shifted topics so quickly, but I was glad he noticed the delicious smells and my new outfit. I had picked it out just for him the other day. It was the kind of outfit that showed I cared and wanted to impress. I couldn't push any boundaries with Megan and Robin around, but I could suggest a lot with my new clothes. Dinner went well, and then we surprised Megan with a few more small gifts. I gave her a lovely pair of earrings, and Don gave her some gift cards for the mall. After that, we went downstairs for dance lessons. As expected, the girls got bored and went back upstairs first, just like I had planned. When they left, I turned on the CD player and played Moon River on repeat. "Don, I've been thinking. You haven't gone on a practice date with me yet. Would you like to go dancing with me this Thursday?" "Maria, I've been thinking about that too. You're a great person, and I would really like to go out with you. But after what happened with me and those 3 other women, I'm starting to question if I can ever be attractive to anyone." "Oh, Don, please don't think like that." "Oh, no. I hope you don't really feel that way. I'm sure my friends have been joking around on your dates. I know at least 10 other women who have met you and are excited about the idea of you being free, but you just don't see it. I need to lift your mood like Lucille said I should. Come on, Don. I believe there is someone special for you out there. Just let me help you, all right? I'll do anything for you, Maria, you know that. But I might not be great company. Will that be okay?" "That's all right, Don. I'm sure we'll have a great time together. What can you cook for dinner?" "Oh, no! I'm falling into the same old habits again. I guess I need to talk about this with my therapist, too." Don looked at me and burst out laughing. He couldn't help it. He had to pull away from me and bent forward, holding his knees. He just kept chuckling. When he finally calmed down, He would glance at my face and start laughing all over again. I didn't think it was that funny. What I really should have done was spend the whole day at Don's place and maybe make him dinner. But I wanted the same practice date that others had. I wanted to arrive at his apartment looking my best. I wanted a nice kiss at the door, but a more exciting one would be even better. I wanted Don to make dinner for me, and I wanted to take him to the club in my shiny new car, and that is exactly what I was after. I got to the place right at 6 o'clock. I wore a short green dress that was nice and shiny, and I put on the jewelry that Don had gotten me. I wanted to catch Don's attention and make him amazed when he saw me. I had thought a lot about what I asked Don to make for me tonight, too. I didn't want anything too oily to eat because I knew he would answer the door in his cooking clothes. I wanted him to look really nice when he opened the door, and he did. He answered the door wearing the tight white dress shirt I had bought for him. He had on a blue-gray tie that matched his eyes perfectly, along with his gray suit pants. Wow, I'm definitely going to be late getting home tonight. We just looked at each other for what felt like forever. Then I noticed his lips moving, starting to sing the words to that annoying song again. "I'm going to put a hit out on Joe Cocker." I wanted him to stop, so I kissed him gently on the lips. It wasn't very long, but it wasn't short enough to feel friendly either. I might have accidentally brushed my lips against his a tiny bit, but I promise it was not on purpose. I stepped back from Don, and his eyes looked a bit distant. He just stood there, looking off into the distance for a moment. Finally, he spoke up, "Wow," stretching it out like a train letting off steam. I couldn't help but think, am I really that good? One of these days, Don, I'm going to show you how great I can be. I wanted to grab his tie and pull him into his apartment, then go into his bedroom. But that would be moving too fast for a first date. Don might see this as just another silly practice date, but I really didn't feel that way at all. Today was the first day of hunting season, and I had my target picked out. There was no way he was getting away this time. "Don, aren't you going to invite me in?" I asked with a friendly smile. "Oh, maybe." "Sure, come in. I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought about work and got a bit mixed up." "Right, I believe that." "Come on in, Maria. Wow, you look amazing." Yep, he was definitely impressed. I hope he has enough paper towels to wipe up any mess. "Is dinner ready yet, Don?" I asked. "It will be in 10 minutes. "I didn't want it to get cold," he replied. "Great," I said, and walked over to his music player to put in a Eurythmics CD. I thought the music fit my mood and the night perfectly. I really liked Don, and even though I wasn't quite ready to say it openly, I would try my best to show it in every way I could. Don made a fantastic dinner. It wasn't the usual heavy meal he liked, but something healthy that he could cook easily. He made baked salmon, baked potatoes, asparagus, and a special pie for dessert. He had to bake the pie last night after I asked him to. I worried he might need to keep Robin and Megan from sneaking a taste, and I almost had to call in Roscoe to help protect it. Megan was really excited that I was finally going on a date with her dad, but Robin wasn't sure how she felt about it yet, so she was a bit unsure. After dinner, we both took our time brushing our teeth. You definitely don't want to go on a date with food stuck in your teeth. We stepped out of the apartment, and I showed Don my new car. He felt surprised. It was a Lexus ISF, a shiny silver color. "What happened to your SUV?" he asked. "Oh, I still have it, but I wanted something that drives better. I really wanted a Mercedes, but they don't make a small car for 4 people, so this was the best I could find for now." He kindly opened the car door for me. I accidentally showed a bit too much when I sat down in the driver's seat. "Oh dear, how clumsy of me. Come here, little birdie. I just want to take a small taste." I didn't look at Don, but I could hear him breathe in deeply and then let it out with a big sigh. "I'm going absolutely crazy. I know this is just a practice date, and I know that Maria isn't interested in me, but wow, how much can a guy take before he loses it? I feel like Bluto after Popeye gives him a powerful punch." I felt nervous about getting into that car for my date with Maria. I wasn't sure if I could keep my feelings in check, but there was no way I was going to back out. Nothing could stop me. I got into the passenger seat, and Maria looked at me with a funny expression since I had taken my time. I just needed a moment to calm down. The inside of the car was lovely, and I leaned back in my seat, enjoying the experience. Something felt unusual. There were shiny controls on the steering wheel. Maria noticed where I was looking. "These are called paddle shifters, Don. They make it easier to change gears since you don't have to let go of the wheel when you're going fast. She then smiled kindly at me. Freddie has been helping me with some driving lessons for the past couple of weeks, too. Oh, no. I think Don kept his eyes closed for the first 10 minutes. I wasn't driving very fast at all, definitely not like Freddie does. When we got to the club, I really wished Vanessa hadn't tossed out Don's special card. It would have made finding a parking spot a lot easier. Once we walked inside, someone showed us to a table where we put our things before hitting the dance floor. As we danced, we took a break after every 6 songs or so. Eva dropped by for a short visit, but I can't recall much of what she said or how we replied. No one stopped by to talk to us like they did when Vanessa was with Don, but that was fine. We had a great time on the dance floor. Sometimes we got a bit carried away and did some funny dance moves that people usually call dancing. I remember hearing Moon River play a lot that night. When we remembered what we were doing, I think we put on a good show. I was really surprised when Eva came over to our table late that night. I noticed that the music had stopped, and I realized it had been quiet for a while. It caught me off guard for some reason. "Maria and Don, we're about to close, so I'm sorry, but you'll need to go. Here's a special card for your next visit. And don't worry about your drinks or the tip. That has all been taken care of. I really hope to see you here again soon." Don and I glanced around the room. It was completely quiet and empty except for the two of us. I checked my watch and noticed it was nearly 40 minutes past closing time. How did that happen? "Oh, Eva, I'm really sorry if we made things hard for you," Don said, sharing my feelings. "We didn't see that you were closing." "Don't worry, you haven't caused me any trouble at all. I think this place will be full for weeks with women bringing their partners just to catch a glimpse of you two." "You can return whenever you want," she said casually as she walked away, leaving Don and me in surprised silence. Things were going smoothly at the club when Eva saw Don enter with a new date. It took her a moment to remember the woman's name. "Oh yes, that's Maria," she thought. Maria had been staying out of the spotlight for a while since some of her personal choices had become known. Eva felt a little sad that she hadn't been able to catch Don's attention, but she knew she would meet someone else. She always did. She was impressed by the dance show that the couple put on. Their connection was clear and magical. They showed everyone else how it was done. The other guests were captivated by their skill. Then, when the band began to play Moon River, the couple moved closer together and shared a warm embrace on the dance floor. At the end of the song, they walked back to their table holding hands. Usually, when a couple dances so beautifully, other couples come over to say nice things and talk. But around these two, it felt like there was a barrier, and no one wanted to bother them. Eva walked over slowly and had to speak loudly to be noticed by them. It was even harder to get them to respond. After some time, she realized that Don either did not have his VIP card or had never gotten one at all. She planned to fix that problem, but they only needed one card. That night, she and her guests enjoyed themselves a lot. Whenever Don and Maria danced, someone would give the band a 20 to play Moon River. The moment the song started, they would hold each other close. Once the song ended, they would stroll away, holding hands for a few songs before coming back. The band must have played Moon River at least 10 times that night. They lingered a bit longer to play the song again, just to help the couple find their table. Eva had never witnessed a couple so deeply in love. It made her curious if they even realized how much they cared for each other. "If only I could capture what they share, I could make a fortune," she thought. She would happily enjoy a whole lot of it herself. This made her reflect on her ex-husband. He had truly been a good man, and that thought surprised her. Hey, audience! If you liked this video and want to keep up with more thrilling stories, make sure to subscribe to Prince Cheating Tales and hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss out on our upcoming adventures. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next wonderful story.